Chapter 1: Settlement. In Jiang City, Phylong University stands as a prestigious institution renowned throughout the entire southwest province. Its fame does not stem from superior educational facilities or a wealth of talent, rather. It is distinguished as a university for the affluent. This is a place where only the wealthy can afford to enroll. Most students here are not primarily focused on academics instead. They seek to forge connections and expand their networks. At this moment, in the dormitory area of Phylong University, a Maserati is parked at the entrance that a group of 4 or 5 men, dressed in suits adorned with bank insignias, are inspecting the vehicle. While Maseratis are not uncommon at this institution, approximately 50% of students can afford such luxury. Many onlookers have gathered, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. The students are filled with a sense of mockery, relishing the spectacle of witnessing the fall of a legendary figure within their school. On the steps sits a young man, solitary and desolate, quietly observing the bank representatives as they examine his car. He is acutely aware of the derision cast upon him by those around, yet remains unperturbed, his expression steadfast. Moments later, a bank representative approaches him, a glimmer of respect still evident in his eyes. "Mr. Zhang, the value of this Maserati is sufficient to settle your entire loan. You currently owe the bank 30 million, and with the collateral of your villa and vehicle, your debts are now cleared. Please sign here." The representative speaks with a tone of reverence, for Zhang Cheng is not merely a legend of Phylong University, but a notable figure in all of Jiang City. 3 years prior, this orphan, devoid of parental guidance, began his ascent by selling comics during his high school years. In a mere 3 years, he transformed his modest venture, the Earth Media Company, into a leading national enterprise. From a company dedicated solely to comics, he expanded into physical goods, industry, and retail, ultimately establishing the Earth Group. At just 22, he became the wealthiest man in Jiang City, though now he bears the title of a fallen tycoon. In one night, he faced bankruptcy, returning to his former state. Yet, the bank representatives continue to regard him with utmost respect. Zhang Cheng glances over the contract, picks up a Parker pen from his pocket, and signs his name, remaining silent throughout. Though he has fallen, he sits firmly on the steps, chest out, head held high, his spine never having bowed. He's finished. What a so-called legend. I've always looked down on self-made individuals like him. See, without a solid background, how far can one truly go? You shouldn't speak so lightly. Zhang Cheng is someone I deeply admired. He became a dominant force in high school, and now he's a group chairman and the wealthiest man in Jiang City. Though he has fallen, I believe he can rise again. I've always wondered why his company is called Earth Group. What does Earth signify? Alas, what a figure reduced to this. Alone now. It's quite a lamentable situation. In the past, he basked in infinite glory in Jiang City. Back then, everyone revered him as an idol. Yet now he has collapsed. I heard he offended some powerful figure. You're unaware, huh? His Earth Group grew immensely yet remained private. He owned it all, refusing to share the pie, thus incurring the wrath of capital. When they sought to acquire his shares, he refused to sell. And now, here he is. The students continue to murmur among themselves. Zhang Cheng, however, remains unmoved, tears glistening in his eyes. He does not weep for his loss of wealth, but rather for his profound loneliness. No one knows that Zhang Cheng is not a native of this world. He hails from Earth. 3 years ago, he traversed into this parallel universe. On that fateful night, he strolled under the lampposts of Su Causeway with his childhood sweetheart. Suddenly, time twisted, and he found himself thrust into this alternate reality. He embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, naming his company Earth in fond remembrance of his homeland. Now, with Earth lost, waves of exhaustion and seclusion surge within him. He longs to cry. Everything is gone. I miss home. I miss her too, he murmurs, his expression void of emotion as tears begin to flow down his cheeks. The onlookers gasp. He's crying. He actually shed tears. Haha. Of course he's crying after going bankrupt. He didn't cry even when capital forced him to drink to the point of perforating his stomach. But now he weeps. Indeed, Zhang Cheng weeps, his tears a complex amalgamation of emotions, swirling together. That I miss her. My greatest regret is not being able to say goodbye. His gaze lacks focus as he murmurs, I named it Earth to remember, yet Earth is gone. Can I return to my homeland? Will I see her again? The answer remains elusive, no one can clarify. He sits in silence. Minutes pass, and his tears dry. His gaze regains its resolve. Earth is gone. I shall create a new Earth. 3 years ago, I started from scratch, and now I can rise again. I will begin anew. At that moment, a bank representative tentatively inquires, Mr. Zhang, shall we take the car? Zhang Cheng nods in affirmation. Just then, a roaring engine approaches, not that of the Maserati, but a Lamborghini. The vehicle screeches to a halt, and all eyes are fixed on the woman emerging from the scissor, doors her hair tied in a ponytail, clad in shorts and a t-shirt. Do not take it away, she shouts, her eyes reddened. Hearing her voice, Zhang Cheng lifts his gaze, moved. The bank representative appears bewildered. Miss Li, this. Li Meng strides over, her high heels clicking against the pavement, pausing before Zhang Cheng. Before turning to the bankman, I said, do not take this car away. But Miss Li, this is Mr. Zhang's collateral for the bank. How much? He'll pay. I will. Li Meng's voice trembles as she fights back tears. This was Zhang Cheng's first car, the one I accompanied him by. I helped him choose it. It represents a part of me. No one is to take it away. How much is it worth? 2,400,000. Li Meng takes a deep breath, producing a bank card. He'll pay for it. Gasps ripple through the crowd. All the onlookers gaze at Li Meng in astonishment, then turn their envious and jealous eyes toward Zhang Cheng. At a beauty like this, what more could one desire? At that moment, Zhang Cheng stands, speaking calmly. If I have lost, let be a complete loss. This way, when I win again, my victory will be well-deserved. Li Meng, what is lost can be reclaimed. But what I fear most is the inability to bear the loss. I, Zhang Cheng, can withstand it. Silence envelopes the scene, the air thick with tension as all eyes remain fixed on Zhang Cheng. The silence persists. In this stillness, tears begin to pour from Li Meng, a deluge of emotion. It begins as quiet sobs, then escalates into heart-wrenching cries. She gazes at Zhang Cheng, her eyes filled with infinite sorrow. No, she truly feels pain. Her heart aches. She cannot bear to see the first man she loved in life meet such a failure. With a sudden outburst, Li Meng cries unabashedly, rushing forward to embrace Zhang Cheng tightly, her sobs echoing. Zhang Cheng gazes at the woman who has nestled into his arms, his expression a mix of emotions. Before waving at the bank representatives, they nod, not daring to hesitate, and drive away in the Maserati. Breath. Sobi. Breath. Zhang Cheng, I call my father. He is willing to lend you 50 million. Li Meng said through her tears, 50 million, a chance for a resurgence. Please do not falter. My greatest fear is that the pressure will overwhelm you. Zhang Cheng chuckled heartily. Who says I will fall? I will not be defeated. I will certainly rise again. As he spoke, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Some individuals who have taken from me will eventually have to repay. Capital? Listed corporations? One day, the earth shall awaken. Li Meng nodded. Yes, the 50 million should be ready by tomorrow. No need. Zhang Cheng interrupted. There is no need to borrow money. I began with nothing 3 years ago, and today, 3 years later, I am still capable of rising anew in this world without relying on anyone's aid. But there are no buts. With that, Zhang Cheng turned to leave. Li Meng wanted to grasp his arm and say something more, but she halted in her tracks. Sensitive as she was, she suddenly sensed a change in Zhang Cheng's demeanor. It seemed in that fleeting moment he had undergone some transformation. It was indescribable, yet he appeared to exude a newfound confidence, more than ever before. Chapter 2. My stepmother is the wealthiest person in the universe. Chenger. A faint call resonated within the depths of the soul. Who is speaking? Zhang Cheng was taken aback. Chenger, you have traversed to this world for 3 years, haven't you? A sharp intake of breath left Zhang Cheng's lips, sending a shiver down his spine. The secret of being a traveler was known only to him. He had long pondered the inexplicable nature of his sudden transition. Could it be connected to this voice? The sound that spoke directly to his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Cheng withdrew. Even though he yearned to exchange more words with Li Meng, cradled in his arms. Yet, he understood he must depart. As he walked along the path, excitement coursed through him as he inquired, Who are you? Is my journey related to you? Can I return to Earth? Even for just 5 minutes. I wish to bid her farewell, otherwise, she will await my return indefinitely. He posed a flurry of questions, but the voice remained silent, only stating, These 3 years in this parallel world serve as a trial for you. You are remarkable, possessing the brilliance of your father. My father? Zhang Cheng furrowed his brow at the distant notion. Regardless of whether it was Earth or this parallel realm, he had no father. He had always believed himself to be an orphan. Could it be true that he had a father? Who is my father? Who are you? Your father is the most illustrious man in the 9 heavens. I am his wife, and also your stepmother. I now oversee the boundless wealth of the 9 heavens, safeguarding it for you until the day you return to inherit the immense fortune left by your father. My stepmother? My stepmother? What of my mother? The voice, melodious as silver pearls cascading onto a plate, replied, Your mother is also my sister. She vanished after giving birth to you. There is no need for you to know much at this moment. As you grow, the truth will unfold before you. Zhang Cheng discerned that his stepmother must be quite young, akin to a maiden. A mischievous thought crossed his mind about his father's apparent romantic escapades. His stepmother continued, Cheng, your father's wealth is colossal. Starting today, I will gradually bestow it upon you. You must acclimate to this immense fortune. I cannot grant it all at once, for you are not yet capable of bearing such a burden. How much is there? Wealth? It is merely a fundamental figure. You will come to understand in due course. After a pause, she added, Broaden your vision and perspective. From this day forth, I will intermittently bestow wealth upon you. All you need to do is prepare to receive it. Always remember, this water-blue planet in the parallel world is but a confined space. Your future is among the stars and the sea. Do not let trivial gains cloud your judgment. For your first allowance, 100 billion RMB. What? 100 billion? Zhang Cheng rolled his eyes. Were it not for the voice echoing within his mind, he would have thought someone was playing a prank on him. 100 billion? Was that even real currency? What does 100 billion signify? Zhang Cheng intended to retort, yet as he grasped something in his hand, he felt an unexpected weight. Looking down, he was taken aback to discover 3 bank cards had inexplicably appeared in his possession, each from a different bank. Simultaneously, his phone chimed with incoming messages. Your agricultural bank savings card ending in 0001 has completed a transfer transaction. Amount 40,000,000,000. Your industrial and commercial bank savings card ending in 0002 has completed a transfer transaction. Amount 30,000,000,000. Your China Merchants Bank savings card ending in 0003 has completed a transfer transaction. Amount 30,000,000,000,000. Zhang Cheng gasped, a chill creeping over him, his scalp tingling with disbelief. Was this a prank? The total amounted to precisely 100 billion. His foster mother had mentioned this was his first allowance. An allowance of 100 billion? Impossible. Even at the peak of the Earth Group, its valuation was merely 1 billion. That was just an estimation, not actual cash flow. Yet now, an astonishing sum of real currency had manifested, liquid assets. Foster mother, are you still there? What is happening? An endless cry met with profound silence. No one answered. His foster mother had vanished. Yet, Zhang Cheng understood that from this moment forth, he had risen. The earth was beginning to awaken. Meanwhile, at the board of directors of Flying Dragon University, shareholders frowned as they observed a bank employee driving away in a Maserati. One shareholder solemnly stated, regardless of the circumstances, I suggest we expel Zhang Cheng. The vice president interjected, why should we expel Zhang Cheng? He is exceptionally talented. He embodies our institution. The shareholder retorted coldly, oh really? He once did, but not anymore. Besides, Zhang Cheng's company has collapsed. He possesses nothing, not even the 20,000 tuition fee for a year. Our Flying Dragon University does not accommodate the impoverished. The vice president scoffed. Are you afraid of offending the gas group? So what? The gas group is a publicly listed enterprise, a capital operation entity. It was the gas group that led to Zhang Cheng's downfall. Recently, rumors have circulated that the gas group might invest 100 million in our university. If we retain Zhang Cheng, the leadership from gas group may very well withdraw their investment. We cannot allow a single individual to jeopardize such significant funding. When Zhang Cheng rose to prominence, you took pride in him, boasting that he was a product of Flying Dragon University. Now that he has fallen, does his alma mater offer him no assistance, instead choosing to cast him aside in shame? You are truly disheartening. As the vice president spoke, tears streamed down his face, mourning for the young man burdened with such weight, now abandoned by his own university. One statement stirred a tempest. I concur with the expulsion of Zhang Cheng. I too support his dismissal. Zhang Cheng has become utterly useless. We must ally with the gas group, which has already brought down the earth group, and assisting the gas group would indeed be a splendid addition. I advocate for the permanent expulsion of Zhang Cheng from the institution. At this moment, the previously silent principal rose and decisively proclaimed, "Let it be under the pretext of disrupting the campus atmosphere that we expel him." A final verdict. Just 5 minutes later, the school broadcast echoed throughout the premises. The principal stood before the microphone, addressing the assembly. "I have an announcement to make." All students paused, intrigued by the rare occasion of a public announcement. Recently, the administration has deemed that sophomore Zhang Cheng has severely compromised the campus environment. His unauthorized business ventures and lack of prospects are seen as a corrupting influence. Thus, the school has resolved to expel Zhang Cheng. A collective gasp reverberated through the student body. All were stunned. This truly exemplifies the adage, "When the walls crumble, all will push." Alas, I feel an inexplicable disappointment in this institution. When Zhang Cheng needed support, they were absent. During his moments of glory, they lauded him. Now that he has fallen, they do not hesitate to kick him while he is down. This fellow has been expelled. It is a fitting outcome. Let the expulsion happen swiftly. Our Dragon University is filled with scions of wealth. Zhang Cheng lacks influential parents or a powerful family background. He has even offended the gas group. Retaining him serves no purpose and benefits us not. It is indeed time for his expulsion. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, upon hearing the news, Li Ming's eyes flared with indignation. How outrageous! What kind of foolish board of trustees is this? Why expel Zhang Cheng? On what grounds? Damn it! A bunch of sycophants. The school's board and all its leaders are mere petty individuals. Li Ming was truly enraged. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she felt deeply for Zhang Cheng. At that moment, her roommate Lu Jiao, chuckling, remarked, "Li Ming, are you still fond of Zhang Cheng? I supported you before, but now it seems unnecessary. He is destitute and cannot possibly recover. I believe the school's decision to expel him is justified." Li Ming abruptly stood up, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at her close friend. "You think the school should expel him?" Lu Jiao, oblivious to Li Ming's fury, continued, "Of course. He should be expelled. He is a poor man, and how can a pauper remain at Dragon University? Without a formidable family background, it is downright embarrassing. By the way, Li Ming, you should forget about Zhang Cheng. Consider young Master Su instead. Zhang Cheng is nothing but a broke lad now, with nothing to his name." A sharp crack resounded. The entire dorm fell silent. Li Ming remained standing there. Lu Jiao's face bore 5 distinct fingerprints as she stared in shock at Li Ming. You hit me." Li Ming, devoid of expression, retaliated with another resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed, leaving Lu Jiao stunned. She dared not retaliate, though her family possessed some wealth. It paled in comparison to the formidable Li family, rendering her insignificant. She felt utterly powerless, even hesitant to raise her voice. Li Ming's icy gaze fixed on Lu Jiao. "From today onward, vacate this dormitory. I no longer wish to see you." Li Ming, Lu Jiao rose to her feet. I haven't said anything wrong, have I?" Li Ming cast a brief glance at the other girls in the dormitory and coldly stated, "From this moment on, anyone who speaks ill of Zhang Cheng shall find themselves at odds with me and my family." With that, Li Ming turned and exited the dormitory, her charming visage clouded by frost as she strode directly toward the board of trustees. "Brother Zhang Cheng, their decision to expel you is short-sighted. You have endured so much injustice, and now even your alma mater chooses to treat you so poorly. I will not allow you to suffer like this any longer. I shall seek justice and reparation for you, and I will forever believe in you. You will rise again. That day is fast approaching." Chapter 3. Grand Procurement. At this moment, Zhang Cheng remained unaware of his dismissal. Standing in the fitting room of the mall, he donned a suit once more, complete with an exquisite tie, a sharply tailored jacket, and polished leather shoes. His hair was meticulously styled, reflecting his fastidious nature, one that demanded perfection in every detail. Gazing into the mirror, Zhang Cheng revealed a confident smile. "From this day forth, I shall rise anew. I have experienced utter defeat. Yet I am resolute in my belief that I will triumph in the future. All that I have lost will be reclaimed. No, you shall return it to me willingly." Gone was the despondency of his previous demeanor. He now exuded a striking charm, the allure of confidence. The salesgirl nearby caught sight of Zhang Cheng and was momentarily entranced. "Sir, I must clarify that my admiration is genuine, devoid of any insincerity. It is my honest opinion that this suit, nay, all of them, seems tailor-made for you." "Thank you. How much does it cost?" "The total for this ensemble is 400,000. We can offer you a 20% discount. Charge it to my card. The salesgirl was momentarily stunned. To purchase an outfit exceeding 400,000 without even a moment's hesitation? He had arrived in simple athletic wear, after all. All right, Is there anything else, sir? Pointing to the wardrobe, Zhang Cheng replied, I want one of every color in the same style. A collective gasp echoed through the store as silence enveloped the space. Several salesgirls and customers simultaneously inhaled sharply, glancing at the wardrobe filled with over 20 suits, each priced at 400,000. My heavens, how much would that total? They were astounded. 8 million worth of clothing. Is this truly happening? Zhang Cheng replied nonchalantly. Do I appear to be jesting? Please pack everything and follow me with the bags. I still have additional purchases to make. Why yes. A moment later, in the Omega Watch Boutique, Zhang Cheng stood before the counter, contemplating for an extended period. Behind him, a dozen salesgirls, each laden with bags, nervously and adoringly trailed after him. The store owner, apprehensive, dared not speak, fixating his gaze on Zhang Cheng with a sense of trepidation. He had heard whispers of this man purchasing over 20 Armani suits. Would he also wish to acquire every variant of watches in his store? If so, it would be an immense windfall. Minutes passed. Zhang Cheng pointed to a specific watch. This one, that one, and these. The store owner inhaled sharply. You wish to purchase all of these? Zhang Cheng shook his head. No, I meant to say, I want every watch in your store packed up. A collective shiver ran through the crowd as the reality of his request settled in. The shopkeeper trembled as he muttered to himself, his entire being quaking. 9 million. Swipe the card again. In the Omega Boutique, all the sales associates, staff, and even the owner respectfully followed Zhang Cheng, who continued to browse. He strolled through the entire shopping mall, and the crowd behind him grew increasingly larger. Gradually, a line of over 100 people formed, all marching in unison, reverently trailing behind him. 100-strong entourage accompanied him, causing a stir throughout the Rongqing Mall. All the patrons stopped in their tracks, their eyes wide with astonishment, gazing at this young man. Who is he? Goodness, I recognize him. This is the legend of Jiangqing, Zhang Cheng, the richest man in Jiangqing. My heavens, wasn't he said to have gone bankrupt? His company collapsed. How can he still be so wealthy? Has he risen again? Truly, he is the wealthiest in Jiangqing. My goodness, a legendary figure. Today, I have encountered a legend. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of the Rongqing Mall's developer, a languorous woman in a red gown leaned against the windowsill, gently swirling a glass of red wine. Her gaze fixed with a complex expression on the youth surrounded by admirers below. With a slight parting of her crimson lips, she mused, Have you risen again? The first time you came here for a grand shopping spree was the day you became the richest man in Jiangqing. We met and conversed, and you remarked that when one reaches a certain status, one must enrich both their exterior and interior to match their standing. That statement left a lasting impression on me. Now, you return for another grand shopping spree. Have you once more become the wealthiest in Jiangqing? Taking a sip, she left a mark of her lips on the rim of the wine glass, her lazy gaze lingering on the youth, concealing a profound admiration. Hey, she called softly. At that moment, the office door swung open and a secretary entered. Director Liu? Without turning her head, Lu Shu, reclining against the window, gently instructed. Ask him to come up and sit for a while. It has been ages since I last saw him. Just tell him I miss him. The secretary, sticking out her tongue with a hint of a smile, hurried off. Despite Lu Shu's pretense of calmness, her face flushed crimson. When the Earth Group went bankrupt, she had once offered 30 million to lend to that youth, only to be declined. At that time, it was evident to everyone that the chairman of Rongqing Mall, Lu Shu, who navigated both the light and dark sides of Jiangqing, had developed feelings for the youth, who was 7 years her junior. After all, the boy shone like a meteor, illuminating wherever he went. Zhang Cheng, who was perusing the mall, halted upon noticing the secretary before him. Did Director Liu summon me? The secretary nodded, leaning in closer, whispering, Director Liu asked me to tell you that she misses you. Zhang Cheng paused, a bemused smile crossing his face. Then tell her I miss her too, but I'm just a bit busy at the moment. Off you go. I must take my leave. Well, however, please assist me in temporarily storing these items with your Director Liu. I shall come to retrieve them after some time. Upon finishing his statement, Zhang Cheng addressed the multitude of over 100 individuals who were assisting him with his bags, instructing, You all take the belongings and follow her. Yes, sir. Afterward, he smiled and waved at the window above before turning to leave. In that fleeting moment of turning, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. His mobile phone buzzed with several messages, some from close acquaintances and one from Li Meng. All the messages bore the same content. You have been expelled from school. Zhang Cheng tucked his phone back into his pocket and strode out of the mall, murmuring, "The rise of the earth shall commence with your Phylon University." 10 minutes later, Lu Shu gazed at her once spacious office, now transformed into a storage room, a flash of fury crossing her visage. Her teeth clenched tightly. She seethed. Did I not instruct him to come up? Why did he leave? The secretary, with head bowed, replied, Mr. Zhang said he missed you too, but he is currently unavailable. Hissing, Lu Shu took a deep breath, her fists tightening. Suddenly, she delivered a swift kick to a packaging bag. With a resounding smack, she exclaimed, "Ah, you scoundrel." Chapter 4. Zhang Cheng's New World. Upon exiting, Zhang Cheng hailed a taxi and instructed, "To the Bentley dealership, please." The driver, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at the young man. A Bentley? Could this youth be contemplating such a luxurious purchase? So young. Wait, he seems somewhat familiar. Suddenly, realization struck the driver, Zhang Cheng, the legendary figure of Jiang City, frequently seen on provincial television. He was once recognized as one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Southwest Province, the wealthiest man in Jiang City. The driver, momentarily stunned, contemplated striking up a conversation. However, upon noticing Zhang Cheng engaged in a phone call through the rearview mirror, he refrained from intruding. Meanwhile, at the Jiang City Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Director Zhao Qiushui's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his eyebrows arched in surprise. "Zhang, General Zhang." "Hello, Director Zhao," Zhang Cheng greeted. Zhao Qiushui exchanged pleasantries, though his eyes betrayed a hint of nostalgia. During the rise of the Earth Group, the Bureau had taken immense pride in its association with the conglomerate. He had genuinely admired this young man and considered him a friend despite their age difference. Yet, it was hard not to feel a pang of regret. The once solitary youth had been crushed under the weight of capital. After a brief exchange, Zhao Qiushui inquired, "What prompted your call?" "I am planning to reopen my company." Zhao Qiushui sprang to his feet in astonishment. "You intend to make a comeback?" His heart raced at the thought. The former strongest figure of Jiang City was poised to rise again? So soon? A resurgence? No, it was a return of royalty. Haha, Zhang Cheng chuckled indeed. Zhao Qiushui, however, wore a serious expression. "I wholeheartedly support you, and the people of Jiang City stand firmly behind you. You are the spiritual leader of private entrepreneurs here. Everyone wishes to see you rise once more, as you are the pride of Jiang City. I will assist you in registering your company. Will it still be called Earth?" Zhang Cheng shook his head. "No, it will not bear that name any longer. That name has been used. What will it be called?" "New World." "New World?" Zhao Qiushui nodded. "Very well. What industry will you be in?" "All industries," Zhang Cheng replied. "But first, help me register in the education sector." "You wish to enter the education industry? Very well. What will be the investment amount?" Zhang Cheng paused for a moment, then softly replied, "The investment will be 100 billion. Zhao Qiushui's eyes widened in disbelief, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. 100 billion? How could this be? Wasn't he bankrupt? To possess such wealth was astonishing, almost terrifying. "Zhang Cheng, such a substantial investment will require verification," he stammered. "At any time." After hanging up, Zhao Qiushui slumped into his chair, breathless and weak. 100 billion. New World? Zhang Cheng. Jiang City's king has returned. Ha ha. I knew this young man would surely make a comeback. The tycoon has returned to his rightful place. The taxi driver, upon overhearing the phone conversation, could not help but exhibit a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Is Zhang Shoufu about to launch a new company? The recent bankruptcy turmoil had scarcely managed to topple him. Is he truly embarking on a new venture? A new world? For reasons unknown. The driver felt an inexplicable conviction that the New World Company was poised to become a legend in Jiangcheng once again, a legend of the Southwest Province. Unable to contain his exhilaration, the taxi driver swiftly opened his WeChat group, and while waiting at a traffic light, he sent a message. "Do you know who my current passenger is?" Zhang Cheng, the legendary figure of Jiangcheng. Instantly, the chat exploded with excitement. "Zhang Cheng. Old Lu. You actually picked up Zhang Cheng? Wow, it's Zhang Cheng. Is he not down on his luck now?" Old Lu hastily replied in the group. "No. Zhang Cheng is making a comeback. I just heard him call the Industry and Commerce Bureau to register a new company. The name is New World. All right, I have to drive now." Meanwhile, a wave of astonishment swept through the taxi community of Jiangcheng. Zhang Cheng is making a comeback? New World? New World Company? Haha. I knew he wouldn't fall. That despicable gas group had used underhanded tactics to bring him down because he refused to sell his shares. Now, Zhang Cheng is rising again. What is this? This is called a return. Word spread rapidly, and soon, many were aware of the news. Outside a hotel, several taxis parked as the drivers chatted. Did you know? Zhang Cheng is starting a new company called New World. I know, did you know too? Haha. I said long ago, a man who built his fortune from scratch at 18 cannot possibly fail. He rose from nothing to become the richest in Jiangxing in 3 years. And he can start anew. The drivers continued to disseminate the news, and before long, numerous taxi passengers were also informed, expressing their astonishment. Zhang Cheng. Is he not the most legendary entrepreneur of Jiangxing, that proud son of the soil who fills every Jiangxing resident with pride? New World? The name of the company had just been registered, and thus the news spread like wildfire across Jiangxing. After hanging up the phone, the taxi driver yearned to strike up a conversation but saw Zhang Cheng dialing again, leaving him no choice but to refrain from interrupting. Simultaneously, in an upscale residential community in Jiangxing, Su Kaishan, a former key member of the Earth Group, answered the phone with palpable excitement. President Zhang, I am starting a new company. Will you fight alongside me? Su Kaishan, who had been dining, abruptly stood up. Absolutely. Where are you? I shall come to you immediately. At the Bentley dealership. Great. Also, I will inquire with former employees if they wish to join me again. Lastly, I will contact some lawyers. The new company will need a legal department. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Su Kaishan burst into laughter. Is it time for a resurgence already? This time, will it be even more glorious than before? With that, Su Kaishan excitedly began dialing numerous numbers. Old Qian, Zhang has opened a new company. Will you come? Let us meet at the Bentley dealership. Old Zhou, Zhang has opened a new company. He made a flurry of calls and dressed in a suit. He stepped out of his home. Half an hour later, at the Bentley dealership. You've arrived, Mr. Zhang, Zhang Cheng said, taken aback. How did you know my surname is Zhang? The taxi driver chuckled. In the entire Jiangxing, who doesn't recognize you? Zhang Cheng couldn't help but smile wryly. I suppose I am rather well known. How much do I owe you? The taxi driver quickly waved his hand. It is an honor to drive you. It's free of charge. No payment necessary. Haha. Nevertheless, Zhang Cheng handed him a 100 yuan bill, saying, thank you for your hard work. Turning towards the dealership, the taxi driver called out, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Cheng turned around abruptly. What's the matter? The driver, Old Lu, looked at him with an encouraging gaze. Good luck. Wishing you a prosperous opening. The new world must once again create a legend. Zhang Cheng felt a warmth in his heart. The lovely people of Jiangxing. He laughed heartily. Absolutely. Chapter 5. The New World Tower, Bentley 4S store. The clientele here are all individuals of considerable status. As Zhang Cheng entered, every gaze in the room converged upon him. The general manager instantly recognized him, raising an eyebrow and hastening towards him. Ah, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Cheng nodded. At that moment, a murmur rippled through the crowd of customers. Isn't he bankrupt? What is he doing here? Is he seeking employment? But then again, would he deign to accept a mere job? Surely, he cannot be here to purchase a car? The jest seemed absurd. Could Zhang Cheng, in his current state, truly afford a Bentley? Perhaps a chalet would be more fitting. The general manager invited Zhang Cheng to take a seat on the sofa and tentatively inquired, Mr. Zhang, are you here to buy a car? Indeed. Which model has caught your eye? Zhang Cheng surveyed the entire showroom. All of them. The general manager, taken aback, chuckled incredulously. Mr. Zhang certainly has a sense of humor. Zhang Cheng replied with a dispassionate tone, I never jest with men. The general manager's expression faltered. Then, how many black vehicles do you currently have in stock? How many are there? Approximately 20. Zhang Cheng nodded. Please proceed with the paperwork. I will purchase them all. A stunned silence enveloped the dealership, followed by an uproar of disbelief. All of them. Did he just say he would buy them all? Goodness. This is even more formidable than the peak of Zhang Cheng's power. Can he truly afford to buy them all? Is he mad due to his bankruptcy? Has his mind gone awry? My heavens, all of them. The general manager, with a bitter expression, implored, Mr. Zhang, please do not jest. I reiterate, I never joke with men. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of screeching brakes filled the air. Within half a minute, dozens of private cars had gathered at the entrance, ranging from hundreds of thousands to over 1 million in value. Dressed in a suit, Su Kaishan was the first to enter, spotting Zhang Cheng from afar and shouting, President Zhang. Instantly, the throng of individuals behind Su Kaishan surged forward. President Zhang, we are here to support you. Regardless of the endeavor, we stand by your side. Previously, we all agreed to pool our resources to aid President Zhang's resurgence. You wish not to owe anyone a favor, yet here you are, proving that you can rise through your own merit. Welcome back, President Zhang. Amidst the ensuing commotion, over 50 impeccably attired men and women stood in a neat line behind Zhang Cheng on the sofa. After exchanging greetings, they fell silent, exhibiting remarkable decorum. Meanwhile, the sound of brakes continued to echo outside, as the parking lot of the Bentley 4S store became completely filled. More individuals continued to enter. President Zhang. President Zhang. Su Kaishan kept introducing. President Zhang, this is Lawyer Niu. And here is Lawyer Qin. They had heard that General Manager Zhang was poised for a resurgence, particularly with the establishment of a legal department, which piqued everyone's interest. It wasn't until 5 minutes had elapsed that tranquility finally enveloped the space. By then, a neatly arranged line of over 100 individuals stood behind Zhang. The atmosphere in the Bentley dealership reached an extraordinary stillness. No one, be they staff or customers, dared to utter a single word or even take a deep breath. The king of Zhang Cheng had returned. Indeed, he had truly come back. Zhang rose to his feet, and even the general manager of Bentley felt compelled to stand, anxiously gazing at Zhang. After a brief silence, Zhang coolly inquired, I said, I will purchase them all. Is there any issue? And no, the manager stammered. 5 minutes later, 24 Bentley vehicles of various models and tiers, all in black, emerged in unison, lining up meticulously at the entrance. In total, it amounts to 170 million. The general manager quivered, his voice trembling. Zhang handed over a bank card, saying, process it. A collective gasp filled the air as everyone tensed in anticipation. Was this truly how one purchased a car? While others acquired vehicles one by one, Zhang was buying them all, every last one. At that moment, a middle-aged man, visibly troubled, stammered, I had already placed a deposit on that Mulsanne, hadn't I? His nervous gaze flickered towards Zhang. Zhang remained silent, and the 100-plus individuals behind him cast their eyes toward the man, equally speechless. Under such scrutiny, the middle-aged man broke into a nervous sweat and awkwardly chuckled. Then I'll just wait a bit longer. The sound of over 100 pairs of leather shoes echoed as they stepped across the marble floor, exiting the Bentley dealership. Leading the procession was Zhang, with each individual sporting a broad smile. All eyes were fixed on this orderly group as they made their way outside, gathering by the cars. Su Kaishan produced 3 boxes of Cuban cigars, tossing them to everyone. Over 100 individuals, including more than 30 former key members, each held a cigar. Zhang stood at the forefront, and they formed a perfectly aligned row. With a synchronized flick of lighters, the flames ignited simultaneously. Everyone took a puff of their cigars and exchanged knowing smiles. Zhang gestured with his cigar towards the entire Jiangcheng, proclaiming, a new world has been established. Let us once again conquer this territory we have previously claimed. Conquer. The crowd echoed loudly. They then climbed into the Bentleys in unison. Zhang, seated in the car, declared, let us set off. We must find our footing. With a roar, the engines sprang to life, producing a thunderous sound. The 25 Bentleys formed an orderly convoy, making their way towards Jiangcheng. All those in the dealership rushed outside, silently watching the Bentley procession disappear into the distance. The king of Jiangcheng had returned to a new world. That man had truly made a comeback. Jiangcheng was on the brink of being dominated once more. Yet, he was still but a youth. In the new world, a shocking event is about to unfold across the nation. Half an hour later, at the heart of Jiang City, in the towering edifice known as the Jiangpan Office Center, 25 Bentleys were impeccably lined up at the entrance. The security guard of the Jiangpan office was taken aback, too intimidated to approach and promptly opened the door. Zhang Cheng, casually toying with a lighter, entered alongside over 100 individuals. The sound of their polished shoes echoed through the space, a monumental presence that had never been felt before. Everyone within the building stood in awe, dumbfounded as they watched the group ascend the elevator. Is that Zhang Cheng? One murmured. It must be him. I recognize Su Kaishan, the former vice president of the Earth Group. Zhang Cheng is back. Weren't they bankrupt? No, I just heard he has made a remarkable comeback, establishing a new venture called New World. Amidst the whispers, Zhang Cheng and his entourage entered the developer's office within the Jiangpan Office Center. The chief officer stared in disbelief at Zhang Cheng and stammered, Is that you, Mr. Zhang? What an honor to have you here. Zhang Cheng took a seat, with his 100-plus followers standing in unison behind him. With a click of his lighter, Zhang Cheng calmly stated, I have launched a new company and require a solid foundation. The chief officer quickly responded, Are you looking to lease space? What size do you need? No, I wish to purchase, Zhang Cheng clarified. Oh, how many floors would you like? Zhang Cheng smiled, all of them. I intend to buy the entire Jiangpan building. Name your price. I want the whole lot. The chief officer gasped, Mr. Zhang, please, do not jest. My heart cannot bear such humor. I am not joking. Present your offer. The chief officer, aware that Zhang Cheng was not one to seek frivolous banter, replied, I must consult with my superior. Go ahead, Zhang Cheng urged. The chief officer hurriedly exited, making a phone call. Approximately 5 minutes later, he returned, grinning. Our owner said it's not out of the question. If you can provide 20 billion in cash, we will sell it to you immediately. Zhang Cheng remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand. Su Kaishan stepped forward, then, let us sign the contract. What? The chief officer shrieked, his face pale as he gazed at Zhang Cheng, who was still nonchalantly fiddling with his lighter, nearly falling to his knees in fear. A transaction of 20 billion, without even discussing the price? The audacity of it all. How could this be possible? Chapter 6. The arrival of Flying Dragon University. When the chief executive of the Jiangpan office building signed the contract, he still found it hard to believe. A skyscraper valued at 2 billion, purchased outright without negotiation? No inspections? Not a single discussion? It was an unequivocal acquisition. This was no mere wealthy individual. This was a veritable magnate. Even at the peak of his prowess, Zhang Cheng could not have made such a grand gesture. Such audacity was unseen throughout the entire southwest province. The funds were transferred. The transaction was completed. Everyone departed, not Zhang Cheng alone, but all those within the Jiangpan office building. Subsequently, over 100 former key employees of Zhang Cheng re-entered, beginning the process of recalling the old staff from the Earth Group. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Jiangpan office building, construction teams were bustling about. Not only atop the building, but throughout the entire structure, workers were diligently engaged in their tasks. All logos and names of various companies were stripped away, replaced with those of the new enterprise. A new world. The company logo depicted a swirling nebula, a design personally crafted by Zhang Cheng. For anyone familiar with the Earth, this nebula would seem strikingly familiar, as it represented the Milky Way galaxy. 1, 2, 3. Hey! On the rooftop, amidst the workers' rhythmic shouts, enormous letters were affixed. At that moment, Jiangxing was astounded. A couple strolled along Jiangpan Street, engaged in mundane conversation. The man suggested, shall we catch a movie tonight? Where shall we go? To the gas cinema. What is the gas cinema? It's what the Earth Group used to call the Earth Cinema. Now it's the gas cinema. Earth, huh? It's truly a pity about the Earth Group. It was once the star enterprise of the Southwest Province. To see it collapse overnight without any forewarning is disheartening. The man sighed, indeed. Mr. Zhang is perhaps the person I admire most. I've never respected my peers. They're all just living off their parents. But Mr. Zhang is remarkable. He built his empire from scratch, a true legend. It's just so unfortunate. I heard from a friend that Mr. Zhang is making a comeback. The new enterprise is called New World. The man laughed heartily. Don't be ridiculous. Although Zhang Cheng is capable, he has no chance of a complete resurgence. The gas group is a capital enterprise that has plunged him into the abyss. Even if he were to rise again, it would be at best a small company. Opportunities like that come only once. I do not believe he can attain the same splendor a second time. As he spoke, the man noticed that his girlfriend had fallen silent, standing there as if transfixed. What's wrong, Qianqian? You look. The man followed her gaze. There, before them, stood Jiangxing's tallest and most luxurious skyscraper, the Jiangpan building. However, at that very moment, it was no longer the same. As the man looked, his pupils dilated, and a shiver coursed through his body. It's impossible. It can't be, my heavens. No longer is it the Jiangpan office building. It has ceased to be. Could it truly be that a resurgence is upon us? However, the speed of this rise seems rather astonishing. Simultaneously, all the streets in the vicinity erupted into a clamor. Vehicles halted, and drivers leaned out to gaze. Pedestrians paused, lifting their heads to look. Every shopkeeper emerged from their establishments, standing at the roadside, peering into the distance. It is no longer. Jiangpan is no longer a symbol of Jiangxing. It shall never be again. In that moment, the building appeared to radiate light. 3 grand characters stood proudly atop the 58-story edifice, New World. New World Tower. From this instant, that structure shall be known as New World Tower. Without any warning, without any preparation, the ownership of the building changed abruptly. The new proprietor, the New World Group. Everything has arrived so unexpectedly, so swiftly. New World? Has the Jiangpan building truly been sold to New World? What kind of company is this? I have never heard of it. Ah, it is true, the rumors hold weight. Just moments ago, Various social circles and group chats across Jiangxing buzzed with a rumor that Zhang Cheng has risen again, and his company is named New World. Good heavens, Zhang Cheng has not fallen. He has indeed made a comeback. The horror of it all. How much did this building cost to acquire? Yes, it is real. I just heard from a friend that Zhang Cheng took the core team of New World to a Bentley dealership, purchasing every black sedan available, spending nearly 200 million. I also heard that he seems to have gone on a shopping spree at Rongqing Mall, emptying all the luxury stores, with over 100 salespeople trailing behind him carrying items. It is indeed true. Zhang Cheng has truly returned. New World. At this moment, an Audi A8 passed along Jiangpan Road. The driver, sensing something amiss, leaned out to take a look. The sight caused him to gasp in shock, momentarily forgetting to drive. In the back seat sat the mayor of Jiangcheng, Xian Haiban. Xian Haiban perused the latest news from Jiangcheng and came across an article that made him raise an eyebrow and chuckle. Ah, Xiao Huang. Look at this news item stating that Zhang Cheng, the former chairman of Earth Group, has made a comeback with his company New World. Many self-media outlets in Jiangxing speak irresponsibly, making unfounded claims. Even if Zhang Cheng were to rise again, it wouldn't happen so quickly, would it? Speaking of Zhang Cheng, he remains a thorn in my heart. Such a promising young man, the most distinguished heir of Jiangxing, who fell so suddenly. I couldn't even lend a hand. The external capital is overwhelmingly powerful. How could they possibly regard me, the mayor, with any significance? Perhaps in due time, once the dust settles, I shall observe what endeavors Zhang Cheng wishes to pursue. Those worthy of support must certainly be aided. Mayor Xian spoke to himself, only to realize that the vehicle had come to a halt. Xiao Huang. What is the matter? The driver, Xiao Huang, returned to the car, his face etched with terror. Mayor, it seems that the rumors are not unfounded. What do you mean? Xian Haiban furrowed his brow. What is not unfounded? The rumor that Zhang Cheng is making a comeback appears to be true. What? Xian Haiban asked, his confusion palpable as he drew back the curtain to peer outside. Suddenly, his pupils contracted in shock. A towering skyscraper loomed before him, adorned with the same inscription atop its summit and across its facade, New World. A sharp intake of breath escaped Xian Haiban as he felt every hair on his body stand on end. Heavens! It's real. Zhang Cheng has risen from the ashes. New World, what a truly new world it is. Suddenly, a deep rumble of engines erupted, startling the entire street as populace. Moments later, the underground garage door of the New World building swung open, revealing a line of security personnel who briskly marched in unison, saluting sharply. Over 20 black Bentleys emerged in succession from the depths of the garage, each revving with a roar that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Each vehicle bore an emblem, a company logo depicting a celestial nebula, alongside the bold inscription, New World. The convoy of Bentleys thundered forth, forming a precise formation as they sped down the main road toward Phylong University. In that moment, silence enveloped the street as the crowd stood in awe. Inside an Audi A8, Mayor Xian's eyes widened as he fixated on the taillights of the procession, sinking into a prolonged silence. Chapter 7. On what grounds do you expel him? Meanwhile, at Phylong University, the entire campus was engulfed in fervent discussions regarding the expulsion of Zhang Cheng. Students expressed a myriad of perspectives on the matter. Some vehemently opposed the decision, asserting that the school's judgment was fundamentally flawed, while others staunchly supported it, claiming the decision was justified. Conversations about Zhang Cheng permeated every corner of the institution. The rationale behind the school's actions was glaringly evident. They sought to expel an individual deemed unworthy to the institution in order to curry favor with the gas group. Such a shameful maneuver for a prestigious university renowned throughout the province. Each student is poised to become a prominent executive in their future endeavors. How could the school act in such a manner without considering the repercussions? This approach is unequivocally counterproductive, sacrificing the goodwill of countless future leaders merely to appease the gas group. Who dares to claim this is not a poor trade-off? The gas group boasts a market value in the hundreds of billions, a staggering amount of capital. The institution would rather let down its entire student body than abandon the prospects of investment from gas group, which would undoubtedly be no less than $1 billion. Moreover, there were still many who supported the decision. Regardless, the president of the university is a fool. Can a fool truly hold 30% of the shares? Rumors circulated that Zhang Cheng had launched a new company. Such claims seemed implausible. They were mere whispers. He had only recently lost his vehicle to the bank. How could he possibly be staging a comeback so soon? One must think logically. Zhang Cheng is not like us. He lacks familial backing or connections. He is but a solitary individual. What qualifications does he possess to rise again? It would be prudent to distance oneself from him. He is destined to remain an ordinary citizen, far removed from our circle. Yet, there were claims that he had indeed established a new company named New World, allegedly purchasing the Zhangpin building. Huh, are you truly that foolish? Within a male dormitory, Xiao Lu asserted with conviction, I genuinely saw it. Zhang Cheng has indeed acquired the Zhangpin building, and his new company is named New World. You can verify it. Another student laughed heartily. You have been thoroughly brainwashed if you believe such nonsense. Such rumors are absurd. It is not a rumor. I truly witnessed it. Stop your nonsense. How could that be possible? Do you have any idea how much the Zhangpin building is worth? But it has genuinely been renamed New World. Even if it has been renamed, do you truly believe it was Zhang Cheng who founded it? It could just as easily be a venture by some notable figure, with no connection to Zhang Cheng whatsoever. The arguments escalated. The entire campus was engulfed in this heated debate, tensions rising with each exchange. At that moment, a knock echoed on the door of the boardroom, prompting the members of the board to furrow their brows. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Li Ming clad in athletic attire, who fixed her gaze directly upon the principal. May I inquire, esteemed principal, why the decision was made to expel Zhang Cheng? Principal Jiang furrowed his brow at Li Ming, a surge of indignation swelling within him. What audacity did this student possess to question him so boldly? Could his decisions truly be subjected to scrutiny by a mere student? Yet, considering Li Ming's prominent family background, Principal Jiang dared not unleash his wrath. He could only muster a measured response. Li Ming, the school's decisions are made with specific intentions. Without a hint of hesitation, Li Ming retorted, is it merely because Zhang Cheng has become useless to the school that you seek to expel him? Is it because you wish to curry favor with the gas group that you plan to dismiss him? Which of his actions has violated the school's regulations? With a resounding clap of his hands against the desk, the principal rose in a fit of rage, exclaiming, Li Ming, who gave you the audacity to speak so recklessly? The school's decisions undoubtedly serve a purpose. Do not venture to speculate. Zhang Cheng has indeed breached the school's rules, having missed classes to pursue his entrepreneurial endeavors. Students who have been absent as frequently as he should have been expelled long ago. But that was not your stance back then, Li Ming interjected. When Zhang Cheng was absent for his entrepreneurial pursuits and achieved success, you celebrated him, heralding him as a representative figure. Now, with his failure, you hastily reverse your previous accolades. Is this not a slap in your own face, Principal? Principal Jiang's face flushed with anger, his voice rising in fury. Li Ming, cease your reckless conjectures. If you continue to question the school's decisions in such a manner, you will face disciplinary action. Li Ming laughed heartily, apologies. But I have no need for that. In the absence of my brother Zhang Cheng, I shall not demean myself by remaining here. I have come to inform you that I shall withdraw from this school. I refuse to endure this wretched place any longer. Principal Zhang's pupils contracted. Li Ming's withdrawal? This was untenable. Her departure would have repercussions akin to those of Zhang Cheng, the chairman of the Earth Group, had he chosen to leave at the height of his success. Moreover, Li Ming's family was of considerable influence. The Li family, one of the 4 great clans of Modu, was not to be trifled with. What was Phylong University compared to such a formidable lineage? Even the gas group would be compelled to kneel before such power. If Li Ming were to withdraw in resentment, the Li family would undoubtedly harbor animosity toward Phylong University, leading to even graver consequences. All the shareholders stood up. Li Ming, think carefully. The quality of education at Phylong University is widely recognized. Please consider your decision. Li Ming, Principal Jiang urged, let us postpone your withdrawal application for now. Take some time to calm down. Principal Jiang, now anxious, continued, Li Ming, do not act impulsively. Let the institution reflect on your suggestions, shall we? Li Ming surveyed the group before her, a hint of derision flickering in her eyes. Consider my suggestions? What are you proposing? As long as I do not withdraw, the school might reconsider its expulsion of Zhang Cheng. How does that sound? With a light chuckle, she replied, I'm afraid not. My brother Zhang Cheng is a man of integrity. He has never required my assistance in any matter. You have expelled him, and he shall never return. Much like my own decision to withdraw from this institution, a choice I shall never reconsider. This place is disheartening and disillusioning. Apologies, but at this moment, even if you were to beseech him with the utmost reverence, he would not come back. What do you believe yourselves to be? Do you think a mere university like Phylong can stifle his growth? You are mistaken. I merely wish to convey this message. In the days to come, when he rises again, do not dare to claim he was ever a student of this school. Otherwise, it would be you who lacks shame. A resurgence? A renewed rise? The members of the board exchanged glances filled with derision, dismissing Li Meng's words entirely. Could a man defeated by a conglomerate like the gas group truly rise again? It is nothing short of a jest. Their sole concern was ensuring Li Meng did not become disheartened, lest the Li family harbor unfavorable thoughts. This is not a traditional university. It is an institution of nobility. Before Principal Jiang could utter another word, Li Meng turned on her heel and departed. No matter how persistently Principal Jiang and others called after her, Li Meng did not look back. As she exited the boardroom, she cast a final glance at the towering building, murmuring, "You will surely regret this. I assure you, you will regret it. That man can never be defeated. No matter how many setbacks he endures, he will never fall. For even if he were to stumble, I stand behind him. I will not allow him to falter." Truly, after speaking, Li Meng strode towards the exit. Yet, only 2 steps taken, an ominous roar of engines erupted. It was not the sound of sports cars, but rather the overwhelming cacophony of numerous high-powered engines racing simultaneously, a sound that shook the very ground. What is this? Li Meng furrowed her brow and gazed ahead. Simultaneously, the entirety of Phylong University was in shock. All the students emerged, and upon witnessing the seismic noise, their pupils dilated in astonishment. This. Chapter 8. Zhang Cheng has arrived. The boys' dormitory was in an uproar. Exclamations erupted all around. Come out and see the luxury cars. What luxury cars? Bentleys. Hurry out to see the Bentleys. Uff, it's just a Bentley. My dad has one. Come out now. There are over 20 Bentleys. With a resounding buzz, the boys' dormitory erupted in excitement. Where? Where are there over 20 Bentleys? No way, really? I've never seen so many in my life. Where are these 20 Bentleys? No wonder this is an elite school. Which prominent family does this belong to? Over 20 Bentleys must be worth at least 200 million, right? Is this for real? In an instant, the boys' dormitory was in a frenzy as they rushed outside, some in their shorts, others even forgetting to put on shoes. Meanwhile, a few remained unimpressed, dismissing it as merely 20 Bentleys. However, another shout rang out. There are over 20 Bentleys, and they all belong to the New World. The New World Group, it's true. The rumors were indeed accurate. Zhang Cheng had made a remarkable comeback. He arrived so swiftly. The strong have returned. Everyone come out and see. Zhang Cheng's company, New World, has truly made its appearance, with over 20 Bentleys. Once again, the boys' dormitory erupted in chaos. Those who had previously scoffed at the idea were now intrigued. Is it true? Are these really New World-esque cars? I just heard a rumor that Jiangpan Building has been acquired by New World. Are these 20 Bentleys also part of it? I just heard that Zhang Cheng's company is called New World, and now their people have arrived? Where is Zhang Cheng? Has he really come? In an instant, the boys' dormitory emptied as everyone rushed outside to see the Bentleys. Soon after, the girls' dormitory buzzed with excitement, countless beautiful girls peering out from the balconies to catch a glimpse. Zhang Cheng, is it really him? That formidable man has arrived? He is back on his feet again. Zhang Cheng, the idol of all the girls in school. Although every student here is either affluent or prestigious, who doesn't he admire a strong figure? Given a choice between a wealthy second-generation heir and a self-made high achiever, most would undoubtedly choose the latter. This disparity is inherent and unmistakable. The main avenue of the school was now crowded with people craning their necks to see. Moments later, a magnificent convoy approached leisurely, heading straight for the board of directors building. The Bentleys came in various models, all in black. Each car door was adorned with a galaxy pattern, and within each galaxy gleamed 3 resplendent characters, New World. The New World convoy has arrived. It is indeed New World. My heavens, it's truly New World. The rumors that had initially circulated in the taxi industry have proven to be true. New World has arrived. Which company is this? Such grandiosity. New World. I have never heard of it. My friend, it is said that this is Zhang Cheng's new company. What? Zhang Cheng. Li Meng stood beneath the board of trustees building, her eyes wide with disbelief as she overheard her classmates' discussions. New World. Is this Zhang Cheng's new venture? Has he risen again so swiftly? Goodness. How many secrets does this man possess? He had always seemed enigmatic, shrouded in a veil of mystery. And now, he appeared even more inscrutable, a seemingly indomitable force. The convoy came to a leisurely halt at the foot of the board of trustees building. Silence enveloped the entire school. Everyone held their breath, anticipating whether the moment the car door opened would unveil the figure of that man. The anticipation was palpable. If it were true, if it truly was him, how astonishing would that be? Li Ming clenched her fists, her palms slick with sweat, overwhelmed by an intense anxiety. Moments later, the car doors swung open in unison. Over 100 men and women clad in black suits emerged, standing orderly beside their vehicles, awaiting further instructions. When a middle-aged man appeared, the atmosphere erupted. Su Kaishan. Wasn't he once Zhang Cheng's vice president? Could it really be possible that Zhang Cheng was here too? With the former vice president of the Earth Group present, how could Zhang Cheng not attend? Su Kaishan hurried to the door of a luxurious vehicle, opened it, and stood there, motionless. A moment later, a polished shoe stepped out, followed by a young man in a gray suit. He paused at the car door, scanning his surroundings. The school fell utterly silent, every student gazing at him in shock, too stunned to utter a word. His gaze settled on a girl beneath the Board of Trustees building. He smiled gently, a soft light flickering in his eyes. Then, with his hands tucked into his pockets, he strode purposefully towards the Board of Trustees. The group of over 100 followed him in perfect formation, their presence formidable, akin to an army of thousands. In that moment, it was the return of a king. As he approached Li Ming, Zhang Cheng halted and said with a light laugh, "I'll find you later. I have some business to attend to." Previously, she had felt a twinge of anger, believing Zhang Cheng had concealed many matters from her. However, that feeling dissipated in an instant. Her smile illuminated the world around her. Understood, Li Ming nodded earnestly, stepping aside. Zhang Cheng smiled, adjusting the hem of his suit jacket, and walked confidently toward the Board of Trustees. Behind him, over 100 individuals followed in silence, maintaining their composure. At that moment, the entire school erupted in excitement. All the girls gazed dreamily at Zhang Cheng's retreating figure as he entered the Board of Trustees building, emitting an indescribable tone of admiration. He still looks so handsome, still so self-assured. The former Zhang Cheng has returned, evidently stronger than ever. If it weren't for Li Ming's affection for him, I would truly wish to pursue him. He is simply stunning. He has indeed returned. All the boys in the school are astonished. It is truly Zhang Cheng. The moment I laid eyes on Su Kaishan, I was instantly convinced that Zhang Cheng had come back. After all, I have heard that many publicly listed companies attempted to recruit Su Kaishan as CEO, but he declined all offers. He has never worked for anyone else. Only for Zhang Cheng. My goodness, does this mean that the Jiangpan building has indeed been acquired by New World? This return is even more powerful than before. How many secrets does he possess? Meanwhile, in the boardroom, the principal's face was grim as he remarked, "It seems that Li Ming is truly considering dropping out. What should we do? This will offend the Li family. Who asked you to expel Zhang Cheng? I had advised against expelling him long ago, but you refused to listen," complained the vice principal. Principal Jiang retorted angrily, "Is it wrong for me to expel him? What use is someone who serves no purpose for the school? Paying over 500,000 in tuition each year, can he afford that now?" As they spoke, a thunderous noise erupted, shaking the very ground. What is that sound? Haven't students been prohibited from driving sports cars on campus? Someone leaned out of the window and exclaimed, "It's not a sports car, it's a Bentley. There are so many Bentleys." Bentley? The crowd frowned in confusion. At that moment, a perfectly synchronized sound echoed down the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. Shoo, the vice principal frowned. "Listen, what is that sound?" Everyone fell silent, straining to hear. Moments later, a startled shareholder exclaimed, "The sound of leather shoes, so many leather shoes. How many footsteps are there?" With a creak, the door to the boardroom swung open once more. A dozen young men in suits streamed in, standing at either side of the entrance. Each wore a stern expression, hands clasped in front, eyes straight ahead. Principal Jiang rose. "Who are you?" The shareholders also stood, but remained silent. They realized that these individuals were all bodyguards. After a brief moment, the sound of footsteps grew increasingly closer and louder. Finally, a figure emerged into the boardroom. "Mr. Zhang." The group of young men at the entrance bowed in unison, exclaiming in unison. Dressed in a gray suit, with neatly combed hair and a tall, upright posture, he stood confidently at the office door, smiling at the assembled crowd. Those in the corridor behind him stood against the wall, eyes fixed ahead. Soon after, dozens of individuals emerged from behind him, taking positions in various corners of the boardroom, some directly taking their seats. Principal Jiang gasped sharply, his pupils widening as he gazed at the young man at the door. You, Zhang Cheng." With a resonant buzz, the Board of Trustees erupted in astonishment. All the shareholders gasped, their gazes fixated on the man before them. Su Kaishan swiftly approached, pulling out a chair, which Zhang Cheng then occupied. An assistant promptly offered him a cigarette. With a crisp click, he ignited it, the flickering flame illuminating the crimson tip. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, every individual captivated by his presence, their eyes glued to him. With a deliberate exhale, he released a cloud of smoke that enveloped his face. As the haze dissipated, Zhang Cheng spoke softly. I have set my sights on Phylon University. Name your price. New World has acquired it. From this day forth, for the next 10,000 years, this place shall bear the Zhang surname. A collective intake of breath filled the room. As everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound, he had returned with the singular purpose of reclaiming his alma mater. Chapter 9. Name your price. Silence enveloped the office of the school board, with all present rendered mute, their gazes fixed upon Zhang Cheng, without uttering a word. They doubted the reliability of their own hearing, questioning whether they had misinterpreted his words. He dared to propose the acquisition of this school? Such an unprecedented notion. A historical anomaly, an alumnus returning to purchase his alma mater? The vice principal rose, gazing at Zhang Cheng with a bewildered expression. Zhang Cheng, you. Before he could finish, Principal Jiang interrupted with a furrowed brow. Leave at once. This is not a place for jest. As his words echoed, no one moved. Zhang Cheng remained seated, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Jiang. In a fit of rage, Principal Jiang slammed his hand upon the table, bellowing. I command you to leave. I insist you cease this jesting. Do you not comprehend? Zhang Cheng chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe I jest? I apologize, but I never indulge in trifles with the worthless. What I have conveyed to you, I shall not reiterate for a third time. This is the second. The school is now under the auspices of New World. Name your price. I offer you 3 opportunities. Should you persist in believing this is a jest, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. A collective gasp reverberated throughout the room. He was threatening the board? Outside the boardroom, Li Ming stood in place, her gaze blankly fixed on the board meeting chamber, Zhang Cheng's smile replaying in her mind. In that instant, she felt transported back in time. Those years ago, when Zhang Cheng transitioned from nothing to founding the Earth Group, he had worn a similar smile while assuring her, rest easy, I shall handle everything. Yet, ever since he had incurred the ire of capital, facing relentless oppression, culminating in the impending bankruptcy of his company, she had not witnessed that man smile again. Even forced smiles were a rarity. But just moments ago, that same smile had reappeared on Zhang Cheng's face. The identical smile, assuring her with the same words. He exuded such confidence, such unmatched prowess. Contemplating this, ripples of emotion stirred within Li Ming's previously tranquil heart. Zhang Cheng. I always knew my brother Zhang Cheng would return adorned in glory, for in this realm, no one could vanquish him. 3 years ago, my brother Zhang Cheng achieved national prominence by building the Earth Group from the ground up. Now, he is capable once more of creating his own enterprise, resonating throughout every corner of Huaxia, not for any other reason, but because he is Zhang Cheng. My brother Zhang Cheng, brimming with confidence, has returned. Gradually, Li Ming reined in her thoughts, her gaze reflecting an affectionate admiration for the man in her heart, turning her attention to the impeccably arranged luxury cars on campus. Surrounded by onlookers, she could not help but smile with pride. Just moments ago, all of you reveled in misfortune. And now, as the students beheld the array of opulent vehicles before them, a collective intake of breath echoed through the campus. Silence prevailed. In front of the school gate, everyone fell into a profound silence. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation until a voice shattered the stillness within the crowd. Zhang Cheng, Zhang Cheng. It's simply unbelievable. As the name was uttered, every individual present stiffened, their gazes instinctively drawn towards the direction of the Board of Trustees. The students slowly regained their composure, and in the next moment, the once quiet crowd erupted with excitement. Indeed, it was all true. The rumors held weight. Zhang Cheng had risen once more. As the words lingered in the air, a collective shiver coursed through the crowd. A tempest of emotions stirred within their hearts. I always knew Zhang Cheng would rise again. I never expected it to happen so swiftly. This man, he has achieved it. He had proclaimed that he needed no one's assistance to reclaim his former glory. 3 years prior, Zhang Cheng had built the Earth Group from scratch, a name well known among the people of Huaxia. And now, he had done it again. His new company was aptly named New World. At that moment, a portly figure in the crowd suddenly burst into laughter. I understand now. I see why Zhang Cheng named his new company New World. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their curious gazes towards him, gradually quieting down. The man, feeling the weight of many eyes upon him, was filled with fervor and determination. He realized that without Zhang Cheng, he would not be basking in such glory. He then declared with conviction, "New world. Even if my beloved Earth group has been tarnished. So what? I will create a new world, one that belongs to the Earth." The crowd erupted in applause. Such ambition, such grand aspirations, perhaps only Zhang Cheng could realize them. You are mistaken. It is not perhaps, it is certain. Zhang Cheng will undoubtedly achieve it. Remarkable. Every promise Zhang Cheng made, he fulfilled. New world, new world. If it has been destroyed, then I shall forge another, a new world belonging to the Earth. Cheers resonated once more among the students as they gazed towards the Board of Trustees, their eyes ablaze with fervent admiration for Zhang Cheng. At that moment, Li Ming observed the fervor reflected in the eyes of those around her, along with the praises ringing in her ears. Pride swelled within her. She knew Zhang Cheng would rise again. She was certain her steadfast belief was justified. Those who doubted him and mocked him would surely come to regret their scorn. Whispering softly to herself, "New world, new world. Brother Zhang Cheng, I have faith that you will create a new world that resonates throughout Huaxia and beyond." Inside the boardroom, as Zhang Cheng's words settled, silence enveloped the room. An eerie stillness persisted as everyone remained quiet. Was he truly planning to acquire the school? At that moment, the expressions of the shareholders in the conference room shifted continuously. A bid? Shall we make a bid? Shall we sell our shares? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire room became overwhelmingly oppressive. They felt the pressure emanating from Zhang Cheng, which rendered them somewhat breathless. An inexplicable sense of panic began to take root in the hearts of the shareholders present. What should we do now? Should we bid? Or should we refrain from doing so? Time ticked away, each second intensifying their uncertainty. Meanwhile, Principal Zhang's countenance darkened as he observed Zhang Cheng and the impeccably suited individuals behind him, his heart in turmoil, torn between decisions. Should I make a bid, sell to him, or should I hold back? The struggle within Principal Zhang intensified, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In this stifling atmosphere, he felt as though each passing moment stretched into an eternity. A sudden crack echoed as a flame flickered to life, the cigarette slowly igniting. At the sound, everyone in the conference room instinctively turned their gazes towards Zhang Cheng, who sat calmly in his chair, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Zhang Cheng remarked with an air of nonchalance, "Ladies and gentlemen, how are your considerations progressing?" Chapter 10. Will you sell or not? A collective gasp filled the room, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Was he truly serious? Had he grown impatient? Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, the pressure in the room intensified, and the shareholders exchanged silent glances, their expressions betraying their unease. They were not foolish. They understood the adage that the tallest poppy gets cut first. Silence enveloped them. This silence persisted, and in stark contrast, the employees of New World behind Zhang Cheng were electrified with excitement. Su Kaishan trembled, a mix of exhilaration and anxiety coursing through him. The employees understood all too well what Zhang Cheng was about to do. Zhang Cheng smiled, lifted the teacup before him, and casually took a sip of tea, casting a glance at the now composed Principal Jiang. One could not deny that Principal Jiang possessed remarkable composure. After years of navigating the complexities of society, he had settled down after the initial surge of anger. His face bore no traces of fury, only a stoic expression as he delved into deep contemplation. He realized that Principal Jiang was now weighing the pros and cons. Indeed, the principal's mind raced, striving to devise a strategy to counter the situation. What should I do now? Should I compromise? Upon this thought, Principal Jiang furrowed his brow, swiftly dismissing the notion. No, he is just a young whippersnapper. What right does he have to initiate a buyout? As the principal of a prestigious institution, why should I yield to him? Moreover, I still hold 30% of the shares. How could he possibly muster sufficient funds for such a purchase? Honestly, does he not fear that his grandstanding might backfire? Yet, I must concede that Zhang Cheng possesses some ability, as he has instilled a hint of pressure within me. However, it is still not enough. Suddenly, Principal Jiang snapped to attention, striking the table with force, declaring, "You think you can disregard my words? I will not sell. I simply will not. Who do you think you are? Just because you brought a crowd with you, you presume yourself to be significant?" Zhang Cheng rose from his seat, causing Principal Jiang to startle. The principal's gaze shifted to the bodyguards behind Zhang, a deep-seated apprehension reflected in his eyes. What do you intend to do? He stammered. Zhang Cheng smiled faintly and inquired, May I ask, Principal Zhang, what percentage of shares you hold in Filong School? Principal Zhang regarded Zhang Cheng with disdain, responding haughtily, I shall not hesitate to inform you that I possess 30% of the shares in Filong School. In terms of net worth, you are insignificant. When I began my business ventures, you were likely still playing in the dirt. Zhang Cheng nodded, stating, Very well, Principal Zhang, remember the words you utter today. Before long, the shares in your possession will be diluted to 1%, and subsequently, you will find yourself removed from the board of Filong School. As soon as he finished speaking, Principal Zhang turned to the shareholders present, pointing at Zhang Cheng and laughing uproariously. Did you hear that? He says he will expel me from the board soon. Is this supposed to be humorous? The youth of today are indeed audacious beyond measure. In our time, who would dare to be so bold? We approach matters with a grounded, step-by-step mentality. Zhang Cheng, you are still too young to grasp this. As Principal Zhang's words resonated in the conference room, the board members gradually ceased to regard Zhang Cheng with apprehension, erupting into raucous laughter. At that moment, a rotund shareholder with slicked-back hair turned to Zhang Cheng and arrogantly remarked, Do you have any idea of the market value of Filong School? It stands at 40 billion. You, a mere newcomer to society, think you can acquire it just like that? Don't assume that your newly established New World company makes you formidable. The world operates on a scale beyond your imagination. The other shareholders echoed his sentiments, affirming, Indeed, Zhang Cheng, you are overly naive. Do you truly believe Filong School is easy to acquire? Since you've invited us to name a price, how about 45 billion? Ha. Speaking so grandly, do you possess that kind of capital? Exactly. If you can produce that sum, we shall sell. With each shareholder proposing a price that pleased them, it became apparent that they deemed Zhang Cheng incapable of affording such a venture. The laughter from the board members of Filong School was boisterous and unrestrained, while the representatives from New World remained in silence. Among them, only Zhang Cheng sat unmoved, staring blankly at the lighter before him, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding mockery. Yet, he clearly heard one statement. They would sell for 45 billion. How amusing it is that they consider such a price to be low. Zhang Cheng tapped the table with a finger, producing a resonant thud that drew the attention of all present. 45 billion is far too cheap. I will offer 50 billion for complete equity acquisition. The room fell into a stunned silence. Was he out of his mind? 50 billion? Did he think that amount was mere paper? In the midst of the bewilderment, Zhang Cheng rose and approached the shareholder with the slicked-back hair. As their eyes locked, the shareholder felt a jolt of unease and stammered, What do you intend to do? Observing the tension in the shareholder's expression, Zhang Cheng replied calmly, You have one chance. You have 30 seconds to consider. Will you sell your shares? A collective gasp echoed through the room. He was growing impatient. The stout shareholder froze, his heart sinking as he lamented why he had been the first to be confronted. If it had been posed to everyone, he might have felt emboldened to respond defiantly. However, being singled out and attacked directly left him devoid of the courage needed to meet Zhang Cheng's gaze. I. Zhang Cheng interjected. No more idle chatter. Will you sell, or will you not? Outside the boardroom, Lu, a dormitory resident, listened intently to his roommate's discussion, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Stammering, he muttered in disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? Zhang Cheng has risen once again, arriving at the school with a luxurious convoy. In that moment, Xiao Lu cast aside all concerns, dashing out of his dormitory clad only in shorts, hurrying towards the campus. He was quite familiar with Zhang Cheng. They had shared moments together during Zhang Cheng's rise from nothing. However, as Zhang Cheng's Earth group expanded significantly, Xiao Lu gradually distanced himself, feeling that his presence beside Zhang Cheng was a source of embarrassment. Recently, rumors of Zhang Cheng's bankruptcy had circulated fervently throughout the campus and the entire Jiang city, and Xiao Lu had heard whispers about it. He contemplated how he might assist Zhang Cheng, but found himself unable to locate him, leading to a sense of helplessness. Bankruptcy? Luxurious cars? He had vanished amidst the turmoil of financial collapse for so long. Now, upon hearing that Zhang Cheng had reappeared on campus, Xiao Lu was overwhelmed with excitement. He sprinted out of the dormitory, and upon seeing the neatly arranged luxury vehicles in the distance, he was profoundly astonished. Although the conditions of Xiao Lu's family were not lacking, the sheer sight of so many luxury cars left him in awe, mentally calculating that their worth could easily reach several hundred million. Alone, he could not procure such wealth. Perhaps with his family's backing, it might be a different story. As Xiao Lu passed by the Board of Trustees' office, he couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. Just as he intended to step closer to examine the luxury cars more closely, his lifted left foot froze in midair. He overheard a conversation from the boardroom. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Acquisition? 50 billion. Chapter 11. Can he really present 50 billion? 1 second, 2 seconds. Xiao Lu stood frozen in place for a full 3 seconds, allowing his phone to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground with a dull thud. He remained oblivious. Just now? That sound. Xiao Lu found the voice emanating from the boardroom strangely familiar. Yet, at that very moment, his mind short-circuited. After a brief struggle in his brain, he could not recall the name. The person who produced that voice was someone he knew very well, but more sounds reached Xiao Lu's ears. Suddenly, it was as if a dam had burst in his mind, and clarity returned. Gradually, that vague, familiar presence began to materialize in his thoughts. In an instant, Xiao Lu understood everything, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement as he exclaimed, Zhang Cheng. It really is Zhang Cheng. It's him, that man. The man from 3 years ago. He has returned. Upon realizing that the person speaking inside was Zhang Cheng, Xiao Lu could hardly contain his thrill. Yet, upon hearing the words again, he gasped in astonishment. Xiao Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. He said, my goodness, he wants to present 50 billion to acquire the school. What audacity, what resolve. Zhang Cheng, truly formidable. Glancing at his now broken phone on the ground, Xiao Lu felt no remorse. He turned to stride towards the crowd, listening to the murmurs around him. Xiao Lu shook his head and smiled, saying, rumors are ultimately just that, rumors. Just wait, the truth will soon emerge. The wealthy students in the crowd, upon hearing Xiao Lu's words, looked at him with confusion, unable to grasp the situation. Extra. Zhang Cheng intends to acquire Filong School for 50 billion. Shocking the board of directors. A voice rang out from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention as they widened their eyes in search of its source. Distant students gazed blankly, unaware of the unfolding events. However, those closer could clearly discern the earlier shout. What is happening? Zhang Cheng wants to acquire our Filong School? 50 billion. A collective gasp filled the air. No way, this can't be a joke. 50 billion to acquire Filong School? What a massive undertaking. Where is the person who just said that? Come forward, I promise I won't harm you. I knew it. Zhang Cheng was expelled by Principal Jiang. So why is he back at the school? Indeed, he has come with a purpose. This is 50 billion. Did I hear wrong? This is truly 50 billion. Dear classmate, you heard correctly. I was close enough to hear. Zhang Cheng really intends to present 50 billion to acquire the school. Another gasp echoed through the crowd. Students in the distance began to comprehend the exaggerated expressions surrounding them. Realizing the significance of Zhang Cheng's announcement regarding the 50 billion for the school's acquisition. In an instant, a collective buzz filled the minds of the students, as if their thoughts were on the verge of explosion. Such a notion was beyond their wildest imaginings, although they led lives of privilege. The mention of 50 billion stirred a palpable anxiety within them. Perhaps their families could not even muster such an amount in one go. This was not mere paper. It was 50 billion, a staggering concept. The mere thought of it was suffocating. Zhang Cheng had unleashed a shockwave among them that was too formidable to comprehend. As the news spread rapidly, from 1 to 10, and then to hundreds, whispers of Zhang Cheng's intention to acquire Filong School circulated throughout the campus, with the astronomical figure of 50 billion reaching fever pitch. Amidst the astonishment, however, discontent brewed among some students. What a show-off. Does he really think he is wealthy? They scoffed. Zhang Cheng must be joking. Does he truly believe he can buy Filong School, which has stood tall in Jiangxing for so many years? What a farce. They expressed their disbelief, eager to witness the expression on Zhang Cheng's face when reality struck. Look at those luxury cars. They clearly haven't even been registered. They must be rentals. At that moment, those supporting Zhang Cheng began to voice their dissent, confronting the skeptics. Are you out of your mind? Let me see you rent a luxury car worth tens of millions. The retort left the detractors feeling embarrassed and furious. You. Zhang Cheng is nothing but trash. Just wait and see. With that, the student distanced himself from the group, anticipating the unfolding drama. A security guard at the school gate observed the scene and, upon hearing the exchange, muttered in disbelief, can money truly allow one to do as they please? Had Zhang Cheng heard the guard's words, he would undoubtedly respond, indeed, money can grant one the power to do as they wish. In an astonishingly swift manner. The news spread throughout the campus. Lin Fan, lost in thought, gazed down at the crowd from the teaching building, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. After a considerable time, his expression turned grim. Why? What was happening? When Zhang Cheng had not yet appeared, girls had flocked around him, but now, everything had shifted because of Zhang Cheng. Those same girls had never cast a glance in his direction again, regardless of his own merits. He felt overshadowed by Zhang Cheng's presence. What began as jealousy morphed into resentment, a sentiment that Lin Fan could not shake off. He envied Zhang Cheng for his superiority. As time passed, Lin Fan's animosity towards Zhang Cheng intensified. When Zhang Cheng's Earth group collapsed, Lin Fan had thought he would share in the celebratory cheers, basking in the attention of the girls around him. Alas, that dream was shattered. Everything was not as he had envisioned. There was no admiration from his classmates, nor the warm embraces from the girls he had imagined. He remained in obscurity. Regardless of where he was, Lin Fan's ears were filled with whispers about Zhang Cheng. A deep-seated hatred brewed within him. Why was Zhang Cheng superior to him? Previously, when he heard the principal's announcement regarding Zhang Cheng's expulsion, a sense of smugness swelled in his heart. However, that moment of triumph was fleeting. When he beheld the reluctance in the eyes of the students and teachers, his anger surged uncontrollably. At that moment, a glimmer of animosity flashed in Lin Fan's gaze. After taking a deep breath, he gradually composed himself. Before long, the murmurs about Zhang Cheng reached his ears once more. He couldn't help but scoff. Zhang Cheng, you truly dare to speak, offering up 50 billion. I'm curious to see how you will handle this when you emerge. I can unite forces to bring your Earth group to its knees. In this new world, I, Lin Fan, can still carve out my own path. Chapter 12. A mysterious tremor within the campus. The teachers diligently instructing their classes, the students engrossed in their studies. And even the diligent cleaning staff paused their tasks, utterly astonished by the recent revelations. A wave of murmurs cascaded through the grounds, as the crowd buzzed with speculation. The rumors, whether partially true or entirely fabricated, had left an indelible mark on the hearts of all. They awaited with bated breath. Would Zhang Cheng truly produce 50 billion to acquire Feilong School, thus vindicating himself? Would he announce to the world that he, Zhang Cheng, had not succumbed to bankruptcy, but rather had made a triumphant return? Or was it possible that all of this was merely the chatter of outsiders? Was Zhang Cheng truly just a fleeting phenomenon? At that moment, no one held the answers. They were in anticipation, waiting for Zhang Cheng to make his appearance. For then all would be resolved. Unbeknownst to Zhang Cheng, seated at the board meeting, the students' discussion swirled outside. Sell? Or not to sell? As Zhang Cheng's words hung in the air, the stocky man froze, a wave of despair washing over him. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead as he stood motionless, grappling with indecision. To sell would mean a 10% stake yielding 5 billion. To refuse would result in not a single penny in enmity with Zhang Cheng. How could such a choice be so fraught with difficulty? The stocky man racked his brain for a solution. Silence enveloped the hall. A heavy stillness pervaded the atmosphere. Daunted, he dared not speak. Uncertain if he should sell or hold his ground. Though the prospect of that immense sum ignited his greed, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. If Zhang Cheng truly possessed the funds, he would gladly part with his shares. Yet, uncertainty plagued him. He had no inkling if Zhang Cheng could indeed summon such wealth. This uncertainty gnawed at him, for he feared selling to Zhang Cheng only to find himself without payment, thereby incurring the ire of Principal Jiang, the largest shareholder. What future would await him in Jiangqing then? What was he to do? He was at a loss. Sell or not sell? Zhang Cheng glanced at his watch and calmly reiterated, time is of the essence. Will you sell? A sharp intake of breath escaped the stocky man. The calmness in Zhang Cheng's voice sent tremors through him. Why did Zhang Cheng suddenly seem so formidable? He lifted his gaze, meeting Zhang Cheng's dark eyes, and felt a chill of apprehension. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just as Zhang Cheng prepared to rise, the stocky man felt as if a dam had burst within him, unable to contain his anxiety any longer. Zhang Cheng, I'll sell. I'll sell. As these words escaped his lips, gasps resonated throughout the room. The shareholders exchanged incredulous glances, their disbelief palpable. Had he truly acquiesced to Zhang Cheng? 10% of the shares were sold just like that. Everyone couldn't help but steal a glance at Zhang Cheng, their hearts filled with trepidation. Now, it was their turn. Should they sell or hold on? In contrast, after delivering his statement, the portly man felt an immediate reduction in pressure, akin to a deflated balloon, weakly gazing at Zhang Cheng. How could Zhang Cheng be so formidable? It was utterly terrifying. Observing the portly man's demeanor, Zhang Cheng showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated the man's acquiescence. Meanwhile, Su Kaishan, who had been waiting on the sidelines, promptly stepped out from the crowd and retrieved a series of contracts from his briefcase. He approached the portly man with brisk steps, presenting the documents and calmly stating, "Sir, please review the contents of the contract. If there are no issues, kindly sign." The portly man ceased his idle chatter, took the contract, and meticulously examined its details, reading through the terms repeatedly until he found no discrepancies. Subsequently, he produced a black Carnot pen from his pocket, uncapped it, and the pen emitted a soft scratching noise as he signed the contract before handing it back to Su Kaishan. At that moment, the portly man anxiously glanced at Zhang Cheng, acutely aware that he had yet to see a single cent, yet he had signed the document, his heart oscillating with uncertainty. After Su Kaishan quickly reviewed the contract to confirm its validity, he approached Zhang Cheng respectfully, saying, "Mr. Zhang, he now holds 10% of Filong School's shares, amounting to 500 million at the price you previously quoted." Zhang Cheng casually scanned the contract before casting it aside, waving his hand at Su Kaishan and instructing, "Give him 500 million. "Yes, Mr. Zhang." A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. He simply agreed without a hint of negotiation, so nonchalantly, showing no concern whatsoever. With Zhang Cheng's declaration, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, including the portly man, who looked utterly incredulous. Had he not seen the text message on his phone, he would have thought he had misheard. The portly man had even braced himself for a harsh negotiation, yet Zhang Cheng was so generous, without any attempt at bargaining. A mix of astonishment and excitement surged within him. After all, it was 500 million. After expressing his gratitude to Zhang Cheng, the portly man vanished from the conference room, clutching the immense sum. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt as though their emotions were in disarray. This was 500 million. They realized that Zhang Cheng had never been jesting with them. He was unequivocally committed to acquiring the school, without any hesitation. Zhang Cheng's nonchalance, decisiveness, and determination at that moment left the shareholders in silent awe. Principal Zhang stared wide-eyed at the unfolding events, utterly incredulous. How could this be possible? He has truly come up with this sum of money. Zhang Cheng, that fellow, has just gone bankrupt. Where could he have obtained such funds? Principal Zhang exhaled deeply, his mind racing as he contemplated the current predicament. What should he do? If Zhang Cheng continued to acquire shares, what would become of his position as chairman? Such an eventuality must not be allowed to transpire. With this thought, a sense of unease began to envelop Principal Zhang. At that moment, Zhang Cheng, seated comfortably, took out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, while Su Kaishan, sitting nearby, casually retrieved a lighter from his pocket. With a click, a flicker of flame appeared. As smoke billowed from his mouth, Zhang Cheng turned to the other shareholder and stated nonchalantly, "He is sold. And what about you? Like him? You two have 30 seconds to ponder." "I." Zhang Cheng, "You." Zhang Cheng, "I will sell. I am selling now." Chapter 13. You have no right to speak thus dumbfounded. The shareholder listened to Zhang Cheng's words, his mind in a state of bewilderment. He stood frozen, overwhelmed by Zhang Cheng's commanding presence. Resistance was futile. He felt powerless to counter the weight of Zhang Cheng's assertions. Internally, the shareholder wrestled with his thoughts. But after a moment, it seemed he had surrendered to the inevitable. As he gradually lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Cheng's eyes, a deeper shock enveloped him. What kind of gaze was that? Why did a single glance render me unable to look again? Why did this young man before me exert such immense pressure that I felt compelled to submit? In Zhang Cheng's calm and serene eyes, the shareholder found no answers. He struggled to fathom the terrifying strength concealed beneath the seemingly effortless demeanor of this young man. Lost in contemplation, the shareholder finally regained his focus. He accepted the contract handed to him by Su Kaishan, swiftly perusing its contents before signing it with haste, awaiting the outcome. Observing this spectacle, Zhang Cheng remarked nonchalantly, "Prepare 300 million for him." "Yes, Mr. Zhang," came the reply. The shareholders were bewildered. What was happening? They gazed at Zhang Cheng, their minds racing with 1,000 thoughts. They yearned to ask him, "Hey, Zhang Cheng, could you at least show us some respect for our opinions? Is this truly appropriate?" Time passed swiftly. The remaining shareholders, their eyes reddened, watched as one after another, their colleagues hastily exited the conference room with cash in hand. Panic set in. They did not wish to miss this opportunity. This was tangible currency, far more substantial than the nebulous assets they had previously considered. Witnessing the portly shareholder sell his shares and depart joyfully with cash within minutes stirred their desire. Now, as they observed the second shareholder mirroring the first's actions, urgency gripped them. The last bastion of their resistance crumbled, and their gazes toward Zhang Cheng shifted dramatically. They were astounded by his audacity. under the allure of wealth. One must ask how many could remain unaffected. They were not saints. They were merely merchants, driven by their love for money, their sole capital. Zhang Cheng understood this principle. Engaging emotionally with such shrewd businessmen was a futile endeavor. Moreover, to Zhang Cheng, money was merely a numerical figure. Engaging in idle chatter was out of the question. For him, as long as there was wealth, words were superfluous. He sought money, vast sums of it, to forge an empire from sheer force. Meanwhile, Su Kaishan, observing the shareholders' reactions, promptly retrieved contract after contract from his briefcase, placing them on the table without uttering a word. The remaining shareholders gasped in unison, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Should they sell? Selling their shares would yield immediate cash. If they chose not to, they risked ending up with nothing at all. At that moment, Principal Jiang observed the reactions of the surrounding shareholders, and his heart raced uncontrollably as he realized the dire consequences. Zhang Cheng had already acquired 16% of the shares. If these shareholders succumbed to temptation and sold their shares to Zhang Cheng, it would spell disaster. Should Zhang Cheng's New World company obtain these shares, he would merely need to continue investing to dilute the stakes of the other shareholders in Flying Dragon School to a point where they could no longer pose a threat. Once he held 51% of the shares, he would wield absolute control. At that juncture, Principal Zhang's 30% stake would be utterly powerless against Zhang Cheng. Subsequently, Zhang Cheng would expel him from the board of directors. As this realization struck him, Principal Zhang abruptly awakened to the gravity of the situation. Gazing at Zhang Cheng before him, a flicker of trepidation surged within him, and he found himself entertaining thoughts of compromise with Zhang Cheng. He could not fathom why such thoughts had momentarily crossed his mind, yet he knew that he could neither yield nor sell his shares to Zhang Cheng. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he resolved to thwart this impending disaster. With a resounding clap, Principal Zhang slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. His furious gaze directed at Zhang Cheng before turning to the remaining shareholders, exclaiming loudly, "You must not sell." The anger boiling within him had reached a critical threshold, causing his declaration to erupt almost as a roar, veins bulging on his forehead and his body trembling slightly. Sell? Would they really sell? It was inconceivable. Before Zhang Cheng could utter a word, a bald man in the corner let out a derisive laugh, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Zhang Cheng. Oh, Mr. Zhang. Truly impressive. Haha. I possess 8% of the original shares in Flying Dragon School, and I shall sell." Zhang Cheng pointed to the contract on the table and casually instructed, "Prepare 400 million for him." "Yes, Mr. Zhang." A collective gasp resonated among the other shareholders, shattering their composure. With one person leading the charge, chaos ensued. "Mr. Zhang, I too wish to sell. Mr. Zhang, I failed to recognize your greatness. Grant me an opportunity to sell my shares. Mr. Zhang, I sincerely apologize for my previous indecision. I have resolved to sell my 15% stake." Upon Zhang Cheng's nod of approval, these shareholders joyfully settled down to sign the contracts, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their funds. Moments later, Su Kaishan hurriedly approached Zhang Cheng, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhang, in the recent acquisition, New World has spent 35 billion to acquire 70% of the shares in Flying Dragon School." A collective intake of breath echoed through the room. The veteran employees behind Zhang Cheng, along with the newly joined legal team, looked on in astonishment at the magnitude of Zhang Cheng's impact within mere minutes. Upon hearing such news, the seasoned employees of the New World gazed at Zhang Cheng with tears of joy, their admiration for him reaching its zenith. With a leader like Zhang Cheng, they felt a surge of excitement. With a leader like him, they experienced a sense of pride and honor. They believed that under Zhang Cheng's guidance, the New World would transcend the ordinary, illuminating the globe with its boundless brilliance. They envisioned a time when people from every corner of Huaxiao would recognize that the New World would stand apart, shining brightly on the world stage. As everyone eagerly anticipated Zhang Cheng's arrival, he set the contract aside, observing the transformations among his employees, understanding, to some extent, the reasons behind their reactions. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that their astonishment was to be expected. Placing his teacup down, he rose from his chair, wearing a half-smile as he regarded Principal Jiang, whose face was now a deep shade of dismay. Under Zhang Cheng's scrutinizing gaze, Principal Jiang felt a shiver run down his spine. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Zhang Cheng has acquired 70% of the shares, transforming himself into the largest shareholder of Flying School. Could it be that he is still unsatisfied and wishes to purchase my shares as well? Humph, if you want to buy my shares, you must pay a price, he mused. a sneer forming on his face as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, he mocked, you seem eager to acquire my shares? As soon as the words left his lips, the room filled with astonished expressions. The other attendees stifled their laughter at Principal Zhang's audacity. It was hardly surprising. After enduring wave after wave of acquisitions, Principal Zhang's resolve had begun to waver, seemingly forgetting Zhang Cheng's earlier statements. In response to Principal Zhang's words, Zhang Cheng displayed little reaction, merely smiling as he addressed him coolly. No. It appears that Principal Zhang has misunderstood and forgotten what I just said. Allow me to reiterate. I will not be acquiring your shares. Instead, I will be investing an additional 10 billion into Filong School, thereby diluting your shares, ultimately leading to your expulsion from the board. I offered you an opportunity. Your ineptitude is your own doing. With that, Zhang Cheng turned and departed. The conference room was left in a profound silence, with the remaining shareholders rendered speechless, their eyes fixed on the retreating figure. Chapter 14. What happened to Principal Zhang? With a resounding thud, Principal Zhang seemed to lose his balance, crashing heavily into his chair, his gaze vacant as it fixated on the teacup resting on the table. Rendered speechless, Zhang Cheng's words struck him like a colossal hammer, delivering a crushing blow to his heart, leaving him breathless. He had been far too naive, too self-assured. Just moments ago, Principal Zhang remained blissfully unaware, uttering such ludicrous statements. Zhang Cheng now held 70% of the shares in Filong School, making him the largest shareholder. One must ponder, would he truly care about the 30% stake that Zhang held? The answer, undoubtedly, was a resounding no. In the vast conference room, only Principal Zhang remained. It must be acknowledged that Zhang was indeed capable. After the initial shock, he had composed himself. His inner turmoil gradually subsided, his face betraying no emotion. He was deep in contemplation. Principal Zhang understood that he must now contemplate an escape route. The acquisition of Filong School by the New World Company is now a fait accompli. Thus, my removal from the school is a foregone conclusion. However, I have devoted over a decade to this institution. Is it truly so simple for you to oust me from the board? You underestimate me. I still possess 30% of the shares. Even as the major shareholder, as long as I remain compliant, you have no legitimate grounds to expel me from the board. Moreover, you claim you will inject 100 billion into Filong School, diluting my shares to insignificance and subsequently removing me from the board. Yet, you have merely stated your intention to invest. You have not provided a specific timeline. This grants me ample time. As long as you do not pursue that investment, I remain a shareholder on the board. Furthermore, can you truly amass 100 billion, Zhang Cheng? I, for one, remain skeptical. Nevertheless, in the future, you will undoubtedly seek to undermine me, rendering my position on the board untenable. I must act preemptively. In time, that 30% stake will inevitably be devoured by that devil, Zhang Cheng. I must secure as much wealth for myself as possible. After all these years as principal of Filong School, I have allies in the finance office, classrooms, diplomatic department, and publicity department. While the school may be beyond saving, I must ensure my financial security. Even if I am ultimately expelled, I will ensure that Zhang Cheng feels the sting of my departure. After much contemplation, Principal Zhang realized that he not only sought revenge, but also substantial gains. During his reflections, he considered the gas group, but quickly dismissed the notion, recognizing that he had only a few casual interactions with them. It was unlikely they would lend him several billion. Thus, he refrained from making a fool of himself. Principal Zhang devised a plan. He would feign submission before Zhang Cheng, selling off his shares to ensure that Zhang bore him no ill will. Meanwhile, he would discreetly reach out to his contacts, gradually dismantling the leadership of Filong School from within. Utilizing the resources at his disposal and leveraging the relationships he has painstakingly cultivated over the years, he is embarking on an ambitious endeavor to establish a prestigious academy. The esteemed educators and highly compensated professors will undoubtedly follow in his wake. Within a month, I will render this institution devoid of any faculty members. The affluent families of the students, upon realizing that their exorbitant tuition fees are not met with any instruction, will likely seek recourse from the administration. Faced with such a multitude of grievances, Zhang Cheng will surely experience considerable distress. The sale is imperative. This must be executed swiftly, ensuring Zhang Cheng perceives my earnest intent to divest. Only then will he harbor no reservations. After scoring his plan a perfect mark in his mind, Principal Zhang composed himself and promptly dashed towards the exit of the conference room. In a state of urgency, he called out, Zhang Cheng, wait. I am selling. At that moment, the students in the crowd were fervently discussing Zhang Cheng's affairs, their chatter reaching a crescendo. Suddenly, the sound of synchronized and resounding footsteps captured everyone's attention. With a creak, the conference room door swung open, and a dozen men, donning sunglasses, emerged in an orderly fashion. Flanking the entrance, each bore a stern expression, hands clasped before their waists, gazing straight ahead. At that instant, a young man gracefully exited the conference room. Zhang Zong. The men stationed at the sides suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle, simultaneously exclaiming in unison. Clad in a sleek gray suit, with impeccably styled hair and a commanding posture, he stood confidently at the office door, smiling at the gathered crowd. Following him were several men and women in professional attire, undoubtedly aligned behind the young man. Their gazes unwavering. Witnessing this spectacle, the entire campus could no longer maintain their composure. If you say so, I still can't believe it. It really is Zhang Cheng. Truly the former champion. He has returned. I heard Zhang Cheng came to the school to acquire it. I wonder if he was successful. A student nearby chimed in. I also heard he spent 50 billion on the acquisition. Wow, Zhang Cheng is incredible. Some students, previously ambivalent about the matter, were struck with astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Look at the smile on Zhang Cheng's face. It seems so familiar. It appears Zhang Cheng has indeed acquired our school. What do you all think? I think so too. This is hilarious. Have you considered his age? Even if he started earning money in the womb, he could never amass 50 billion. It's simply a daydream. Of him acquire a school? This is the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard. Laughter rippled through the crowd as companions echoed the sentiment. Hearing the discontent from the throng, others began to retort. Puffed, you short-sighted individuals. What right do you have to judge Zhang Cheng for anything he chooses to do? Indeed. Suddenly, amidst the thrumming crowd, an unknown voice cried out, swiftly followed by a resounding wave of reactions from the students that echoed throughout the campus. Zhang Cheng, having just emerged from the conference room, was taken aback by the fervent atmosphere that enveloped the gathering. A subtle smile graced his lips as his gaze fell upon Li Ming, who stood in the distance, anxiously awaiting. As Zhang Cheng's words reached her ears in a continuous stream, Li Ming blinked her large, expressive eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Observing Zhang Cheng's confident visage, she realized that no challenge seemed insurmountable for him. Deep down, she was assured that her choice had been unequivocally right. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in her ears, causing her delicate brows to furrow. Upon witnessing Principal Jiang emerge from the conference room in a state of alarm, she understood that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Casting a worried glance at Zhang Cheng, she was met with his reassuring gaze, prompting her to remain silent, standing resolutely as she observed Principal Jiang, a flicker of anger crossing her eyes. The students in the crowd were left bewildered by Principal Jiang's unexpected appearance. As they caught sight of his panicked expression, a hush fell over them. What could possibly be troubling Principal Jiang? Chapter 15. Can wealth truly grant one absolute freedom? As Principal Jiang made his entrance, the previously fervent atmosphere on campus gradually subsided into a hushed silence. Observing the mix of panic and anger etched across Principal Jiang's face, the crowd instinctively silenced their chatter. A vague understanding began to dawn upon them. Could it be true, as the rumors suggested? Zhang Cheng had indeed acquired the school. Anything seemed possible. Just look at Principal Jiang's demeanor. He must have experienced some profound shock. Unbelievable. It has only been a short while since we last saw him, and Zhang Cheng has risen to such heights. I wager it won't be long before he once again makes a name for himself in Jiangqing. How utterly astonishing. Just 3 years ago, Zhang Cheng emerged in Jiangqing, and now, mere months later, his name will echo once more. Sigh, why is it that despite being human, the chasm between Zhang Cheng and me is so vast? Come on, are you serious? You think you can compare yourself to Zhang Cheng? Exactly, buddy. Dreams are one thing, but daydreaming is quite another. Hey, don't discourage him. Dreams are important to have. But honestly, comparing yourself to Zhang Cheng? That is a lost cause. Laughter erupted among the group, yet their eyes remained fixated on Principal Jiang, filled with deep curiosity. His actions were indeed intriguing. Principal Jiang appeared somewhat flustered as he hurriedly exited the conference room. The moment he spotted Zhang Cheng still present, a glimmer of joy flickered in his gaze. With quick strides, he approached Zhang Cheng, halting before him. Huff! Principal Jiang, disregarding his image before the students, placed his hands on his hips and bent slightly, taking deep breaths as if finding some relief. Raising his head, he looked at Zhang Cheng with hopeful eyes. as if the words he was about to utter were exceptionally difficult to articulate, his face reddening with embarrassment. However, considering the consequences, he thought, with sufficient wealth, he could stage a comeback. With great effort, Principal Zhang managed to force a smile, gazing at Zhang Cheng as he spoke each word with deliberate care. Zhang Cheng, I have decided to sell you 30% of my shares. A collective gasp resonated throughout the assembly. The room erupted in astonishment. What? Did I hear that correctly? Principal Zhang was actually telling Zhang Cheng that he intended to sell him 30% of his shares? This news was shockingly explosive. Principal Zhang's proclamation acted like a catalyst, igniting a wave of excitement throughout the campus and affirming the earlier rumors. Zhang Cheng had indeed acquired the school. How remarkable was Zhang Cheng? He had compelled Principal Zhang to begin selling shares. Truly, he was a billionaire. How could I not possess such wealth? Just how much money does Zhang Cheng have? 100,000 questions arise regarding his wealth. Zhang Cheng is truly formidable. Principal Zhang is being compelled to sell his shares? Numerous students regarded Principal Zhang with expressions of bewilderment. Then, let us observe Zhang Cheng. They too are curious about his reaction upon hearing Principal Zhang's words. What will he do? Zhang Cheng does not wish to linger on this matter. He is resolute that no one can alter his decision. With little expression on his face, he calmly addressed Principal Zhang. Opportunities are fleeting, and regrettably, you have already missed yours. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Silence enveloped the area. A stillness akin to death. The students in the throng widened their eyes, scarcely able to grasp what they had just heard. What? What did he say? Zhang Cheng actually rejected Principal Zhang. Did I truly hear that correctly? Principal Zhang has been turned down by Zhang Cheng? This is perhaps the most terrifying revelation I have ever encountered. What on earth is happening? Wasn't Zhang Cheng supposed to acquire Filong School? Why then did he refuse Principal Zhang? This is utterly perplexing. As the murmurs of astonishment surged through the campus, all eyes turned to Principal Zhang. Although he understood the outcome, Zhang Cheng's declaration still sent tremors through him. With a pale visage, he gazed at Zhang Cheng and implored earnestly, Zhang Cheng, I beseech you. Please purchase my shares. Considering my previous position as the principal of Filong School, I can offer you a favorable price. In that moment, regret flooded Principal Zhang's heart, and his tone grew increasingly urgent. The students erupted in astonishment once more, exchanging incredulous glances. Had I misheard? Zhang Cheng refuses to buy, and Principal Zhang is pleading for mercy? Who is Zhang Cheng, that he dismisses the shares offered by Principal Zhang? Is it possible that he belongs to a wealthy family? Perhaps Zhang Cheng is even more formidable. Alas, Principal Zhang deserves this fate. After all, Zhang Cheng has built the school's reputation over the years. It is merely a transient bankruptcy for him, yet he sought to expel Zhang Cheng. Truly, he has brought this upon himself. I have heard that Principal Zhang has connections with the gas group. Will they retaliate against Zhang Cheng for this affront? TCH, why worry so much? If the sky were to fall, there are still those tall enough to hold it up. Principal Zhang, too, feels disheartened. He wishes to divest himself of his shares. Yet Zhang Cheng does not even acknowledge his presence. He is on the verge of tears, utterly helpless. As Zhang Cheng turns to leave, Principal Zhang's mind races, considering his next move. Suddenly, he notices Li Ming standing before Zhang Cheng, and a glimmer of hope ignites within him. Principal Zhang seems to grasp at a lifeline, casting a desperate glance at Li Ming, forcing a smile upon his weary face. Li Ming, please persuade Zhang Cheng to buy my shares. I can offer a reduced price. At this moment, Principal Zhang resembles a wretched stray dog, devoid of the dignity he once commanded as the head of the school. As Li Ming beheld Principal Zhang's countenance, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, and she coldly scoffed inwardly. Old fool, retribution has come upon you. Assisting you? That is utterly inconceivable. For Li Ming understood the essence of the man before her, brother Zhang Cheng. Whatever decisions Zhang Cheng made, none could alter them. In other words, she could make any sacrifices for him, yet she did not wish for Zhang Cheng to change even the slightest degree because of her. Furthermore, after Zhang Cheng's bankruptcy, Li Ming had witnessed Principal Zhang's actions. How could she possibly advocate for him to persuade Zhang Cheng? Thus, upon hearing Principal Zhang's words, Li Ming promptly chose to disregard them and turned to follow Zhang Cheng as he departed. This scene, Zhang Cheng paid her no heed, and Li Ming opted to ignore him. Principal Zhang's heart bled, filled with an overwhelming rage. Why has this come to pass? I am the principal. By what right do you refuse to purchase my shares? Principal Zhang's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging upon his forehead, glaring at the departing Zhang Cheng. He gritted his teeth and spat. Zhang Cheng, what makes you so exceptional? Do you think your wealth grants you the license to do as you please? You are merely deluding yourself. Zhang Cheng slowly turned, a faint smile gracing his lips, and calmly replied to Principal Jiang. I'm afraid that wealth indeed allows one to do as one desires. Chapter 16. New World University. As Zhang Cheng's words fell, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Wealth truly grants one the freedom to act as one wishes. This statement reverberated in everyone's minds, lingering persistently. President Jiang stood in a daze, momentarily frozen in place. The clarity of Zhang Cheng's declaration completely shattered his preconceived notions about the value of money. What does it mean to have the power to do as one pleases? How much could Zhang Cheng possibly possess to command such freedom? President Jiang yearned to inquire, Zhang Cheng, just how much wealth do you possess? Yet, at that moment, he found himself utterly speechless. At the very least, Zhang Cheng's audacious display of 50 billion was far beyond what President Jiang could muster. A distant look clouded President Jiang's eyes as he watched Zhang Cheng depart, flanked by a throng of impeccably dressed individuals. He remained rooted to the spot, uncertain of which direction to take. The students present were equally stunned, the phrase wealth truly grants one the freedom to act as one wishes echoing incessantly in their ears. For Zhang Cheng, money was merely a numerical figure. To this day, over 900 billion lay quietly nestled in his bank account. He felt no obligation to explain himself, for they lacked the right to know. In the face of any challenge, money could act as a formidable barrier. Once again, Zhang Cheng redefined their understanding of wealth. Each individual gazed at him in a state of awe. Wherever he ventured, a path instinctively cleared before him, as if an invisible pressure emanated from his being. Those around him felt an unexplainable trepidation at merely meeting his gaze. In his presence, they dared not utter a word, yet their admiration, fervor, and respect for him remained undiminished. With a resonant hum, a convoy of over 20 vehicles, led by Zhang Cheng's luxurious car, surged onto the main thoroughfare. A procession of opulent automobiles followed suit, gracefully merging into the flowing line. The convoy resembled a serpentine black dragon, winding its way through the streets with grandiosity. Passers-by, upon witnessing this spectacle, paused in their tracks, dropping their belongings and gazing in astonishment at the parade of luxury vehicles, muttering to themselves, which prominent figure has graced Jiangxing with their presence? The rumble of engines gradually faded into the distance. Meanwhile, within the campus, President Jiang was inundated with a continuous stream of discussions. His heart ached, yet he felt utterly powerless. Memories of the day's events replayed in his mind. After so many years, it was the first time he had suffered such humiliation in front of his students, all because of Zhang Cheng. Despite his desperate pleas, Zhang Cheng had turned a blind eye, showing him no semblance of respect. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, President Jiang's expression grew increasingly lost, consumed by a fury that clouded all rationality. What did it matter if he held such significant shares? Currently, I remain the principal of Filong School and, apart from you, the largest shareholder. If you truly wish to oust me, you ought to consider carefully, in the realm of school management throughout Jiangxing, who could possibly surpass my capabilities. You claim you will invest 100 billion in the school and dilute my shares, but your words are mere bluster, intended to intimidate. Do you think I can be so easily frightened? I am eager to witness how you, Zhang Cheng, intend to expel me from Filong School. Do not let me catch you in a misstep, for I still possess the means to unite with the gas group and thwart you once more. Principal Zhang's discomfort grew to such an extent that he was oblivious to the transformation of his countenance, twisted in anger. Upon raising his head, he noticed the peculiar gazes of the students around him, and he, not being foolish, quickly grasped the reason behind their expressions. Desiring to leave that place without delay, he muttered a few curses under his breath, flicked his sleeves, and departed in indignation. Observing Principal Zhang's furious demeanor, the students exchanged glances, whispering and discussing the recent events. At that moment, among the crowd, Xiao Lu watched as the convoy gradually vanished from view, slowly regaining his senses from his stupor. He exclaimed, "Wow, Zhang Cheng's assertion that wealth allows one to act with impunity is truly classic. I always thought my family's financial standing in Jiangxing was commendable. But seeing Zhang Cheng's grand gestures, I realized that money can indeed be wielded in such ways. I have decided that upon graduation, I must seek employment in Zhang Cheng's new world. Working under a boss like him will undoubtedly be immensely beneficial." Another student gazed longingly in the direction the vehicles had disappeared, murmuring, "In comparison to Zhang Cheng, I feel utterly impoverished." Did you all notice how Principal Zhang's face turned as dark as Bao Zhang's after being rejected? Zhang Cheng's display was simply exhilarating. Rumor has it that Zhang Cheng intends to invest 100 billion in the school. Upon hearing this, the crowd momentarily fell silent, their minds filled with questions. He plans to invest 100 billion? One day, Xiao Wang hummed a cheerful tune, reflecting on his recent promotion to area manager at the company. Surrounded by colleagues who showered him with compliments and envious glances, which brought him great joy. As usual, he walked home along his customary route. But when passing by Phylon University, his steps involuntarily halted. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he muttered, "Did I take a wrong turn? Or are my eyes deceiving me?" Thinking he was mistaken, Xiao Wang rubbed his eyes, and when he looked back at Phylon University, he was taken aback. New World University? "What is this?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "What on earth is this new world? Why do I see it everywhere?" Xiao Wang felt bewildered, recalling that just moments ago, while passing Jiangpin Building, the once prominent structure had vanished, replaced by New World Building. His gaze was filled with bewilderment. As he traversed the familiar path home, passing by Phylon University, he found himself in a state of bewilderment, his eyes wide with astonishment, utterly at a loss. What was happening? He had walked this way daily, and yet, the site of Phylon University had vanished, replaced today by the bold letters proclaiming New World. What on earth was going on? Where had this new world emerged from? A multitude of questions flooded his mind. At that moment, Xiao Wang noticed a crowd gathering in front of the university gate, and he felt an irresistible pull towards them. Suppressing his curiosity, he jogged over and observed the lively chatter among the onlookers. Regaining his composure, he reached into his pocket, retrieved a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes, and distributed one to each person. Pointing at the sign of New World University, he inquired, "Gentlemen, what is the occasion today? I distinctly remember this place as Phylong School." The crowd, unfazed by the cigarettes offered, accepted them with cheerful smiles. Upon hearing Xiao Wang's question, they erupted into laughter. A middle-aged man with a beard lit his cigarette, glanced at Xiao Wang, and began to explain, "Young man, do you know about Zhang Cheng, the richest man in Jiangcheng?" At the mention of Zhang Cheng, Xiao Wang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he interjected eagerly, "Brother, I too hail from Jiangcheng. How could I not know him? Zhang Cheng is a source of pride for our city. At just 18, he built a formidable enterprise, one of the leading corporations in Huaxia. He is my idol. However," he sighed, a hint of sorrow shadowing his gaze, "I heard he has gone bankrupt. It seems he has offended some influential figures, and they have relentlessly suppressed him, leading to his eventual bankruptcy. Alas, even the heavens seem envious of Zhang Cheng." Upon hearing Xiao Wang's remarks, the crowd exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Young man, who says Zhang Cheng is bankrupt? This school now belongs to him. How could he possibly be in ruin?" Xiao Wang, initially disheartened, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed tremulously at the sign before him, stuttering, You mean? This New World University is Zhang Cheng's?" At that moment, the bearded man and his companions looked at Xiao Wang with a mixture of surprise and amusement. "You didn't know? Just moments ago, Zhang Cheng acquired Phylong University." Xiao Wang's breath quickened, urgency lacing his voice as he implored, "Quickly, please tell me more, the more detailed, the better." It seemed that Zhang Cheng's influence in Jiangcheng made the crowd eager to share the details of the day's events. They animatedly recounted how Zhang Cheng had ultimately acquired the school for 50 billion. Goodness! Xiao Wang gasped in astonishment. 50 billion? What a staggering sum. After the bearded man finished speaking, Xiao Wang fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, the figure of Zhang Cheng emerged in his mind, accompanied by the echo of Zhang Cheng's words. On the day Zhang Cheng ascended to become the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, the local television station had the privilege of hosting such a prominent guest for an interview. During the program, Zhang Cheng remarked, "It is not terrifying to stumble in life. What is truly frightening is the lack of resolve to rise again." How profoundly this reflects Zhang Cheng's own journey. The world claimed he had gone bankrupt. Indeed, at that moment, he faced ruin. Yet, he rose once more, experiencing an unprecedented resurgence. The man from Jiangcheng has returned. Chapter 17. Miss Liu, are you still listening? After a brief moment, Xiao Wang slowly regained his composure, lifting his gaze to the resplendent sign above, his eyes filled with astonishment as he murmured, "The Jiangpan Building has been renamed the New World Building. That must belong to Zhang Cheng." Although Xiao Wang's voice was barely audible, the bearded man and his companions, who were engaged in light-hearted banter nearby, clearly heard him. Suddenly, the bearded man's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, What did you say? The Jiangpan building has been renamed? It's now the New World building? The bearded man's companions exchanged glances and quickly urged, "Let's go take a look. Slow down. Wait for me." A few minutes later, the bearded group, out of breath, stood with their hands on their hips, gazing at the towering edifice before them, their eyes wide with disbelief. As their gaze ascended to the top of the building, they collectively inhaled sharply. They beheld the 5 prominent characters, New World building. Staring at this spectacle, they fell into a profound silence. It was only natural that Zhang Cheng had acquired the school. Just as 3 years prior, Zhang Cheng had risen from nothing to establish a well-known conglomerate, only to face capital suppression and ultimately declare bankruptcy. When everyone expected him to languish in despair, Zhang Cheng once again slapped all doubters in the face, needing little explanation as he demonstrated the truth through his actions. Today, the city of Jiangcheng was destined for madness, as Zhang Cheng would unequivocally prove that he remained unchanged. 3 years ago, he had single-handedly elevated the Earth Group to prominence across all of Huaxia. Now, his New World company could still achieve the same. For Zhang Cheng, a single individual was worth an army. He could trample all opposition alone. This day was destined to mark Zhang Cheng's resurgence. In the office of the chairman of the Rongqing Mall developer, the door creaked open. A woman clad in a sleek black professional outfit emerged, her figure exquisitely accentuated by the tailored attire. Her cold, aloof eyes seemed unfocused, yet held a deep, tranquil darkness. Her lustrous black hair cascaded around her ears, and her earrings emitted a haunting blue glow. She was breathtakingly beautiful, embodying the essence of a queen. There were no apparent flaws in her appearance, yet she exuded an air of imperfection that paradoxically rendered her flawless. This was not merely a reference to her tall, elegant physique, seemingly sculpted from crystal-clear marble, but also to her innate noble demeanor that captivated all who beheld her. Lu Shu set down her glass of red wine and surveyed the cluttered office before her, suddenly conjuring the image of a youth in her mind, his expression imbued with melancholy. She couldn't help but mutter, "What a scoundrel! It's been so long and he hasn't come to find me." As further thoughts crossed her mind, a rosy blush spread across Lu Shu's cheeks. In that fleeting moment, Lu Shu appeared to become even more enchanting, exuding a myriad of charms. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, caressing Lu Shu's delicate face, gradually bringing her back to reality. Gazing at the mountain of packaging bags before her, she couldn't help but rub her forehead in contemplation. As she turned to grasp her phone resting nearby, her hand hesitated slightly, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she stared blankly out the window. What is happening? Is this a new world? How has the Jiangpan building suddenly transformed into this new realm? A new world. Is this a manifestation of formidable external capital? Lu Shu murmured, lost in thought. After a moment of silence, she suddenly lifted her head. It's him. They had all said he was bankrupt, yet this afternoon, he purchased luxury goods worth tens of millions in this mall. Earth, a new world? As this thought struck her, Lu Shu's pupils constricted, as if she had stumbled upon something significant. She was an exceptionally astute woman, endowed with remarkable capabilities. Otherwise, she would not have been able to carve out her current business empire in the vast Jiang city. Realizing the implications, Lu Shu concluded that Zhang Cheng likely had not gone bankrupt. Yet, uncertainty lingered in her mind. A moment later, Lu Shu picked up her phone and swiftly dialed the number of an old acquaintance from her contacts list. Meanwhile, at the Jiang City Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Director Zhao Qiushui's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, his eyebrows raised slightly, and he quickly composed himself. "Miss Lu, hello." "Hello, Director Zhao." At that moment, Zhao Qiushui dared not relax, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Why would this prominent figure be calling him? As a member of Jiang City's leadership, he had an inkling of Lu Shu's background, and the thought of the power she wielded sent a shiver of caution through him, wary of the slightest offense. Upon hearing Lu Shu's calm voice on the other end, she inquired lightly, "Director Zhao, what is this new world all about?" Sensing a hint of tension in Zhao's tone, Lu Shu smiled faintly and voiced her questions directly. Zhao Qiushui, upon hearing her voice, felt a weight lift from his chest. Especially when he heard her mention the new world, excitement surged within him, causing his voice to tremble slightly as he replied, "I fear Miss Lu, you may not yet be aware, it is Zhang Cheng, Zhang Cheng." Lu Shu could perceive Zhao's reaction as he spoke, her beautiful eyes quivering slightly. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's name, she stood up uncontrollably. The new world is indeed Zhang Cheng's? Her gaze flickered with intensity. The man in her heart, the foremost powerhouse of Jiang City, has he truly risen once more? Do you know? The Zhangpin building has been acquired by Zhang Cheng, and he has established the New World Company with a registered capital of 100 billion, and now, the Filong School has also been purchased by him. Zhang Cheng is truly remarkable. He stands as the spiritual leader of our private entrepreneurs in Jiangxing. He has risen once again, and he embodies the pride of our city. A gasp escaped Lu Shu's lips, her heart stirring with a ripple of emotion. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. In this moment, Lu Shu stood frozen, clutching her phone, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Qiushui's voice resonating from the other end. Had the Zhangpan building truly been purchased? An astounding registered capital of 10 billion? He had even acquired the school? Zhang Cheng is now so affluent. Wasn't he supposed to be bankrupt? How could he possibly muster 10 billion? It's utterly preposterous, terrifying even. Hearing Zhao Qiushui's excited tone emanating from the phone, she felt a certainty wash over her. All of this was indeed true. The 10 billion was genuine. After all, establishing a company requires verification, and as the head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, he would not dare to fabricate or distort the truth. Zhang Cheng, the man who occupied her thoughts, had truly returned. He is so formidable now. She seemed to forget how to speak. A few minutes later, Miss Lu, are you still there? Zhao's voice broke through Lu Shu's reverie, and she slowly regained her composure. Director Zhao, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Let us leave it at this for now, she replied, not waiting for a response before disconnecting the call. Reflecting on the events of the day, a smile graced Lu Shu's face, hinting at a deeper intrigue. That man has returned. Soon after, she picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Cheng. You rascal, come and collect your things. Chapter 18. Financial abundance. After Zhang Cheng acquired the Riverside building, he promptly renamed it the New World Building, which now housed the newly established New World Group. Gradually, the flow of people within the New World Building began to increase. In the expansive conference room on the top floor, a multitude of individuals filled the seats, each adorned with the uniform emblem of New World on their attire. A change swiftly orchestrated by Su Kaishan following Zhang Cheng's directive. In the chairman's office, Zhang Cheng gazed contemplatively at the proposal in his hands. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Come in, he replied, snapping back to attention. Upon receiving the signal, Su Kaishan opened the door and respectfully approached Zhang Cheng, stating, President Zhang, as per your instructions, I have gathered all the veteran employees who wish to follow you. They are awaiting you in the conference room. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng cast an appreciative glance at Su Kaishan and nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Su Kaishan trailed behind Zhang Cheng as they made their way to the conference room. Within the New World Group's assembly hall, the atmosphere was charged with exhilaration. What a relief! Ma Hongbing reflected on the day's events, his admiration for Zhang Cheng reaching new heights. As a longtime employee of Earth Group, Ma Hongbing felt an immense pride. The former Earth Group had thrived, and the current New World evoked a sense of nostalgia, remaining remarkably unchanged. Old Ma, look at you, so self-satisfied. Our Zhang Cheng is truly remarkable. I've been holding back my excitement during this period. The longtime employees, familiar with one another, began to jest amongst themselves. What do you think President Zhang will discuss with us? At this, the group exchanged knowing glances. Why bother worrying? Following President Zhang is always the right choice. Exactly. President Zhang treats us so well. As long as he doesn't mind me, I would gladly work for him a lifetime. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Each individual was acutely aware of Zhang Cheng's regard for them. After the bankruptcy of Earth Group, they had collectively attempted to raise funds to assist in overcoming the crisis. But Zhang Cheng had declined their offers one by one. Yet, amidst the joy, they awaited the content of Zhang Cheng's forthcoming address with eager anticipation. Many knew he had recently acquired a school, and now, the Riverside building also belonged to him. At that moment, a series of crisp footsteps echoed outside the conference room. The attendees sensed Zhang Cheng's imminent arrival and fell silent, their gazes converging at the entrance. With a soft creak, Su Kaishan opened the door and bowed, saying, President Zhang, please. As soon as the words left his lips, everyone in the hall rose to greet him. When Zhang Cheng finally appeared in their sight, each person's expression transformed into one of fervent enthusiasm. President Zhang, President Zhang, President Zhang. The hall erupted with excitement, the faces of all employees illuminated with fervor. What does Zhang Cheng represent for them? He is the cornerstone of their unity, their pillar of spirit. Sensing the emotions of the employees in the conference room, Su Kaishan, who stood nearby, contemplated interjecting, but upon Zhang Cheng's subtle shake of the head, he refrained and allowed Zhang Cheng to exchange pleasantries with the group. After a brief moment, The atmosphere gradually quieted, and all eyes turned towards Zhang Cheng, eagerly awaiting his words. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Zhang Cheng smiled gently at everyone present and raised a single finger. Now, I have a few matters to discuss. With this declaration, silence enveloped the hall. First, Zhang Cheng, extend a warm welcome to everyone returning home. He paused momentarily before continuing. To all present, I thank you for your unwavering trust in me. After the collapse of Earth, you did not abandon the Earth Group. Rather, you steadfastly remained, treating it as your own home. I am truly fortunate to have such dedicated employees. Once again, I welcome you all back home. During the crisis faced by the Earth Group, these employees not only stayed but also sought ways to weather the storm alongside it. Although the Earth Group ultimately fell, their loyalty remained steadfast. At this juncture, Zhang Cheng felt a deep emotional resonance within him. Zhang, this is what we ought to do. Exactly, Zhang. As Zhang Cheng's words lingered in the air, memories of those challenging days flooded back to everyone, with some female employees moved to tears. Second, the place you currently occupy is your new company, New World Group, with a registered capital of 100 billion. What? A registered capital of 100 billion? In an instant, the vast conference room was filled with hurried breaths. 100 billion. Our New World company has a registered capital of 100 billion. Did I hear that correctly? 100 billion. The astonishment in the hearts of everyone in the hall was palpable as they gazed at Zhang Cheng, their eyes wide with disbelief. Next, I announced the final matter. As Zhang Cheng's voice resonated, the hall fell silent once more. The magnitude of the second announcement left everyone anticipating the final revelation. Zhang Cheng looked at the crowd and raised 3 fingers, speaking with calm assurance. Third, just now, I acquired Phylong University for 35 billion, securing 70% of its shares for New World. A collective gasp filled the room as the employees were momentarily stunned. The atmosphere in the conference room erupted with excitement. 35 billion, 70% of the shares. Our New World. Zhang. At that moment, Zhang Cheng added, moreover, I have decided to invest the initial sum of 100 billion into the university. Zhang Cheng had already formulated his plans upon acquiring the school. He aspired to create an unparalleled university in the world, known as New World University. A collective gasp filled the air. He had just expended 35 billion, and now he contemplated an additional investment of 100 billion? For a mere educational institution, was it truly necessary for Zhang Cheng to allocate such a substantial sum? Curious glances exchanged among the crowd reflected their profound intrigue. What could Chairman Zhang possibly intend with 100 billion investment in the school? At that moment, even Su Kaishan, standing nearby, trembled upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chairman, what do you aim to achieve with 100 billion investment in the school? He murmured softly. At this juncture, Ma Hongbing, observing Zhang Cheng, voiced the collective uncertainty that loomed in everyone's mind. Chairman, what precisely will this 100 billion be used for in the school? Zhang Cheng smiled faintly. Investment? This 100 billion will primarily serve to encircle the land surrounding the school. A collective intake of breath resonated through the crowd. What was happening? This was not an investment, merely a means to acquire land? Everyone appeared somewhat bewildered. Chairman, does this mean you are dedicating 100 billion solely to encircle the school's vicinity? Employees exchanged furtive glances at Zhang Cheng, silently astonished. What on earth is Chairman Zhang up to? Observing their reactions, Zhang Cheng spoke with conviction. I intend for all students within the university to engage in practical applications. I shall designate a mountain for the agricultural students, transforming it into a vast experimental field. For the architecture students, a county will be allocated, serving as their laboratory. I will create a second Hungdian film city for the directing students, allowing them to produce films. I will. As his words resonated, everyone stood in stunned silence. What Zhang Cheng proposed utterly dismantled their preconceived notions. Could this even be feasible? Even if it were, would it not be a monumental waste of resources? Chairman, this. How much would this cost? Su Kaishan, the first to recover, expressed his concerns with a tinge of fear. Do not fret. Pursue your endeavors with confidence. I, Zhang Cheng, am not lacking in funds. Of course, it was evident that Zhang Cheng possessed abundant resources. A casual allocation from his mother would likely amount to a figure that would incite envy and admiration from all. Chapter 19. A disheartening moment after arranging matters for Su Kaishan and Ma Hongbing in the conference room, Zhang Cheng departed from the New World Group. There was no doubt regarding Su Kaishan's capabilities. Zhang Cheng felt quite at ease in his role. As Li Ming followed Zhang Cheng out of the New World building, he contemplated taking her for a meal, followed by a leisurely exploration of Zhang Cheng. Having been busy for so long, it was high time Zhang Cheng rewarded himself with a respite. Accompanying a charming lady on an outing seemed like a delightful idea. However, just then, Zhang Cheng's phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he forced a smile at Li Ming before answering the call. The moment the line connected, a melancholic voice drifted through the receiver, seemingly reproachful, yet laced with affection. It suddenly dawned on Zhang Cheng, prompted by the voice, that he had left a considerable number of items at Rongqing Mall. He stroked his chin and ultimately resolved to retrieve the belongings, responding on the phone, "All right, I'll head over now." After hanging up, Zhang Cheng turned to Li Ming, only to realize he had hastily agreed to the call. Here stood a beautiful woman, and yet he found himself unsatisfied. How greedy of him, he chided himself inwardly. "What's wrong? Do you have something to attend to?" Li Ming inquired, her tone tinged with jealousy. Feeling a bit awkward, Zhang Cheng scratched his head and replied, "Just a small matter. I need to step out for a bit." Upon finishing, he noticed Li Ming gazing at him with an expression of discontent. Feeling a touch flustered, he engaged in light conversation with her before starting the car and heading towards Rongqing Mall. As Zhang Cheng's vehicle gradually disappeared from view, Li Ming stood momentarily dazed, murmuring to herself, with how exceptional Zhang Cheng is, he must have many admirers. In the office of the chairman of the Rongqing Mall developers, Lu Shu cradled her chin in her hands, astonished by Zhang Cheng's words. He truly succeeded. He intends to invest such a substantial sum to establish an unprecedented school. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly with her soft exhalation, her gaze deeply captivated by Zhang Cheng. After a brief pause, Lu Shu parted her lips, addressing him. "Care for a glass of red wine? Why would we drink red wine at such a time?" Zhang Cheng was still processing her suggestion when he noticed Lu Shu had already risen, her eyes scanning the wine cabinet. Observing this, Zhang Cheng's expression turned peculiar. Initially seated at her desk, he had not closely observed Lu Shu. However, as she approached the wine cabinet, her figure became evident before him. She wore a black and white sheer top, and with her movements, Zhang Cheng caught a fleeting glimpse of allure. Her lower half was clad in form-fitting light blue jeans, accentuating her long, slender legs like a picturesque landscape. In that moment, Zhang Cheng found himself momentarily entranced, his mind racing with endless fantasies. As he ineffectively swallowed the lump in his throat, Lu Shu seemed to sense an unusual atmosphere in the room. Turning her head, she discovered Zhang Cheng gazing at her. Lost in thought, upon a closer inspection, Lu Shu's curiosity was piqued. His gaze? Lowering her head, she immediately understood he was looking at her. At this realization, Lu Shu's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. In her moment of distraction, she inadvertently let the red wine slip from her grasp, cascading onto the floor. Fortunately, the thick carpet cushioned the fall, preventing the glass from shattering. At that moment, Zhang Cheng, alerted by the commotion, abruptly regained his composure and instinctively turned his gaze towards Lu Shu. Their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, they simply stared at one another. After a few seconds, sensing the palpable awkwardness between them, Zhang Cheng let out a dry chuckle, attempting to alleviate the tension. "Lu Shu, are you all right?" Upon hearing his words, Lu Shu's already flushed cheeks deepened in color, as if she might bleed from embarrassment. I'm fine." She forced a semblance of calm and retrieved another bottle of red wine from the cabinet, approaching Zhang Cheng once more. Yet, upon seeing him, her heart fluttered like a startled bird, filled with trepidation. "He couldn't have seen me just now, could he?" Stealing a glance at Zhang Cheng, she discovered him wearing a half-smile, which sent another wave of shyness washing over her. "Oh no, what a disgrace. I've embarrassed myself in front of Zhang Cheng." After a considerable moment, Lu Shu finally managed to cast aside her errant thoughts, lifting her gaze to meet Zhang Cheng's. Zhang Cheng, too, was not immune to the charged atmosphere. In the intimate setting of just the two of them, sipping red wine, the initial calm he had felt evaporated, replaced by a rush of unfamiliar emotions as he beheld the enchanting beauty before him. With several glasses of wine consumed, Lu Shu's eyes glimmered with a mysterious allure as her cheeks burned with heat, and a mischievous thought flitted through her mind. "I really want to be with Zhang Cheng." Suddenly, Lu Shu was startled by her own audacious thought. Heavens, how could I think such a thing? Yet, as she looked up at Zhang Cheng again, her feelings for him surged forth like a torrent, overwhelming her senses. Her body seemed to move of its own accord, inching closer to Zhang Cheng. In that moment, Zhang Cheng noticed Lu Shu's reaction, and certain impulses within him began to stir. His hands inadvertently brushed against her thigh, though separated by fabric. He could still feel the warmth and softness of her skin. Coupled with her faint, alluring fragrance, Zhang Cheng felt parched and restless. He couldn't help but glance up at her, meeting her gaze filled with tenderness, her blushing face seemingly wishing to hide in his embrace. This bashful demeanor only accentuated her beauty, making it impossible for him to suppress a longing swallow. At this moment, the two individuals seemed to share an unspoken understanding, as if they were on the verge of a harmonious culmination. Suddenly, the phone in Zhang Cheng's pocket rang insistently, disrupting the atmosphere. Zhang Cheng inwardly cursed, wondering who could be so inconsiderate as to call at such a critical juncture. Though he harbored these thoughts, he nonetheless retrieved the phone. Upon glancing at the caller ID, his brow furrowed slightly as he muttered to himself, "This little enchantress is ruining my good fortune." As soon as the call connected, Li Ming's impatient voice resonated through the receiver. "Zhang Cheng, what are you doing?" After taking a moment to compose himself, Zhang Cheng was about to respond when he felt a pair of delicate hands brushing against his waist, causing an immediate sense of foreboding. Indeed, upon hearing the voice on the phone, Lu Shu looked at Zhang Cheng with an expression that was both teasing and knowing. As the hands at his waist began to exert more pressure, "Ouch!" Zhang Cheng exclaimed, and the voice on the other end immediately expressed concern. "Zhang Cheng, are you okay?" "Nothing, just bumped into something," he replied, suppressing the pain in his waist while striving to maintain a calm demeanor so Li Ming would not detect his distress. After a brief exchange, they ended the call. Zhang Cheng turned to see Lu Shu stifling a laugh, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The interruption had rendered the atmosphere between them somewhat awkward once more. After engaging in idle chatter for a short while, Zhang Cheng hastily took his leave. As he departed, Lu Shu's gaze followed him, a hint of reluctance flickering in her eyes. Recalling the earlier moment, a flush of warmth spread across her cheeks as she murmured to herself, "Zhang Cheng, you coward." Chapter 20. Will you follow or not? After departing from the Rongqing Mall, Zhang Cheng dialed Su Kaishan's number, issuing a series of instructions regarding the forthcoming matters. He then started his vehicle and vanished into the distance of the street. Meanwhile, at New World University, news spread that Zhang Cheng intended to invest 100 billion, thereby seizing complete control of the institution. At that moment, an unexpected voice resonated throughout the school. As the words echoed, students erupted into a flurry of discussions, their astonishment palpable. What is going on? Zhang Cheng is investing 100 billion? How could that be possible? Really, you all must be joking. He is investing 100 billion? I'd wager he has about $100. I admit Zhang Cheng is quite capable. But 100 billion? Isn't he afraid of overreaching himself? I simply cannot fathom what makes Zhang Cheng so special. Look at you all, utterly shameless. Wake up, think critically for a moment. How could he possibly have such vast sums of money? It's all just Zhang Cheng's hype. I wouldn't believe it even if I were to die. Zhang Cheng has just gone bankrupt, and now he suddenly produces 35 billion. Who knows where that money comes from? Surely, it must be ill-gotten gains. That is unlikely. After all, Zhang Cheng was once the wealthiest man in Jiangqing. Perhaps he had the foresight to secure a fallback. Who knows? Let us just wait and see. If this is true, then President Jiang's position will be in jeopardy. By the way, where is President Jiang? In an instant, the school was filled with skepticism regarding Zhang Cheng's audacious claim of investing 100 billion. In contrast, within the principal's office, President Jiang paced anxiously, his forehead creased with worry. He occasionally overheard snippets of conversation from outside, which only heightened his unease. After Zhang Cheng's departure, he swiftly gathered insights about Zhang through his established connections in Jiangqing. Upon hearing the news, his heart brimmed with regret, and he murmured in a daze, "What should I do? Zhang Cheng has truly risen again. 100 billion. His mere registration of New World Company requires that much. Just how much money does he possess?" For a moment, his gaze became vacant as memories of Zhang Cheng's words replayed in his mind. "Heh, it's your own inadequacy. When given a chance, you fail to seize it. I will inject 100 billion into the board, diluting your shares, and eventually, I will expel you from the board. At that point, you can forget about receiving a single penny." A shift crossed his face, and soon a glimmer of terror appeared in his eyes as he whispered, "No, he wouldn't dare. I am the principal. I hold 30% of the shares. He surely wouldn't risk it." Moments later, President Jiang lifted his gaze toward the window, his anxiety intensifying. Meanwhile, Su Kaishan, accompanied by his secretary and legal team, had already arrived at the entrance of New World University. As the passers-by beheld the arrival of these luxurious vehicles, they halted in their tracks, captivated by the spectacle. The students within the school also fell silent, their eyes fixated on the opulent cars gradually making their way onto the campus, their minds abuzz with speculation. When over a dozen Bentleys came to a gentle stop, the door of the lead car swung open, revealing Su Kaishan. Flanked by a throng of secretaries and a legal team, the students and onlookers erupted in exclamations. That is Su Kaishan, the manager of New World Group. It was rumored that Zhang Cheng, the president of New World Group, seldom made public appearances, delegating all matters to Su Kaishan. His presence signified the veracity of the previous whispers regarding an additional investment of 100 billion. What? Is New World Group truly contemplating an additional investment of 100 billion in the school? This must be a jest. Such an investment is utterly unrealistic. Su Kaishan's visit to the school raised questions. Was it indeed true that he intended to dilute Principal Zhang's shares with such a staggering investment? Once Su Kaishan alighted from the vehicle, he strode confidently into the administrative area, heading straight for Principal Zhang's office, accompanied by his entourage. The unexpected arrival of Su Kaishan and his team left everyone in a state of astonishment, yet the security personnel and some faculty members were quick to respond, urgently notifying Principal Zhang. Upon receiving the news, Principal Zhang's complexion shifted dramatically, akin to an ant on a hot pan, his mind racing in uncertainty. As if gravity had abandoned him, he slumped into his chair, staring vacantly at the doorway. Moments later, Su Kaishan, leading dozens of individuals, entered Principal Zhang's office with an air of authority. Observing the ashen expression on Principal Zhang's face, Su Kaishan smirked inwardly and casually took a seat. After a brief silence, Principal Zhang, mustering a strained smile, inquired, "May I ask what brings you here today, Manager Su?" Su Kaishan disregarded Principal Zhang's question, casting a glance at him before stating flatly, "New World Group has injected an additional 100 billion in cash, diluting the shares." Gasping, Principal Zhang felt the forced smile vanish from his face, rendered momentarily speechless. Although he had anticipated such a development, hearing it confirmed left him at a loss. 100 billion? It was truly forthcoming? This meant that his shares would be diluted to a mere 1% in a single stroke, transforming him from a major shareholder into a minor one. A deadlock, a predicament from which he saw no escape. At that moment, a member of the legal team stepped forward, producing a contract from his briefcase and presenting it to Principal Zhang with a solemn expression. "Principal Zhang, you are the only shareholder of New World University aside from President Zhang. Will you proceed?" Upon hearing these words, Principal Zhang swallowed hard, rendered speechless and drenched in sweat. 100 billion? Who could possibly contend with such a sum? It was his first encounter with the dilution of an individual's shares, yet it was all executed through a sheer monetary bombardment. Initially filled with dread, he soon stood there, utterly dumbfounded, gazing at Su Kaishan as if he were a creature from another realm. Stammering, he uttered, This cannot be. I refuse to believe that Zhang Cheng could possibly amass such a fortune. This is a fabrication, everything is a mirage. It is impossible." Principal Zhang turned to face the crowd, his eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged from the throng, stepping before the somewhat deranged Principal Zhang. With utmost seriousness, she declared, "Mr. Zhang, I am Lu Meng, the director of the Jiangqing Notary Office. Upon verification by our office, the New World Group has indeed contributed an additional 10 billion in cash to the school." As Director Lu retreated, Su Kaishan rose from his seat and calmly proclaimed, "Mr. Zhang, our objective at the New World Group is to elevate this institution to a position of global preeminence. Due to the needs of our organization, the board has unanimously concluded that shareholder Mr. Zhang is impeding the group's progress, harboring ulterior motives that could potentially jeopardize our financial stability. Therefore, on behalf of the New World Group, I hereby announce, as the majority shareholder, your dismissal from the position of principal, effective immediately." Principal Zhang's eyes blazed crimson as he stared at Su Kaishan, his body trembling ever so slightly. So soon? At that moment, Lawyer Li from the legal team stepped forward, his expression devoid of emotion. "The reasoning is sound and adheres to legal and commercial regulations. This action is effective." The world around Principal Zhang seemed to blur as he grappled with the reality of the situation. How could Zhang Cheng be so formidable? He was ousted from the board? Just like that? Regret washed over him suddenly. He realized he should not have targeted Zhang Cheng. A surge of heat overwhelmed his mind, and he promptly lost consciousness. Su Kaishan, with an impassive demeanor, ordered, "Remove him." The wail of an ambulance echoed through the air as it passed by Su Kaishan and his entourage, who had just exited the school. The students, taken aback, turned in unison to witness the ambulance entering New World University, their eyes wide with disbelief, exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 21. A long-awaited voice at the New World Tower. Zhang Cheng reclined in his chair, his eyes partially closed as he listened to Su Kaishan recount the events of the day. After a while, Su Kaishan approached Zhang Cheng, presenting a contract before him, and respectfully stated, "Mr. Zhang, these are the matters of today. The school has been thoroughly secured by our group. Additionally, I have already instructed Ma Hongbing and the others to initiate contact with the construction team. We should expect results shortly." Zhang Cheng took the contract, casually flipping through it before nodding at Su Kaishan. "Well done. Please arrange for the car. You will accompany me." "Understood, Mr. Zhang." Su Kaishan, upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, wasted no time and hurried downstairs to make arrangements. Once Su Kaishan departed, Zhang Cheng rose, rubbing his forehead while a confident smile graced his face, silently reflecting, "This pace is still somewhat slow." Under the guidance of Secretary Xiao Huang, Su Kaishan followed Zhang Cheng into the mayor's office. "Mayor Xian, Mr. Zhang has arrived." Upon hearing the secretary's announcement, Xian Haiban, who had been immersed in reviewing documents, set down his pen, rose from his chair, and regarded Zhang Cheng with a hint of a smile. "Mr. Zhang, what a rare visit. Please, take a seat." Zhang Cheng, greeted so warmly by Mayor Xian, returned the smile and engaged in pleasantries. "I hope my unannounced visit does not inconvenience you, Mayor Xian." "Not at all." "Xiao Huang, why are you still standing there? Quickly, pour Mr. Zhang a cup of tea." "Yes, of course." Xiao Huang nodded, somewhat dazed, and exited the office. Zhang Cheng and Xian Haiban conversed like old friends, while Su Kaishan, having received the tea, discreetly withdrew to wait at the door. After a moment, having listened to Zhang Cheng, Mayor Xian joked lightly, "Mr. Zhang, you truly have a sense of humor. 100 billion? You intend to acquire the land surrounding the school. I cannot have misheard, can I?" With that, Mayor Xian raised his cup to sip, clearly skeptical of Zhang Cheng's earlier statement. "Though you possess wealth, Mr. Zhang, such extravagance is unwarranted. At this rate, how long do you think your newly established New World Group can endure? If you mentioned investing 100 billion into a project, I might entertain the notion. But to claim this sum is merely for land acquisition around the school seems rather implausible." Hearing Mayor Xian's remarks, Zhang Cheng felt no surprise. After all, few in Jiangqing could muster 100 billion, and it was only natural for them to find it inconceivable that he would allocate such funds for land. Zhang Cheng smiled gently and replied, "Mayor Xian, I am not jesting. In fact, my purpose in coming today is to inquire about the necessary procedures for acquiring this land, and to see if I might trouble you for assistance in facilitating these formalities." From the tone of Zhang Cheng, Xian Haiban sensed that he was not jesting. A look of perplexity filled his eyes as he inquired, "Zhang Cheng, these procedures may be trivial, yet I find myself exceedingly curious about your intention behind allocating 100 billion solely for land acquisition." Observing the flicker of uncertainty in Mayor Xian's gaze, Zhang Cheng hesitated for a few moments before deciding to unveil his thoughts. After all, in the foreseeable future, he intended to amplify his investments, acquiring land, mountains, and rivers, all of which necessitated Mayor Xian's endorsement and authorization for him to commence work. Thus, Zhang Cheng meticulously articulated his vision to Mayor Xian. Initially skeptical, the mayor's expression shifted dramatically as he listened. By the time Zhang Cheng concluded, disbelief filled his eyes. A profound silence enveloped them. What had Zhang Cheng just proposed? The notion of purchasing a mountain for student practice? Acquiring land for student development? Establishing a film base for students to create movies? A sharp intake of breath escaped Mayor Xian. How could this be conceivable? Just the costs of these ventures? Perhaps no one in the world could muster such resources. After what felt like an eternity, Mayor Xian gradually regained his composure, exhaling slowly. He raised his gaze to meet the serene countenance of Zhang Cheng, struggling to fathom the enormity of his aspirations. At that moment, Zhang Cheng noticed the incredulity etched across Mayor Xian's face. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Mayor Xian, you may find this endeavor somewhat implausible. However, as you are aware, I, Zhang Cheng, have never failed to bring my words to fruition, correct?" Prompted by Zhang Cheng's reminder, Mayor Xian became aware of his own lapse in demeanor. For private enterprises and their capitalists, the government had always extended robust support, and Zhang Cheng, as a distinguished representative of the youth in Shillong province, was no exception. Mayor Xin forced a smile, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Zhang Cheng, the scale of this project is monumental. Our government, but rest assured, as long as it does not contravene fundamental principles, we will wholeheartedly support it. While Mayor Xin underestimated Zhang Cheng, he could scarcely fathom the financial requirements of such a project, nor did he believe Zhang Cheng could procure the necessary funds. Zhang Cheng, astute as ever, grasped the underlying implication of Mayor Xin's words. If he could indeed secure the finances, the government would undoubtedly provide unwavering support. Conversely, yet, Zhang Cheng remained unperturbed by these nuances. As long as Mayor Xin could facilitate the necessary procedures for land acquisition and demolition, that was sufficient for him. Thank you, Mayor Xin, he expressed gratefully. After exchanging a few more polite remarks, Zhang Cheng stood to depart. Mayor Xin, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Very well, Mr. Zhang, do take care, Mayor Xin replied, setting down his teacup and rising to exchange a few more pleasantries. As he gazed at Zhang Cheng's departing figure, a sense of bewilderment washed over him, and he murmured to himself, if he truly succeeds in establishing the New World base, I shall undoubtedly advocate on his behalf to the higher-ups. But why concern myself with such matters? One step at a time, I suppose. With this thought, Mayor Xin felt a pang of helplessness. He then shook his head, still incredulous at Zhang Cheng's aspirations. Could this possibly succeed? At present, no one knows. However, Zhang Cheng remained utterly indifferent to Mayor Xin's contemplations. At that moment, he heard a long-forgotten voice echoing in his mind, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Noticing the change in Zhang Cheng's expression, Su Kaishan promptly halted the vehicle, his concern evident as he inquired, Mr. Zhang, what is the matter? Chapter 22, 5 trillion recently. My dear son, I have been keenly observing your performance, and I must say, you have done remarkably well. It is imperative that you acclimatize swiftly. You must not bring disgrace upon your father. Your expenditure is still rather sluggish. You cannot continue in this manner. The voice of my beloved mother echoed in Zhang Cheng's ears, melodious as a babbling brook, soothing his very soul, momentarily dispersing the errant thoughts that plagued his mind. As he listened intently to her enchanting tones, Zhang Cheng found himself utterly captivated, as if he had transcended the confines of the universe to stand beside her. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Cheng gradually returned to reality, somewhat dumbfounded. Was it true that everything I am doing is under her watchful gaze? I have spent so much money, yet it is still considered slow? How much wealth does this so-called father possess? His mother continued, My dear son, it has been 2 days since I last provided you with your allowance. Today, I am once again dispatching a sum of 5 trillion in cash. Her voice was a harmonious blend of gentleness and delicacy, instantly melting a portion of Zhang Cheng's heart. A vivid image began to materialize in his mind, so lifelike and alluring. Lost in reverie, he suddenly felt something inexplicable in his pocket. Upon reaching in and feeling the object, he determined it must be the bank card his mother had gifted him. A wave of delight surged within him, but the gravity of her words quickly sobered him. 5 trillion? Zhang Cheng gasped sharply, a chill coursing through him. He had braced himself for the revelation, but was still taken aback by the enormity of 5 trillion. Was this merely paper? This was tangible wealth? 5 trillion. How much could that possibly be? His heart raced with fervor. His mother continued, My dear son, in this world, you should approach any situation with confidence and without fear. Remember, matters that can be resolved with money are not true problems. Never tarnish your father's dignity. Matters that can be resolved with money are not true problems. Am I indeed spending too slowly? Must I uphold my father's dignity? I am encouraged to act boldly. Zhang Cheng silently repeated his mother's words, yearning to communicate with her. Mother? Mother? Are you still there? His heart cried out in vain, echoing into the abyss. Met with silence, a sense of disappointment began to wash over him. Zhang, are you all right? Su Kaishan, noticing Zhang Cheng's reaction, halted the vehicle, concern etched on his face. Upon hearing Su Kaishan's inquiry, Zhang Cheng slowly regained his composure and replied absently, I'm fine. The car gradually made its way towards the New World building. In the office, Zhang Cheng accepted the cigarette handed to him by Su Kaishan and casually inquired, Old Su, what is the situation at the school? Hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Su Kaishan, who had just flicked open his lighter, appeared momentarily taken aback, gazing at Zhang Cheng with a look of confusion. Zhang, is it still that way? What do you mean? Su Kaishan's response left Zhang Cheng somewhat perplexed, prompting him to ask, I meant to ask about the progress on acquiring 1 billion for land acquisition. Ah. Su Kaishan let the ash from his cigarette fall, thinking he had misheard. He quickly reiterated, Zhang, are you serious? You really intend to allocate 1 billion for land acquisition? Do you think I am jesting? Zhang Cheng retorted. Upon hearing the tone of his voice, Su Kaishan instinctively recoiled, stuttering, Zhang. Zhang, I have already inquired. The areas surrounding the school are not valuable. Even if we invest 1 billion in land acquisition, let's set aside the question of profit or loss. What would we even do with such a vast expanse of land? After saying this, Su Kaishan looked at Zhang Cheng with a face full of bewilderment. Genuinely unable to comprehend Zhang Cheng's intentions, Zhang Cheng glanced at Su Kaishan and stated calmly, to construct the New World Base. The New World Base? Can this venture be profitable? Seeing Su Kaishan's expression, Zhang Cheng could only shake his head in resignation. He then approached Su Kaishan and elaborated on the next steps of his plan. As he spoke, Su Kaishan initially felt curiosity, followed by disbelief, and ultimately found himself at a loss for words. This was utterly shocking. It seemed impossible. With Zhang Cheng's words, Su Kaishan appeared to be transported to another realm. Looking down from above, the previously barren mountains transformed into lush greenery, vibrant flowers and fruits blossoming in the valleys, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that left him momentarily entranced. Akin to a paradise on earth. As he surveyed the land, once overrun by weeds, his eyes brightened at the sight of towering skyscrapers reaching into the clouds, an overwhelming number that stirred aspirations within him. The red brick, green-tiled structures evoked a sense of returning to a distant past, imbued with vitality that made the journey worthwhile. Su Kaishan stood in a daze, his mind momentarily adrift, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. After a considerable time, he regained his composure. Hiss, Su Kaishan gasped. A tingling sensation coursing through his scalp, staring agape at Zhang Cheng, unable to utter a word. Zhang, you are not joking, are you? The magnitude of such a project loomed large in Su Kaishan's mind, realizing the financial investment would amount to an astronomical figure. Given the current challenges faced by the group, Zhang Cheng shot Su Kaishan a disapproving glance. Do you truly believe I am jesting? Witnessing this, Su Kaishan nearly lost his balance, clutching a nearby chair as tears brimmed in his eyes. Zhang, this is indeed a staggering sum. Our New World company is just getting off the ground. We cannot afford to disrupt our financial chain. Moreover, many companies are watching us with keen interest. Zhang Cheng replied with poise, not to worry. Money is merely a trivial matter to me. Hasten to take care of it. The swifter, the better. If anyone dares to interfere, I shall not hesitate to expand the scale of the new world ahead of time. Su Kaishan promptly acknowledged and, filled with trepidation, began to organize his team. Zhang Cheng sat in his chair, igniting a cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke. He then chuckled softly and said, Do you understand the significance of the New World Group? A new world. I, Zhang Cheng, aim to create a new realm. No one can stand in the way of this new world. That is the essence of it. Office of the General Manager of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Shillong Province. What? Presently, are you jesting? Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Han Yusin felt her eyelashes tremble slightly, and her lips involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Manager Han, would I make a jest of such matters? A billionaire has emerged in Jiangcheng, Shillong Province, and he deals in liquid assets. Do you grasp the implications? Han Yusin sensed a hint of displeasure from the voice on the other end and hastily clarified. Presently, I mean no offense. May I access all his information? Our records only show a name, Zhang Cheng, and we seemingly lack the authority to uncover anything further about him. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing President Li's words, Han Yusin felt bewildered. What was happening? A lack of access? This implied that the individual named Zhang Cheng was of a status beyond their comprehension. After years in the banking sector, she had never encountered such a situation. Considering the president's reaction, her heart raced uncontrollably. At that moment, a flurry of anxious voices erupted from the other end of the line. President Li, look. This account has received another influx of 100 billion. What? Another 100 billion? Chapter 23. What does the New World Group aim to achieve? She gasped, her scalp tingling with shock. Another 100 billion? What were the odds? Just how much wealth does Zhangcheng possess? Manager Han, you must rush to Jiangcheng immediately. It is imperative to secure Zhangcheng. We cannot allow him to transfer his funds to another bank. I will return to the country at once and will personally visit Jiangcheng. Han Yusin felt somewhat dazed. The President Li was the head of the Huaxia Bank. Even he was compelled to intervene? Goodness. Who exactly is Zhang Cheng? How much money does he truly have? After hanging up the phone, Han Yusin reflected on the conversation, her heart racing, and the world around her seemed to sway, nearly causing her blouse to burst. With a startled gasp, she quickly clasped her collar, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she was relieved to be in her office. Without hesitation, after a brief discussion with her staff, Han Yusin took a night flight to Zhang Cheng. Who could Zhang Cheng possibly be? An air of anticipation enveloped her. New world building. Zhang Cheng handed Su Kaishan a bank card. I've just deposited 100 billion into this account. You must begin operations immediately. Ensure that all surrounding areas of the school are secured, and it must be on a grand scale. If more funds are needed, contact me. Upon hearing that there was 100 billion in the account, Su Kaishan trembled as he accepted the card, swallowing hard, overwhelmed with astonishment. Is President Zhang placing too much trust in me? This is a card holding 100 billion. Su Kaishan nodded in trepidation, his voice quivering. There is no entity in the world as bold as our New World Group. Zhang Cheng replied calmly, hurry and get it done. Speed is of the essence. By the way, start with securing Dongling behind the school, and hold off on the commercial district for now. Once the prices are negotiated, proceed with demolitions without delay. Dongling? Su Kaishan exclaimed, but that encompasses a mountain range and thousands of households in the urban area, spanning nearly several thousand acres. Are we to purchase all of it? Is 100 billion insufficient? Su Kaishan shrank back. I'm not sure. Should it prove inadequate, simply request more from me. I have instructed you to acquire the entire area. Zhang Cheng pointed to the locations on the map, detailing each one. Su Kaishan nodded, leaving the building with a sense of dread, the weight of the bank card feeling almost burdensome in his hand. Following Zhang Cheng's orders, all employees of the New World Group sprang into action. Su Kaishan directed Ma Hongbing and others to find construction teams, while he himself approached the local government in Jiangqing to negotiate land purchases. With the mayor, Xian Haibin's favorable assistance, coupled with substantial financial backing, Su Kaishan successfully acquired the properties after only a few days. The residents faced with relocation were bewildered, yet fortunate for Zhang Cheng's benevolence. The compensation they received was substantial, leaving them elated. In a moment, these second-generation demolishers, akin to newly affluent individuals, indulged in extravagant shopping, acquiring cars and properties. This impulsive behavior inadvertently invigorated the overall economy of Jiangqing, much to the delight of Mayor Xian, who promptly instructed that as long as the New World Group's actions adhered to principles, the government would provide unwavering support. Eagerly awaiting news, Ma Hongbing and his associates, upon receiving word from Su Kaishan, could hardly contain their excitement and hastily summoned the construction teams to commence operations, primarily for land acquisition. As the New World embarked on its endeavors, the populace of Jiangqing was thrown into a state of astonishment. Observing workers bearing the New World insignia encroach upon the vicinity of the school, onlookers erupted into speculation. What is happening? Why is New World claiming such a vast expanse of land? Look over there. They are encircling that area too. That place and that one. All have been enveloped by New World. My mind is in a whirl. What on earth is this New World planning? I have heard that they just invested a staggering 100 billion near the school. Could this be the reason? As the area surrounding the school became festooned with New World signage, the crowd's astonishment only intensified. At that moment, a keen-eyed passerby made a startling discovery and exclaimed, "Heavens! New World has even enclosed the mountains in the eastern suburbs." What? Step aside, let me see too. Don't crowd. I can't see clearly. They have encircled such a vast mountain? What does New World intend to do? Are they planning to cultivate orchards around the school and delve into agriculture? Look over there. That area has been claimed as well. My goodness, what a grand undertaking. What is the aim behind this? No corporation in history has ever enclosed such a massive tract of land. What exactly is the New World Group planning to invest in? Is Zhang Cheng truly swimming in wealth? It is simply outrageous. If this area is indeed developed, it will stand as Jiangqing's, and even Huaxia's, greatest achievement. Zhang Cheng must be out of his mind. Claiming such extensive land is sheer extravagance. Who does he think he is? Is this merely a ploy for attention? On this day, Jiangqing was utterly astonished, with New World signs visible everywhere, and speculation rife about Zhang Cheng's intentions for such extensive land acquisition. This decision by Zhang Cheng sparked an unprecedented sensation throughout Jiangqing. Amidst the crowd, there was a unique presence. Han Yusin, upon her arrival in Jiangqing, found herself surrounded by the New World signs and had already heard the name Zhang Cheng reverberate in her ears countless times. She was no stranger to this name. Initially, she assumed Zhang Cheng to be an elderly man, yet the reality defied her expectations. Not only was Zhang Cheng not an old man, but he was also remarkably youthful. Upon further inquiry, she learned of Zhang Cheng's formidable reputation in Jiangqing. 3 years prior, he had single-handedly established the Earth Group from scratch, and at such a young age. He had ascended to the status of the wealthiest individual in Jiangqing. Upon hearing the news of his bankruptcy, it was astonishing that he could rise once more, reverberating throughout the entire Jiang city. As Han Yusin listened to these rumors, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The discussion swirling around her elicited an inexplicable amusement within her heart, and she murmured softly, "If only you truly knew how much he possesses, you would surely be astounded." Gradually regaining her composure, she was inundated with continuous chatter about Zhang Cheng, which stirred a ripple of anticipation within her. The mere thought of his name caused her long eyelashes to quiver slightly. "Zhang Cheng, how I long to meet you. Are you truly as extraordinary as they say?" As her heart brimmed with increasing anticipation, a tinge of nervousness lingered deep within her soul. Chapter 24. Reactions from all sides in Jiang City. The actions of the New World Group have caused quite a stir throughout Jiang City, instantly elevating the perceptions of passers-by and white-collar workers alike regarding the conglomerate. On that day, seemingly with the intentional support of Mayor Xin and the government's unwavering green light, the New World Group managed to save a considerable amount of resources. This maneuver piqued the interest of several influential figures in Jiang City, who sensed the unusual undertones and began to distance themselves. By the end of the day, the New World Group found itself at the epicenter of attention in Jiang City. In this context, the group's endeavors in land acquisition, purchasing, and demolition became remarkably straightforward. Around the vicinity of the school, apart from some commercial land, most of the areas available for outright purchase have essentially fallen under the New World Group's ownership. This remarkable feat has left several local capitalists in Jiang City feeling increasingly restless, prompting them to convene and deliberate on forthcoming strategies. At the Ace Hotel, located in the heart of Jiang City, a venue that has hosted various titans of industry and even offspring of high-ranking officials from Huaxia, a gathering of distinguished individuals filled the VIP lounge. Had local residents witnessed such a scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim, with so many local entrepreneurs gathered, "Is Jiang City on the brink of a transformation? What are your thoughts on the New World Group situation?" The silence was first broken by a middle-aged man with a slick-back hairstyle who glanced expectantly at the 5 business leaders seated before him, awaiting their responses. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the 5 men at the round table darkened, their eyes flickering uncertainly as each contemplated their own thoughts. "Mr. Chow, I doubt the New World can achieve much," one ventured. "Mr. Chow, perhaps we should observe from the sidelines for now," another suggested. The attendees exchanged inconsequential remarks, each reluctant to become embroiled in the brewing storm, intent on preserving their own interests above all else. Chow Tianming, referred to as Mr. Chow, felt a growing unease in light of Zhang Cheng's recent maneuvers on behalf of the New World Group. Witnessing the reactions of the others ignited a surge of indignation within him. He pointed at a middle-aged man across the table and said, "Mr. Ding, consider this. While the New World Group is merely acquiring land for now, it is undeniable that these plots will eventually be developed. Your company is not far from the eastern suburbs. Currently, it may not pose a threat, but as time passes and the New World expands, can you truly safeguard your territory?" After making his point, he noticed Mr. Ding lapse into silence. A smirk of satisfaction crept onto his lips. He continued, "And you, Mr. Wang, you must recall what industry Zhang Cheng emerged from 3 years ago. He started in comics. Following the collapse of his Earth Group, he has now established the New World Group. Imagine when his enterprise flourishes, it is inevitable that he will venture into the comic industry. At that juncture, what will become of your company? Ultimately, it too may face closure." After a lengthy discourse, Chow Tianming took a sip of tea and remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, the crux of the matter is evident to you all. You are well aware of how the Earth Group collapsed. Can any of you claim to be unaffected by it? So, I urge you to ponder this carefully." Although Chow's words were rather harsh, they were nonetheless grounded in reality. The executives present exchanged glances, enveloped in a heavy silence. Chow Tianming, an outsider thriving in Jiangqing, had previously experienced friction with Zhang Cheng's Earth Group. Fortunately, after the demise of the Earth Group, his own company soared to prominence, becoming a leading enterprise in Jiangqing, though not without the aid of the Gas Group. Recently, upon learning that Zhang Cheng was the mastermind behind the New World Group, a sense of unease began to stir within him. He reached out to companies that had previous grievances with Zhang Cheng. essentially wagering that they would side with him after listening to his words. Chao Tianming dreaded to envision a scenario where Zhang Cheng's New World Group regained its footing. His own circumstances would undoubtedly worsen. He was not alone in his trepidation. After hearing Chao Tianming's words, the other executives were also unsettled, acutely aware that should Zhang Cheng rise again, their own companies might face ruin. After all, they had not been innocent bystanders during Zhang Cheng's downfall. Mr. Chao, since you've articulated this so clearly, my company, New Power, will naturally stand alongside you, declared Mr. Ding from New Power, igniting his cigarette and taking a deep drag. His gaze lingering on Chao Tianming, weighing the implications of aligning with the formidable gas group. He ultimately chose to side with Chao Tianming to collectively resist the New World Group, recognizing that his own future depended on it. Upon hearing this, the tension within Chao Tianming eased. His gamble had paid off. Like him, these individuals harbored an underlying discomfort regarding Zhang Cheng's new world. With one person leading the charge, the rest of the executives began to vocalize their support. Mr. Chao, rest assured, my company, Oceanic, will stand with you. I have made my decision as well, Mr. Chao. My company, High Tide, will align with you. My company, Blue Dream, will always stand behind you. As for my company, Wenhua, these executives, sensing the tide turning, each expressed their determination to support Chao Tianming and his Tianman group. What shall we do now, Mr. Chao? With this inquiry, all eyes turned towards Chao Tianming. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with conviction. Since you all place your trust in me, I assure you that the fruits of our endeavor will be shared amongst us. With our numerous enterprises united, we have no reason to fear Zhang Cheng. As fellow leaders of your respective enterprises, you understand the stakes involved. I hope none of you entertain misguided thoughts. I may have spoken bluntly, but I trust you will not take offense. Not at all. Let us proceed as necessary, they responded in unison. Indeed, the crowd nodded in agreement. And Chao Tianming continued. There is a commercial area in the eastern suburbs that holds considerable value. Another executive, who was somewhat informed, promptly added, by the way, I have also heard that the government intends to publicly auction this land in Jiangcheng. Upon hearing this, Chao Tianming nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed. What I wish to convey is that, regardless of the cost, it is permissible for anyone to acquire this land, as long as it does not fall into the hands of New World. Otherwise, it would inevitably. The assembly echoed in agreement. During the ensuing discussions, several individuals proposed strategies aimed at countering the New World Group, which elevated the spirits of the attendees. Indeed, Chao's idea was commendable. This way, the financial chain of the New World Group would certainly snap. Precisely, once Zhang Cheng finds himself devoid of funds, his conglomerate will inevitably face the brink of collapse. Chapter 25. A New World. On the crest of a wave, the recent activities of the New World Group have stirred a considerable uproar in Jiang City, akin to an explosion. Over the past few days, Zhang Cheng has inevitably heard numerous rumors about himself, alongside various doubts and speculations regarding the New World. Each time he encountered such chatter, he merely smiled faintly, his heart remaining largely unperturbed. He had no desire to elucidate anything. He could not prevent outsiders from speaking, so he chose to disregard it altogether. Sitting in his office, Zhang Cheng set down his teacup and softly called out, Su Kaishan. Moments later, Su Kaishan rushed into Zhang Cheng's office, briefcase in hand. President Zhang, what is the current situation? Upon hearing Zhang Cheng inquire about the progress, Su Kaishan took a deep breath before hastily responding, President Zhang, as per your instructions, I have contacted the construction teams and sought connections over the past 2 days. We have secured the land surrounding the entire campus. However, Zhang Cheng's expression sharpened as he intently asked, however, what? Su Kaishan, sensing the shift in Zhang Cheng's demeanor, nearly trembled with fright. President Zhang, there is a commercial area in the eastern suburb. I personally approached the government multiple times, but they have refused, stating that it can only be publicly tendered, and we, as private entities, cannot acquire it. Oh, that is manageable. When is the bidding taking place? You may bid on that land then, Zhang Cheng replied nonchalantly. Su Kaishan confirmed, the bidding is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng acknowledged, understood. By the way, you must remember, regardless of the cost, I must secure that land. Zhang Cheng had already assessed the significance of this plot. Acquiring it would serve him greatly. Old Su, do you have anything else to discuss? After Zhang Cheng spoke, he noticed Su Kaishan hesitating to leave, his expression revealing unspoken thoughts. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Cheng prompted, what is it? President Zhang, after the substantial expenditures of the past few days, The 100 billion you allocated is running low, Su Kaishan stammered, sneaking a glance at Zhang Cheng. Observing Zhang Cheng's lack of reaction, his body gradually tensed. Have I exhausted 100 billion? Will President Zhang blame me? It's my fault for not negotiating better when purchasing the land. Otherwise, we could have held out a bit longer. At that moment, Su Kaishan looked at Zhang Cheng with a sense of inexplicable anxiety. 100 billion spent? Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Su Kaishan numbly nodded, almost. Realizing his oversight, he quickly shook his head. President Zhang, it's nothing. We can still manage. Zhang Cheng regarded Su Kaishan's demeanor without any thoughts of reproach. Su Kaishan was a loyal subordinate, steadfast in his allegiance to Zhang Cheng, and thus he had no reason to doubt him. How much do you have left? Zhang Cheng inquired. 3 billion, Su Kaishan replied. Zhang Cheng contemplated this figure. Still 3 billion? Just 3 billion? Zhang Cheng pondered for a moment, then declared, since there are still 3 billion left, let us add another 500 billion. Upon hearing this, Su Kaishan was taken aback, his legs trembling with disbelief. 500 billion? Are we really going to invest more? Is there a problem? Zhang Cheng inquired. And no problem, Su Kaishan stammered. Zhang Cheng then instructed, you can come to collect the 500 billion shortly. First, secure the land. Once that is confirmed, we shall commence construction. If funds run low, we can address that later. But remember, speed is of the essence. Zhang Cheng contemplated the implications of investing this 500 billion. With that, the scale of the base would be established, and the only remaining task would be to commence construction. He had no doubts regarding Su Kaishan's capabilities. As for the financial aspect, Zhang Cheng certainly had ample resources. Su Kaishan, momentarily stunned, gradually regained his composure. Understood, President Zhang. After speaking, he exited, anxious to arrange the forthcoming matters. Perhaps the stress of overseeing company affairs had deprived Zhang Cheng of rest, for he gradually dozed off in his chair. He fell into a lengthy dream, one in which he was either still on Earth or perhaps not. Strangely, he even seemed to glimpse a woman he had never met before. After a considerable time, Zhang Cheng was awakened by the sound of his phone buzzing in his pocket. Upon seeing the caller ID, he swiftly answered. Zhang Cheng, what are you up to? Li Ming's voice resonated through the receiver, bringing comfort to his heart. I just dozed off for a bit. Is there something you need? Hearing his still groggy tone, Li Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhang Cheng, come spend some time with me. Detecting a hint of melancholy in her voice, Zhang Cheng forced a light laugh in response. The two quickly settled on a meeting place, and after hanging up, Zhang Cheng noticed it was still early, so he opted to return to his slumber. Just as he drifted back into dreams, a monumental upheaval was occurring in Jiangxing. On the streets, a bald man addressed the crowd. Hey folks, have you heard? Curious neighbors gathered around him, bombarding him with questions. What? This New World Group invested 100 billion just to build a school? Buying land for students to develop buildings? Purchasing mountains for students to gain practical experience? How is that possible? Don't they fear losing money? Is their wealth just blowing in from the wind? Ridiculous. Even if the New World Group is formidable, they can't possibly have that much money to spare. In Jiacheng, the rumors spread like wildfire, casting doubt upon the New World Group in every corner of the city. At a state-owned enterprise, the usual scene unfolded as young professional Wang Li arrived at work. She was drawn into the fervent discussions among her colleagues. Have you heard? This New World is investing such a vast sum to secure land. Do you know what they plan to do? A manager-like figure remarked enigmatically to the employees gathered around him. Isn't it just to build a school? I have also heard that the land is being acquired solely to construct a school. Is that not rather reckless? Zhang Cheng is merely seeking publicity. And do you genuinely believe in his endeavors? To establish such an institution, he would need to invest several hundred billion. I emphasize the word might. You seem not to ponder. No matter how wealthy Zhang Cheng is, can he truly amass such a fortune? Hearing your perspective, I too find it plausible that Zhang Cheng is indulging in self-promotion. After all, money does not simply materialize from thin air. And I suspect he is already feeling the pinch. Not to boast, but Zhang Cheng is also concerned about maintaining a respectable image. In less than half a month, he will likely be scouring for loans. Meanwhile, Wang Li, overhearing her colleagues' discussions, widened her eyes in disbelief, her expression laden with incredulity. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If all of this were indeed true, how magnificent would that structure be? No one knows from whom this news originated. It seems that no one is particularly concerned. Whenever there is a moment of respite, they engage in lively conversations with those around them. Yet, the New World Group finds itself once again thrust into the limelight. Chapter 26, Tianman Group. Starbucks CAF. The decor of the 21st century has garnered immense admiration from the youth. While numerous corporate professionals and business associates opt to conduct their meetings here, the incessant flow of patrons vividly illustrates the CAF's prosperity. From a scenic booth by the window, one can effortlessly behold the New World Tower across the street, as well as relish the distant rivers. The picturesque view speaks for itself. Li Ming arrived early at the CAF, adorned in a brown dress and black stockings, her long hair cascading straight down her back, exuding an air of elegance. In her hand, she held a small mirror, delicately arranging her wind-tousled hair. Her gaze occasionally drifted outside, as if she were anticipating something. New World Tower. Zhang Cheng, having tidied himself, made his way downstairs and, upon spotting the Tianhu Hotel across the street, strolled leisurely towards it. A few minutes later, he arrived at Starbucks CAF. As he entered, he was enveloped by a distinctly Western ambience. The chandeliers and booths radiated a unique charm, while the walls were adorned with various oil paintings. Couples and business partners engaged in animated conversations filled the booths, and the majority of the staff appeared to be fair-haired foreigners. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Starbucks CAF. Do you have a reservation?" The attendant in the uniform greeted him with a polite smile, her voice as refreshing as a gentle breeze. "Thank you. I have a reservation," Zhang Cheng replied with a courteous smile. At that moment, Li Ming, seated in the booth, suddenly brightened at the sight of Zhang Cheng, her face lighting up with joy as she waved enthusiastically. "Zhang Cheng Gij, over here." Upon hearing Li Ming's call, all eyes in the CAF instinctively turned towards Zhang Cheng, though their expressions bore an odd semblance. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Zhang Cheng finished speaking with the attendant and proceeded directly to sit across from Li Ming. "Waiter, one cappuccino with less sugar, please," he ordered as he settled into his seat. Li Ming, noticing the coffee had yet to arrive, initiated a casual conversation. "Zhang Cheng Gij, it's truly a challenge to see you these days," she said, her eyes gazing at him with a hint of melancholy. Zhang Cheng, realizing the implication behind her words, felt a wave of discomfort. He was acutely aware of what she was hinting at, and internally lamented the predicament. It was not feasible to disclose to Li Ming. "I possess a billionaire father from another universe, whose fortune resides with my stepmother, and I was unexpectedly bestowed with a fortune of several billion." With a resigned shrug, Zhang Cheng shifted the conversation, and the two engaged in a light-hearted exchange, their dialogue flowing seamlessly. Zhang Cheng conversed about certain delightful topics, noticing Li Ming beside him, who was covering her mouth with a delicate hand, giggling softly. Moments later, he caught sight of Li Ming's enchanting eyes fixed upon him, her expression pouting with indignation. Observing this, Zhang Cheng felt an unexpected sense of relaxation wash over him. Unlike Lu Shu, Li Ming's innocent demeanor elicited an instinctive protective instinct within Zhang Cheng, a sentiment that remained inexplicable. As Zhang Cheng entered the CAF and Li Ming called out his name, the patrons turned their gazes toward him, their expressions tinged with curiosity, whispering amongst themselves, "Could it be? Am I truly encountering Zhang Cheng, the owner of New World Group? Pinch me, is this real? Goodness, the rumors outside were indeed true. Zhang Cheng is remarkably young." The comments from the female companion at the table caused the two young men to look somewhat displeased. "Huh, you women are such infatuated fools. Do you not know that Zhang Cheng is on the brink of bankruptcy? I heard his New World Group has amassed vast lands worth hundreds of billions. And now his financial chain has collapsed. Yet he brazenly claims he intends to establish a grander school. He is merely daydreaming. Is that so? It must be true. The gossip has spread throughout Jiangqing. Zhang Cheng is merely engaging in publicity stunts, a tactic of his. A newly established company that only knows how to boast without doing any real work. I am unafraid to say that I truly do not believe Zhang Cheng can muster such funds. His land acquisition is merely a ploy for fame, to make New World known to a broader audience. Huh, what is so remarkable about New World Group? How can it possibly compare to Tianman Group? Another chimed in. Tianman Group? That is one of the top listed companies in Jiangqing, boasting hundreds of employees and a market value of several hundred billion. What? Tianman Group's market value is in the hundreds of billions? Then New World is surely doomed. It is utterly overreaching for a newly established company to challenge Tianman Group. Pa, with such meager assets, New World dares to compete with Tianman Group? It is simply courting disaster. At that moment in the Starbucks CAF, patrons glanced over at Zhang Cheng in the booth, their eyes filled with derision and disdain. Despite overhearing these remarks, Zhang Cheng maintained his usual calm demeanor. But a cold smirk curled upon his lips. "Tianman Group, you say? Hundreds of employees? A market value in the hundreds of billions? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a chill emanated from his gaze. In an instant, the atmosphere around him seemed to freeze. Simultaneously, the coldness emanating from Zhang Cheng subtly enveloped the booth, permeating the CAF, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. The youth at the adjacent table paled, his body rigid with fear, not comprehending why he felt as if he had plunged into an ancient ice cellar, trembling uncontrollably. It was a sensation akin to an emperor's wrath, leaving devastation in its wake. Many around him shuddered, inexplicably compelled to submit. Seated beside him, Li Ming also held her breath in that moment. The admiration in her gaze towards Zhang Cheng blossomed, ignited by just a single glance that stirred her heart into a tempest. The entire CAF fell into a profound silence, so still that one could hear the very breaths of the patrons. At that instant, no one dared to make a sound, allowing beads of sweat to trickle down their foreheads, disregarding them entirely. However, Zhang Cheng soon recalled Li Ming's presence before him, and his expression softened as he offered her a gentle smile, reassuring her that he was unharmed. Simultaneously, as Zhang Cheng's gaze shifted away from them, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, though the lingering chill in the air left many still in shock. One by one, they rose to settle their bills and exited the CAF in a hurried retreat. The boy who had just fled took several deep breaths, glancing back at the CAF with a lingering sense of trepidation, exclaiming inwardly, "Zhang Cheng is truly terrifying." After a considerable pause, Li Ming cheerfully suggested, "Brother Zhang Cheng, let us go." Seeing her playful grimace, he smiled faintly, allowing the tumult in his heart to dissipate. Zhang Cheng felt that whenever he was with Li Ming, his tightly wounded heart would gradually loosen. Gazing at Li Ming's innocent and cheerful demeanor, a smile graced Zhang Cheng's face. He nodded in agreement, and together they left the CAF. As night fell, the streetlights along the avenue began to glow warmly. Zhang Cheng held Li Ming's small hand, strolling leisurely through the streets, a peculiar sensation washing over him amidst the scenery. That day, Li Ming nestled against Zhang Cheng, feeling the warmth from his palm. A flush of crimson spread across her cheeks as she buried her face deeper into his embrace. Observing the couples around them, radiating with happiness, a fleeting look of wistfulness crossed her eyes. She softly mused, how wonderful it would be if time could freeze right here. After a long while, following the moment he returned Li Ming home, the smile on Zhang Cheng's face gradually faded. With a click, the lighter flickered to life, and smoke billowed from his lips, obscuring his visage. He retrieved his phone from his pocket. "In 10 minutes, I want to know who is deliberately slandering the New World Group." Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's icy voice on the other end of the line, Su Kaishan trembled, nearly dropping his phone, and stammered, "Understood, President Zhang." After hanging up, Zhang Cheng's gaze drifted toward the distant New World Tower. While he had disregarded the conversations of the CAF patrons, it did not imply indifference to the matter at hand. Having felt the warmth and chill of humanity, he refused to allow anyone to lay a hand on his new world, nor even entertain such thoughts. For he was Zhang Cheng. Chapter 27. Have you found it? After handing the car keys to the security guard at the building, Zhang Cheng entered the elevator, ascending directly to the top floor. With a soft ding, the elevator doors opened, and Su Kaishan hurriedly ran to Zhang Cheng. "President Zhang, today, let's discuss it in my office." Before Su Kaishan could finish, Zhang Cheng interrupted him and walked straight toward the office. Observing Zhang Cheng's demeanor, Su Kaishan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back as he cautiously followed him into the office. Zhang Cheng casually took a seat, loosened his tie, and gazed at the visibly anxious Su Kaishan, calmly inquiring, "Have you found it?" After speaking, Zhang Cheng picked up a cigarette from the desk, inhaled deeply, and allowed the smoke to drift before him, indifferent as he savored the comfort brought by the nicotine. "Have you found it?" The 4 words echoed in Su Kaishan's ears, amplifying the pressure in his heart. Quickly organizing his thoughts, Su Kaishan replied, "President Zhang, the rumors maligning our group originated from Xinli, Haitan, and Dayon companies. I even spent money to inquire with their executives, and they confirmed that it was indeed spoken by their boss." "Is there more?" Zhang Cheng pressed. After a moment of contemplation, Su Kaishan continued, "From what I've gathered, the owners of these companies have recently been closely associated with Chao Tianming from Tianman Group. I suspect they have conspired together, deliberately targeting our New World Group." As he spoke, Su Kaishan shared his suspicions without reservation. Upon hearing the names of these companies, Zhang Cheng asked, "What is their strength?" Su Kaishan promptly handed over the collected information. Zhang Cheng took it, flipping to the first page. Xinli Company, owner, Ding Xihua. Main industry, printing and logistics, valuation, 70 billion. As he reached the last page, Zhang Cheng encountered the name of Tianman Group, which elicited no surprise from him. Tianman Group, owner, Chao Tianming, valuation, 270 billion. After finishing the document, Zhang Cheng tossed it aside. I have no time for you. You insignificant minnows have come to provoke me? After pondering for a few seconds, he declared, since they have dared to bully me, Su Kaishan, I will grant you an additional 20 billion to arrange for the acquisition of Xinli and Daon companies. Is that acceptable? Su Kaishan's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse, but fortunately, he was supported by the wall behind him. Bewildered, he thought, what is going on with President Zhang? Just because they slandered the group, he intends to acquire them? He just allocated 50 billion for himself, and now he wants to give me another 20 billion? With this realization, Su Kaishan's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. 5 plus 2 equals 7? 7 plus 2 equals 9. Shall we add the previous sum as well? Su Kaishan gasped in astonishment. How much could that possibly be? Is Mr. Zhang truly some celestial being descended to earth? With a gulp, Su Kaishan hesitantly extended his trembling hands to accept the bank card that Zhang Cheng offered. Observing Su Kaishan's reaction, Zhang Cheng chuckled softly, patting his shoulder before casually remarking, by the way, we should also acquire Tianman Group later. Su Kaishan, witnessing Zhang Cheng's nonchalant demeanor while uttering such grand intentions, could no longer maintain his composure. With a thud, his trembling legs betrayed him, causing him to collapse onto the floor. Tears welled in Su Kaishan's eyes as he stammered, Mr. Zhang, I. In response, Zhang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now, you are merely embarrassing me. As those words echoed in the air, Su Kaishan felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Summoning his strength, he managed to rise and left Zhang Cheng's office, head hung low. Upon returning to his own office, Su Kaishan sat in silence for a full 10 minutes, gradually regaining his composure. He reflected on the scenes that had just unfolded in Zhang Cheng's office, especially the mention of acquiring Tianman Group, which quickened his breath. His heart brimmed with aspirations. Meanwhile, at the Ace Hotel, Mr. Chao proved to be remarkably prescient. The New World Group was not held in high regard by the people of Jiangxing. Following Ding Juanhui's comment, laughter erupted among the attendees, with the surrounding business leaders eagerly echoing their agreement. Indeed, the pressure from the masses would soon compel Zhang Cheng to falter. Witnessing Zhang Cheng's unease brought a sense of relief to my heart. Mr. Chao, what should we do next? Ding Xihua's reminder redirected everyone's attention back to Chao Tianming. Zhang Cheng loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. And unless they swiftly resolved this troublesome presence, an unsettling feeling would persist in their hearts. Chao Tianming, seated at the head of the table, set down his teacup. Noticing the inquiring gazes upon him, he slowly began to speak. Rest assured, I already have a plan in mind. Within a week, I shall ensure that Zhang Cheng vacates the premises. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions reflected a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. What is going on? How could Chao Tianming possibly make Zhang Cheng leave in just a week? What does he intend to do? Ding Xihua observed the remaining business leaders, who exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Looking at the confidently self-assured Chao Tianming, Ding Xihua hesitated for a moment before tentatively inquiring, Mr. Chao, it seems you are keeping us in the dark. Why not share your brilliant idea with us? With Ding Xihua leading the charge, the other executives could no longer contain their curiosity. Indeed, Mr. Chao, please enlighten us for our peace of mind. Come now, Brother Chao, this is rather unfair. Though spoken in jest, the tone carried an undercurrent of challenge, questioning why they, united in purpose, were being kept in the dark. Chao Tianming observed the eager expressions on the faces of those around him, his countenance darkening with displeasure. Internally, he scoffed. Do you truly believe you possess any significant weight? The combined worth of all your enterprises barely amounts to half of mine, yet you dare to question me? Despite these thoughts, he maintained a cooperative facade, reluctant to sever ties and provide them with leverage against him. His expression softened slightly as he recalled the conversation he had with the gas group earlier that morning. He ultimately resolved to keep the truth concealed and feigned ignorance alongside the others. Dear friends, refrain from asking too many questions. As long as you contribute adequately. Once Zhang Cheng is ousted, you shall undoubtedly receive your share, he declared. Following this, Chao Tianming turned and ascended to the second-floor room with his secretary. The remaining individuals were left in a state of shock, their expressions turning sour. What choice did they have? Since they had resolved to align themselves with Chao Tianming against Zhang Cheng, they had mentally prepared for such a scenario. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they left the AC Hotel, glancing at one another in silence. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng had already descended from the New World Tower, making his way towards the bidding venue. Chapter 28. Citywide shock regarding the acquisition. Zhang Cheng was not jesting. Half an hour later, upon returning to the New World Tower, he headed straight to the conference room. The expansive room was filled with nearly 200 individuals. Over 100 of them were former employees of the Earth Group, while the remainder comprised negotiation experts and a premier team of attorneys. Zhang Cheng's urgent summons had left the leaders and executives of the New World Group in a state of apprehension, anxiously observing him. Could it be that Chairman Zhang was planning something monumental once again? Zhang Cheng activated the projector in the conference room, revealing the prepared shareholder information of Tianman Group. He stated matter-of-factly, "I shall be brief. The purpose of gathering you all here is singular. We are about to acquire several companies." A collective gasp echoed through the room. Acquire a company? Does the group still possess sufficient funds? The attendees held their breath, nervously watching Zhang Cheng before the projector. The information displayed was indeed staggering. Acquiring Tianman Group? Upon glancing at the statistics below, they noted the largest shareholder and chairman, Chao Tianming, held 40% of the shares. Market capitalization, 27 billion. Proposed acquisition expenditure, 29 billion. 29 billion. Nearly 30 billion. Zhang Cheng was genuinely intent on acquiring Tianman Group, and astonishingly, it was to occur imminently. A forceful acquisition. The sheer magnitude of capital required for this endeavor was unfathomable. How could they possibly gather hundreds of billions in cash at this moment? The employees' eyes widened in disbelief. This was utterly terrifying. The mention of such colossal funds by Zhang Cheng in front of everyone raised questions. Did he not fear that someone among them might leak this information? Did he not care at all? Indeed, for Zhang Cheng, it was of little concern. He was determined to transparently acquire Tianman Group and other companies, making it abundantly clear, "I intend to acquire your company, and what will you do about it?" No amount of money would deter him. He was resolute in his pursuit. Zhang Cheng's dignity and that of the New World Group would not allow for any encroachments. Observing the shocked expressions of the employees around the round table, Zhang Cheng remained impassive, pointing to the screen. Su Kaishan, these three individuals hold 60% of Tianman's shares. Secure them before the bidding concludes. That should not pose a problem, correct? Su Kaishan dared not say much in response. No problem, no problem. What was happening? Before the bidding concluded? Did he comprehend the value of that 60% stake? And to secure it before the bidding ended? This was worth 220 billion. Over 200 billion. And Zhang Cheng expected it to be secured before the bidding concluded? Did New World Group possess such vast amounts of money? I will provide you with 250 billion immediately. Go to secure it right now. If you fail, do not return. Yes, yes, Su Kaishan numbly nodded. Zhang Cheng glanced at his watch, then addressed Ma Hongbing. I'll allocate 200 billion to you. Proceed to acquire Xinli Group. Adjust for any discrepancies. Understood, Chairman Zhang. Hu Mingxian, I offer you 100 billion. The Ocean Company, is that acceptable? No. No problem. After Zhang Cheng issued his orders, he cast a glance at everyone present. Regardless of the means or methods employed, these companies must be firmly under my control before the conclusion of the bidding. A collective gasp echoed in the air. The bidding would commence in an hour and conclude within a maximum of 3 hours. Acquiring these companies? It seemed utterly ludicrous. To consume these companies in merely 3 hours? Su Kaishan's pupils constricted, trembling with fear. Time was not on their side. Taking a deep breath, everyone hastily departed the conference room, mobilizing their teams for the impending venture. Half an hour later, beneath the New World building, buzzing, a deafening hum resonated at the entrance of the New World building, instantly drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. As their gazes fell upon the scene before the edifice, a collective gasp resounded. 50 Bentleys were impeccably lined up at the entrance, guarding a red Hongqi L5 sedan adorned with the national flag. Onlookers could not help but exclaim, "My goodness, what is happening? This is unbelievable. I have never seen so many luxury cars in my life." At that moment, swish, 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 over 100 men clad in black suits poured out from the building, marching in precise and resonant cadence, running towards the luxury vehicles, their eyes fixed ahead with utmost seriousness. Good heavens, what on earth were these individuals engaged in? Everyone's expressions were filled with bewilderment, their eyes glued to the New World building. A moment later, a flurry of footsteps echoed from within the New World group. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of polished shoes meeting the floor was crisp and remarkably loud. Over 30 senior executives of the New World group, hunched over in a brisk run, followed closely behind a young man dressed in a light blue suit. The youth's strides appeared somewhat casual, his gaze surveying everything before him with an air of indifference, as if none of this concerned him. Mr. Zhang, everything is arranged. All right. Mr. Zhang, everything is prepared. As they reached the exterior of the New World building, Zhang Cheng paused for a few seconds at the entrance. Outside, 100 men in black suits bowed in unison, respectfully calling out, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Cheng nodded, stepping into the red sedan, followed promptly by the 100 men in black. Glancing at the documents in his hand, he calmly instructed, let us depart. Vroom. Dozens of ultra-luxurious sedans roared to life simultaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, they surged towards the bidding venue with grandiosity. The resounding hum of the luxury vehicles filled the air as they swiftly merged onto the main thoroughfare. Passers-by, witnessing the emblem of New World on the vehicles and the cacophony of their engines, were left in awe, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Heavens, what was that just now? Is that Zhang Cheng, the proprietor of the New World Group? Goodness, wasn't he? It said that New World was on the brink of bankruptcy? Such an opulent convoy. Does Zhang Cheng have something monumental planned? The direction he is heading seems to lead to a bidding venue. How astonishing. I can scarcely believe how formidable Zhang Cheng of New World is. With such a display, what could he possibly be intending? Those who disparage the New World Group must surely be misguided. This scene hardly reflects any signs of bankruptcy for New World Group. At that moment, a bystander gasped in astonishment. Oh my, look. Simultaneously, all eyes were drawn once again. Following Zhang Cheng's luxurious convoy, another 30 extravagant vehicles arrived at the entrance of the building. Su Kaishan, clad in a black suit and radiating vigor, stood at the entrance. As he witnessed Zhang Cheng's convoy vanish onto the main thoroughfare, he grasped his briefcase and stepped into a luxury vehicle, closely followed by over 20 senior executives and negotiation experts from the group. As the hum of engines filled the air, the vehicles gradually merged onto the main road. Concurrently, Ma Hongbing and Hu Mingxian entered their own cars, with their cadre of senior executives following suit. The vehicles slowly departed, speeding in the opposite direction of Su Kaishan. Bystanders in front of the New World Tower watched in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. What is the New World Group planning? By the time they collected their thoughts, the convoy had already vanished from the streets. Had it not been for the deafening roar of the engines echoing in their ears, they might have doubted the reality of it all. What in the world does the New World Group desire? Look, the convoy is heading towards Tianman Group. What? Could it be that they? Observe here, the New World convoy is en route to Xinli Company. My goodness, could it be true? Look over there. The New World Group is truly formidable. Chapter 29. The eve of the auction at noon, outside the Tianrong bidding venue, staff members began to mobilize. A throng of onlookers gathered outside, all eager to witness the grandeur of the day and the affluent entrepreneurs in attendance. Although the auction had yet to commence, chatter among the crowd had already ignited. Had I not received the news, I would have surely missed such a magnificent event. I heard that many dignitaries from Jiangcheng would be present today, all vying to bid on a parcel of land. What kind of land could incite such fervor? It seems quite unbelievable. Ah, you are unaware. It is a commercial district near the eastern suburbs. My goodness, I know that area. Hasn't it already been claimed by the New World Group? Is it possible they have not yet secured it? Nonsense. There is no way the New World could possibly acquire that land. It is merely a daydream. As the excitement in the crowd swelled, several luxury cars arrived and parked steadily in front of Tianrong. When the occupants emerged, gasps erupted from the spectators. Goodness, I recognize him. I saw him on television. He is Mr. Chao Tianming, the chairman of Tianman Group. With that declaration, the crowd erupted into a clamor. What? The chairman of Tianman Group has arrived? Is he also interested in that piece of land? With someone of Tianman's stature present, it seems they must secure that land. Unlike certain groups that merely talk a big game, there are whispers that New World intends to bid on the same land. How absurd. How could they even compare to Tianman Group, whose market value is in the hundreds of billions? Alas, the New World Group stands no chance this time. With such a colossal company in attendance, there is hardly room for others. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, another convoy arrived at Tianrong. When the vehicles came to a halt, a refined middle-aged man stepped out. Upon spotting Chao Tianming, he promptly approached him, greeting him as if they were long-lost friends. Mr. Chao, you truly are a busy man. So, are you interested in this parcel of land? Upon finishing his statement, his gaze held an enigmatic glint as he looked at Chao Tianming. Mr. Xiang, you jest, replied Chao, both men concealing their intentions behind a veil of pleasantries. While they were engrossed in conversation, a government vehicle pulled up to Tianrong. Upon seeing Mayor Xian Haiban disembark, Chao Tianming's expression flickered with intrigue. How crucial could this land be for the mayor to come in person? Could it be? As he observed Mayor Xian's arrival, a sense of unease stirred within Chao Tianming. Although hesitant, he noticed Xiang Ming had already approached the mayor, and he quickly donned a smile. Greeting, Mayor Xian. Mayor Xian. The mayor offered a courteous acknowledgement, lifting his gaze toward the horizon, seemingly awaiting something. Chao Tianming and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What is happening? Is Mayor Xian perhaps waiting for someone? Minutes passed, and gradually a dozen or so entrepreneurs participating in the auction began to arrive. As they approached Xian Haiban, they exchanged pleasantries. Mayor Xian, what a pleasure to meet you. After some cordial banter, they noticed Chao Tianming and others in the distance and hurried over, exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Chao, you're here. What a delight." At that moment, one entrepreneur, observing Mayor Xian's demeanor, turned to Chao Tianming with a puzzled expression and whispered, "Mr. Chao, is the mayor waiting for someone?" Xiang Ming lifted his head, surveying the surroundings, and replied with a knowing look, "It seems the mayor is indeed expecting someone." Another, privy to some insider information, remarked, "All the entrepreneurs from Zhang Cheng should be here by now. Could it be that they are waiting for Zhang Cheng?" Zhang Cheng. From New World? The crowd's expressions turned to surprise, followed by some playful banter. Impossible. What stature does Mayor Xian possess? Zhang Cheng is still immature. He hardly counts. Xiang Ming continued, "I have heard that New World intends to bid for this land as well." He then glanced at the conversing Chao Tianming and asked, "Mr. Chao, what is your take on this?" Upon hearing this, the others shook their heads and turned their gaze towards Chao Tianming. "Mr. Xiang, you jest. No harm in letting slip a few details. My presence here today signifies that Tianman Group is determined to secure this plot of land. I have no regard for New World or any other entity." After finishing, Chao Tianming chuckled with self-satisfaction. He truly did not consider New World a challenge. Those present did not contest Chao Tianming's assertion. They were well aware that Tianman Group was thriving and flourishing, and given its market valuation, Chao Tianming had every right to boast. They also discerned that Tianman was resolute in its intention to win the bid for the land. As more and more entrepreneurs arrived, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Wow, such prominent figures at this auction. The mayor? The president of ICBC? The president of ABC? Look, they seem not to have entered yet. They appear to be awaiting another distinguished guest. Surely not. These are individuals one only encounters on television. Hey, the time is approaching. Why hasn't New World arrived yet? Are they truly waiting for Zhang Cheng? What a joke. What significance does Zhang Cheng possess that warrants such attention? How could he command such respect that so many would wait for him? Oofed. New World Group is merely engaging in hype. The time has passed, and they are still absent? I suspect they are too afraid to show up, knowing they cannot compete with Tianman Group, and thus have chosen to forfeit. All this talk of land acquisition is nothing but a publicity stunt. In an instant, the venue was filled with skepticism and laughter directed at New World Group. At that moment, a passerby hung up the phone and exclaimed, "I just heard from a friend that a convoy bearing the New World emblem is heading this way." Oh my, is it possible? Is Zhang Cheng truly coming? Alas, this fellow is merely courting misfortune. Why bother coming when there is no hope? Perhaps not. It is conceivable that the mayor is awaiting Mr. Zhang's arrival. At this juncture, the mayor's secretary, having ended the call, whispered in his ear, "Mayor, Mr. Zhang has requested that you enter first. He will be arriving shortly." Did Mr. Zhang truly say that? Mayor Xian retorted, "Indeed." Upon hearing the secretary's response, the mayor's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and he exhaled deeply. Just as he turned, however, an ear-splitting sound resonated in his ears. Simultaneously, everyone present could hear this droning noise. Then, all eyes in the gathering turned toward the distance in unison. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Is that the roar of an engine? What a sound! My goodness, how many vehicles must it take to produce such a thunderous noise?" Chapter 30. The Movement of the New World Beneath the Earth. Over 200 luxurious Bentleys traversed the main thoroughfares of Jiangcheng with fervor, led by the foremost vehicle. As a Maserati awaited a traffic signal, the driver suddenly felt a slight tremor in the window, followed by a thunderous noise echoing through the sky. He raised his head, a hint of trepidation in his voice. What is that sound? What is happening? When the light turned green once more, he heard a rush of swish, swish, swish as a multitude of vehicles sped past, leaving behind a blur of remnants. Gasping, the driver involuntarily inhaled sharply, his scalp tingling. What in the world is going on? What just rushed by me? His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a cascade of taillights. Were they vehicles? Did they not fear an accident? This was a city. After all, how dare they drive so recklessly? As he focused intently, his eyes grew even wider. Is that the convoy of the New World? Astonishment gripped the Maserati owner as he watched over 100 taillights swiftly vanish from his sight, disappearing into the horizon in mere seconds. He found himself momentarily dazed until the incessant honking from behind snapped him back to reality, prompting him to gradually start his vehicle. Meanwhile, a Ferrari T3 cruised along Tianhan Avenue, where the young heir of Cine Company jested with the girl beside him. How does this car feel? I begged my father for ages before he finally bought it for me. Before the girl in the passenger seat could respond, her voice was drowned out by a resounding hum. Buzz, 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 what is that sound? The affluent young man exclaimed, glancing at the rearview mirror to see a long line of headlights rushing towards them. The deafening roar filled the air, vibrating the windows. Goodness, what speed is that? Too fast. The girl in the passenger seat gasped. Look, their car insignia appears to belong to the New World. The young heir's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the implications. Determined to follow, he resolved to observe further before making any plans. With a sudden surge of resolve, he pressed the accelerator, and the Ferrari roared to life, pursuing the convoy. The abrupt acceleration caught the girl off guard, and they sped away. Hey, why are you driving so fast? She called out, but it seemed he did not hear her. Maintaining his grip on the steering wheel and closely tailing the convoy. 2 minutes later, upon witnessing the New World convoy halt beneath the Cine Company building, a sense of foreboding gripped him, and he quickly pulled over, retrieving his phone to make a call. At that very moment, in the office of the chairman of Cine Company, Ding Xihua lounged comfortably in his chair, sipping tea while gazing contentedly out the window. Thoughts of the promises made by Chao Tianming swelled his pride. However, for reasons unknown, a subtle unease began to stir within him, and he muttered softly, could something have gone awry at the auction? Upon this realization, Ding Xihua retrieved his phone, intending to call Chao Tianming to inquire about the situation. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered with a nonchalant tone. What's the matter, you little rascal? Out of money again. However, a panicked voice reached his ears. Dad, be careful. There are over a dozen cars from New World Group parked downstairs. They've just disembarked. Ding Xihua's brow furrowed, a cold sweat breaking out as he processed his son's words. New World Group. Shouldn't they be at the bidding venue? Why are they here? Just then, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. Who is it? Ding Xihua shouted in frustration. The knocking persisted, relentless and insistent. The mention of New World Group had already unsettled him, and the continued banging only exacerbated his irritation. With a stern expression, he opened the door, impatiently exclaiming, What do you want? As the door swung open, his words faltered, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Standing at the threshold were a dozen individuals clad in black suits, men and women alike, among them a slick-haired executive, a briefcase-carrying lawyer, and a bespectacled accountant, each displaying the emblem of New World on their chests. Taking a deep breath, Ding Xihua instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. These were representatives from New World Group. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he hesitated before speaking. What brings you from New World? The middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, standing at the forefront, replied expressionlessly, Hello, Mr. Ding. I am Ma Hongbing from New World Group. We are interested in your company. Please name your price. Ding Xihua inhaled sharply. They are interested in my company? Asking me to set a price? Regaining his composure, he realized that the entity before him was one he could not afford to offend. He replied slowly, Well, I'm not inclined to. Ma Hongbing cast a fleeting glance at him, then spoke with indifference. Mr. Zhang has tasked me with acquiring your company before the bidding concludes. Should I fail, I will be deemed worthless in Mr. Zhang's eyes. I hope you can understand. Ma Hongbing continued, Mr. Ding, please consider this seriously. This opportunity comes but once. If you refuse to sell, I shall establish a competing firm right across from yours and work to undermine your business. Mr. Zhang has made it clear that he is unconcerned about money. With a click, he lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as he observed the pallor on Ding Xihua's face, stating coolly, So, please name your price. Sign the contract, and the cash will be transferred immediately. Cash. Ding Xihua inhaled sharply once more. Silence enveloped the room. An oppressive stillness lingered, akin to a deathly hush. In the entire office, apart from the hurried breaths of Ding Xihua, only the faint sound of Ma Hongbing's smoking remained. Meanwhile, on the other side, The door to the chairman's office of Ocean Company was knocked upon. A wave of individuals from New World Group had arrived. The door was opened by a woman who resembled a secretary. Her face filled with astonishment as she gazed at the 10 men clad in black suits standing at the entrance. Trembling, she stammered, "You." Disregarding the secretary at the door, the middle-aged man at the forefront, accompanied by his team, strode directly inside. "Who are you? What brings you here?" The chairman of Ocean Company, Li Kaiyong, instinctively inquired upon seeing these individuals. However, as he noticed the unified emblem of New World Group emblazoned upon their chests, he froze in place. The middle-aged man cast a brief glance at him before calmly responding, "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Yuan from New World Group." New World Group? Li Kaiyong's pupils constricted as he instinctively took 2 steps back. Why have New World representatives come at this time? Isn't today the day after which Zhang Cheng will be ousted? A sudden unease gripped Li Kaiyong's heart. "What brings you here?" In contrast to Ma Hongbing, Yuan displayed little patience. He interrupted Li Kaiyong, stating, "Mr. Li, I won't waste time with pleasantries. Our New World Group is interested in Ocean Company. Name your price. Will you sell or not?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "President Zhang instructed me to ensure that I secure the company before the auction concludes, so please make your decision quickly. By the way, President Zhang also mentioned that he is indifferent to the monetary aspect. Should you choose not to sell, I will establish an identical company directly opposite yours, until your company is brought to its knees." Li Kaiyong inhaled sharply, a sense of dread enveloping him. Was it truly the case that New World Group sought to acquire his shares at this moment? Were they not on the brink of collapse? Chapter 31. The arrival of the magnificent. The entire street seemed to tremble, resonating with the buzzing sound of the convoy. In the distance, 4 Bentleys forged ahead, followed by a roaring Hongqi L5. Behind them, over 50 black Bentleys emblazoned with the New World emblem formed a straight line, advancing with an imposing presence. The passers-by, the drivers within their vehicles, and everyone present at the bidding venue fell silent. Eyes widened and pupils constricted, they gazed in awe at the colossal procession. They held their breath, too astounded to exhale, fixated on the distant spectacle. The onlookers were astonished, their expressions rife with trepidation as they murmured, "Who is this? How could such an immense convoy exist? My goodness, when did such a figure emerge in Jiang City?" Suddenly, someone in the crowd spotted the emblem on the convoy and exclaimed, This is the New World Group's fleet." Instantly, all eyes turned, wide with disbelief. "My heavens, this is truly the New World Group's convoy. Zhang Cheng is here. He has arrived. How is this possible? Wasn't it said that Zhang Cheng's New World Group was on the brink of bankruptcy?" A chorus of murmurs echoed throughout the bidding venue, reverberating with disbelief. As the convoy gradually approached the bidding area, the sight of the uniform New World branded Bentleys delivered a harsh reality check, forcing them to confront the truth of the moment. Zhang Cheng had personally come to the bidding venue, shattering every rumor that had circulated about the New World Group, leaving them to dissipate into the ether. The leading Hongqi L5 came to a steady halt at the entrance, followed by the orderly stop of over 100 Bentleys. With a crisp sound, the doors of the vehicles opened in unison. Everyone inhaled deeply once more, holding their breath in anticipation. From the luxurious cars emerged a procession of over 100 men clad in black suits. More than 50 of them swiftly approached the Hongqi, placing their hands over their hearts as they stood guard for their master within. The remaining 50 fanned out, vigilantly stationed in various directions, ever watchful of their surroundings. Xian Haiban took a deep breath and hurriedly stepped forward, closely followed by astute entrepreneurs. Among the throng was a notable assembly of distinguished business figures from Jiang City. Meanwhile, in the distance, Chao Tianming's expression darkened, as though Zhang Cheng had eclipsed all his glory, standing silently and observing from afar. In the midst of this quietude, a polished shoe slowly emerged from the vehicle, making contact with the red carpet. At that moment, everyone held their breath once more. A figure clad in a light blue suit stepped into view. It is, truly him. Zhang Cheng, he has indeed arrived. 3 years ago, a man who rose from obscurity became the former richest individual in Jiang City. After Zhang Cheng alighted from his car, the luxurious Hongqi sedan swiftly departed, followed closely by 100 Bentley vehicles. Zhang Cheng lifted his gaze, surveying the throngs of people surrounding him, each pair of eyes fixed intently upon him. Among the crowd, he recognized several familiar faces, yet as his gaze swept across a distant figure, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, sending shivers down the spines of those around him. "Hello, Mr. Zhang," greeted one entrepreneur. Indeed, The rumors do not exaggerate your youth, another remarked. Mr. Zhang, I truly admire you. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Zhang Cheng felt no inclination to offend the smiling entrepreneurs before him. He shook hands with each, nodding graciously, you flatter me. Turning his attention, he addressed, Mayor Xian, it has been a long time. Xian Haibin smiled and promptly shook Zhang Cheng's hand, then instructed his secretary, Xiao Huang, make the necessary arrangements. Mr. Zhang has arrived. Prepare for the auction. Upon hearing this, some entrepreneurs cast peculiar glances towards Chao Tianming in the distance, before they all proceeded into the Tianrong auction house. Meanwhile, the crowd outside slowly regained their composure, only to erupt once more. Zhang Cheng, that is indeed Zhang Cheng, exclaimed one. I see it. The emblem of the New World Group emblazoned on all their chests. It's truly him. His entrepreneurial journey is astonishing. Zhang Cheng, who had founded the Earth Group from scratch, once echoed throughout Huaxia, becoming Jiang City's wealthiest individual. Although his Earth Group eventually collapsed, many felt that the New World Group was significantly stronger than its predecessor. No matter how formidable the New World may be, can it rival Tianman? Someone retorted. I've heard they are determined to acquire this piece of land. Another chimed in. Zhang Cheng's capabilities likely fall short. Indeed, Tianman's market value is nearing 30 billion. The New World simply cannot compare, lamented another. Alas, the New World has little hope this time. Discussions regarding the auction results buzzed among the crowd. Even as Zhang Cheng and his party entered Tianrong, the throng began to disperse, growing increasingly sparse. Meanwhile, Chao Tianming's expression was rife with disdain as he observed Zhang Cheng ahead, scoffing internally, a bunch of bumpkins. What era are we in? Their thinking is so antiquated. It's merely a young lad in his 20s, yet they hold him in such high regard. Zhang Cheng, let us see how long you can revel in your success. Once I secure this plot of land, you'll have to reckon with me. The more he pondered, the more displeased he became. As Chao Tianming stepped into Tianrong and scanned the hall, he smirked to himself. Considering Tianman's market value in the hundreds of billions, it was only fitting for him to sit in the front row. He then made his way directly to the front row seats. However, just as he was about to settle into his chair, a cold, emotionless voice pierced his thoughts. Chao, I have my eye on Tianman. Name your price. Upon witnessing Chao Tianming's presence in the hall, Zhang Cheng conceived a plan and spoke in a nonchalant manner. The atmosphere in the hall abruptly fell silent. As Zhang Cheng's words echoed, a palpable tension enveloped the room, rendering it eerily still. The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment, stunned into silence. Did I mishear? Zhang Cheng expressed interest in Tianman Group. He is asking Chao Tianming for a price? Is he selling? This is utterly preposterous. Tianman Group is valued at several hundred billion. This is hundreds of billions, not mere hundreds. Even Chao Tianming, who was about to take his seat, appeared momentarily dazed. Did I hear correctly? This inexperienced youth is asking me to name a price? To acquire my Tianman Group? However, it was no surprise that Chao Tianming quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of shock. A burst of laughter escaped him, resonating through the hall. As he regarded Zhang Cheng with utter disdain, what are you? Do you possess the standing to converse with me? Despite the boisterous laughter, Zhang Cheng's expression remained unperturbed as he calmly reiterated, have you made up your mind? Will you sell, or will you not? Chapter 32, Simultaneous Acquisition. In the conference room of Tianman Group, Su Kaishan cut to the chase. You are all intelligent individuals present here, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. Collectively, you four hold 60% of Tianman Group's shares. This is a cash transaction. Will you sell or not? A sharp intake of breath echoed among the four attendees, their scalps prickling with apprehension. What is happening? Didn't old Chao mention that New World Group was on the verge of bankruptcy? How can he afford such a sum? To sell or not to sell? Their expressions shifted constantly, exchanging glances that descended into silence. Su Kaishan observed this scene with a cold smirk within. He then took the contract presented by the legal team, casually tossing it onto the table as he remarked, you have 10 minutes to deliberate. But remember, this opportunity is singular. After speaking, Su glanced at his watch, rising to gaze out of the window, dismissing the shareholders of Tianman Group. The four exchanged bewildered looks. Why is this happening? Does New World truly possess such formidable strength? One chance only? Just 10 minutes? Should we sell or not? If they sold, their fortunes would swell instantly. If they declined, they would not only leave empty-handed, but might also find it difficult to remain in Jiangqing. Silence ensued. Then, silence lingered. An oppressive stillness enveloped the conference room. with only their rapid breaths breaking the quietude. In the office of the chairman of Xinli Company, the cigarette in Ma Hongbing's hand had burned to its end. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he cast a calm glance at the anxious Ding Xihua before rising. Mr. Ding, you have missed a remarkable opportunity, and you have hindered my ability to fulfill General Manager Zhang's assignment. Suddenly, Ding Xihua snapped to attention, exclaiming, I will sell. Sell. I'll do it. Wait a moment. I will sell. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Ma Hongbing's face as he thought, finally, I can accomplish General Manager Zhang's task. Name your price. 5 minutes later, in the office of the chairman of Daon Company, Li Kaoliang sighed in despair. Since you are here, I assume you have inquired about the situation of Daon Company. I have no desire to haggle. I demand 150 billion, entirely in cash. Only then will I sell. Hu Wenxuan's lips curled into a slight smile. You have made an exceedingly wise decision. Meanwhile, raucous laughter erupted in the Tianrong Hall. Zhang Cheng, do you truly believe you possess the weight to question whether I will sell Tianman Group? How old are you to be playing this game with me? My Tianman Group, even at its worst, boasts a market value nearing 300 billion. You wish to acquire it? You must be dreaming. Do you think you can simply purchase a school for a few billion? After investing 100 billion, you believe yourself invincible? Young man, do not indulge in such daydreams. As Chao Tianming spoke, a deep disdain flickered in his eyes. He looked at Zhang Cheng and mockingly remarked, Zhang Cheng, you inquired about whether I would sell Tianman Group, didn't you? Well, allow me to clarify. I shall not sell. His voice grew louder, so much so that he failed to notice the ringing of his phone in his pocket. At that moment, the attention of everyone in the hall was drawn to the unfolding drama. After learning the context, the entrepreneurs present regarded Zhang Cheng with peculiar expressions. Mr. Zhang, do take it easy. Who among us remains youthful forever? Don't take it too seriously. Others chimed in with jesting remarks. Mr. Zhang, your humor is quite remarkable. Does Mr. Chao's Tianman Group not boast a market value of around 300 billion? You certainly have a way with words. Another added, by the way, dear brother Zhang, perhaps you should reconsider. Your newly established New World Group is valued at less than 200 billion. Such jesting seems a tad excessive. Laughter erupted throughout the hall, with comments about youthful arrogance echoing in the air. Zhang Cheng maintained his composure, unperturbed by the jibes. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may request your silence. The auction is about to commence. Just then, Mayor Xin's voice resonated through the microphone, signaling the beginning of the land auction. Recognizing that the main event had begun, the chatter subsided. Zhang Cheng smiled faintly and chose a seat, preparing for the bidding to start. He felt quite assured about the capabilities of Su Kaishan and his team. If they could not secure even a few companies with the considerable funds at their disposal, then their place at New World Group would certainly be in jeopardy. Observing Zhang Cheng's calm demeanor, Chao Tianming's eyes flashed with anger. He sank heavily into his chair, attempting to process the situation. The more he reflected, the more he felt something was amiss. Why did I react that way? Zhang Cheng is merely a young upstart. Why should I fear him? He thought, no, I cannot let this pass. If word of this gets out, what will people think of me, Chao Tianming, and Tianman Group? As this thought surged through his mind, he felt a rush of blood to his head. With a sudden movement, Chao Tianming stood up, his gaze fixed intensely on Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, you. At the sound of his furious shout, over 50 men clad in black suits stepped forward in unison, their expressions grave as they regarded Chao Tianming. Taken aback, Chao Tianming instinctively withdrew his outstretched hand and rubbed the back of his neck. Noticing that each of the men in black had their right hands placed uniformly within their jackets, a sense of trepidation washed over him. Cold sweat began to bead on his back, and as he surveyed the crowd, he realized that everyone seemed to turn a blind eye, unwilling to involve themselves in the matter at hand. His gaze reflected a hint of hesitation. Whether he could contend with this group was uncertain, and retreat was not an option as the land had yet to be secured. Ultimately, he chose to concede, and thus, Chao Tianming gradually resumed his seat. Zhang Cheng observed this scene with a smirk of amusement, directing his attention towards Chao Tianming. By the way, Mr. Chao, I recall you had something to say to me. Didn't you? No, you must have misheard, Chao Tianming replied, his face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily shook his head. The onlookers, witnessing Chao Tianming's comical demeanor, struggled to suppress their laughter. At that moment, among the crowd, a middle-aged boss sporting a goatee glanced at the message on his phone. It read that the new power company had been acquired by the New World Group. His pupils dilated suddenly, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't help but exclaim, How is this even possible? Chapter 33 The Move Hiss. How is this possible? The New World Group has acquired the new power company? The vast auction venue echoed with the astonished exclamations of the man with the goatee. All present were drawn to the commotion, their gazes filled with bewilderment. What on earth is happening? At that very moment, a continuous stream of text messages filled the air. Sitting beside Zhang Cheng, Xiang Ming glanced at the content on his phone. In an instant, his smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Slowly, he turned off his phone and looked up at Zhang Cheng, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he fell into deep contemplation. What is the situation? The market value of New Power Company is nearly 8 billion, and yet the New World Group was only established a few days ago. Where did they acquire such capital? Goodness, it's unimaginable. What about Zhang Cheng's earlier query about whether Tianman Group is for sale? Zhang Cheng is merely 22 years old, and yet he possesses such terrifying capabilities? At his age, Xiang Ming was still a student. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng has already risen to the position of a group leader. And now the market value of New World Group has likely surpassed 200 billion, perhaps even more. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Xiang Ming felt a shiver run down his spine, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. He stole a glance at Zhang Cheng, a fleeting sense of relief washing over him for not having offended him, for not having chosen the wrong side. He dared not imagine the consequences otherwise. Simultaneously, everyone in the hall had seen the news on their phones, and they were undoubtedly shaken, their expressions shifting from one extreme to another. Their gazes towards Zhang Cheng grew, laced with apprehension. Hiss, the New World Group has acquired the new power company. Mayor Xin, who was presiding over the auction, noticed the reactions of the crowd and gradually fell silent. The entrepreneurs in the hall began to feel a sense of unease. However, it was not long before the hall erupted with incessant compliments. Mr. Zhang, you truly are young and promising. Can you believe it? In just a few short hours, you've acquired new power company. Congratulations. Boss Zhang, you really are something else. The New World Group is astonishing, having just acquired Filong School, and now so swiftly. Is Zhang Cheng's move going to offend Tianman Group? Everyone knew that New Power Company had always maintained good relations with Tianman Group. By doing this, Zhang Cheng was essentially declaring war against Chao Tianming. Isn't that the truth? The New World Group is likely in over its head this time. I was just pondering why Zhang Cheng inquired whether Chao Tianming would sell Tianman Group. It turns out to be a masterstroke, a two-pronged approach. Zhang Cheng and Tianman Group have now completely declared war. There must be issues between these two. After all, just moments ago, Chao Tianming had asked Zhang Cheng if New World Group was for sale. It seems they have long been at odds. Enough talk. The two parties involved are still present. Be cautious. They might unite and take you down first. Upon hearing someone nearby caution them, they collectively snapped back to reality, exchanging awkward smiles before lapsing into silence, as if nothing had occurred moments ago. Yet their curious expressions betrayed them, and many turned their gazes toward Chao Tianming, their eyes filled with intrigue. At this moment, the expression on Chao Tianming's face darkened. Initially, upon hearing of the acquisition of Xinli Company by Zhang Cheng, he was filled with fury, inwardly cursing, "That ding is utterly despicable, collaborating with the New World Group to oppose my Tianman at such a crucial time. Once this matter passes, I shall observe how Xinli navigates the waters of Jiangqing." However, Chao Tianming soon dismissed these thoughts, while others might be oblivious to Xinli's situation. He was acutely aware of it. How could two sworn enemies possibly collaborate? When he learned that Su Kaishan from the New World Group had arrived at Tianman Group, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. Why were the New World personnel coming to Tianman? What did they want with my shareholders? Coupled with Zhang Cheng's recent words, anxiety gnawed at him, and a flurry of questions flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. It must be acknowledged that Chao Tianming had some acumen to have reached this juncture. He quickly unraveled the root of his concerns. He now yearned to comprehend the purpose behind the New World's visit to Tianman Group and their intentions with his shareholders, ignoring the murmurs around him. And under the scrutiny of bewildered gazes, Chao Tianming excused himself under the pretext of needing the restroom. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their minds racing with speculation. Upon witnessing the panic on Chao Tianming's face as he stood up, a thought flickered through their minds. Could it be that the New World Group truly? They exchanged glances, perplexed. Their eyes then fell upon Zhang Cheng, who remained seated, his demeanor as serene as ever, exuding an air of detachment that nearly drove them to despair. What was the meaning of this? Was he genuinely so confident, so composed? A mere change in expression would suffice. Meanwhile, Chao Tianming was met with a melodious electronic voice on the other end of his phone, his countenance turning ashen. His eyelids fluttered nervously, an ominous premonition stirring within him, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it, I can't even get through. He dialed, hung up, then dialed again, repeating this ritual over a dozen times. Each time, the same disheartening beep echoed back to him. Since his arrival, he had placed no fewer than 50 calls. Yet every shareholder of Tianman Group was unreachable. Either they were in a call or had turned off their phones. Not a single person was available. All had vanished from contact. Gasping sharply, Chao Tianming felt a chill run through him, trembling slightly. Were they all refusing to answer? All gone. How could this be? Could it be that? A pallor of fear washed over his face. Did the New World Group truly possess such power? No. Could it be that Zhang Cheng had? Simultaneously, in the conference room of Tianman Group, a crisp sound resonated through the silence. The attendees turned to find Su Kaishan, eyes closed, reclining in his chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. The sound was sharp, but the sight of Su Kaishan's actions tightened their hearts. They only have 10 minutes. To sell or not to sell. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling. At that moment, a woman in her 40s among the shareholders could no longer contain her anxiety. Taking a deep breath, she looked up at the relaxed Su Kaishan and murmured, "Mr. Su, I hold 15% of Tianman Group's shares. If you can provide that much cash in one go, I will sell." It seemed that she had expended all her strength in uttering those words, collapsing back into her chair as she gazed at Su Kaishan, awaiting his response. No one turns down money. If New World could indeed present such a sum, she had no reason to refuse. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 shareholders also turned their eyes towards Su Kaishan, echoing the unvoiced question in their minds. Can New World truly produce such a substantial amount of cash at once? If so, then they. With a snap of his fingers, Su Kaishan summoned 5 men in black suits from behind him, each carrying a silver briefcase, which they placed upon the table. Su Kaishan regarded the middle-aged woman and said calmly, "You have made an exceedingly wise decision. Now, let us proceed with the contract." Chapter 34. Is Zhang Cheng a minor? As soon as the words left her lips, the middle-aged woman's gaze fixated intently on the box before her. With a decisive click, the box on the table sprang open. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. My goodness, am I hallucinating? Such a vast amount of cash. Stacks upon stacks of 100 yuan bills lay before her, dazzling her senses. With a nervous gulp, the middle-aged woman felt her heart race, her voice tinged with urgency. "Mr. Su, I will sell. I will sell right now." Seemingly struck by a sudden thought, she added hastily, "Where is the contract? Bring me the contract quickly." Witnessing the cash. The last remnants of her defenses crumbled, akin to a dam bursting under the pressure of a flood. Su Kaishan, observing her reaction, smiled faintly, relieved that he had not disappointed Mr. Zhang. Thus, under Su Kaishan's guidance, the middle-aged woman rose and began drafting the contract with an employee from New World. Signed the document, received the money, and then she was gone. The entire transaction took less than a minute. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 shareholders stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was this it? Had the transaction truly been completed? Was New World so affluent that they didn't even bargain with her? A collective realization struck them like a thunderclap. With the middle-aged woman leading the charge, the 3 of them could no longer remain passive. Fearing Su Kaishan might change his mind, they rushed to him in a flurry of anxiousness. "Mr. Su, I hold 21% of Tianman Group's shares. I will sell. I will sell. Mr. Su, I also wish to sell. I possess 12% of the shares. Mr. Su, I have decided to sell my 18% stake to New World Group. I will sell. In an instant, the 3 shareholders sat trembling as they signed the contracts. Once the funds were secured, they would depart. Su Kaishan glanced at his watch before turning to leave, his team following closely behind. An hour prior, New World Group's employees had dispersed, embarking on separate missions. In this seemingly tranquil Jiangqing, a tempest was brewing. Now, without bloodshed, they had accomplished the tasks assigned by Zhang Cheng. At that moment, a wealthy heir seated in a Maserati was left dumbfounded, staring ahead in disbelief. He watched as the sign that once belonged to Xinli Company collapsed, replaced by that of New World Group. He shook his head frantically, exclaiming in shock, "This is impossible. This cannot be. It's a lie. Everything is a fabrication. What is New World Group, and by what right do they take over Xinli Company? Zhang Cheng is such a bully. How can he do this?" upon witnessing the suddenly unhinged scion of a wealthy family. The young lady seated in the passenger seat found herself at a loss, gazing blankly at the imposing words New World Group. Covering her mouth in astonishment, she exclaimed, "Oh my heavens, New World Group has acquired New Power Group. Does that mean?" As this thought crossed her mind, she glanced again at the almost deranged air, and a flicker of disdain flashed in her eyes. She then declared within the vehicle, "Ding. Young Master Ding. I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Ding Fan watched as she stormed out without a backward glance, slowly regaining his composure. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "Zhang Cheng, just wait for me. This matter is far from over." With a loud roar, the engine revved, and Ding Fan sped away in his Maserati, vanishing from the street. In that brief moment, the rooftop of the New Power Company's office building underwent a transformation. The once stalwart New Power Company, which had stood in Zhang Cheng for over a decade, was at this very moment rebranded as New World Company. New Power Company had changed hands. Its new proprietor was none other than the New World Group. At this juncture, many were already in a state of shock. As they traveled by bus or car, they passed by the former New Power Company building as usual, only to halt in their tracks, gazing in trepidation at the towering structure now bearing the name New World. Just 3 words encapsulated everything, requiring no further explanation. This place had unequivocally transformed into the New World Group. New World, New Power Group had been acquired. Was this the might of the New World Group? Acquiring New Power Company must have come at a considerable cost. My goodness. What are the intentions of New World? They are expanding their territory while pursuing acquisitions. What could they possibly be after? Do they fear overextending themselves? Just wait and see. Zhang Cheng must have borrowed a hefty sum at exorbitant interest rates, and I've heard he even participated in a bidding war at Tianrong. Where could he possibly have amassed such vast sums? Oh, is it necessary to speculate? Zhang Cheng's money undoubtedly has dubious origins. He will meet his downfall sooner or later. I suspect you are merely envious. He possesses wealth that he does not hesitate to flaunt. Understand? Before long, at the foot of the New World Company, countless onlookers gathered, pointing and murmuring in astonishment and skepticism at the towering edifice. They were convinced that Zhang Cheng had ulterior motives, that his money was illicit, merely undetected thus far. Yet they were mistaken. Zhang Cheng indeed had access to substantial funds. Albeit, meanwhile, at the Tianrong auction, ever since Chao Tianming had been unable to reach the group's shareholders, a sense of unrest lingered in his heart. Were it not for the critical importance of today's parcel of land, he might have returned to the group to ascertain the current situation. After extinguishing several cigarettes, Chao Tianming gradually calmed himself. Focusing on today's business, he put aside distractions. After spitting on the ground, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Zhang Cheng, once I secure this land, it will mark the beginning of my acquisition of the New World Group." After taking a deep breath, he feigned calmness as he re-entered the auction hall. Once seated, Chao Tianming occasionally cast furtive glances at Zhang Cheng in the distance, hoping to gauge his reaction. However, he was met with disappointment, for Zhang Cheng's expression remained as serene and untroubled as ever, as if the events unfolding bore no significance to him. The unusual location of the parcels being auctioned today had caused a palpable shift in atmosphere. The camaraderie that once filled the hall had dissipated, replaced by a competitive tension among the bidders. 30 million. 35 million. Mayor Xian surveyed the crowd before nonchalantly inquiring, "Is there anyone else willing to bid?" A profound silence enveloped the hall. Noticing the absence of further offers, Mayor Xian declared, "This parcel is sold for 35 million, belonging to the New World Group." No sooner had his words left his lips than whispers erupted throughout the hall. Alas, Zhang Cheng is still young. Under Chao Tianming's influence, he has indeed made the purchase. A local expert had appraised the land, concluding its value to be at most 20 million. Consequently, Zhang Cheng had unwittingly spent an additional 15 million due to Chao Tianming's maneuvering. Zhang Cheng is quite wealthy, it seems. Did you not notice the lack of remorse on his face when he bid 35 million? Could it be that his family operates a mine? Chapter 35 is an explanation necessary. For the piece of land that Zhang Cheng acquired for over 10 million, it was evident that Chao Tianming's expression had brightened considerably. When he initially quoted 30 million, he was, to be honest, gambling on whether Zhang Cheng would impulsively secure the land. Indeed, his gamble paid off, as Zhang Cheng successfully obtained the property. At that moment, Chao Tianming couldn't help but smirk internally, thinking, "I truly believed you, Zhang Cheng, were formidable. Turns out you are merely a naive youth. With just a little push from me, You proved you are not short on funds, managing to acquire this land. I am curious to see how much more you can offer." Conversely, Zhang Cheng maintained his composure, remaining unfazed by the murmurs around him. Although he possessed considerable wealth, he would never engage in a losing venture. As time progressed, the auction entered its final phase. During this period, a total of 8 parcels of land had been auctioned off. It seemed that Chao Tianming had discerned Zhang Cheng's temperament. Whenever Mayor Xian announced a price, Chao Tianming would interject with a staggering bid, regardless of the location or area of the land, eliciting astonished glances from those nearby. Yet, Chao Tianming paid no mind to their judgment, continuing to bid, for he knew Zhang Cheng would inevitably respond with an offer. After several exchanges, all 8 parcels ultimately fell into Zhang Cheng's possession, becoming the property of the New World Group. What could have been secured for 16 billion had, through Chao Tianming's relentless bidding, cost Zhang Cheng an additional 8 billion, totaling 24 billion for the acquisition. This scene left the onlookers in a state of uproar. The rivalry between these two had reignited. Observing the spectacle, one could easily discern Chao Tianming's elation from his beaming countenance, his jovial expression revealing his satisfaction and causing Zhang Cheng to expend an extra 8 billion. At this juncture, the auction approached its conclusion, and all present understood that the main event was at hand, directing their attention to the stage. Mayor Xian glanced at the documents in his hand and calmly announced, "We shall now commence bidding for the final parcel of land, located 100 meters outside the eastern suburbs. The starting price is 50 billion. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "What? 50 billion? Surely this last parcel is not worth that much?" A voice lamented, "Alas, it seems I have no chance this time. Perhaps we could pool our resources and share the cost? With our collective wealth, we might stand a chance." Despite some initial preparations, Chao Tianming found himself swallowing hard at the quoted price. This starting bid was rather steep, while the land held substantial value. All the business owners present approached the auction with a competitive spirit, yet no one wished to be the first to speak, fully aware that someone would inevitably break the silence. Thus, a palpable silence ensued. 30 seconds passed. 50 seconds. A minute elapsed. 50 billion and 50 million. To everyone's astonishment, the first to lose patience was none other than Chao Tianming, drawing the attention of the crowd. Unfazed by their gazes, Chao was solely focused on securing the land. Eager to return to Tianman Group and find solace in the sight of his employees at work, silence reigned. The stillness was palpable. Just as Chao Tianming relished the quiet in the hall, a sudden voice pierced through. 6 billion. A collective gasp echoed, sending shivers down their spines. It was not merely the exorbitant figure that startled them, but the realization that it came from Zhang Cheng. Bewilderment swept over the crowd. "Zhang Cheng, what are you doing? Why do you always have to interject?" With that declaration, all eyes turned towards Zhang Cheng, who maintained an expression of serene composure, as if uttering such a monumental sum was as trivial as mentioning $60, devoid of any burden. Was he jesting? In response to the unexpected announcement, Chao Tianming immediately rose, instinctively taking a step forward. However, upon noticing the intimidating bodyguards flanking Zhang Cheng, he hesitated and instead burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Zhang Cheng, do you even have the funds? How dare you bid such a lofty price?" Chao's remark jolted the others into awareness. Did Zhang Cheng truly possess the financial means? Having already declared several billions, how could he suddenly propose 60 billion? Had he not settled his previous debts? Was he merely a hollow figure, throwing out numbers for sport? If that were the case, anyone could make such claims, only to walk away empty-handed, leaving frustration in their wake. "Zhang Cheng, what do you mean by this? You might be overstepping." Despite their apprehension of Zhang Cheng's fierce bodyguards, the prospect of personal gain overshadowed their caution. With Chao Tianming leading the charge, their courage swelled. "You may have a feud with Chao Tianming, but you can't silence us. We are respected figures in Jiangqing. Surely you cannot disregard us." In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall shifted as the crowd began to voice their skepticism towards Zhang Cheng. "Mayor Xian, I implore the authorities to verify this matter before commencing the auction. Otherwise, the reckless proclamations of certain individuals could disrupt our bidding. Indeed, Zhang Cheng is a proprietor, but so are we. While he shouts these figures, can he truly back them with cash? This is not a trivial sum, but rather a matter of billions. Having only recently acquired Cine Company, how could he possibly muster such a vast amount? If he continues to call out numbers indiscriminately, what will that reflect on the reputation of the authorities? What of our own dignity? I protest, Zhang Cheng cannot possibly produce such funds." He is merely flaunting his rhetoric. He is too youthful, overly presumptuous. I have even heard he was previously bankrupt. This spectacle seems a form of social retribution. Thus, the atmosphere in the hall became distinctly uncomfortable, laden with tension and disbelief. Chao Tianming, upon witnessing this scene, was filled with a sense of exhilaration. Casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Cheng, as if to say, "Zhang Cheng, do you truly believe you are formidable? Do you dare to oppose so many? You are undoubtedly courting death." At that moment, Chao Tianming, standing with an air of authority, appeared as if he had consumed 10 bottles of energy drink. His voice rising in pitch, "Zhang Cheng, do you not feel compelled to offer an explanation?" Zhang Cheng, upon hearing such a tone, maintained his usual composure. A cold smirk crossing his mind. Explanation? Do I owe you any clarification? Chapter 36. The transition of power in an instant. A cold glimmer appeared on Zhang Cheng's face. Suddenly, the air around him thickened as he turned to gaze at Chao Tianming, who stood a short distance away, and coldly commanded, "Leave." After uttering those words, Zhang Cheng did not spare him another glance. Simultaneously, an invisible chill swept through the entire hall. Gasping, the onlookers felt a shiver run down their spines. Chao Tianming's complexion drained of color as his body trembled slightly, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. He could not comprehend why Zhang Cheng's mere command instilled such terror within him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. It was as if Zhang Cheng had transformed into a vengeful specter returning from the depths of hell, causing him to tremble in fear. Beside him, Xiang Ming also shuddered, feeling an unsettling apprehension arise within him. The individuals who had been scrutinized by Zhang Cheng, along with several staff members, held their breath. Their eyes filled with trepidation as they watched Zhang Cheng's retreating figure. Merely his silhouette sent beads of cold sweat trickling down their backs. The hall fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the hurried breaths of those who had previously doubted Zhang Cheng. When Zhang Cheng turned to face Mayor Xin, his expression gradually softened, revealing a faint smile as he remarked, "Mayor Xin, it seems there is no such rule regarding the auction venue, is there?" The hall fell utterly silent once more. As the news of the New World Group's acquisition spread through the vicinity, disbelief rippled through the crowd. Impossible. This must be a hoax. Surely, the New World Group has paid someone to propagate this rumor. What does the New World Group think it is? Attempting to acquire other companies? It would be fortunate if they themselves weren't acquired. Zhang Cheng should count his blessings. What? You say the New World Group has acquired 3 companies in succession, including Tianman Group? Ridiculous. Are you jesting? If the New World Group manages to acquire Tianman Group, I will livestream myself eating. Alas, these rumors are nothing but a game of telephone, utterly devoid of truth. Do you truly believe such nonsensical claims? Oh, foolish humanity, awaken from your delusions. Give the New World Group 5 years, no, 10 years, and they still wouldn't possess the capability. Upon hearing this news, laughter erupted among various crowds on the streets and within companies. How could this be? What is the New World Group even worth? Yet, among the laughter, there were those who, out of sheer curiosity, quickly set aside their tasks to inquire further. Meanwhile, in the southern outskirts of Jiangcheng, at the headquarters of Tianman Group, the words Tianman Group atop the 15-story skyscraper were dismantled within half an hour. A cacophony of noise heralded the arrival of numerous vehicles emblazoned with the New World Group insignia, as workers swarmed into the office building. Moments later, every trace of Tianman vanished, replaced by a new emblem that resonated throughout Jiangcheng. The New World Group had officially taken ownership of Tianman Group. New proprietor, New World Group. The residents of the southern suburbs habitually traversed this street, inadvertently lifting their gazes, only to widen their eyes in astonishment. Within mere minutes, the area became thronged with a crowd. It has truly changed. Incredible. This is indeed real. The rumors circulating outside were not unfounded. New World Group has genuinely acquired Tianman Group. Unbelievable. In this brief moment, New World Group has simultaneously acquired 3 companies. Zhang Cheng must be extraordinarily wealthy. But wait, how much wealth does Zhang Cheng actually possess? Meanwhile, all of Tianman Group's assets have been rebranded with the New World Group emblem. At the intersection of East Street, Xiao Tian was walking as usual, preoccupied with thoughts of being dumped by his girlfriend and losing his job, which left him feeling somewhat despondent. As he raised his head to utter a few curses, a sudden sight caused him to gawk. Am I dreaming? After a moment of disbelief, he exclaimed, "Where is Tianman Group? What on earth is happening? Why has it transformed into New World?" Xiao Tian gasped in astonishment, as a realization dawned upon him. Has it truly been acquired? Rubbing his eyes, he spotted the glaring 5 characters atop the building, New World Group. No, I distinctly remember that this morning. It was still Tianman Group. New World Group has indeed taken over Tianman Group. At this thought, his pupils constricted and his body trembled slightly. Just earlier, I heard that New World acquired 3 companies. What about Daong? What about Xinli? Xiao Tian exclaimed, then took off running in a frenzy. It was as if struck by lightning. Every hair on his back stood on end. This is happening too fast. Unbelievable. New World Group has truly made the acquisition. Just how much wealth does New World Group possess? Previously, Daong Company, which stood resolute, has now closed its doors. More accurately, all the signs have been dismantled, and numerous workers busily affixed the New World Group signage in their stead. Outside, a multitude of onlookers gathered, pointing and discussing. Moments later, as the 5 radiant characters of New World Group once again graced the rooftop, Xiao Tian gasped, his voice hoarse and trembling. Is this New World Group? Daong Company has changed hands. New proprietor, New World Group. In that instant, it felt as though Zhang Cheng had undergone a transformation. Xinli Company, Daong Company, and even the colossal Tianman Group, in the blink of an eye, have all changed ownership. Their new master, New World Group. Without a hint of forewarning, a tempest of change has descended. Meanwhile, within the confines of Rongqing Mall, a commanding and unyielding female voice resonated in the office. Enough, I understand. You may leave now. Yes, chairwoman. Dressed in professional attire, the secretary nodded slightly before gracefully exiting and gently closing the grand door behind her. Moments later, a woman in a flowing light blue gown rose slowly, extending her delicate, ivory-like hand, exuding an air of nobility that wafted through the atmosphere. Swaying her waist, she nestled by the window. Against the backdrop of her dress, her exquisite figure seemed devoid of any flaw, as if even the heavens could find no imperfection. Lu Shu gently swirled the red wine in her glass, taking a small sip, leaving a crimson imprint on the rim. Her gaze drifted to the scenery outside, filled with nostalgia. Then, parting her lips, she mused, "You truly surprise me now, dear sister. Will you come to disdain me in the future?" At this, a delicate blush blossomed on Lu Shu's flawless skin, accentuated by the sunlight, rendering her enchantingly captivating. Chapter 37. Auction in the name of Tianman. The actions of the New World have stirred up tremendous waves throughout Jiangqing. News spread rapidly, with each person relaying the astonishing news about several companies being acquired by the New World Group. Has this New World, established only a few days ago, already amassed such power? And what of Zhang Cheng? Is he truly at a loss for where to spend his wealth? Just how much money does he possess? Amidst the discussions of the public, the crowd in the Tianrong Hall remained oblivious. It seemed there was no requirement for financial verification in the auction. As Zhang Cheng concluded his remarks, the expressions of those present fluctuated between uncertainty and disbelief. Zhang Cheng was indeed correct. In any context or setting, one typically lays eyes on a desired item before making a payment. Would one be expected to hand over a few $100s before even selecting an article of clothing? This notion was utterly preposterous. As Chao Tianming awaited Zhang Cheng's embarrassment, he was taken aback by Zhang Cheng's assertions, slowly coming to realize the validity of his words. Indeed, this perspective rendered his own stance rather foolish. Mayor Xian, upon hearing Zhang Cheng's comments, exhibited no surprise. This was characteristic of him. With a faint smile, Mayor Xian remarked, "No need for financial verification. He possesses the requisite strength." However, Mayor Xian's words left everyone in a state of confusion. Chao Tianming was bewildered, as was Xiangming. Chao Tianming could never have anticipated that Mayor Xian would speak in such a manner. He gazed at Mayor Xian, astonished, pondering the implications. Does Zhang Cheng truly have such financial prowess? Even Mayor Xian believes he can muster such funds? How could this be? Is Zhang Cheng genuinely that formidable? Chao Tianming found himself at a loss. If what Mayor Xian suggested were true, he certainly could not compete with Zhang Cheng. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he could only feign composure to mask the anxiety brewing within. Meanwhile, the crowd was abuzz, comprehending the implications of Mayor Xian's statement, that Zhang Cheng was indeed wealthy, exceedingly so. The government was clearly aligned with Zhang Cheng. What more could they say? The audience exchanged glances, words lingering on the tip of their tongues, yet unspoken. Mayor Xian continued. The New World Group offers 6 billion. He paused, surveying the room. Is there any other bid? As Mayor Xian's voice echoed through the hall, silence enveloped the crowd. They instinctively refrained from speaking. They were quiet, but not everyone was silent. An elder seated in the third row raised his bidding paddle and calmly declared, 6,500,000,000. New Media Wenhua Group bids 6,500,000,000, Mayor Xian announced. Chao Tianming, envious of the land, gritted his teeth and shouted, 61 billion. Tianman Group bids 61 billion, 65 billion, 70 billion, 85 billion. As the price for the land surged, many had begun to withdraw from the bidding. Looking around the hall, aside from Zhang Cheng, only Chao Tianming remained to endure the escalating stakes. 86 billion. At this moment, Chao Tianming, wholly consumed by rage, paid no heed to anything else. Deep within his subconscious, he believed that if he could secure this piece of land, Zhang Cheng would undoubtedly be ousted. In a frenzy, he made a reckless bid, hoping to intimidate Zhang Cheng with his audacity. However, would Zhang Cheng be daunted by Chao Tianming? Certainly not. Upon hearing the figure, Zhang Cheng maintained his usual calm demeanor and coolly stated, 10 billion. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The atmosphere thickened, leaving a tingling sensation on the scalp. 10 billion? For merely a plot of land? Was it worth it? Was there such an abundance of money lying idle? A sudden increase of 15 billion. What did that signify? Did Zhang Cheng regard money as trivial? Even Chao Tianming, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out. Did I mishear? 100 billion? Yet the truth stood before him. Zhang Cheng had indeed declared 100 billion. What to do now? Should he continue bidding? Could he afford to? The moment he heard that staggering figure, an inexplicable dread took root in Chao Tianming's heart. He dared not bid further. He simply did not possess such wealth. How could he proceed? The 85 billion he had just called out was his utmost limit. Could he rely on the corporation? Would the remaining shareholders acquiesce? He was acutely aware of the character of the shareholders in his own boardroom. Each one was a shrewd individual, meticulous and calculating, only recognizing cold hard cash. The value of this land had already surpassed its intrinsic worth. Should he utilize the company's funds, the first to object would undoubtedly be those shareholders. And his own position would be jeopardized, rendering such a course of action far too perilous. With a furrowed brow, he pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved to abandon the bid for this land. Mayor Xian waited a few seconds, observing that no one in the audience was prepared to raise their bid, and he smiled faintly, stating, the New World Group has offered 100 billion. Once, twice, thrice. Mayor Xian felt a degree of satisfaction with Zhang Cheng's bid of 100 billion. With this sum, the government could accomplish numerous endeavors. At this juncture, Mayor Xian emphatically declared, this land, at its very center. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Cheng interjected, wait. This interruption left the audience in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that Zhang Cheng was having second thoughts? Perhaps he was merely feigning composure, unable to muster such a sum, thus contemplating withdrawal. That explained the calm fade. He had merely been biding his time. It was audacious of him to question Chao Tianming regarding whether Tianman Group was selling, when he could not even afford the land himself. Zhang Cheng must have expended considerable funds on hiring so many people. How amusing. Mayor Xian's expression became somewhat grim at Zhang Cheng's interruption, internally lamenting, what on earth is Zhang Cheng up to? Could it be true that he is now attempting to backtrack, unable to produce such an amount after all? What a waste of my efforts. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Chao Tianming felt a surge of pride within, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Cheng as if to say, Zhang Cheng, are you merely pretending? Go on. Keep up the charade. It seems you cannot muster the funds now. At the sound of Zhang Cheng's voice, all attention was drawn to him. Noticing the displeasure on Mayor Xian's face, Zhang Cheng quickly sought to ease the tension, calmly stating, Mayor Xian, please do not be upset. Allow me to finish my explanation. He recalled the importance of Mayor Xian's assistance in the future construction of the New World base, and after providing some clarification, he continued, I wish to acquire this parcel of land in the name of Tianman Group. Chapter 38. The largest shareholder, Tianman Group? Acquiring this land in its name? Zhang Cheng, are you jesting with us? Such childish tactics are beneath you. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Chao Tianming's pupils dilated, and he abruptly stood up. He exclaimed furiously, Zhang Cheng, who do you think you are? What gives you the audacity to dictate terms regarding my Tianman? In terms of worth, you are insignificant. When I embarked on my business journey, you were still in the shadows. What right do you have to speak like that? Does Tianman have any ties to you? Mind your own affairs, you child. Worry about your own new world before meddling in mine. I do not require your input on Tianman. Zhang Cheng's remarks indeed provoked Qiao Tongming, who, no longer concerned about the repercussions, stood and vociferously berated him, casting aside any semblance of a dignified business leader. Zhang Cheng had gone too far. The onlookers in the hall exchanged glances, hesitant to interject. Yet, Zhang Cheng's words reverberated in their ears, igniting ambiguous speculations within their minds. Were they selling before entering the hall? Now purchasing land in the name of Tianman? A chilling thought suddenly struck them. Could it be that Zhang Cheng's New World Group had acquired Tianman Group? A collective gasp echoed, as disbelief filled the air. Upon seeing Zhang Cheng, a flicker of fear passed through their eyes. It must be said that these individuals were astute, and their conjectures were indeed accurate. The New World Group currently held 60% of Tianman's shares, firmly establishing itself as the largest shareholder, a fait accompli. Outside the Tianman Group building, Su Kaishan, Ma Hongbing, and Hu Wenxuan, all impeccably dressed in suits, gazed at the shining 5 characters atop the building, New World Group. Excitement surged within them. Initially, they had envisioned a gradual ascent under Zhang Cheng's leadership, aspiring to scale New World Group to the stature of the former Earth Group. However, they had not anticipated the magnitude of the shock their boss, Zhang Cheng, would deliver. As senior executives of New World Group, they were well aware of Zhang Cheng's grand ambitions. Their thoughts drifted to the New World base, and a glimmer of aspiration illuminated their eyes. Behind them stood over 300 individuals, all clad in formal attire. At the forefront were the senior executives of New World. Beneath them were the employees who had joined in the acquisition of Tianman, Dayong, and Xinli, eager to follow New World Group. Finally, a contingent of legal teams and representatives from various local notary offices stood at the back. Su Kaishan, positioned at the front, glanced at his watch and calmly declared, "Let us depart. We cannot keep President Zhang waiting." "Yes, Manager Su," came the enthusiastic reply from the crowd. Over 300 individuals brimmed with excitement. Their eyes filled with fervor as they beheld the New World Group signage. They streamed into the luxury vehicles parked at the entrance, and the convoy set off. At the Tianrong auction building, outside the venue, a throng of eager passers-by gathered, anxiously awaiting developments while pacing restlessly. Why is there still no outcome? Has Tianman acquired that commercial area in Dongjiao? Why hasn't anyone from New World emerged yet? I seem to want to meet Zhang Cheng. What? You say New World Group has acquired Tianman, Xinli, and Dayong? That can't be true, can it? Nonsense. If you doubt it, go see for yourself. You all just talk without using your brains. How long has New World Group been established? Are they really capable of acquiring Tianman? It sounds like a fantasy. In my view, Zhang Cheng's presence at the auction is merely an act of self-deprecation. What value does that piece of land hold? Can he really afford it? Undoubtedly. Tianman Group will secure this land, and then they will crush New World. Who knows, they might even acquire New World in the process. To those who deliberately hype things up and grovel to New World, all I can say is, how foolish can you be? How can you even utter such things? So, who will ultimately acquire this land in Dongjiao? Tianman Group? New World Group? As this question arose, silence enveloped the crowd. Who will it be? Tianman? New World? Can New World Group really seize the land? This is a somewhat incredulous question. Tianman Group boasts a formidable foundation in Jiangxing, with a market value in the hundreds of billions. However, the recent abrupt emergence of New World and their actions have caused some trepidation. Let us ponder. The rumors outside are not unfounded. Zhang Cheng has invested 100 billion to acquire land, and while many claim he is merely creating hype, New World Group has been consistently active. In fact, the displaced residents have happily received their vehicles and compensation. Yet, many are reluctant to accept this reality. That said, how much money does New World Group truly possess? If one claims they are broke, they have indeed spent a considerable sum acquiring land. Conversely, if one asserts they are wealthy, it seems they are merely acquiring land without any subsequent actions. It leaves one puzzled about New World's true intentions. While everyone is still debating who will ultimately secure this land and harboring the greatest hope for Tianman Group, alongside the validity of rumors regarding Tianman's acquisition by New World, it turns out New World Group has already secured 60% of Tianman Group shares and is en route to the auction site to finalize the acquisition. In the auction hall, Mayor Xian's expression was one of shock as he looked at Zhang Cheng with a questioning gaze, his mind filled with confusion. What does Zhang Cheng mean by this? Why would his New World Group, in perfectly good standing, bid under Tianman Group's name? Could it be that Zhang Cheng is truly bankrupt? This thought flickered in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. How could Zhang Cheng possibly be out of money? From what he knows, Zhang Cheng possesses nearly 500 billion. He has the funds. However, why operate under the name of Tianman Group? A sharp intake of breath escaped Mayor Xin as he contemplated a possibility. Zhang Cheng has acquired Tianman Group. As this realization dawned on him, disbelief filled his eyes. How could this be possible? He has acquired Tianman. Is that truly feasible? One must consider that the market value of Tianman Group has likely surpassed 300 billion by now. Even Zhang Cheng, no matter how wealthy he is, cannot recklessly engage in such ventures. Is it indeed the case that the world of the affluent is beyond our comprehension? Or does wealth genuinely afford one the liberty to act without constraints? Although this notion merely lingered in Mayor Xion's mind, it proved difficult for him to fathom. As he gazed upon Zhang Cheng, he discerned that the latter was not jesting. He genuinely intended to utilize the name of Tianman Group to bid for these lands. Observing the reactions of those around him, including the envious Chao Tianming, Zhang Cheng smiled faintly and remarked, because of Chao Tianming. With that, he cast a half-smiling glance at Chao Tianming and added, "You shall no longer be the largest shareholder of Tianman Group." Chapter 39. Everyone has arrived. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the hall. Was it true that Chao Tianming was no longer the largest shareholder of Tianman Group? Was this assertion made by Zhang Cheng? Did he possess such audacity? As Zhang Cheng's voice faded, a chill coursed through Chao Tianming, causing his heart to skip a beat. He inhaled deeply, then fell into a pensive silence. What does Zhang Cheng mean? Is he claiming that I am no longer the largest shareholder of Tianman Group? How ludicrous. Nevertheless, one must not yield to another's intimidation. I never anticipated that the seemingly unassuming Zhang Cheng harbored such treachery. To withhold the funds for this land while attempting to undermine me. Does he wish for me to purchase this property at a grievous cost? Is he eager to witness my embarrassment? To revel in my misfortune? To apply psychological pressure upon me? If that is his intention, then Zhang Cheng is courting disaster. He remains naively inexperienced. Watch as I elegantly sidestep your pressures and reclaim my lost dignity. Your acquisition of new power indeed caught me off guard. However, once today's events transpire, I shall ensure that your New World Group pays dearly, compelling you to regret every action taken today. For you, Zhang Cheng, and your New World are unworthy to be compared with my Tianman. Chao Tianming had now convinced himself that Zhang Cheng was devoid of funds, directing his ire toward him while he calmly navigated the situation. Such actions would ultimately prove futile, an endeavor destined to yield naught. Chao Tianming envisioned a splendid outcome. Yet he remained oblivious to the reasons behind his inability to contact Tianman's shareholders or Zhang Cheng's motives. The reality was that the Tianman Group was no longer what it once was, and he too would. At the venue's entrance, a convoy arrived. Su Kaishan emerged. Simultaneously, hundreds of luxury vehicles came to a halt, their doors opening in unison, revealing over 300 impeccably dressed personnel from New World Group, each adorned with a badge proclaiming their affiliation. What? New World Group had sent more people? Were not their executives inside? Why had they returned? Onlookers outside were left dumbfounded. As the group disembarked, Su Kaishan strode ahead towards the venue, flanked by his teams. They were there to report to Zhang Cheng, having accomplished. Is that the vice president of Tianman Group? At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized a woman behind Su Kaishan, exclaiming in astonishment. A collective gasp resonated among the onlookers, their eyes wide with disbelief. My goodness, New World Group has truly acquired Tianman Group. How utterly terrifying. The rumors circulating outside were confirmed. Zhang Cheng had indeed succeeded. Goodness, look over there. Isn't that the former owner of Daong? How could this be? Look at his attire. He bears the New World Group emblem. This means Daong has also been acquired. Incredible, simply unbelievable. How much wealth does Zhang Cheng possess? I have heard that during the land acquisition, he invested a staggering 10 billion. Now, with his recent acquisitions of Tianman and Daong, one must wonder how much he truly has. Alas, Zhang Cheng is truly formidable. I need a moment of solitude. At this juncture, the crowd outside Tianrong was in complete uproar, a diverse assembly of individuals from various industries, all holding their breath as they gazed at the backs of over 300 impeccably dressed figures advancing forward. Ha ha ha, do you find it amusing that I, Chao Tianming, am no longer the largest shareholder of Tianman Group? Chao Tianming's face was deliberately adorned with a brazen smile, avoiding even a glance at Zhang Cheng. as he engaged in small talk with some familiar executives. Xiang Ming jested, "Chow, why not call those shareholders and ask them? Let him hear it." Upon reaching this point, Xiang Ming chose to remain silent. Everyone present understood the implication. There was no need to articulate it. He was, of course, referring to Zhang Cheng, subtly suggesting that Chao Tianming should contact his shareholders, allowing Zhang Cheng to hear that they were still present. How could he claim he was no longer the largest shareholder? However, upon hearing this, Chao Tianming felt a jolt of anxiety. Internally cursing Xiang Ming, he thought, "Why are you meddling in Tianman's affairs? If I could reach those shareholders, would I need your counsel?" Chao Tianming could only mask his unease with laughter. "Ah, those shareholders? They just distributed dividends a few days ago and have all gone overseas for vacation. I can't reach them now. But you all know the situation at Tianman. There is no need for outsiders to speculate." As soon as Chao Tianming finished speaking, the crowd in the hall erupted into discussion. Although Chao Tianming had said this, the implications were far from straightforward. Shareholders on vacation? Unreachable? What a coincidence. Suddenly, a shareholder goes missing? Do vacations render one incapable of answering calls? There surely seems to be something amiss. Did you not notice Chao Tianming's unease? If this is the case, there must be issues within the Tianman group. Could it be that his largest shareholder is Zhang Cheng has shares in Tianman? Indeed, this auction was not in vain. Chao Tianming furrowed his brow, his expression dark as a thundercloud. These people are truly something. Why bring up such matters? Each one of them is a prominent businessman or entrepreneur, yet they are so meddlesome in others' affairs. Is there any merit in this? Cough, cough. Chao Tianming feigned a cough, and only then did they realize. Falling silent and looking up expectantly, Chao Tianming turned, glaring at Zhang Cheng with eyes wide in fury, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Zhang Cheng, you have gone too far. I shall proclaim loudly that Tianman belongs to me. I hold the ultimate authority within Tianman Group, serving as both its chairman and the largest shareholder." Just then, the door to the Tianrong auction hall creaked open. The crowd, filled with curiosity, turned their gazes toward the entrance, wondering who would arrive at such a late hour, as the auction was nearing its conclusion. However, upon catching sight of the newcomers, a collective gasp echoed through the room, and breaths were held in astonishment. A dense throng of individuals clad in tailored suits filled their vision. Over 100 of them consciously entered the venue, then dispersed to various corners, standing in perfect alignment, vigilantly observing everyone present. Among them, Chao Tianming recognized several familiar faces. Yet each bore the emblem of the New World Group prominently displayed on their chests, standing with unwavering discipline. At that moment, every pair of eyes was fixed upon a young boy at the forefront, filled with an expression of profound reverence. This boy was none other than the proprietor of the New World Group, the sole master of the conglomerate, Zhang Cheng. Chapter 40. Opposition. Mr. Zhang, I am honored to fulfill my duties. Hu Wenshuan stood respectfully before Zhang Cheng, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Hu Wenshuan then took a step back and fell silent. In the crowd, Ma Hongbing approached Zhang Cheng, bowing deeply as he echoed, "Mr. Zhang, I am honored to fulfill my duties." Zhang Cheng responded with another nod. Ma Hongbing retreated to the side, and Su Kaishan stepped forward, sincerely stating, "Mr. Zhang, I am honored to fulfill my duties." Zhang Cheng nodded once more, and Su Kaishan joined the others at the periphery. The onlookers in the hall observed the behavior of these individuals with astonishment and confusion. What was happening? Honored to fulfill my duties? They were somewhat bewildered. Gradually, the crowd regained their composure, their eyes filled with curiosity about Zhang Cheng's intentions. They were eager to understand what tasks he had in store for them. The sight of the representatives from the New World Group scattered throughout the hall left everyone in disbelief. Was this not a bit too extravagant? Had the New World Group not only just been established? The rapidity of its growth seemed almost inconceivable. The crowd stood dumbfounded, rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Chao Tianming inhaled sharply, his voice trembling. "Zhang Cheng, what do you mean? Why gather so many people?" Zhang Cheng glanced at him, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Mr. Chao, I recall you claiming to be the largest shareholder of Tianman, the greatest president, the foremost chairman?" Chao Tianming, sensing a growing unease, inhaled deeply, his gaze evasive. What else would it be? Everyone knows this. Do you really need to ask? Zhang Cheng took a step forward, his expression composed. "I regret to inform you that, from this moment onward, you are no longer that." After speaking, he turned to face the assembly, dismissing Chao Tianming with a glance. and shared a knowing smile with Mayor Xin before seizing the microphone presented to him. He declared loudly, "Now that the prominent figures of Zhang Cheng are gathered, I would like to announce a few matters." At this juncture, the audience comprehended the gravity of the situation. They realized that monumental changes were afoot in Jiangcheng. Zhang Cheng cleared his throat and proclaimed, "I, Zhang Cheng, representing the New World Group, have acquired 60% of the shares of the Tianman Group, validated by the Jiangcheng Notary Office and the authorities. With unanimous consent and notarization, the New World Group now possesses absolute control over the Tianman Group, which will henceforth be renamed as the New World Group." The impact of Zhang Cheng's words detonated within the crowd like a time bomb, igniting a flurry of reactions. Gasps of disbelief echoed as the reality of the situation sank in. The New World Group was formidable indeed. "Mr. Zhang Yu, Boss Zhang, I represent the Steel Corporation." The business leaders present, disregarding their dignified appearances, surged towards Zhang Cheng in a frenzy. Before they could make further moves, the black-clad figures positioned around the venue stepped forward decisively. As the realization dawned upon them, these individuals exchanged awkward smiles before obediently resuming their seats, their gazes fixed intently on Zhang Cheng. In that moment, the self-important bosses and chairpersons were compelled to reevaluate the New World Group. The New World Group was not a competitor they could measure up to. At this juncture, Zhao Tianming's pupils constricted, and he abruptly turned to Zhang Cheng, rasping, "No, this cannot be. This is all a fabrication. Everything he says is a lie. Zhang Cheng, do you have no shame? Is it amusing to weave such falsehoods? Do you even comprehend the market value of my Tianman Group? Acquiring my Tianman is out of the question. To put it plainly, you lack the financial means to even cover the land costs, so why resort to such deceitful rhetoric? What are you even worth? Everyone, do not believe him." Zhang Cheng regarded the increasingly incoherent Zhao Tianming with a calm demeanor, offering no explanation. His gaze, however, drifted toward the distant individuals who were not affiliated with the New World Group. A woman in her 40s stepped onto the stage, standing before Zhang Cheng, holding a document in her hand. She smiled at him, adjusted her glasses, and proclaimed loudly, "I represent the Notary Office of Shillong Province. The New World Group has purchased 60% of Tianman Group shares for a total transaction price of 280 billion. This is true. The price is public, fair, and entirely transparent, free from any commercial fraud. The 280 billion has been fully paid. I hereby declare that the New World Group has acquired 60% of Tianman Group's shares, thereby securing absolute control over Tianman. This is all factual. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their expressions filled with shock. Zhao Tianming trembled in place, yet disbelief lingered in his eyes. He was taken aback by the staggering figure. 280 billion? Almost 300 billion? The woman had just stated that it had already been paid. Moreover, she was from the Notary Office of Shillong Province. This must be a scam. It had to be false. How could a newly established group possibly amass such a vast sum of cash in such a brief period? This was undoubtedly a fabrication. Observing Zhao Tianming lost in contemplation, Zhang Cheng smiled knowingly, aware that Zhao Tianming was now contemplating an escape route. Indeed, as Zhang Cheng had surmised, Zhao Tianming was racking his brain for a way out. What should I do now? Damn it. What am I supposed to do? The situation is as it stands. Zhang Cheng's shares now exceed mine. My position in the group will surely be untenable. Yielding is the only option. With this thought, a profound sense of regret washed over Zhao Tianming. Had he only known, he would never have provoked this formidable individual. Now, he began to contemplate remedial measures. Sell off his shares. A forced smile, which he believed to be amicable, crept onto his face as he looked at Zhang Cheng. But he quickly realized that Zhang Cheng was unwilling to acknowledge him at all, leaving him with nothing but an embarrassed grin. The onlookers were bewildered. Wasn't Zhao Tianming supposed to be enraged? Why did he display a sycophantic smile instead? What was going on? At this moment, Zhang Cheng turned and smiled at Mayor Xin, then calmly remarked, "Mayor Xin, do you believe it is acceptable now?" A sharp intake of breath resonated through the crowd, leaving everyone in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. At this juncture, Zhang Cheng still insisted on acquiring the land in the name of Tianman Group. Despite already being a major stakeholder, he was determined to pursue this course of action. It became evident that Zhang Cheng was resolutely intent on ousting Zhao Tianming. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Mayor Xin, possessing a modicum of understanding regarding commercial matters, was well aware of Zhang Cheng's intentions to seize control of the operations of Tianman Group. Just as Mayor Xian prepared to voice his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by Chao Tianming standing nearby. No, this cannot proceed. He cannot acquire the land under the name of Tianman Group. I oppose this vehemently. I do not consent. Chapter 41. New World Real Estate Group. No, absolutely not. I cannot allow Zhang Cheng to proceed with this. With bloodshot eyes, Chao Tianming abruptly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Cheng. This cannot be allowed. It is imperative that it does not come to pass. If he truly goes through with it, what would that signify? It would mean that Zhang Cheng's shares would be drastically diluted, reduced to a mere 5%. He would transition from a major shareholder to a minor one in an instant. The only means to alter this predicament would be for Zhang Cheng to invest a substantial sum of money. And Chao Tianming would have to muster the courage to inject further capital into Tianman Group to safeguard his own shares. But is that even feasible? The land's valuation approaches an astronomical 13 billion. He simply cannot afford it. Observing Chao Tianming's trembling legs, Zhang Cheng spoke with a smirk. General Manager Chao, you are the sole shareholder of Tianman Group, apart from New World Group. Will you join me? Chao Tianming stood there, his back soaked with cold sweat, rendered speechless. 13 billion? Who among those present could possibly afford such a sum? It had never before been heard of that to dilute a person's shares. One would directly invest over 100 billion in such a manner. Initially, Chao Tianming was filled with terror, and then he became utterly dazed, gazing at Zhang Cheng as though he were a monster. It was not only Chao Tianming who was bewildered. All the executives in attendance were equally stunned, their expressions reflecting sheer horror as they looked at Zhang Cheng. The youth standing before them wore an expression of indifference. Who could fathom what terrifying act he might undertake next? He casually mentioned an amount exceeding 100 billion. What could he possibly be aiming for? Your New World Group is not even involved in real estate. Why would you invest such an extensive sum in this field? None of them could comprehend Zhang Cheng's intentions. Noticing the perplexed expressions surrounding him, Zhang Cheng smiled slightly. Am I squandering money? Is it impossible for me to earn profits? Is my motivation merely financial? Do I even care for money? What I seek is scale. Once the scale is substantial, profits will flow effortlessly. Although New World Group does not operate in the real estate sector, once I engage in this industry, I will undoubtedly expand it, striving to become the foremost in Huaxia, the world, and even the universe. As long as Zhang Cheng takes action, regardless of the cost, he will achieve supremacy, establishing an unrivaled monopoly. His aspirations extend beyond Jiangqing. Indeed, beyond Huaxia. His goal is to dominate the global real estate market. Regrettably, no one comprehends this. Zhang Cheng's ambitions are not limited to mere real estate. He aims to cultivate all industries. New World e-commerce will rise to global prominence. New World media will ascend to the pinnacle. New World schools will achieve the highest standards. And so forth. Chao Tianming stood frozen for a considerable time before suddenly bursting into laughter. Zhang Cheng, you are speaking recklessly. Huh? Over 100 billion? Are you trying to amuse me? Did you truly manage to produce over 10 billion? Chao Tianming's mocking gaze swept across Zhang Cheng, followed by a hearty laugh. Many onlookers exchanged bewildered glances at Chao Tianming before turning their attention to Zhang Cheng, eager to discern whether he could indeed summon such a staggering sum. Zhang Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, formulating a plan in response to Chao Tianming's taunts. At that moment, Su Kaishan produced the contract, and under the watchful eyes of the legal team and Mayor Xian, the process commenced to transfer 130 billion from the New World Group's account to the government's account. Minutes later, Mayor Xian, having overheard a hushed conversation from his secretary, felt a surge of excitement. He announced loudly, Zhang Cheng has successfully acquired this parcel of land on behalf of Tianman Group, with cash payment. At this juncture, a middle-aged man from the legal team stepped forward, proclaiming, New World Group has invested an additional 130 billion into Tianman Group, resulting in a dilution of shares. New World Group now holds 95% of Tianman Group, while Chao Tianming retains a mere 5%. Chao Tianming gazed at Zhang Cheng in disbelief, stammering, This is impossible. It's over. It's all over. I am no longer a major shareholder. I possess only 5%. 5% of the shares. Zhang Cheng remained silent as the lawyer presented evidence to the assembly, confirming that Zhang Cheng had indeed produced 100 billion. After a moment, Zhang Cheng calmly stated, the objective of New World Real Estate is to become the foremost entity globally, according to the Group's development guidelines. The board typically adheres to a majority rule. Currently, the board unanimously believes that Chao Tianming is hindering the company's progress, and his motives are questionable, which could lead to potential losses for New World Real Estate Group. As the largest shareholder, I hereby declare that, effective immediately, Chao Tianming's position as chairman of New World Real Estate Group is revoked. Furthermore, he is dismissed from his role. With a resounding thud, Chao Tianming collapsed heavily to the ground, eyes wide with terror as he stared at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, observing Chao Tianming's pale visage, added coolly, "The board has reached a consensus that Chao Tianming's possession of shares in New World Real Estate Group constitutes an abuse of power, adversely affecting the group's development. Therefore, in my capacity as the principal shareholder and controlling party of New World Real Estate Group, I announce the forcible reclamation of the 5% shares held by Chao Tianming at the original investment price." Chao Tianming stood frozen, dazed by the unfolding events. Am I truly expelled from the board? Is this how I am ousted? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. Regret flooded his mind. His fortune, once in the billions, had plummeted to mere millions. In a matter of moments, his wealth had diminished by hundreds of times. I should never have crossed Zhang Cheng. I should never have opposed him. Just half an hour prior, he should have sold to him. He should not have mocked him. Nor should he have dared to question him. Had he done otherwise, perhaps he would still have had a chance. Madness enveloped him. Chao Tianming lost his composure, exclaiming repeatedly, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Zhang Cheng, with a stoic expression, waved his hand dismissively. "Take him away." The remaining onlookers were momentarily stunned. What sort of maneuver was this? A conglomerate valued at hundreds of billions had now changed hands, entirely under Zhang Cheng's dominion. The executives and bosses present in the hall stared in disbelief as the erratic Chao Tianming was dragged away. As they exchanged glances, a deeper concern loomed. How would Zhang Cheng perceive their actions today? Would they, upon exiting the hall, find themselves transformed into a semblance of Chao Tianming? Stripped of all their assets? The expressions of the crowd morphed into a peculiar blend of apprehension, and they stood lost in contemplation. Chapter 42. The stepmother. After securing the plot of land, Zhang Cheng did not linger in the auction hall. He left Ma Hongbing and several senior employees in the real estate sector to handle the handover with the authorities, and then he departed, surrounded by a throng of admirers. As Zhang Cheng exited the Tianrong auction hall, the onlookers outside had already descended into a frenzy. Zhang Cheng, he has emerged. Inexplicably, the moment everyone laid eyes on him, they collectively held their breath in anticipation. He was the enigmatic figure, the legendary youth. Standing at the foot of Tianrong, Zhang Cheng surveyed the densely packed crowd with a smile, waving his hand before he stepped into a Hongqi L5. With a resounding roar from over 100 Bentleys and a solitary Hongqi L5, the young man entered the vehicle, and the New World Group's convoy began to depart. The crowd outside the Tianrong Hall erupted like a nuclear explosion, their excitement reaching a fever pitch, many brandishing their phones to capture the moment. Goodness, is this really Zhang Cheng? He founded the New World Group? He acquired Tian'an? And he is so young. The New World Group is astonishing. Zhang Cheng is extraordinary. If he dislikes someone, he simply acquires them. What kind of company is this? Real estate? Retail? Comics? Media? What on earth transpired here today? It is terrifying. Amidst all this, I am more curious about what Zhang Cheng intends to construct on that parcel of land. Wow, today I finally grasped the meaning of wealth and caprice. Do you think the rumors about Zhang Cheng planning to build a base at the school, providing every student with an opportunity for practical experience, could possibly be true? Come on, don't be ridiculous. One replied, if the rumors hold any truth, the cost of building such a base would exceed trillions, perhaps even more. How could Zhang Cheng afford that? Indeed, Zhang Cheng is still young. He may falter. This is undoubtedly just a publicity stunt. Upon returning to the New World building, Zhang Cheng immediately instructed Su Kaishan to gather everyone in the conference room within half an hour. After leaving Tianrong, he contemplated the situation, though the companies had been acquired. Internal issues still required rectification. He planned a significant overhaul of the group, dismissing former middle managers and certain senior executives, and then recruiting new administrators and technicians to ensure the stability of the company. With so much talent in Huaxia, he could simply invest financially to forge a management system. As for the overhaul, it would not cause much of a stir and could be executed discreetly. After all, in this society, everyone is eager to make money, and they wouldn't speak out against it. In the conference room, all employees of the New World Group stood as one, their eyes aflame with fervor, collectively calling out, "Hello, President Zhang." Zhang Cheng smiled at them and gestured for silence. Su Kaishan, please update everyone on the current situation. Certainly, President Zhang. Su Kaishan took a deep breath and, holding the freshly compiled report, stood up to announce. As per the latest statistics, our New World Group is now involved in the education sector, real estate, media, and retail, with a market valuation reaching approximately 60 billion. A collective gasp echoed through the room. The employees present had followed the larger team and were not at all surprised by the sector's New World was engaging in. However, upon hearing Su Kaishan declare the market value of 60 billion, they were stunned, their hearts racing with excitement. In less than 20 days, New World Group had achieved a staggering market value of 60 billion. What an astounding figure! In Jiacheng, and indeed throughout the southwestern province, this would be recognized as a major conglomerate. They all understood that this remarkable progress was due to the young man standing before them, the architect of their current success. At that moment, all eyes turned eagerly towards Zhang Cheng, waiting in silence. 60 billion, merely 60 billion, Zhang Cheng mused, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction with the market valuation. 60 billion was but a fraction of the nearly 100 billion he had already invested. This disparity plunged him into contemplation about the future trajectory of New World Group. After a brief pause, he spoke softly. 60 billion it is. Su Kaishan, please continue. Su Kaishan, taken aback by Zhang Cheng's words, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Was 60 billion insufficient? Why did it sound increasingly peculiar to him? Hastily dismissing the errant thoughts from his mind, he continued, the education sector under New World Group has been operating at a loss. Additionally, the recently acquired Ocean Company, primarily engaged in media, has seen many artists terminate their contracts prematurely due to our acquisition, resulting in further losses. The real estate sector, including Tianhan Yuan and Lianhu Phase 2, is currently under development, but after the acquisition, the construction foreman went on strike. As for our retail sector, with 8 supermarkets and convenience stores scattered across the suburbs of Jiacheng, they are barely breaking even. As Su Kaishan spoke, his voice grew softer. Watching Zhang Cheng's increasingly grave expression, cold sweat trickling down his back. Zhang, that concludes my report. Silence enveloped the hall. Upon hearing Su Kaishan's words, the smiles vanished from the faces of the senior executives, replaced by expressions of concern. The conference room was steeped in a heavy stillness. With everyone's gaze instinctively drawn to the young man at the head of the table, their eyes brimming with anticipation. This was the individual who had repeatedly achieved miracles and shattered myths. For reasons unknown, they placed their unwavering faith in him. Their deity, Zhang Cheng. Strikes? Refusals to sign contracts? Was someone finally preparing to take action? Zhang Cheng, however, was not surprised by these developments. He understood the adage that a tall tree attracts the wind. Perhaps in the past, he would have chosen a gradual and steady approach, but now, was he still the same Zhang Cheng he once was? When establishing the New World Group, Zhang Cheng had already foreseen these developments. At this juncture, does he still need to consider the opinions of others? Is there anyone capable of hindering his aspirations? Since Zhang Cheng has resolved to pursue his ambitions, it is imperative that he aims for greatness. Striving to achieve an unparalleled status, breaking free from Asia to become the world's foremost entity. This is merely a modest goal of his. A smile gradually illuminated Zhang Cheng's face. In that moment, all who beheld his demeanor found their anxieties dissipating, their hearts gradually settling into tranquility. They understood that as long as this young man stood before them, their new world would remain unassailable. The reasons behind the reverence that these executives held for Zhang Cheng remained a mystery. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Cheng had unwittingly become a figure of faith in their hearts, a near-religious adoration. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Chenger, Chenger. It retained its noble tone, yet within that nobility, one could discern an unusual sentiment. Chapter 43, Body Enhancer. Zhang Cheng set aside his tasks and sank into silence upon his chair. What troubles you, dear stepmother? He thought, feeling an inexplicable sensation each time he conversed with her, as if his innermost thoughts could be articulated through sheer will, immersing him in a dialogue that only he could perceive. Though it felt no different from conversing with an ordinary person, those outside remained oblivious to their exchange. Chenger, you are spending a bit too slowly, she remarked, her tone laced with a hint of reproach, yet underscored by an unnameable tenderness. What is different about her today? A fleeting thought flitted through Zhang Cheng's mind, elusive and intangible. He inwardly sighed, pondering, is this truly too slow? Indeed. His stepmother had witnessed his gradual ascent in the business world. Our family's enterprise does not thrive through such gradualism. It is not about taking slow, methodical steps. Your stepmother's wealth is boundless. The pursuit should be to generate even greater infinities from that limitless fortune. Chenger, do not be afraid, she urged. But suddenly her voice fell silent. You still have your stepmother. Zhang Cheng's heart raced, her words imbued with a mystical force that coursed through him like a warm current. He found it hard to believe, swallowing hard as a wave of disbelief washed over him. After a moment, he collected himself, reflecting on her message. Indeed, I should be unstoppable and unafraid. My stepmother stands behind me. Before he could ponder further, her voice, soft as a caress, resonated once more. Chenger, as the sole heir of your father, you must possess some capacity for self-preservation. I bestow upon you something new. You must revive the illustrious legacy of your father. Only by growing strong will your stepmother find joy. What new thing? He inquired, but as soon as the words left his lips, he felt a remarkable object manifest in his mind, a delicately crafted vial, imbued with a scent unlike any other. Zhang Cheng was certain that it bore the unique fragrance of a woman. Is this the scent of a woman, perhaps from my stepmother? He wondered aloud. Stepmother, may I seek you out in the future? He tentatively asked. Yet, her voice faded into silence, leaving him momentarily disoriented. In an instant, Zhang Cheng's resolve solidified. If his strength could bring joy to his stepmother, then he must strive to become formidable without delay, ensuring her happiness. Reluctantly, he withdrew his thoughts. Focusing on the exquisite vial before him, he contemplated the implications of consuming its contents, pondering whether his employees in the conference room would be astonished by the ensuing effects. After some deliberation, he decided to hold off for the moment, as the group awaited his decision. What Zhang Cheng remained oblivious to was that in a distant place, a woman gradually turned away, leaving behind a silhouette that slowly faded. Just that solitary figure could inspire boundless imagination in everyone. In the conference room, all the executives sat in silence, awaiting Zhang Cheng's decision. Before long, he regained his train of thought. Strike. A refusal to sign. Zhang Cheng scoffed softly, then spoke calmly. Since they do not cherish this opportunity, the New World Group has no need to collaborate with them. As he finished speaking, an enveloping silence fell over the room. They understood that Zhang Cheng was indeed angry. He was genuinely furious. He was ready to take action. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Su Kaishan's eyelids flickered with concern as he said, President Zhang, we cannot abandon the Lianhu Phase 2 and Tianhan Yuan projects. The properties there are priced attractively. Otherwise, our group would suffer significant losses. Abandon? Zhang Cheng chuckled lightly. Did I ever say I would give up? Su Kaishan looked at Zhang Cheng, puzzled. President Zhang, without cooperation, we want to find options in Jiangqing in the short term. Zhang Cheng interrupted. They are truly overestimating themselves. If we can't find opportunities in Jiangqing, we shall seek them elsewhere. Money is not an issue. Do they really believe they are the masters here? Furthermore, our media branch should expand its scale. Those stars come and go, thinking themselves of great importance, do they? Su Kaishan was somewhat bewildered. President Zhang, what shall we do with New World Media then? At this, Zhang Cheng shot Su Kaishan a glare and replied, contact the schools. Go to the performance and directing departments and select some students to come. I refuse to believe that with enough financial resources, we cannot cultivate some stars. As for those supermarkets, we will address that later. At this juncture, Zhang Cheng rubbed his temples, urging himself to calm down. Upon hearing his words, not only Su Kaishan, but all present were taken aback, their eyes wide with shock. President Zhang was exceedingly extravagant. Just this approach alone would require an enormous financial outlay, and it would inevitably offend quite a number of people. President Zhang, this. Zhang Cheng looked at the group with exasperation. It had only just begun, and they were already so astonished. What would happen in the future? Realizing the need to educate them, he spoke solemnly. Cast aside your outdated mindsets. Remember, do not concern yourselves with money. Our New World Group is not short on funds. Let me set a small goal for you. Within a year, let us establish New World Real Estate Group as the world's #1, New World Retail Group as the world's #1, and New World Media Group as the world's #1. As Zhang Cheng articulated this, he glanced at them. Is that acceptable? A collective gasp echoed through the room, as they felt their personas crumbling. Did I truly hear President Zhang correctly? The media industry first? The real estate industry first? The retail industry first? A small goal? This is a small goal. Nevertheless, Zhang Cheng's proclamation ignited their fighting spirit. Isn't it just about being first? Let us do it. No one wishes to be a hindrance, particularly to the retreat of the New World Group. Moments later, having meticulously organized their respective tasks, they departed the conference room with fervor, engaging with their teams to strategize their initial actions. It must be acknowledged that these senior employees possessed considerable capability. Following Zhang Cheng's directives, they diligently immersed themselves in their assignments. Meanwhile, the entire Jiang city seemed to sense an impending storm. At this juncture, Zhang Cheng's phone began to ring. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Cheng?" came an exceptionally melodious voice from the other end, exuding a sense of comfort. Zhang Cheng gazed at the unfamiliar number on his phone, perplexed, and inquired, "Who is this?" "I am Han Yusin, the VIP client manager at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Southwest Province, dedicated to serving clients who deposit over 100 million. May I be so bold as to ask if you have a moment to meet?" Zhang Cheng furrowed his brow and replied, "I am unavailable." Chapter 44. Terrifying indeed. With a soft beep, the call was disconnected. Han Yusin stood frozen in the hotel, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Slowly clouded by a veil of mist, she felt like crying, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. Without uttering a single word, she had been abruptly cut off. It was the first time she, who was treated like a precious daughter in the Han family, had ever been subjected to such indignity. And the one to do so was none other than Zhang Cheng. Even though only 2 words were exchanged during the call, Han Yusin could sense a distinct impatience emanating from him. No, to be precise, Zhang Cheng was genuinely annoyed with her. Her long eyelashes quivered slightly as she struggled to fathom the reasons behind his behavior. Did he deem her status unworthy of his attention? The more she pondered, the more her curiosity grew. She yearned to meet this enigmatic man, rumored to be shrouded in mystery. At that moment, her phone rang again. Upon glancing at the contact name, her expression softened. "Yusin, you've come to Jiangqing and didn't inform me? I could have picked you up." A playful and charming voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Xiaoming, I have some matters to attend to." Han Yusin felt no need to conceal anything from her dear friend. Aside from omitting Zhang Cheng's name, she recounted everything in detail. "Oh, even the illustrious daughter of the Han family can face rejection. Xiaoming, all right, don't be upset. I'll come to find you." After hanging up, thoughts of Zhang Cheng's earlier dismissal gnawed at her, provoking a simmering anger. Her lips curled slightly in disdain. What a low emotional intelligence individual. I sought to see him, and he was not even pleased. Meanwhile, in Villa Number 1 of Purple Gold Mountain, Zhang Cheng remained oblivious to being labeled as emotionally obtuse due to a mere phone call. His primary concern was the effectiveness of the body enhancement serum his stepmother had provided him. With a thought, a delicate vial materialized in his hand. Body enhancement serum? Zhang Cheng hesitated momentarily before uncorking the bottle and inhaling the fragrance of the light pink liquid, which filled him with a delightful aroma. Whatever his stepmother had given him, it was undoubtedly a premium product. Without a second thought, he drank it in one swift motion. With a gurgle, the liquid slid down his throat. A warm current coursing through his body, leaving a sweet aftertaste that lingered, mingled with a subtle tartness that refused to dissipate. Zhang Cheng found himself licking his lips, still savoring the taste. At the same time, a remarkable transformation began to unfold within him. His once dull, yellowish skin gleamed radiantly, resembling pure white jade, devoid of any impurities. His skin was as flawless as that of a newborn, seemingly delicate enough to break with a touch. A regal aura emanated from his brow, further accentuating his newfound allure. Though his appearance had undergone no discernible change, there remained an ineffable aura about Zhang Cheng, as if he had transformed into a different person entirely. Wherever his gaze fell, there was an unspoken quality that compelled those around him to submit involuntarily. With each sip of the physical enhancer, his very marrow was being revitalized, rendering him increasingly formidable. Moments later, Zhang Cheng clenched his fist, and a series of crisp cracks echoed from his limbs. Gradually, he perceived an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, capable of unleashing devastating force in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed his strength towards a pine tree outside the villa, wrapping his arms around it. With a resounding thud, his fist struck, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl in the trunk. Startled by the spectacle, he stared at his own fist, which gleamed without a trace of injury. Astonished by this extraordinary power, Zhang Cheng stood frozen for several seconds before reflecting, could it be that I have become a master in my own right? With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, he gazed at the towering tree. After diligently experimenting on each tree in succession, he surveyed the remnants of his impact and nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If a single bottle of this enhancer grants me such strength, what might occur if I were to consume several more? Unbeknownst to him, Even a drop of this liquid would be a priceless treasure in realms beyond this world. Yet, with his father being the wealthiest man in the universe, such trivialities were of no concern. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Cheng's thoughts settled as he recalled his stepmother's words. His gaze gradually firmed with resolve. If she believed I was too slow in spending, then I shall hasten to show her otherwise. Her urging to quickly restore your father's former glory ignited a fervor within him. What could his true home beyond the cosmos be like? He was certain it would far surpass this world, perhaps to an unimaginable extent. Thus, he resolved to commence his journey from Jiacheng. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz came to a halt at the villa's entrance. Su Kaishan, wearing a troubled expression, knocked on the door. Upon entering, he beheld the disheveled state of the yard. Strewn with remnants of the large trees, and panic flickered in his eyes. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Zhang Cheng has encountered misfortune? With that notion, Su Kaishan hurriedly made his way inside, relieved to find Zhang Cheng calmly dining. His countenance brightened, and he expressed his concern. Zhang, are you all right? Zhang Cheng lifted his gaze to Su Kaishan's worried face, understanding that his reaction stemmed from the scene outside. Observing the panic etched on Su Kaishan's features, Zhang Cheng felt a sense of satisfaction. His judgment was sound, and it was reassuring that Su Kaishan cared for his safety. He replied nonchalantly, I'm fine. I merely threw a couple of punches. Su Kaishan gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment. Did I hear you correctly? Everything outside is the doing of Mr. Zhang. Is it truly Mr. Zhang who is responsible for this? How terrifying. That enormous hole, was it truly created by a single punch from Zhang? My heavens. Does his fist not ache? Did he show no reaction whatsoever? Su Kaishan was left dumbfounded. After a considerable time, he finally regained his senses, and could not help but exclaim internally, Mr. Zhang truly lives up to his reputation. I believed him to be formidable in business. Yet I never imagined his martial prowess would be equally as formidable, so frightening indeed. To follow such a boss, life seems to be nothing but smooth sailing. What is there to worry about? Chapter 45. If you don't want to work, then leave after a brief moment. Zhang Cheng set aside the towel in his hand and spoke. What brings you here? At that moment, Su Kaishan, his face marred by worry, replied, Zhang. All the workers and contractors at the Lianhu Phase 2 project have gone on strike. Strike? Zhang Cheng furrowed his brow. What is the cause? Is the group facing financial difficulties? Or have the workers not been paid? It's not a matter of wages, Su Kaishan responded, visibly uncomfortable. I've heard that those contractors have been in contact with the previous Tianan for some time. Our sudden acquisition by New World has led the workers and construction bosses to believe that the current New World lacks the funds. Zhang Cheng scoffed. Even this small company dares to squeeze New World Group? They are utterly oblivious to their own insignificance. Go tell them that within half an hour, they must resume work. If they refuse, they can pack their things and leave. Oh, and according to the contract, they should not expect a single penny. Su Kaishan's eyelids flickered, and he hesitantly said, Zhang, according to my previous inquiries, the company currently contracted for Lianhu Phase 2, Yanghai Company, is unique in Jiangcheng. If they truly refuse to work, are we to simply let them go? The completion of Lianhu Phase 2 is already near. If this continues, we may not find another construction company in the immediate future. Zhang Cheng smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, if they choose not to work, then let them leave. It's merely a construction company, after all. We can simply acquire them. Money is not an issue. Do you understand? Huh? Zhang, how much will this cost? New World Group does not concern itself with finances. Zhang Cheng cast a dissatisfied glance at Su Kaishan. Old Su, you've been with me long enough. Broaden your perspective and stop being so petty, all right? Understood, Zhang. I will make arrangements immediately. Once Zhang Cheng had finished his arrangements, Su Kaishan departed. Meanwhile, a piece of news inadvertently circulated across various forums in Jiacheng. Shocking. The former wealthiest man in Jiacheng, Zhang Cheng, makes a powerful return, establishing New World Group, which in just half a month has acquired Xinli, Daong, and Tianman. Spanning 3 major industries, real estate, retail, and media. A staggering 10 billion is earmarked for the construction of a world-class university base. The forums of Jiacheng erupted in a frenzy, with all members left astounded. Vigorous debates ignited as posts filled with insults and disputes proliferated. My heavens. What does Zhang Cheng intend to do? He has truly risen again. 3 years ago, he built his fortune from scratch, only to be knocked down by capital forces. Everyone believed he would never recover. Yet, here he stands, reborn. No, the king has returned. This is simply unbelievable. I am currently standing beneath the former Tianman Group building, which has now transformed into Tianman Real Estate Limited Group. I can hardly believe it. New World Group is involved in so many industries. Can Zhang Cheng truly manage it? Does he even have the funds to sustain his operations? With the expenditure of a staggering 100 billion, vast tracts of land in the eastern suburbs have been acquired, encompassing even the early mountain range. Is he intending to establish a school? What sort of peculiar entity is this, and what kind of institution is he aiming to create? A practical school, perhaps, to fulfill the aspirations of university students? What a monumental sum this would entail. I surmise that Zhang Cheng and his New World Group will not endure for long. The Hengtian Chamber of Commerce has yet to voice any opinion, which suggests that New World is still in its nascent phase. They are evidently too proud to suppress Zhang Cheng, fearing embarrassment. How amusing. A multitude of foolish individuals truly believe that this entire scenario is orchestrated by Zhang Cheng. How could he possibly possess such formidable capabilities? Furthermore, he has never personally appeared during acquisitions of other companies. Can he genuinely trust his subordinates to that extent? Does he possess such vast financial resources? The timelines simply do not align. How could he manage to acquire 3 companies simultaneously, and within mere hours at that? To the individual upstairs, you are utterly ignorant of the concept of wealth and the whims that accompany it. Your impoverished state has severely limited your imagination. You cannot fathom the lifestyle of the affluent because you are enshrouded in poverty. If this were truly Zhang Cheng's doing, why would he not come forward to declare it? There is no evidence to substantiate that he is responsible, if he had indeed acquired these companies. Why has he not convened a press conference to announce the achievement? Why does he not showcase his prowess? With such grand undertakings and substantial backing, could Zhang Cheng truly remain so discreet? You are a collective of simpletons, speculating about 100 billion in land acquisition, the construction of a world-class university base, and student internships. Doesn't this seem tiresome? Why does he not take a break? Why not make an announcement online? Moreover, do you have any inkling of the costs involved in erecting such a university base? At the very least, 500 billion? Do you comprehend how young Zhang Cheng is? Could he possibly possess 500 billion? It is simply ludicrous. The hype surrounding Zhang Cheng has reached its limit. It is time to retire for the night. How absurd. Do you genuinely believe everyone operates as you do? Must every trivial matter be aired publicly? The stature of New World Group and that of Zhang Cheng are vastly different. These minor issues do not necessitate public declaration. They are indifferent to such trivialities. Meanwhile, within the office of the construction site for the second phase of Lianhu, the head of Yahai Construction Company, the subcontractor, and over 500 workers are gathered. At the forefront, Su Kaishan, microphone in hand, solemnly addressed the assembly. Although our New World Group has acquired Tianman Real Estate, which is now under the auspices of our New World Real Estate Company, you need not concern yourselves with any issues. Every penny owed will be duly compensated. However, New World Group has but one stipulation for you. At this juncture, Su Kaishan surveyed the crowd and continued, that is, you must commence work within 30 minutes. Should you fail to begin within 20 minutes, you will be in breach of the contract stipulation to adhere to the constraints of the principal party. Consequently, you may as well pack your belongings and depart. Any previous payments will be forfeited. As the words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The workers huddled in the corner exchanged glances, a flicker of fear illuminating their eyes as they began to murmur amongst themselves. However, the head of Yahai Construction Company, Guo Shuixing, seated at the forefront, remained unperturbed, casting a scornful gaze towards Su Kaishan. What a joke! Commencing work in 20 minutes? Or else depart? He dismissed Su Kaishan's claims as fanciful. Yahai Construction is a formidable enterprise in Jiangcheng. Could you truly dare to dismiss me? If you were to do so, what would become of the Lianhu Phase 2 project? Is there a construction company in Jiangcheng greater than Yahai? An utter absurdity. Yet, regrettably, Zhang Cheng was indeed indifferent to such matters. Chapter 46. The Alliance of Heaven and Commerce. Su Kaishan stood at the highest podium, his eyelids twitching as he observed Guo Shuixing, who remained composed below. An ominous premonition flickered in his mind. How could this man be so audacious? Does he truly regard the New World Group as mere decoration? Glancing at his watch, Su tightened his grip on the microphone and spoke in a grave tone. Mr. Guo, I urge you to instruct your men to commence work immediately. We have merely half an hour. A foreman from Yonghai Company rose with a smile, saying, Manager Su, there's no need to rush. A day's delay in the project won't significantly impact anything. Su Kaishan retorted coldly, Ladies and gentlemen, you are undoubtedly aware that time equates to money. A single day's delay will result in substantial losses for the New World Group. Who shall take responsibility for this loss? You? Su's indifferent gaze fell on the foreman, whose expression shifted to one of distress as he sought help from the crowd. Guo Shuaisheng, the president of Yanghai Construction Company, sneered, disregarding Su's words entirely. His company was valued at nearly 100 billion. Although New World Group had gained notoriety, Su was merely a manager, not the chairman. Why would he feel threatened by Su's statements? With a booming voice, Guo Shuaisheng declared, "Manager Su, who do you propose will take responsibility for this money? Call Zhang Cheng here to speak with me. What purpose does your chatter serve? Just because you say we should start in 20 minutes, does that mean I must comply? Where's my dignity in this? As a prominent CEO, I cannot be ordered around by a mere manager. If word of this reaches Zhang Cheng, I will be the laughingstock. Can you ensure my reputation remains intact?" A flash of anger ignited in Su's eyes as he retorted, "Mr. Guo, what is your meaning? Are you intent on opposing the New World Group?" With a smile devoid of warmth, Guo Shuaisheng replied, "Not at all. But you, a mere manager, lack the authority to dictate my actions. Call Zhang Cheng to come here. I wish to hear directly from him. You and I are not equals." After uttering these words, Guo's gaze dripped with disdain as he regarded Su Kaishan. In response, Su's expression darkened, his stare icy. At that moment, the office door swung open, and before the figure even arrived, a clear voice resonated. "Ah, Mr. Guo, I am here. Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Hearing that familiar voice, Su Kaishan exhaled in relief, the tension in his chest finally easing. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, all turning to see a youth clad in casual attire entering the room. Zhang Cheng scanned the office, his gaze ultimately resting on Guo Shuaisheng, a smile playing on his lips. Guo Shuaisheng gasped, a chill running down his spine, as astonishment gripped his heart. Indeed, as the rumors outside suggest, Zhang Cheng is remarkably youthful. Guo Shuaisheng felt a shiver run down his spine under Zhang Cheng's gaze, a chill cascading from the crown of his head, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. However, he quickly regained his composure. Scoffing internally, he is merely a brash young lad. Subsequently, Zhang Cheng took a seat, smiled, and calmly remarked, "I have heard that my manager's discourse with you is rather unequal. So, esteemed CEO, what brings you here to speak with me?" Beside him, Su Kaishan was filled with excitement, realizing that President Zhang aimed to defend his honor. "Humph, President Zhang, are you truly disregarding my stature? For such a significant matter, allowing a mere manager of yours to converse with me. Where shall I place my dignity if this gets out?" Guo Shuaisheng declared with an air of bravado. Zhang Cheng glanced at him, his expression neutral, and asked, "Do you possess any dignity? Is it necessary for me to afford you any respect?" "What?" With a thud, Guo Shuaisheng slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, exclaiming furiously, "Zhang Cheng, what do you mean by this? Do you comprehend the consequences? If you offend me, I will immediately halt all work and cease cooperation with your New World Group. You shall bear significant losses. What are you even worth? A mere youth daring to speak to me in such a manner. You think you can still aspire to develop in Jiangqing?" Guo Shuaisheng retorted angrily, dismissively flicking his sleeves as he glared at Zhang Cheng. In response, a smirk curled at the corners of Zhang Cheng's mouth as he regarded Guo Shuaisheng with a playful glint in his eyes, mockingly stating, "Oh, development?" Then, a hint of coldness flashed in his gaze as he continued, "Su Kaishan. Present, President Zhang. Which company does this individual represent?" "President Zhang, this is Guo Shuaisheng, the chairman of Yanghai Construction Company." Zhang Cheng nodded. "What percentage of shares does Chairman Guo hold in Yanghai Company?" "Chairman Guo possesses 26% of the shares and serves as chairman. The company's market value stands at 96 billion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng replied nonchalantly, "Su Kaishan, go. Initiate the acquisition of his company immediately, dilute the shares, expel this Chairman Guo from the board, and reclaim his 26% shares at the original stock price," effectively ousting him. Gasping in shock, Guo Shuaisheng staggered back 2 steps, his face a mask of disbelief as he regarded Zhang Cheng. The notion of Zhang Cheng acquiring his company sent a wave of panic through his mind. He had no reason to doubt Zhang Cheng's capabilities. "Yes, President Zhang." Guo Shuaisheng rushed forward to intercept the departing Su Kaishan, urgently shouting, "Zhang Cheng, no, you cannot acquire my company. Think of the repercussions. The members of the Hetian Chamber of Commerce will not let this go unpunished. You must not proceed with the acquisition." Hetian Chamber of Commerce? At the mention of this name, a smile played on Zhang Cheng's lips as he replied coolly, "Su Kaishan, half an hour. Will that suffice?" "Not a problem, President Zhang." Su Kaishan departed with his team. Watching Su Kaishan leave, Guo Shuaisheng stood there bewildered, grappling with the unfolding situation. "I have already spoken to the Heavens Chamber of Commerce. Yet Zhang Cheng still acts this way. Is he not afraid? Does he truly feel no fear? Guo Shuixing gazed at Zhang Cheng, who sat effortlessly in his chair, a sense of regret gradually enveloping his heart. He lamented his earlier decision. Had he not acquiesced to those old men, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament now. The more he reflected, the deeper his remorse and panic grew. Darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to faint. President Zhang, I was wrong. President Zhang, I beseech you, I truly erred. Grant me a chance. President Zhang, please do not acquire my company. I should never have heeded the chamber president's words. Just give me an opportunity. President Zhang, you possess a magnanimous spirit. Do not quibble with a person of my stature. If you would be so kind. Zhang Cheng cast a cold glance in his direction and replied indifferently, someone, take him back. Yes. Instantly. Several bodyguards surged into the room, escorting the despairing Guo Shuixing out of the office. Chapter 47. Agreed the Heavens United Chamber of Commerce? Zhang Cheng silently pondered the name, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. The title sounded grandiose. Yet it was merely a consortium formed spontaneously by the chairpersons of various industries in Jiangxing during a meal, dubbed the Heavens United Chamber of Commerce. Within this assembly, a well-regarded chairman was selected to preside, while the lesser-known chairpersons merely held honorary titles, collectively referred to as members. Zhang Cheng recalled that when his Earth group had garnered a modicum of fame in Jiangxing, he too had once joined this chamber. It was perpetually rumored that enterprises affiliated with the Heavens United Chamber would receive manifold protections, adhering to the principle of mutual aid in times of distress. To outsiders, the chamber cultivated an image of benevolence. Contemplating this, a profound derision surfaced in Zhang Cheng's gaze. Who could fathom that this seemingly altruistic chamber was merely an amalgamation of inconsequential companies? He was acutely aware that when the Earth group met its demise, not a single member had extended a hand. Many had even taken pleasure in his downfall. In truth, the Heavens United Chamber acted as the most loyal sycophants to the Jia's group. As the Earth group crumbled, Zhang Cheng had vowed that once he regained his footing, he would dismantle the Heavens United Chamber, ensuring it would never rise again, and confront the Jia's group directly. However, he had not anticipated that before resolving his affairs with the New World group, they would swiftly conspire against it. At that moment, his phone rang, prompting him to temporarily set aside thoughts of the Heavens United Chamber. Glancing at the caller ID, he felt a twinge of exasperation. Mr. Zhang, I've been in Jiangxing for quite some time and am about to leave. Before I go, could we possibly meet? Zhang Cheng remained silent for a moment before replying. Why are you so persistent? I've already told you I don't have time. I've declined your invitation 5 times. On the other end, Han Yusin sat in her Maserati, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed, tears welling in her eyes. I am the esteemed daughter of the Han family from the Magic City, a luminary in finance, once the belle of the finance department at Yanqing University. Countless suitors have pursued me. How is it that I find myself so humiliated, reduced to pleading, and still met with rejection? Who is this Zhang Cheng? Why is he so peculiar? Realizing his words had been harsh, Zhang Cheng reflected and said, Miss Han, let us meet tomorrow. Once you decide on the time and place, let me know. Han Yusin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, her eyes sparkling as she responded, all right, I will call you at the appointed time. Very well, I shall hang up now. After ending the call, Han Yusin exhaled deeply. Zhang Cheng had finally acquiesced. Human beings possess an innate sense of pride. After being rejected by Zhang Cheng for the first time, Han Yusin chose to relinquish the matter, no longer mentioning it. For someone of her stature, born into wealth and privilege, the existence of an individual like him was inconsequential. However, during a conversation with her close friend Li Meng, Han Yusin inadvertently observed the transformation in Li Meng's expression and the confidence in her gaze when Zhang Cheng was mentioned. This piqued her curiosity about Zhang Cheng, prompting her to wonder what remarkable qualities he possessed. Subsequently, she faced rejection from him 5 times. Today, Han Yusin, with a mindset of mere experimentation, dialed his number. And to her delight, Zhang Cheng finally acquiesced to meet her. As she gazed through the car window at the New World Tower, her eyes shimmered with anticipation. Moments later, she murmured to herself, what stories lie behind your facade? Meanwhile, within another edifice, the Heavenly Commerce Association, a crowd had gathered around a round table, with Guo Shuixing from the Yanghai Construction Company among them. Observing the intense discussions regarding the New World Group, Guo Shuixing appeared anxious, fidgeting in his seat, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. After a brief silence, he implored, "President, you must advocate for me in today's matter." The president, Lu Ziyuan, an elderly gentleman nearing 60, was the esteemed leader of the Heavenly Commerce Association, bolstered by the support of the Jia's group, which allowed him to rise above many other entrepreneurs. Upon hearing Guo Shuixing's plea, Lu Ziyuan chuckled heartily and reassured him, "Do not worry. I will certainly advocate for you." After a moment of silence, Guo Shuixing, now somewhat despondent, lamented, "The New World Group is determined to acquire my Yanghai company. President, this Zhang Cheng is exceedingly arrogant. Even after I invoked the name of the Heavenly Commerce Association, he showed me no respect." Lu Ziyuan's demeanor darkened at these words, and he replied, "I will resolve this matter for you. For now, please remain seated." Guo Shuixing offered a sheepish smile and complied, awaiting the president's decision. Lu Ziyuan smirked disdainfully. "Is it merely the acquisition of a few companies? I would not regard him with any significance." Having spoken, Lu Ziyuan cast a haughty glance across the assembly and addressed them loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the reason I have summoned you today is to discuss our perspective on the New World Group, as well as their audacious claim to acquire Guo's Yanghai Construction Company. Let us share our thoughts." Though the emergence of the New World Group in Zhang Cheng had startled many, within the confines of the Heavenly Commerce Association, they deemed it inconsequential. As for Lu's assertion regarding the New World seeking to acquire Guo's company, they found it implausible. It was likely that the New World Group was merely making idle threats. "President, I suggest we summon that Zhang Cheng, once we make our stance clear." "I doubt he would dare to refuse," one member proposed. Another added, "To establish oneself in Zhang Cheng, it is we who hold the reins." Indeed, no matter how grand the New World's development may seem, it remains insignificant in our presence. Thus, what is there to worry about? Dear Guo, rest assured. Since you have mentioned our alliance with Hetian Chamber of Commerce, if he dares to attempt an acquisition, it would mean offending Hetian Chamber, and that would be his undoing. Haha. After all, isn't it true that New World has only acquired a handful of companies? How much could that possibly cost? Just a few $100 billion, perhaps. If he were genuinely contemplating such a venture, anyone among us could easily procure that amount and create such a stir. He is merely engaging in theatrics. I suspect he is running low on funds and is merely putting on a brave face. Indeed, do not be deceived by the apparent arrogance of New World Group, as they seem intent on dominating the business landscape of Jiangqing. However, they are merely putting on a facade. Look at the vast expanse of land they have acquired in the eastern suburbs. There has been no further action, has there? I would rather see it developed. Just then, as the conversation unfolded in the hall, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Yanghai is gone. What? Is it true? Yanghai Construction Company has vanished. It has now been rebranded under the New World Group. Chapter 48. Invitation from the Heavens Merchants Association. A collective gasp echoed through the room, leaving everyone's scalp tingling. Had Yanghai vanished once more? This group of individuals, engaged in discussions, suddenly found themselves in disbelief. Had they been publicly humiliated by the New World Group? In a frenzy, they rushed to the windows, flinging open the curtains. What they beheld rendered them speechless. Good heavens, it had truly been acquired. Was Yanghai Corporation really gone? How could this be possible? The New World Group must possess an unimaginable fortune. Surely, Yanghai Group could not be taken down without at least $100 billion. This New World Group seemed almost monstrous. It was the first time they had heard of a conglomerate growing solely through acquisitions. What could be its ulterior motive? The New World Group was an enigma that eluded comprehension. Lu Ziyuan hastened to the window, peering out in disbelief. The Yanghai Construction Company, visible daily, had completely vanished. The once familiar skyline had transformed. The sign that had hung for over a decade was replaced by that of the New World Construction Company. How could this happen so swiftly? The New World Group was now synonymous with the New World Construction Company. It was over. I am utterly finished. My Yanghai has disappeared, and with it, everything I held dear. Guo Shuixing swallowed hard, his gaze vacant as he stared at the now unrecognizable sight of his daily toil, now erased without a trace. Subsumed under the New World Group's banner. His shares had been rendered worthless. He was left with nothing. How could the New World Group possess such strength? Just moments ago, the president had reassured him, claiming that New World was merely trying to intimidate him, that it could not possibly wield such power. Initially, he had found solace in the president's words, believing that New World lacked the capability and that Zhang Cheng was merely boasting. Yet, in an instant, the reality had struck him coldly. My Yanghai Corporation, valued at 100 billion, had simply evaporated. Guo Shuisheng stared blankly at the gleaming letters on the building, his heart hollow. He muttered, "Money truly can grant one the power to do as they wish." With a sudden thud, his vision darkened, and he crumpled to the floor, unconscious. Moments later, the onlookers regarded Guo Shuisheng, now being carried away on a stretcher, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. At that moment, a portly elder weakly inquired, "What shall we do now regarding the Heavens Merchants Association?" As the words fell, all eyes turned to Lu Ziyuan, seated at the head of the table. Lu Ziyuan's countenance was grim, reflecting his disbelief that, just moments after reassuring Guo Shuisheng, the Yanghai Construction Company had ceased to exist. He surveyed the shifting expressions of the anxious executives before him, pondering a strategy. After a prolonged silence, a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes as he spoke. "The fate of Guo's company has taken me by surprise as well. However, we at the Heavens Merchants Association have no reason to fear the New World Group." However, after Lu Ziyuan expressed his determination, someone nearby began to comprehend the situation. "Lu, do you mean that our He-Tian Chamber of Commerce should first approach the New World Group with courtesy before taking any aggressive action?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyuan nodded and addressed the crowd. "Indeed. We should invite the proprietor of the New World Group over to ascertain his intentions. If he is willing to join the He-Tian Chamber of Commerce, we shall let bygones be bygones. But if he declines, then the New World Group has no reason to exist in Jiangqing." After finishing his statement, Lu Ziyuan took a sip of tea, his gaze cold as it drifted towards the New World Group in the distance. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng was unaware of the discussions surrounding the He-Tian Chamber of Commerce. After listening to Su Kaishan's report, Zhang Cheng remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "What is the situation at the school?" "Mr. Zhang, as per your instructions, we have successfully located dozens of top-notch designers to come to Jiangqing. When would you like to meet them?" Upon hearing that there was progress regarding the school, Zhang Cheng wasted no time and instructed Su Kaishan, "Very well, make the arrangements. I shall meet with them this evening and share my thoughts." "Understood, Mr. Zhang." At that moment, Su Kaishan's phone rang. After listening for a moment, his expression changed slightly, and he whispered to Zhang Cheng, "Mr. Zhang, the He-Tian Chamber of Commerce is calling, inviting you to the Zui Xianlu at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening." "Oh, it seems the He-Tian Chamber of Commerce can no longer contain itself," Zhang Cheng mused, harboring no fondness for this association. The executives within the chamber all exuded a facade of hypocrisy, their smiles devoid of sincerity. Reflecting on the Earth Group of that time, he chuckled derisively. With a mocking smile, he instructed Su Kaishan, "Inform them that I shall attend tomorrow." After waving Su Kaishan off, a cold glint flickered in Zhang Cheng's eyes. "The Earth Group was brought to ruin because of you. I have vowed that one day I will bring the He-Tian Chamber of Commerce to its knees. I never anticipated that you would seek me out first. Well, that saves me quite a bit of trouble." In the evening, Zhang Cheng and Su Kaishan arrived at the banquet hall on the second floor of the Kailansi Hotel. Although the venue was not particularly large, it was relatively quiet, a setting Zhang Cheng had specifically requested. After all, he intended to discuss matters regarding the New World base with the designers, with dining being a secondary concern. Guided by Su Kaishan, Zhang Cheng approached the round table, where dozens of designers stood. He smiled at them, while Su Kaishan began the introductions. "Everyone, this is Mr. Zhang Cheng, the chairman of our New World Group." "Hello, Mr. Zhang. It is an honor to work under your leadership, Mr. Zhang." "Mr. Zhang." At this, the designers greeted him in unison. "Please, take a seat. Let us converse at our leisure." Zhang Cheng handed his recently removed suit jacket to a nearby attendant. Welcoming everyone to sit down, Zhang Cheng observed the young designers beside him, engaged in spirited conversation. Had he not reviewed their profiles in advance, he would hardly have believed that these individuals, the eldest among them not surpassing the age of 30, were indeed top-tier designers. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Could you elaborate on whether the university base you envision has taken any form?" Upon hearing this question, a hush fell over the group, with all eyes turning towards Zhang Cheng, for this was the inquiry that piqued their utmost interest. Zhang Cheng gazed at the short-haired beauty before him, a flicker of recognition igniting within him. Hong Ziki, a graduate of the Parsons School of Design, had previously held a position in one of China's top 50 enterprises, and was lured away by Su Kaishan with an annual salary of 3 million. Initially, Zhang Cheng was taken aback by such a figure. How could a designer hailing from one of America's top 3 design schools command such a modest salary? It was only after Su Kaishan explained that he comprehended the enthusiasm of the several dozen designers before him. They were deeply intrigued by his depiction of the university base and harbored aspirations of crafting a structure renowned across the globe, all in pursuit of their dreams. It was fortuitous that the New World Group could fulfill their aspirations. Thus, they all convened, joining the New World Group in their collective endeavor. Chapter 49, New World Base. In half an hour, Zhang Cheng articulated his plans and the subsequent development of the university base. As esteemed designers, he believed there would be no issues. After concluding his presentation, he lifted the teacup before him, took a sip to soothe his throat, and settled back in his chair, awaiting their responses. Silence enveloped the banquet hall. Observing the designers lost in contemplation, Zhang Cheng smiled subtly, sipping his tea at a leisurely pace. He had faith that the designers would deliver a satisfactory outcome. Moments later, Hong Ziki, glancing at her notebook, posed a question to Zhang Cheng. Mr. Zhang, if we proceed as you suggested, the early mountain range may be somewhat insufficient. Additionally, the area seems rather limited. As she spoke, she handed Zhang Cheng a rudimentary sketch she had just drawn, pointing with a pencil to the relevant sections. Continuing her thoughts, Hong Ziki added, if this persists, not only will the land acquired by New World Group be inadequate, but, as Manager Su previously indicated, the budget will escalate significantly. Furthermore, Hong Ziki's professional observations resonated with Zhang Cheng, who perceived them simply as insufficient funds and constrained land. He then replied calmly, Designer Hong, can I interpret your concerns as twofold? Firstly, inadequate budgetary resources, and secondly, a restricted land area? The designers exchanged glances, and Hong Ziki nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Mr. Zhang. Rising from his chair, Zhang Cheng regarded the designers with resolve, raising a finger and stating, New World is not deterred by expenditures. If land is insufficient, we shall acquire more. 1 month, starting today. With this straightforward declaration, Zhang Cheng encapsulated everything. In a sea of words, it was all summed up in that single statement. Be bold and assured in your endeavors. I, Zhang Cheng, have ample resources. If the area is small, we shall expand it. This exemplified the spirit of New World Group and Zhang Cheng's audacity. Regardless of hundreds of billions, or even trillions, the New World base must emerge distinctively. This simple yet powerful assertion ignited a fervor among all present. No problem, Mr. Zhang. I am confident, Mr. Zhang. I assure you, Mr. Zhang. Dozens of designers thumped their chests, fists clenched, filled with determination as they gazed at Zhang Cheng. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Cheng's words and vision had infused them with a renewed sense of ambition and aspiration, igniting dreams within their hearts. They were awestruck by Zhang Cheng's boldness, a rarity in any enterprise or group to offer such guarantees. In that moment, these dream-driven designers brimmed with pride, grateful for their affiliation with New World Group. It was a collective that was perpetually advancing, relentlessly striving, a conglomerate birthed by Zhang Cheng, encompassing various industries, resolute in its pursuit of excellence in each domain. After listening to Zhang Cheng's words, dozens of designers eagerly prepared to take action. Once Zhang Cheng left the banquet hall, he promptly set his plans in motion. Acquisitions. The New World Group was on the hunt for expansion in the Dongjiao area. Su Kaishan purchased Chongqing Road immediately. If funds are insufficient, come to me, Zhang Cheng instructed, deep in thought during the car ride. Understood, Mr. Zhang, Su Kaishan replied. After returning Zhang Cheng to the Zaijinshan villa, he busily assembled his team and set off towards Chongqing Road. The following day, a faint light appeared on the horizon. The citizens of Jiangqing busied themselves with various tasks, navigating the bustling metropolis in pursuit of daily sustenance. As usual, Shaoli completed his morning routine early and headed to a bun shop on Chongqing Road for breakfast before work. Absently, he glanced outside, only to suddenly lift his head in astonishment, his eyes wide in disbelief. He was so taken aback that the bun in his hand fell to the ground, leaving him frozen in place. What is happening? Am I seeing things? Shaoli mumbled, rubbing his eyes. No way. It's really the New World Group. What is going on? Isn't this a 5-star hotel? How did it become the New World Hotel? In a single night, what transpired? Shaoli exclaimed in disbelief, drawing the attention of other patrons in the shop. The familiar White Swan Hotel had vanished, replaced by the New World Hotel. In that moment, everyone's eyes widened in collective incredulity. Where is the White Swan Hotel? How did it transform into the New World Hotel? This can't be right. I passed by here last night, and the White Swan Hotel was still standing. In just one night, it was acquired by the New World Group? How terrifying. It's hard to fathom that the New World Group has resumed its acquisitions. When will this ever end? Oblivious to the discussions around him, Xiaoli hurriedly dashed outside the shop, wanting to uncover the truth of the situation. Upon reaching the exterior, he stood in utter shock. Gasping, Xiaoli inhaled sharply, momentarily lost for words. As he surveyed the bustling Chongqing Road, 5 imposing characters loomed large. New World Group. My goodness, am I truly dreaming? The entire street belongs to the New World. With a collective gasp, all the patrons in the shop set down their bowls and chopsticks, rushing outside. They stared in awe at the transformations along Chongqing Road, their mouths agape, unable to articulate their thoughts. They were utterly astonished. What has the New World Group done? Such a grand undertaking. Good heavens, has the New World acquired all of Chongqing Road? Look, the former Minqing Mall has disappeared, replaced by the New World Mall. And over there, New World Apparel, the New World Hot Pot Restaurant, the New World Stationery Store. Just how extravagantly wealthy is Zhang Cheng to squander money in such a manner? As Xiaoli strolls down this street, the incessant chatter about the New World conglomerate fills his ears. Gazing into the distance at the towering New World building, a sense of dread envelopes him. This New World Group is truly formidable. In an Audi A6, Mayor Xian, while passing through Chongqing Road during his commute, is taken aback by the sight of the entire street adorned with New World Group signage. His eyes widen in astonishment as he exclaims with urgency, Xiao Huang. Investigate this matter immediately. How did Chongqing Road transform overnight into the New World Group? Did Zhang Cheng acquire all of this? With these thoughts swirling in his mind like a tempest, Mayor Xian hastily instructs his secretary, Xiao Huang, quickly, hand me my phone. I must call Zhang Cheng. Chapter 50. The Cataclysm. Today, the citizens of Jiangcheng were utterly astounded. From this day forth, the New World Group would manifest its formidable presence in the world. Henceforth, the New World Group would emerge as the most terrifying conglomerate on the planet, unrivaled and singular. This day marked a profound shock for Jiangcheng. Every aspect along Chongqing Road deepened the public's understanding of the New World Group. Like a tiger poised to pounce, it was ready to unleash its might. Regarding the rumors circulating outside, Zhang Cheng merely chuckled each time he heard them, choosing not to elaborate, believing that allowing things to unfold naturally was preferable. Controlling over 100 stores, what an intimidating enterprise it was. What immense power did such an industry wield? Of course, in a metropolis like Magic City, the scale of the New World Group might seem somewhat insufficient. However, in Jiangcheng, its dominance was undoubtedly unchallenged. Despite this, Zhang Cheng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Though he commanded over 100 stores, they primarily comprised small shops focused on clothing and dining. Half an hour later, Su Kaishan reported, President Zhang, as per your instructions, we have acquired all the stores on Chongqing Road. Though he had not slept all night, the sight of their achievements left no trace of fatigue on his face. His tone was brimming with excitement as he addressed Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. Let us first consolidate these stores, then expand our operations. Hesitating for a moment, Su Kaishan added, President Zhang, our rapid development at the New World Group may inevitably encroach upon the interests of many. If we expand further, I fear. Understanding Su Kaishan's concerns, Zhang Cheng was aware that the New World Group's reach into various industries, coupled with the acquisition of all the stores on Chongqing Road, would undoubtedly provoke discontent among numerous merchants and business owners who might plot against the conglomerate. Yet, he regarded these petty adversaries with indifference. As for the Heavens Merchants Association, Zhang Cheng was resolute in his intent to dismantle it. Why concern himself with such matters? Proceed with confidence. I will oversee everything, Zhang Cheng reassured him calmly. Seeing Zhang Cheng maintain his usual composure, Su Kaishan felt relieved and promptly went out to continue his arrangements. After Su Kaishan departed, Zhang Cheng took a moment to visit the school. Upon learning that everything was progressing smoothly, he left. He had always been particularly invested in the design of the New World base. Whenever he had a moment, he would call Hong Ziki to inquire about the situation, repeatedly emphasizing that they should not hesitate to spend as needed. If land proved insufficient, they were to inform Su Kaishan to procure more without hesitation. But the sole stipulation was to adhere to Zhang Cheng's original vision. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's directives, the designers became increasingly diligent, working overtime to finalize their drafts and budgets, striving to deliver results as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, the transformation of Chongqing Road into a hub of the New World Group overnight ignited considerable excitement across various online forums and television stations in Jiangcheng. The New World Group has acquired over 100 establishments along Chongqing Road overnight, leaving many to ponder whether this marks a remarkable turnaround for the company or merely a case of foolish extravagance. Upon the publication of this headline on a forum, local netizens in Zhang Cheng were left in utter astonishment. Administrator, have you accepted bribes from the New World Group, deliberately sensationalizing their actions? They exclaimed. Are we mere children in our understanding? Who would believe such a preposterous claim of an overnight acquisition? Let us not overlook the fact that Chongqing Road in Dongjiao is a prime location, with exorbitant property prices. If the New World Group sought to create a buzz, surely they could have conjured a more credible narrative. Are we all devoid of common sense? This is utterly unrealistic. The administrator was urged to retract the post, lest they face public scrutiny for such an outrageous jest. The notion that a small enterprise like the New World Group could gain notoriety through mere hype was deemed utterly nonsensical. Upon witnessing the barrage of insults directed at him, the administrator, Xiao Li, felt a surge of frustration. Earlier that morning, he had observed the transformations along Chongqing Road and had hastily chronicled his observations in a lengthy post, hoping to share the New World Group's audacity with fellow members. However, he was unprepared for the backlash that ensued as soon as his post went live. Scoffing at the vitriol, Xiao Li muttered to himself about the absurdity of humanity's ignorance. He then retrieved the photographs he had taken that morning and shared them on the forum, declaring, "A picture speaks 1,000 words. Skeptics should visit Chongqing Road themselves to witness the truth." Minutes later, the forum erupted once more in disbelief. Could it be true? The administrator has provided evidence. Some users, still skeptical, urged caution, pondering whether such a scenario was plausible in this age of advanced technology where images could easily be manipulated. I stand here on Chongqing Road, and as I gaze around, I am met with an overwhelming sight of New World Group signage. How do you explain that? Oh my goodness. You are truly on Chongqing Road. Please confirm, did the New World Group really acquire over 100 establishments? In response, several users present on Chongqing Road promptly captured and uploaded more photographs, which left those viewing from their screens in sheer astonishment. Gasps filled the digital air as they beheld the plethora of New World Group signs lining the streets. Despite the distance, their senses were ignited with excitement and disbelief. My heavens, the streets are filled with New World Group signage. Can anyone elucidate what has transpired? Just last night, I was shopping for clothes on Chongqing Road. How could everything have transformed overnight into a New World Group landscape? What? How much would this cost? In such a prime location, with over 100 shops, how many billions would this require? Does the New World Group not fear offending anyone with such actions? They seem poised to overshadow all industries, leaving others in a precarious position. Really? Could they truly offend anyone? Who in Jiangxing possesses the audacity for such grand ventures as the New World Group? Are you unaware of the Hetian Chamber of Commerce? It is the foremost commerce association in Jiangxing. This is astounding. I can't believe it. The Hetian Chamber of Commerce is indeed the largest in Jiangxing, encompassing all sectors within the city. I've heard that dozens of business owners have recently joined this association. It seems the New World Group has truly taken a gamble. Their young CEO dares to acquire any industry. I am certain the Hetian Chamber of Commerce will not allow the New World Group to flourish. It appears the New World Group is destined for downfall. The discussions raged on, with an array of astonishing comments flooding the forums, creating a stir across Jiangxing's online community. Upon hearing the unfamiliar name of the Hetian Chamber of Commerce, many sought answers online. Soon, the forums erupted once more. Incredible! Is the Hetian Chamber of Commerce truly that formidable? Nearly 50 enterprises have joined the association. That is indeed terrifying. This truly defines the capitalists of Jiangxing. In comparison to the Hetian Chamber of Commerce, the New World Group is but a junior. The disparity is vast. At this moment, a post seemed to unveil something significant. I heard that the Yanghai Company, which the New World Group acquired, is also a member of the Hetian Chamber of Commerce. Do you think the New World Group might be facing its demise this time? Chapter 51. What brings you to me? Silence. Still silence. As this post emerged in the forum, time seemed to freeze in that moment. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, gazing at the content on the screen. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. What was happening? The New World Group had actually acquired the Yanghai Company, which was under the protection of the Hetian Chamber of Commerce. It was one thing that they were previously unaware of the Hetian Chamber. However, now, who among them remained ignorant? What exactly is the Hetian Chamber? It is a consortium that encompasses all the enterprises in Zhang Cheng. After a few moments of quietude in the comments, a deluge of reactions flooded in once more. Was the New World Group courting disaster? How could they dare to acquire the Yanhai Company in the face of the Hetian Chamber? Mark my words. It won't be long before the New World Group is forced to back down. After all, the two entities are on entirely different levels. And the New World Group surely understands the weight of their actions. I can't help but wonder if a chamber and a group will end up clashing. Surely, there is no need for further discussion on that. A confrontation is inevitable. The Hetian Chamber is a formidable presence, and by daring to acquire the Yanhai Company, the New World Group has clearly slapped the Hetian Chamber in the face. How could this matter possibly come to a swift conclusion? Alas, what a pity. A once thriving group has now provoked the Hetian Chamber and cannot escape the fate of bankruptcy. Ha ha ha, the New World Group is nothing but a sham, an insincere organization. Its demise is merely a matter of time. The online community in Jiangcheng was in an uproar, speculating on how the Hetian Group would respond. Meanwhile, members of the Hetian Chamber had already gathered at the Zui Xianlu, engaging in fervent discussions about the new world. As time passed, the members grew increasingly dissatisfied upon noticing the absence of the New World Group. Was the New World Group truly so arrogant? Such ostentation. What time is it? They clearly do not regard the Hetian Chamber with any respect. Do they truly consider themselves untouchable? Could it be that they are afraid to show up? Ha ha. President, the New World acquired over 100 stores on Chongqing Road last night. Could that be the reason? Lu Ziyuan glanced at a timid small business owner beside him and scoffed. Isn't it merely buying an entire street? I don't even take them seriously. After a moment, Lu Ziyuan surveyed the room with an air of arrogance, then spoke nonchalantly. Rest assured, everyone, I have already made arrangements. The owner of the New World Group will be arriving shortly, and then we shall see what the recently renowned New World Group truly intends to do. Ha ha. President Lu is indeed capable. I told you. A mere New World Group cannot stir up any significant waves against our Hetian Chamber. Look, with just a phone call from our president, the New World Group is rushing over without delay. Let him laugh at me if he wishes. It is an honor for the New World Group to receive an invitation from the Hetian Chamber of Commerce. How many people yearn for such an opportunity yet cannot attain it? It is indeed wise of the New World Group to seek development in Jiangcheng. How dare they offend the Hetian Chamber of Commerce? We shall see. If the New World Group attends and conducts themselves well, we might make an exception and allow them to join our ranks, which could prove beneficial for us in the future. Conversely, if their performance is lacking, we shall have no choice but to expel them from Jiangcheng. TSK, it seems the New World Group may be difficult to dispatch. Difficult to drive away? What a joke. They have merely acquired a street and a few companies. How much could that possibly cost? Should they arrive and show a lack of respect, they must not blame the Hetian Chamber of Commerce. Indeed, let us proceed with this plan. By the way, what do you think, old Lu? As the words fell, all eyes turned towards Lu Ziyuan, awaiting his decision. Lu Ziyuan silently regarded them, then replied, no need for haste. The time has yet to come. With that, he closed his eyes, reclining comfortably in his chair. 5 minutes later, old Lu, the time agreed upon with the New World Group has passed, yet they have not arrived. They utterly underestimate the Hetian Chamber of Commerce. How ungrateful. Instantly, the air in the living room filled with the discontented murmurs of the board members. Upon hearing their dissatisfaction, Lu Zhihai slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his wristwatch, his expression darkening. With a cold smirk, he remarked, since the New World Group chooses to disregard us, they have rendered their own existence unnecessary. As his words lingered in the air, a distinct sound of polished shoes echoed through the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone in the Hetian Chamber turned in astonishment. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing over 30 men clad in suits, each adorned with the emblem of the New World Group. Their expressions were grave, and upon entering the living room, they immediately dispersed, standing alert in various corners, eyeing the assembly. Hiss! Everyone in the Hetian Chamber inhaled sharply, their breaths quickening. Such a formidable presence. The representatives of the New World Group had arrived, the very individuals who had acquired over 100 shops along Chongqing Road in a single night. The sound of shoes echoed once more. Moments later, a youth donned in a deep gray suit strolled in, his features sharp and his demeanor exuding an unspoken authority. He stood there, smiling amiably at the gathered crowd. Simultaneously, all representatives of the New World Group bowed their heads respectfully, calling out in unison, "General Zhang." This resounding proclamation seemed to evoke an inexplicable fear among the onlookers. Hiss! Lu Ziyuan inhaled sharply, recognizing the youth before him, disbelief evident in his gaze. "Zhang Cheng, it is you. Are you the owner of the New World Group? This seems impossible." Zhang Cheng stood at the doorway, a slight smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, the employees of the New World Group promptly moved a chair from the side. Zhang Cheng took the opportunity to sit down, observing the numerous incredulous chairpersons before him. He smiled gently. With a soft click, Su Kaishan bent down to ignite a lighter. Zhang Cheng inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke from his mouth. At that moment, silence enveloped the room. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their gazes fixed upon Zhang Cheng as he leisurely drew on the cigarette between his fingers, lost in contemplation of the slowly rising smoke. How could it be him? He is the owner of the New World Group? After a brief pause, Zhang Cheng spoke calmly. "Someone just mentioned that the New World is no longer necessary. Is that so?" Chapter 52. Retail Industry. Lu Ziyuan took a deep breath, gazing at Zhang Cheng before him, his voice trembling. How could it be you, Zhang Cheng?" Upon uttering these words, his eyes were filled with a hint of terror. Zhang Cheng's appearance was all too familiar, reminiscent of 3 years ago when the Earth Group was first established. Bearing the same gaze and demeanor, Lu Ziyuan never dreamed that Zhang Cheng would be the proprietor of the New World Group. The Earth Group had vanished, only to give rise to a new world. Had it emerged anew? Contemplating the New World Group, Lu Ziyuan pondered for a moment. And as he recalled the recent actions of the New World Group, a sense of bewilderment clouded his eyes. How could he possess such wealth? Gradually, Lu Ziyuan regained his composure, sinking into deep thought. Meanwhile, the other chairpersons of the Hetian Chamber of Commerce exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They were not foolish. Zhang Cheng's actions were clearly aimed at them, with the intent to dismantle the Hetian Chamber as retribution for past grievances. Yet, they could not fathom how Zhang Cheng had amassed such wealth. Had he secretly garnered the support of that capitalist, resulting in his newfound riches and some form of agreement? Surely, this was the only explanation. Beyond this, they could not conceive of any other rationale. A group that had once been crushed by the Hetian Chamber suddenly re-emerging with substantial funds. Who would believe such a tale? If he had truly possessed wealth back then, the group would not have succumbed to bankruptcy. Zhang Cheng smiled slightly. Why couldn't it be me? After speaking, impatience flickered in his eyes, as if he wished to avoid further pleasantries. He continued, "By the way, let us get to the point. Why have you summoned me? Do you wish for my New World Group to cease to exist?" As he spoke, he cast a glance at Gua Shuisheng in the distance. The mere sight of Gua Shuisheng caused his countenance to turn ashen, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Once Lu Ziyuan took a deep breath, and his complexion returned to normal. He spoke earnestly, "Zhang Cheng, since we have dealt with each other before, I shall not beat around the bush. Are you deliberately targeting the Hetian Chamber?" Zhang Cheng chuckled. "Indeed. You have acquired numerous enterprises, haven to you?" "Yes," Lu Ziyuan replied. "Zhang Cheng, are you aware that if the New World Group continues on this path, it will offend many?" Zhang Cheng retorted, "And what of it?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Lu Ziyuan's eyes, but he quickly masked it, gazing at the composed Zhang Cheng and saying coolly, "Zhang Cheng, how about this? Grant me a favor. Let your New World Group develop independently and allow the Hetian Chamber to coexist without interference. Consider it a favor to me." "What do you say?" Zhang Cheng let out a light laugh. "A favor to you? Is it not possible for you to offer me a favor? If you do not extend a courtesy to me, then I, Lu, shall not extend one to you either." The moment the words left his lips, with a soft scoff, Zhang Cheng did not laugh, but Su Kaishan behind him erupted into laughter. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ziyuan's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "What do you mean by that?" Su Kaishan waved his hand dismissively. "Nothing at all." Meanwhile, all the employees behind Zhang Cheng could no longer contain their laughter, regarding Lu Ziyuan as if he were a peculiar creature. "What do you even amount to, old man? Don't you have any inkling of how the Earth Group went bankrupt? I have yet to trouble you, yet you present a deluge of reasoning? Do you genuinely believe you possess some capability? As the president of a trivial business association, do you even have the audacity to show your face?" With a resounding clap, Lu Ziyuan slammed the table, rising from his chair, his gaze cold as he fixed it upon Zhang Cheng. "Zhang Cheng, have you considered how the Earth Group met its demise? Are you intending to attempt it again?" Zhang Cheng gazed at the furious Lu Ziyuan, a cold smile forming within. "The gas group? It won't be long before I come knocking. Zhang Cheng cast a casual glance at Lu Ziyuan and calmly remarked, I shall reclaim everything lost by the Earth Group, starting with your Hetion Business Association. With a deep breath, Lu Ziyuan's eyes were filled with fury. At that moment, a chubby middle-aged man stood up, pointing a finger at Zhang Cheng's nose, sneering. What do you think you are, you little brat? What are you even worth? Do you think because you own a few companies and have acquired a street full of shops, you can reign supreme in Jiangxing? You disregard everyone? Others may fear your New World Group, but I, Qin Ming, do not fear you. I have tolerated you for long enough. Zhang Cheng glanced at him before turning back to inquire. And you are? Su Kaishan quickly responded, President Zhang. This is a shareholder of the Haitian supermarket. Retail industry. Zhang Cheng silently mused. With a snap of his fingers, he beckoned Su Kaishan closer and stated nonchalantly, Who is the chairman? Lu Ziyuan, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng shot another glance at Lu Ziyuan and chuckled softly. Su Kaishan, the New World Group's supermarket has yet to open, right? In that case, go across to their company and open another supermarket. Lu Ziyuan's face flushed crimson at this proclamation. Zhang Cheng, what do you mean by that? Do you not understand my meaning? Zhang Cheng retorted, voice resonating. Chairman Lu, from this day forth, wherever there is a Hetion Business Association, there shall assuredly be a location for my New World Group across the street. In other words, wherever there is a Haitian supermarket, my New World Group will undoubtedly establish another supermarket directly opposite. Lu Ziyuan's pupils constricted as he suddenly raised his head to glare at Zhang Cheng, angrily shouting, Zhang Cheng, do you dare? Why would I not dare? What in this world would intimidate me, Zhang Cheng? I have declared that I will crush your Hetion Business Association, and I shall do just that. Have you all forgotten how the Earth Group fell? Lu Ziyuan glared at Zhang Cheng with wide eyes. Zhang Cheng, you. Zhang Cheng interrupted. In a month, regardless of Hetion Supermarket or any trivial business association, I will crush them. Su Kaishan stood tall before Zhang Cheng. Withdraw 10 billion from the group account. From today onward, wherever there is a Hetion supermarket, there must be a New World shopping center across from it. Understood, Mr. Zhang. Lu Ziyuan watched this scene, trembling with rage. Zhang Cheng, you are too arrogant. Do you truly believe we cannot band together to bring down your New World Group? Zhang Cheng smiled slightly at Lu Ziyuan. Then let us see which collapses first, my New World or your Hetion Business Association. Zhang Cheng, how audacious. Who do you think you are? Just a young brat, boasting without restraint. You've merely acquired a street, and now you act as if you're untouchable? Do you believe New World is the only group in Jiangxing? I will unite all the chairmen in Jiangxing to dismantle your New World Group in no time. At this moment, Lu Ziyuan also stood up, glaring at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, the Hetion Business Association comprises over 100 chairmen from various industries in Jiangxing. Are you not afraid of our collective retaliation? 100 people? The Hetion Business Association? Zhang Cheng rose as well, scoffing lightly, casting a dismissive glance at the seemingly united businessmen present, and said indifferently, to be honest, all of you here are worthless. With that, Zhang Cheng turned and left. At this moment, the commercial war between New World Group and Hetion Business Association had officially begun. Chapter 53. The truth of his words, a simple statement. Yet it marked Zhang Cheng's departure. Witnessing his exit, the crowd understood that, from this moment forth, the two factions had officially commenced their duel. This also signified that, in a month's time, within the commercial empire of Jiangxing, only one entity would prevail between the New World Group and the Hetion Chamber of Commerce. Oh, what an audacious youth, truly unashamed. It is nothing short of a jest. The New World Group, merely a fledgling, dares to contend with the Hetion Chamber of Commerce? Has Zhang Cheng taken leave of his senses? How brazen. He even harbors thoughts of toppling the Haitian supermarket, a mere daydream. Oblivious to the realities of the world, Zhang Cheng fails to realize that, despite the numerous chairpersons we have, he still entertains the notion of overcoming the Hetion Chamber of Commerce. After exchanging a flurry of indignation, the crowd gathered to strategize. Throughout this discourse, not a single mention was made of the Earth Group. They all understood implicitly that when they first observed the Earth Group expanding in Jiangxing, seemingly overshadowing their endeavors, they had allied with outside capitalists. After several confrontations, they managed to drive the Earth Group into bankruptcy, after which it faded into obscurity. This was precisely why Zhang Cheng had initiated various provocations against the Hetion Chamber of Commerce upon his arrival. Simultaneously, Qian Qingming stood before Lu Ziyuan, his face etched with worry, stammering, President, Could the New World Group truly pursue this course? If this continues, the repercussions could be dire. Lu Ziyuan furrowed his brow, glancing at Qian Qingming before addressing the assembly. Let us not be intimidated by a mere New World Group. We, the Hetian Chamber of Commerce, boast a multitude of chairpersons. Are we genuinely afraid of a young upstart? If he wishes to play, then let us indulge Zhang Cheng in his game. With our substantial assets combined, can he truly measure up? The Hetian Chamber of Commerce is no soft target. If Zhang Cheng wishes to consume us, he must possess the appetite for it. Having said this, Lu Ziyuan cast a cold glance at those present and continued, I shall not waste words. Each of you holds shares in Heightened Supermarket. Thus, it is imperative that we unite and present a united front against the New World Group. Our priority is to dismantle their influence first, and in due time, the reward shall be abundant for all involved. Swiftly, Lu Ziyuan devised a series of plans and assigned tasks to the various chairpersons. Upon hearing his words, the audience displayed no hesitation, nodding in agreement. All would heed Elder Lu's directives. He was correct. Haitan belonged to all of them, and it was time for them to contribute their share. Indeed, Lu Ziyuan's stature as a prominent capitalist in Jiangqing rendered him a figure of significance, often referred to as a sycophant. Even in the absence of immediate benefits, they would wholeheartedly endeavor to suppress the New World Group. If they could leave a favorable impression in Lu Ziyuan's eyes, the future for these smaller and mid-tier capitalists would be bright. On the other hand, it was even more straightforward. Was Zhang Cheng's New World Group truly a formidable enterprise? What wealth could it possibly command? To contend with them is akin to courting death. Meanwhile, at the central square by the Heightened Supermarket, countless staff stood frozen at the entrance, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the unfolding spectacle across the way. What is happening? It appears that the second floor houses a second-hand market. The employees of Haitan were utterly bewildered. Suddenly, throngs of people emerged from all directions, forming a neat line at the entrance. Just then, the cacophony of rumbling engines filled the air as construction vehicles rolled up one after another, coming to a halt, with workers bustling about their tasks. Moments later, the second-hand market underwent a dramatic transformation. Its sign vanished, replaced by a grand new one that read, New World Shopping Center, hoisted up by the collective effort of the workers. Witnessing this scene, the pupils of every employee at Haitan dilated, and their breaths quickened. My heavens! What has happened to the New World Group? Are they now targeting our supermarket as well? Is this the same New World Group that, overnight, acquired over 100 shops along Chongqing Road? Surely, we cannot be next. At that moment, the manager of Haitan, witnessing the spectacle, felt a jolt of shock. Murmuring to himself, this is simply inconceivable. After a brief pause, he snapped at the still-dazed employees, commanding, What are you staring at? Get back to work. In the Hetian Chamber of Commerce, Lu Ziyuan addressed the board members in a grave tone. Everyone, do not fret too much. He is merely a child. How much of a storm can he truly stir? His Earth Group was likely larger than the current New World Group, yet I managed to crush him. He has acquired 3 companies, along with land in the eastern suburbs and an entire street. Imagine the financial outlay. Do you think he still possesses sufficient funds? At this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly regain their composure. Haha, the chairman is right. Calculating it all, the New World Group is indeed running low on cash. They chuckled. With all that land acquisition and these purchases, the group must be strapped for extra funds. Indeed, consider this, if he had money, why would he confine that area in the eastern suburbs and delay construction? It indicates a lack of funds. As these words sank in, smiles began to spread across the faces of the gathered individuals, laughter echoing throughout the room. Qian Qingming, with a smirk, added, Indeed. What Zhang Cheng just said was nothing more than idle talk, just youthful bravado. Suddenly, he paused. Wait, I must take this call. As Qian Qingming spoke with enthusiasm, his phone rang from his pocket, and he lifted it to his ear. A sharp intake of breath followed, and the smiles of those present faded, their faces gradually turning pale as beads of sweat began to cascade down their foreheads. The atmosphere shifted into one of silence. What has transpired? Is what you say truly real? Qian Qingming reiterated into the phone. Managerly, I inquire once more, is it truly the case? Has the New World Group indeed inaugurated a New World shopping center opposite the Haitian supermarket? Just moments ago? And of considerable scale? With a resounding thud, Qian Qingming staggered and collapsed onto the ground, murmuring, what the New World Group has claimed is indeed true. There truly exists a New World shopping center opposite the Haitian supermarket. Zhang Cheng, is he, Genuinely serious? Chapter 54. Price War with a Sudden Buzz. The atmosphere in the room erupted. Witnessing Qian Qingming's demeanor, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. How long had it been since Zhang Cheng's departure? Not even half an hour had passed, and the shopping center was already in chaos. The sheer terror of the situation was palpable. The attendees exchanged glances, their backs prickling with apprehension. At that moment, Qian Qingming, his gaze fixed on Lu Ziyuan ahead, suddenly brightened as if he had grasped a lifeline. He rushed over to Lu Ziyuan, his tone urgent. "President Lu, you see the predicament we are in. What am I to do now? If we do not act soon, Haidin Supermarket will be finished, truly finished. You hold shares in Haidin as well." Lu Ziyuan glanced at the flustered Qian Qingming beside him, a frown of displeasure crossing his face as he retorted, "Enough, Qian Qingming. Can you not exhibit some composure? I am embarrassed for you. Give me a moment to devise a solution." Truth be told, Lu Ziyuan had not anticipated Zhang Cheng's swift and thorough actions, leaving no time for others to react. His brow furrowed, his eyes darting as thoughts raced through his mind. Zhang Cheng, if you wish to tread the path of the Earth Group, I shall not make it difficult for you. You are truly testing my patience." After a brief pause, Lu Ziyuan appeared to have an epiphany, his brow gradually unfurling as he spoke in a low voice. "Zhang Cheng has opened a shopping center directly opposite Haidin Supermarket, aiming to undermine our business and establish dominance. However, Zhang is still young, and these consumers have shopped with us for many years. They will not easily switch to another store. He remains oblivious to this and will inevitably suffer losses. Qian Qingming, here's what you will do. Notify the managers and store directors of all Haidin Supermarket branches that we will offer all products at a 50% discount. Let us see if Zhang Cheng dares to follow suit." One of the attendees inquired, "Does this mean we will crush New World through pricing?" Lu Ziyuan smiled. "Precisely. In Jiangcheng, Haidin has long been a well-established supermarket, the first choice for citizens. If we discount our prices, New World will inevitably have to follow suit. With our financial strength, sustaining discounts for a month or two poses no issue. However, New World cannot afford such prolonged losses and will ultimately have to close its doors." A voice of concern emerged. "But what if New World does not lower their prices? Wouldn't we just continue to incur losses?" Lu Ziyuan countered. "Let me ask you, if you were a customer facing a supermarket with discounts versus one without, which would you choose?" "Of course, the one with discounts," came the enthusiastic reply. Lu Ziyuan nodded. "Exactly. Qian Qingming, implement the plan. All Haidin supermarkets will offer discounts. Once we overpower New World, it won't be long before our losses are recovered." As the crowd gradually dispersed from the hall, Lu Ziyuan scoffed, "Zhang Cheng, let us see how you contend with the Haidin Chamber of Commerce." Unbeknownst to Lu Ziyuan, within a mere 3 hours, Zhang Cheng had established 36 New World chain stores throughout Jiangcheng, surpassing their own Haitian supermarket chain by 5 establishments. The entirety of Jiangcheng comprises just over 50 streets in total. This signifies that the New World shopping centers have essentially claimed 80% of Jiangcheng. Furthermore, this expansion is far from complete, as New World continues to acquire more locations. At that moment, a secretary rushed into Lu Ziyuan's office, her face etched with urgency. "Chairman Lu, it's bad news, serious trouble. As of now, across from every Haitian supermarket in Jiangcheng, a New World shopping center has opened. Statistically, there are now 14 more New World supermarkets than ours. Moreover, all New World stores are offering discounts, with prices slashed to 40% of ours. What do we do?" "Chairman Lu, the revenue from our 31 supermarkets in Jiangcheng has plummeted by 80% compared to usual." Lu Ziyuan sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What? Zhang Cheng has reduced prices to 40%? An 80% drop in revenue in a single day equates to a loss of 500 million. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively instructed, "Go. Quickly announce that all Haitian supermarkets will offer a discount of 35%. "Understood, Chairman Lu." Watching the secretary dash out, Lu Ziyuan wasted no time and promptly contacted members of the Hengtian Chamber of Commerce. Meanwhile, the citizens of Jiangcheng were in a state of shock. A fierce rivalry had erupted between the New World Group and Haitian supermarkets. It was almost inconceivable. How had Haitian supermarkets provoked such a volatile entity as the New World Group? The financial might of New World was staggering within mere hours. They had launched nearly 40 shopping centers, an act deemed utterly unreasonable. Regardless, this was a boon for shoppers, with New World offering discounts at 40%. It was an irresistible opportunity. Hurry to the New World shopping centers before everything is snatched up. People marveled at the audacity of New World Group, initiating such drastic discounts across countless supermarkets in a single day. What a monumental loss that must entail. The New World Group appeared to operate with reckless abandon, seemingly disregarding the presence of Haitian supermarkets. If this continued, it could lead to their downfall. With ventures in real estate and media, this new foray into retail could jeopardize the existence of these companies. The New World Group won't thrive for long. Haitian supermarkets are under the Hengtian Chamber of Commerce. How dare Zhang Cheng initiate a price war? It's utterly ludicrous. Look, Haitian supermarkets have retaliated. What? A discount of 35%? Are both sides so reckless? It's as if they regard money as inconsequential. Thus, a full-blown confrontation ensued between New World Group and Haitian supermarkets. The latter is a retail behemoth in Zhang Cheng. How could this fledgling New World Group possibly compete? It won't be long now. I believe the New World Group will not withstand the pressure for many more days and is on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, within the office of Haitian Supermarket, many members of the Hengtian Chamber of Commerce are gathered, their expressions exceptionally grim. They had not anticipated that the New World Group would act with such swiftness. Shockingly, in less than half a day, nearly 40 shopping centers were inaugurated, surpassing even the number of Haitian supermarkets. At this staggering pace, it is hard to fathom. Within a single day, the revenue of Haitian supermarket plummeted by 80%, resulting in a staggering loss of 500 million. Moments later, as the secretary entered the room, Qian Qingming hastily inquired, "What is the situation? How has the New World Shopping Center responded?" The secretary shook her head and replied, "The New World still maintains its promotional price of 40% off across the board, with no changes." Upon hearing this, they collectively exhaled in relief. Chapter 55. A 20 discount. Moments later, the atmosphere in the Haitian office softened as everyone began to devise strategies for Qian Qingming. At that moment, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair set down his teacup, glanced disdainfully at the New World Shopping Center across the street, and remarked to the group, "Do you see? The New World Group won't hold out much longer. Maintaining a 40 discount, if they continue like this, their losses will surpass ours. In no more than 3 days, they will be unable to sustain their operations." Nearby, someone chimed in, "Haha, well said. The New World Shopping Center is likely just FAOD, weak on the inside." Old Qian, old Lu, I believe Haitian Supermarket should launch a full-scale assault, catching them off guard. Let us ensure Zhang Cheng can never recover in Jiangcheng. What do you think? After the man spoke, he narrowed his eyes and let out a boisterous laugh, surveying the attendees with an air of arrogance. Lu Ziyuan furrowed his brow and fell silent. Meanwhile, Qian Qingming, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired of the man, "Old Wang, what do you mean by that?" Before he could finish, Lu Ziyuan interjected, "President Qian, what is the current status of Haitian's financial chain? Excluding the losses from these 3 days, we still have over 3 billion available," Qian Qingming replied, casting an embarrassed glance at Lu Ziyuan. He was genuinely troubled. In just 1 day of engaging with the New World Group, they had lost 5 billion. At this rate, even 30 billion would not last long. After contemplating the figure for a moment, Lu Ziyuan thoughtfully remarked, "Qian Qingming, there is no need to fear. The current situation is favorable. The New World's persistent 40 discount indicates that they can only sustain that price. If they drop any lower, it will be unbearable for them. Moreover, I calculated that the New World Group is involved in numerous industries, with total investments nearing 500 billion. They incur significant daily expenses, and even large domestic enterprises cannot withstand such turmoil. Since Zhang Cheng is determined to wage a price war against Haitian Supermarket, you need not be overly apprehensive. Remember, you have the backing of many chairmen from Jiangcheng. Thus, Haitian Supermarket should leverage the retail sector to thoroughly exhaust Zhang Cheng in Jiangcheng." With Lu Ziyuan's reassuring words, Qian Qingming's expression gradually brightened, and he nodded in agreement. "Old Lu, I am confident I can hold Zhang Cheng at bay. But if he continues this price war for an extended period, I may struggle to cope. Not to worry. I have already contacted several parties to assist in raising funds for Haitian Supermarket. Just focus on the price war. The Hengtian Chamber of Commerce stands firmly behind you." Upon hearing this, Qian Qingming's eyes glistened with excitement, tears nearly forming. He had always believed he was fighting alone. Little did he know, he had so many chairmen supporting him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he regained his confidence, gazing at the New World Shopping Center across the street with renewed disdain. Then, addressing those present, he declared, Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your support today. As soon as the New World Group collapses, the fortunes of all merchants in Zhang Cheng will undoubtedly soar. At that moment, Zhang Cheng will be under our dominion. This assertion elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, as if the day of the New World Group's downfall had already arrived. Half an hour later, Heighton Supermarket announced a new policy, everything at a mere 20 of the original price. Indeed, it was a genuine 20 discount. The employees of the New World Group were momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the citizens of Zhang Cheng, who were frantically flooding into Heighton Supermarket to shop, utterly bewildered. It was over. The New World Group was facing ruin. A mere 20? What did that even mean? Selling goods worth 100 yuan would incur a loss of 40. Was Heighton Supermarket intentionally seeking to operate at a loss? Did they wish to undermine our New World Shopping Center? Good heavens, how could Heighton Supermarket possess such financial strength? What should we do? With a 20 discount, the populace flocked to Heighton Supermarket, leaving our New World Shopping Center deserted. Nearly 40 stores were operational, incurring substantial daily expenses. If this continued, our New World Shopping Center would meet its demise. The employees of the New World Shopping Center were at a loss, pondering their next steps. Meanwhile, managers of the 32 branches of Heighton and Zhang Cheng simultaneously received a phone call, which relayed a simple command: everything at 20 off. After hanging up the call from headquarters, Manager Ma of the Heighton Supermarket on Beidaji looked disdainfully at the New World Shopping Center across the street, sneering. How dare a petty supermarket compete with us? Utterly delusional. Without hesitation, Manager Ma took a megaphone and rushed outside the Heighton Supermarket, proclaiming, from today onward, everything at Heighton Supermarket is 20 off. What are you waiting for? Upon hearing this, the citizens went wild. Ha ha ha, Heighton Supermarket at 20 off. For 100 yuan's worth of goods, it only costs 20. What bliss! Surely, this spelled disaster for the New World Group. The audacity of Heighton Supermarket to declare a 20 discount indicated their robust financial backbone. Hurry to shop at Heighton Supermarket. With the New World Shopping Center offering only a 40 discount, who would choose to buy there? They were bound to incur losses. Heighton Supermarket was determined to wage an ongoing price war. Alas, the New World Shopping Center, barely emerging, seemed destined for failure. Indeed, the New World Group, which once boasted great momentum, now hesitated to lower prices further. If I were part of the New World Group, I would swiftly raise prices again, minimizing losses. For the consequences of inaction would be dire. In an instant, the citizens of Zhang Cheng went into a frenzy, clutching shopping bags as they rushed toward Heighton Supermarket, fearing they would miss out. Conversely, the New World Shopping Center grew eerily quiet, its employees braving the northwestern winds, gazing at the bustling Heighton Supermarket across the street, their faces etched with deep resignation. Meanwhile, in front of the New World Shopping Center on Chongqing Road, Manager Yang's hair had turned white. As he gazed at the ceaseless stream of people flowing into the opposite Haitian supermarket, a wave of helplessness surged within him, his eyes filled with sorrow. Alas, how can Haitian supermarket operate in such a manner? Just yesterday, our New World Shopping Center achieved sales exceeding 500,000, yet today, we haven't sold even 10 yuan worth. Manager Yang stared at the large sign, New World Shopping Center, and murmured to himself, is it truly as they say, that our New World Group is doomed? Suddenly, a thought seemed to dawn upon him. He regarded the sign with renewed determination in his gaze. He held a firm belief that the young man, that boy, would not let them down. They had weathered far more arduous times, so how could they falter now? Turning his attention to the despondent staff before him, Manager Yang spoke in a solemn tone. You are all employees of New World. This once great establishment made you proud. And now, this is merely a minor challenge. You must have faith in New World Group and in General Manager Zhang. So do not linger here, go forth and work. As Haitian Supermarket announced an astonishing twofold discount, the citizens of Zhang Cheng plunged into a frenzy of shopping. On the streets and in the districts, pedestrians, regardless of their location, could be heard discussing Haitian Supermarket. It was a household name, celebrated for its robust financial backing, while the newly emerging New World Shopping Center was met with a mix of pity and ridicule. At the intersection of East Main Street, Xiao Wang habitually descended to the New World Shopping Center to purchase cigarettes. However, just as he was about to pay, he caught faint shouts in the air. Something about a twofold discount? Haitian Supermarket, everything at half price. He gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Peering through the door curtain, he saw the entrance of Haitian Supermarket teeming with people, and numerous others rushing toward it. At that moment, he realized the news was indeed true. Haitian supermarket had unleashed a bold move. At that juncture, the cashier Wu Qiong addressed Xiao Wang. Sir, this pack of cigarettes is 20 yuan, and after the fourfold discount, it will be 12. Before she could finish, Xiao Wang interrupted, Miss, I no longer want that. With that, he hurriedly made his way toward the Haitian supermarket. Chapter 56. The effect is positive. The employees of New World witnessed this scene, exchanging glances that revealed their profound sense of helplessness. Nearby, Wu Qiong sighed softly, murmuring, This is already the 22nd time today. Wu Qiong felt equally despondent, despite arriving early for work. Her heart was heavy upon learning of the discounts at the opposite Haitian supermarket. What frustrated her even more was that every time these customers were about to pay, they would abandon their items upon hearing the enticing announcements from Haitian supermarket, opting to switch locations instead. Yet, she remained undeterred, for she knew that the young lad would not let them down. A few minutes later, Xiao Wang pushed through the crowd, finally reaching the entrance of Haitian supermarket. Make some room for me. I wish to purchase something too. This is my first time hearing about a supermarket offering 20 off, he exclaimed, taking a deep breath. He gazed at the throng of people at Haitian supermarket's entrance, his eyes filled with astonishment. He couldn't help but glance back at the New World shopping center, where, apart from the cold wind, not a single soul could be seen. At that moment, the happiest individuals were undoubtedly the managers of Haitian supermarket. Manager Mo, witnessing the bustling scene outside his store, felt an indescribable sense of pride. Casting a glance toward the New World shopping center, his smile broadened. Raising the megaphone in his hand, he shouted, We are offering a grand 20% discount at Haitian supermarket. Passers-by, come and take a look. Haitian supermarket is your most loyal friend. It is your premier choice for shopping, unlike certain dubious supermarkets that deceive customers and sell counterfeit goods. As manager Mo continued, his voice grew louder, his gaze mocking the employees of New World across the way. His voice resonated throughout the area, and the citizens understood precisely which small supermarket he was alluding to, joining in with their agreement. Ha ha ha, Haitian supermarket is truly a conscientious enterprise in our Zhang Cheng, benefiting the common folk. Indeed, unlike certain companies that exploit consumers for their own gain, Haitian supermarket has genuine strength. The New World Group pales in comparison. Absolutely. New World Group still offers 40 off. Who in their right mind would shop there? The crowd rallied around Haitian, proclaiming it a bastion of integrity in Zhang Cheng. New World has remained eerily silent. It must be finished. I wager it will close its doors within 3 days. Their voices rang out loudly, their expressions mocking as they directed derisive comments towards the employees of the New World shopping center, some even calling for it to shut down and disappear. These words reached the ears of the New World employees, whose faces turned ashen. In an instant, the atmosphere within the supermarket grew heavy with silence. Yet the fury in their eyes betrayed their inner turmoil. At this moment, Wu Qiong gazed at Manager Ma with dissatisfaction and exclaimed, Manager, Haitian supermarket has gone too far. We cannot let this slide. What is wrong with our New World? On what grounds do they dare to speak of us in such a manner? I cannot endure this any longer. Yes, Manager, whatever actions we take in New World, how dare they speak of us like this? Damn it, I cannot swallow this indignation. We have walked alongside the Earth Group, and they cannot speak of General Zhang in such a way. The employees of New World are all youthful and spirited. How could they tolerate Haitian supermarket slander? No, I must confront Haitian supermarket. On what basis do they demean our New World Group? As Wu Qiong spoke, she marched toward the opposite Haitian supermarket. With Wu Qiong leading the charge, the other New World employees followed suit. Let us go. We must not bring shame to New World Group, nor to General Zhang. Meanwhile, the citizens on the street witnessed this scene, their eyes wide with astonishment. Look, the employees of New World can no longer sit idly by. A gasp arose from the crowd, and with a swift motion, everyone turned to see over 20 employees clad in New World uniforms, men, women, and children, pouring out of the New World shopping center, heading straight for Haitian supermarket. Fuming, Wu Qiong arrived at the entrance of Haitian supermarket and confronted Mo Xiaosan, who was shouting through a megaphone. What do you mean, Mo? What is wrong with our New World? Why must you say such things? Upon hearing this, the crowd stared at Wu Qiong, hands on her hips, in sheer astonishment. Ha ha. Does New World Group have no one left? Even the elderly and women have come out? The rumors are indeed true. New World Group's financial chain has broken. They are on the brink of collapse. Look at the quality of New World Group's employees. Customers have the right to purchase wherever they choose. What more do you want? Little girl? Mo Shaosan sneered, dismissively regarding the New World employees. Do you not realize what state New World Group is in? To put it bluntly, New World is merely a shell of its former self. Can you afford to engage in a price war? Still offering a discount of 40? You ought to pack up and leave. Do not further embarrass yourselves. Faced with such blatant ridicule from high-end supermarket employees, the faces of New World employees flushed with shame, struggling to find words to counter the claims. You Haitan. I. New World Group. The employees of New World fell silent. Hayton's words rang true. Ever since they slashed their prices by 80, New World Shopping Center had failed to mount any counter-strategy, leaving them shaken and a hint of despair etched on their faces. At that moment, Wu Qiong sensed the sentiments of her colleagues and quickly retorted, Mo, what happens with our New World is none of your concern. Regardless of our circumstances, we are not to be belittled by you. We are proud employees of New World Group, and we take pride in our identity. A resolute and confident voice resonated in the ears of all present. At this moment, even the employees of the New World were taken aback. How could they still harbor hope for the New World in its current state? In the office of the chairman at Haitan Supermarket, Qian Qingming was filled with surprise upon hearing the news relayed by his secretary. What? Are you certain that after Haitan Supermarket's drastic price reduction to 20, the New World Group has not reacted at all, and not a single customer has shown up? There are rumors outside that Zhang Cheng is on the brink of bankruptcy? The secretary nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Mr. Qian. Ha ha ha. This news brings me immense joy. I had thought Zhang Cheng would continue to compete with me, yet it appears he has faltered. I must have overestimated him. After incurring such losses recently, I was beginning to lose hope, but unexpectedly, Zhang Cheng has given up first. What a relief. As he spoke, Qian Qingming's smile broadened, and casting a cold glance at the New World Shopping Center across from him, he scoffed, Zhang Cheng, it seems you are finally at your wit's end. You once claimed you would make Haitan Supermarket vanish from Jiangcheng within a month, yet here you are, on the brink of collapse. I truly believed you were formidable, but it seems you are merely a fade of strength. Now, you've gone too far, haven't you? Running out of money, regretting your choices. Yet there is no opportunity left for you. He particularly recalled the helpless and despairing expressions on the faces of the New World employees as described by his secretary, which brought him genuine delight. After enduring for so long, Haitan Supermarket could finally breathe easy. The secretary, observing Qian Qingming's demeanor, could not suppress his own amusement. After a brief moment, Qian Qingming composed himself and inquired, how much cash does Haitan still possess? Mr. Qian, we have 2,740,000,000 left. Qian Qingming pondered for a moment, took a deep breath, and replied with a tremor in his voice, losses? Let us continue to incur losses. Inform all store managers to vigorously promote Haitan Supermarket, unafraid of financial setbacks. The New World is nearly at its end. If we can endure just a bit longer, victory will be within reach. The losses we face now will certainly be recovered in the future. Remember, we must keep New World at bay and widely disseminate that it is on the verge of bankruptcy, inciting panic among customers, who will naturally flock to us. He continued, once the New World Group collapses, Haitan will be the largest supermarket, and Jiangcheng will belong solely to us. Yes, Mr. Qian. Qian Qingming nodded and waved his hand at the secretary. All right, you may go and make the arrangements. After watching the secretary depart, Qian Qingming erupted into a maniacal laughter. No one could be happier than he was. After holding back his frustrations for so long, he could finally relax. Qian Qingming was determined to incur losses deliberately, allowing Haitan Supermarket to suffer financially to drag New World down, ensuring Zhang Cheng would be left utterly defenseless, thus securing his victory. Chapter 57. The Trials of Youth on Weiyang Road. A sleek black Audi A6 glided past, stirring up clouds of dust along the roadside. At that moment, a woman in the back seat gently raised her hand, parting her lips ever so slightly to address the driver ahead. Xiaowan, please pull over. As her words hung in the air, the speeding Audi gradually slowed and came to a halt beside a verdant strip. Lu Shu gazed out of the window, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Rubbing her forehead, she murmured to herself, how could this be? Why does the entire world seem to conspire against him? Slowly stepping out of the car, she wrapped her form in a fitted black trench coat, accentuating her curvaceous silhouette. Turning her gaze toward the Haitan Supermarket ahead, her expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Today marked her 20th visit to a Haitan Supermarket. As she surveyed the scene, She noticed the staff outside energetically hawking their wares. The expressions on their faces were etched in her memory, evoking a sense of distaste within her. What kind of gaze was that? It was laced with disdain and rife with mockery. Why was it so? The smiles plastered on the faces of the staff at the supermarket entrance appeared utterly insincere. They vocally promoted their goods, laughing without restraint. But why did it all feel so disheartening? Turning back, she read the bold characters suspended above her, New World Shopping Center. The once bustling throngs of customers had vanished, leaving behind an eerily desolate storefront that shattered her heart. The resigned expressions of the New World employees deepened her sorrow. Lost in thought, her gaze grew distant, her long lashes quivering ever so slightly as the visage of a young man surfaced in her mind. 3 years ago, he had stood before her, an embodiment of unyielding calmness, as if nothing could deter him. His confident smile often echoed in her thoughts. He was so extraordinary, so admirable. Wherever he went, he shone like a new star, radiant and brilliant. Standing there, observing the New World Shopping Center, she found herself rooted to the spot. What had this man done wrong? Why was he subjected to such relentless scrutiny? Did they not realize he was merely 22 years old? Was the flicker of hope they had ignited about to be extinguished once again? Until moments ago, Lu Shu struggled to accept the reality of it all. Yet as she witnessed the unfolding scene, the hope she had nurtured gradually crumbled, turning to dust and fading into the horizon. In her heart, she silently questioned those around her. Do you understand? The journey to reach this point has been fraught with challenges for him. Why must you continue to make it so difficult for him? She felt a profound sense of injustice and concern for this man, who truly comprehended the efforts he had exerted behind the scenes. Her heart ached for him, genuinely ached. Unbeknownst to her, 2 delicate streams of tears cascaded down Lu Shu's tender face, evoking sympathy. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting her flowing hair. Moments later, her gaze hardened with newfound resolve. She wished to assist him. She could not bear the thought of this man failing. The first man she had ever loved would also be the last. Xiaoluan, return to the company, Lu Shu said coolly, reverting to her usual icy demeanor, leaving her secretary somewhat astonished. With a low hum, the engine roared to life, and the luxurious car sped off in a certain direction, swiftly vanishing from the street. Meanwhile, in the Tianhe Garden community, a loud crack resonated as Li Meng's phone shattered upon hitting the ground. Gradually, she fell silent, tears streaming down her face as she recalled the distressing content she had just encountered on the forum. Why has it come to this? What wrong has brother Zhang Cheng committed? Why are you all targeting him? Who knows how much he has sacrificed to reach this point? Slowly, she ceased her sobbing, gazing down at the New World Shopping Center, her heart laden with apprehension. Initially, Li Meng had thought these rumors were merely fabrications, but witnessing the reality on the streets left her in disbelief. What has befallen the entrepreneurs of Jiangqing? Why must they conspire against Zhang Cheng? This cannot transpire. I refuse to let brother Zhang Cheng suffer again. Today, Li Meng traversed the entirety of Jiangcheng, and with each step, her heart grew heavier. One Haitian supermarket after another was hosting sales, with a steady stream of customers at their doors. In stark contrast, the New World Shopping Center was eerily quiet, devoid of patrons, and she even overheard numerous disparaging remarks directed at Zhang Cheng and the New World Group. As a blossoming young woman, witnessing such events rendered her bewildered and at a loss. Despite her eyes being swollen from crying, she remained steadfast in her belief that Zhang Cheng, the man she cherished, would not be vanquished by this hostile crowd. She could not bear to see the enterprise he had painstakingly built come crashing down once more. As Li Meng gradually regained her composure, her mind raced with thoughts of how she might assist Zhang Cheng, the man she loved. Moments later, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. She had an idea. A few minutes later, she rummaged through her Hermes bag and retrieved a new phone, quickly dialing a number. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she spoke into the receiver. Dad, what are you busy with? I'm handling matters at the company. When will you come back to help? I heard you dropped out, came her father's voice, tinged with surprise. At his words, Li Meng's body trembled slightly, her gaze faltering. After a brief pause, she said, I need a substantial sum of money right now. There was a moment of silence on the other end, before he replied. For that boy, is it worth it? Taken aback by her father's response, Li Meng exclaimed, Dad, you know? She continued, I am aware of our family's situation. Please speak to Grandpa. Just this once, will you? Hearing a sigh from the other end, Li Meng's expression shifted subtly. In a distant old residence in the vibrant city of Shanghai, A middle-aged man with thick brows and prominent eyes felt a wave of discomfort wash over him upon hearing his daughter's heart-wrenching voice. He replied into the phone, "Please hold on. I need to discuss this with the old master first. Let us leave it at that for now." Without waiting for Li Meng to respond, he abruptly hung up, his gaze drifting towards the boundless horizon outside, lost in contemplation. Who on earth is this young man? Moments later, he called out towards the study. "Xiao Tian." "Yes, sir. How may I assist you?" A sharply featured young man entered, standing respectfully by his side. "I need you to take a trip to Zhang Cheng and help me investigate a certain individual." "Understood, sir." Chapter 58. Everything is accelerating at the New World Tower. The headquarters of the group. Su Kaishan wiped the fine sweat from his forehead as he reviewed the statistics in his hands. He then addressed Zhang Cheng, saying, "Mr. Zhang, in just 2 days, our New World Shopping Center has incurred a loss of 270 million. Since the Hai Tian supermarket announced a 20 discount, our business has plummeted to an alarming low." Zhang Cheng nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Has it truly come to this?" "Indeed, this is the current situation. But the rumors circulating about our new world are rather..." Su Kaishan's words trailed off as Zhang Cheng's phone began to ring. "Hello?" Zhang Cheng answered. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. This is Hong Ziki from the design base. We met previously." Upon hearing the melodious voice on the other end, Zhang Cheng inquired, "Is there progress from the school?" "Yes, Mr. Zhang. Would you be available to come over? There are a few minor issues that require your confirmation." Without hesitation, Zhang Cheng agreed, saying, "All right. I'll head over shortly." As Su Kaishan observed Zhang Cheng preparing to leave the office, he could not help but ask, "Mr. Zhang, do we need to drop the prices even lower than 20 at the supermarket?" Zhang Cheng smiled and replied, "No, let's leave it as is. Since Hai Tian supermarket has set their prices at 20, their daily losses must exceed ours by several times. You need not worry about these matters." With that, a smile graced Zhang Cheng's lips, as he spoke with a serene confidence, "Soon, very soon. Everything is accelerating." Su Kaishan nodded, watching Zhang Cheng exit the office. His expression turned contemplative. He was well aware of the recent conditions of the stores and the circulating rumors, which weighed heavily on his heart. Gazing out at the bustling city, he gradually fell into deep thought. He understood that Zhang Cheng had already devised a plan, and there was no need for excessive concern. The likes of Hai Tian and He Tian would soon yield to the New World, embracing the arrival of the New World Group. Though Su Kaishan held this belief, not everyone shared his optimism. At the headquarters of Hai Tian supermarket, Qian Qingming sat at his desk, a steaming cup of tea in hand, reveling in the continuous discussions unfolding on his computer screen. Ever since he received a call from Lu Ziyu on the previous day, advising him to keep an eye on the online chatter in Jiangqing, he had felt a mix of surprise and curiosity regarding Lu's intentions. With a sense of intrigue, Qian Qingming perused various forums, gradually grasping Lu's purpose. Across the multitude of threads in Jiangqing's forums, every comment extolled the virtues of Hai Tian supermarket while shamelessly disparaging the New World Group, dispelling the clouds of doubt in his mind and restoring his confidence. By the end of the day, the enthusiastic remarks from netizens brought him immense joy. In an instant, his Hai Tian supermarket became the talk of the entire Jiang city, with no one unaware of its existence. Just moments ago, his secretary entered to report a loss of 300 million today, yet he felt no pang of regret. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he remarked, "Loss, let it continue. The new world is on the verge of collapse. Ha ha ha." The secretary cast a bewildered glance at Qian Qingming, then slowly retreated from the room. At that moment, Qian Qingming perused the myriad of comments with a sense of profound satisfaction etched on his face. Comments on Jiang City's forum read, "I speak for Jiang City. Is our city not in turmoil? It's terrifying. I always thought Hai Tian supermarket was a small enterprise, yet here it stands as a giant in the Jiang City supermarket arena. This 2-day sale has shown no signs of price hikes. What does this indicate? It signifies that Hai Tian supermarket's financial chain remains robust, flush with funds. Indeed, the capital of Hai Tian supermarket appears remarkably formidable, while the New World Group is merely a fledgling enterprise. How could it possess such wealth? Have you not observed the dismal business of the New World Shopping Center these past few days? It's a sight too grim to bear, and the once boisterous owner, Zhang Cheng, has vanished. Truly, what a callous act." Sighing, one commenter mused, "I once believed in the might of the New World, only to discover it is a paper tiger, impressive in appearance yet devoid of substance. I suspect Zhang Cheng has fled by now." Another added, "Indeed, Hai Tian supermarket is far more reliable, with ample supply, superior quality, and reasonable prices. It is undoubtedly our top choice for shopping in Zhang City. I had heard Zhang Cheng boast that he would eliminate all retail businesses within a month in Zhang City, and I foolishly believed him. Am I not a fool? Remarked another. Zhang Cheng is nothing more than a coward. Now that a behemoth like Haitian Supermarket has emerged, he is too frightened to even speak. Exactly. I cannot comprehend why those employees of the New World continue to follow Zhang Cheng. Are they not embarrassed? As Qian Qingming read these comments, he erupted into laughter. He had not anticipated that his discount strategy would garner such popularity for Haitian Supermarket. Once the New World Group collapses, he would effortlessly recoup all losses, and perhaps, with this newfound acclaim, Haitian Supermarket might even rival the publicly listed conglomerates. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Qingming's excitement intensified, and he muttered to himself, "Now the entire Zhang City knows that my Haitian Supermarket is indomitable. The annexation of the New World Group is imminent. Yet, I lack the hundreds of billions required for such an acquisition. However, why not emulate Zhang Cheng's approach and create a stir? I could exploit the situation to hasten New World's demise." The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. If the online discourse in Zhang City is already rife with such sentiments, why not boldly announce a press conference declaring that Haitian Supermarket will soon acquire the New World Group? Through the media, it would be far better to make everyone in Jiangxing aware of this matter. On one hand, it would inform everyone that the New World is on the brink of collapse, while on the other, it would serve to demonstrate the formidable strength of Haiti Supermarket, potentially attracting a significant amount of public interest. Pleased with this win-win strategy, Qian Qingming made a decisive resolution in his mind. He promptly called out at the entrance, "Secretary Wu, go alert the reporters in Jiangxing immediately. This afternoon at 2 p.m., I will hold a press conference at the supermarket's entrance regarding the acquisition of New World Group." Upon hearing this, Secretary Wu's face displayed shock. "Mr. Qian, the acquisition of New World Group?" Qian Qingming, noticing the secretary's reaction, felt a surge of displeasure. "What? Am I not allowed to acquire it? Or do you doubt the strength of Haiti Supermarket?" Secretary Wu hurriedly shook his head. "And no, I will take care of it right away." Chapter 59. Acquisition of New World. Following Qian Qingming's directive, the local reporters of Jiangxing erupted with excitement. What? Haitian Supermarket is truly coming? It is astonishing how swiftly Haitian operates, especially when juxtaposed with New World Group, which merely indulges in empty rhetoric and sensationalism. At last, it appears that New World has been publicly humiliated. Haitian Supermarket has convened a press conference solely to express its unwavering resolve to acquire New World Group. Indeed, this is a significant news event. New World Group is genuinely in peril. Fortunately, we refrained from interviewing them earlier, or we would have been in a precarious position. Zhang Cheng is now irreparably doomed, as all his assets are tied up in New World Group. Even if Haitian Supermarket fails to acquire New World Group, the mere announcement of the press conference is enough to spell disaster for Zhang Cheng, whose 40-plus supermarkets have been operating at a loss. He will inevitably face further suppression, much like the last time. Alas, in the face of overwhelming capital, Zhang Cheng is powerless to resist. One can only blame his arrogance for offending the wrong individuals. On the Tieba News Forum, "Quick, we must leave. Let us head to the Haitian Supermarket headquarters. The press conference is scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon. This is explosive news, and we cannot afford to miss any details. Hurry, get in the car, and stop wasting time. You hurry up. Everyone check your gear. Has everyone brought what they need?" Jiangxing Financial News. This time, let us all strive to capture every detail and ask as many sensitive questions as possible. This is crucial for maximizing our ratings today. Everyone, stay alert. And do not allow the remaining media outlets to steal the spotlight. Let us depart swiftly and secure a prime position. In a moment, as news of Haitian spread, the entire media landscape of Jiangxing rushed toward the headquarters of Haitian Supermarket. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Haitian Supermarket, numerous members of the Haitian Chamber of Commerce had gathered. Qian Qingming reclined leisurely on the sofa, a smile gracing his face as he lit a cigarette. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, feeling exceedingly content, and addressed the assembly. When the reporters from Jiangxing arrive, I wonder if Zhang Cheng will manage to survive this time. Upon hearing this, those nearby wore expressions of relaxation, akin to victors returning from battle, their eyes gleaming with pride. He then let out a cold laugh. "Not only will I declare that Haitian will acquire New World Group, But I will also assert that this acquisition is imminent in the next couple of days. Consequently, the citizens of Zhang Cheng will fervently propagate the narrative of Haitian supermarket, rendering New World akin to a parched wanderer in a desert. How can it possibly survive without a source of sustenance? Indeed, Chien, that is an excellent strategy. Ha ha ha, this time. The downfall of New World Group shall not come without the invaluable assistance of all present. Half an hour later, at the headquarters of Haitian Supermarket, just outside the corporate building, one by one, business vehicles sped in from the distance, screeching to a halt at the entrance of the Haitian Plaza. In a mere half hour, nearly 20 cars had gathered beneath the Haitian Tower. A throng of over 50 journalists, both men and women, wielding cameras and microphones, anxiously paced below, their faces alight with excitement. The clock was ticking. It was almost 2 o'clock, the moment the press conference was to commence. I was not particularly surprised by the acquisition of the New World Group. What astonished me was that it was ultimately purchased by Haitian Supermarket. I had assumed that the New World Group would once again fall into the hands of the Gas Group. Who would have thought that the ultimate victor would be Haitian Supermarket? To put it plainly, it was simply that the wealth of Haitian Supermarket's chairman was unparalleled, coupled with formidable connections and substantial capital strength, making this outcome entirely logical. This time, the New World Group truly found itself in dire straits. Should it manage to extricate itself from this predicament, I would have to concede that Zhang Cheng is indeed formidable. But is that even possible? Although New World has remained silent thus far, let us entertain a hypothetical scenario where Zhang Cheng possesses sufficient capital to withstand the onslaught from Haitian Supermarket, allowing them to avoid further price reductions and permitting Haitian to incur daily losses in the billions. Could this be part of Zhang Cheng's grand strategy? As this question hung in the air, the assembled journalists fell into a contemplative silence. Could the New World Group truly withstand the assault from Haitian Supermarket? This was a topic ripe for discussion. The foundation of Haitian Supermarket in Jiangcheng is undeniably robust. Yet, the recent display of might by the New World Group, through land acquisitions and bold capital investments, was both astonishing and intimidating. Within the office of the chairman of Haitian, a voice broke the tension. "Chairman Chien, all the reporters have arrived," Secretary Wu announced, stepping forward with urgency. After acknowledging his colleagues, Qian Qingming instructed, "Have these journalists cease standing downstairs and escort them directly to the conference room." "Understood, Chairman." Once the secretary departed, Qian Qingming took a deep breath, straightened his slightly wrinkled suit in front of the mirror, ensuring his hair was impeccably styled, and with a rosy complexion, addressed those present. "Ha, President Liu, let us proceed. The reporters are already here." In response, the group collectively rose and made their way to the conference room. At that moment, Qian Qingming felt a surge of confidence regarding the proceedings ahead, a smirk forming within as he thought, "Ha, Zhang Cheng, this time you are truly finished. Watch as I present this entire affair in a most spectacular manner before the journalists. By then, any attempts at resistance from the New World Group will be utterly futile." 5 minutes later, with a soft click, the glass door of the conference room swung open, and Qian Qingming, flanked by a cadre of members, entered amid a flurry of secretarial support. The camera's flash continued to flicker incessantly, capturing the scene in the conference room where all the journalists were fixated on the smiling Qian Qingming, who was greeting the crowd. Alongside his confident colleagues, they fervently snapped photographs, determined not to miss a single moment. "Haha, I appreciate all the journalist friends and media representatives from Jiangcheng for their support. Today marks the day of our press conference, jointly hosted by Haiti Supermarket and the Haitian Chamber of Commerce." Qian Qingming and Lu Ziyuan exchanged pleasantries with the reporters. At that moment, a female journalist stood up, her face marked by curiosity. "Mr. Qian, may I ask how much Haiti Supermarket plans to spend on acquiring the New World Group?" As this question was posed, all eyes in the room turned toward Qian Qingming. The cameras trained on him. Silence enveloped the conference room. This was a query of great interest to all present. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the journalists eagerly awaited his response. Qian Qingming, seated comfortably in the hall, leisurely set down his teacup and confidently remarked, "After thorough investigation by Haiti Supermarket, we have found that the New World Group is involved in real estate, media, retail, and education. Ultimately, after careful deliberation, we have decided on a price of 28 billion. As his words settled in, a stir swept through the room. The flashes resumed their chaotic dance, and hushed conversations erupted among the journalists. 28 billion? Is that all the New World Group is valued at? They pondered. The New World Group, founded by a mere 22-year-old, had reached a staggering valuation of 28 billion? This was indeed astonishing. However, they remained oblivious to the reality. The true valuation of the New World Group was certainly not limited to 28 billion. The acquisition of land alone had cost over 10 billion, not to mention additional expenses. The company's initial registered capital was also 10 billion. These figures added up to a substantial total. Moreover, the previous acquisitions of Daeon Company, Xinli Company, and Tianman Group collectively approached 50 billion. A conservative estimate would place the New World Group's current valuation at a minimum of 70 billion. Observing the frenzied discussions among the journalists, Qian Qingming felt as though he were soaring amidst the camera flashes, as if the acquisition of the New World Group were already a reality. Half an hour later, a reporter from the People's Daily stood up. "Mr. Qian, may I pose one final question?" "Certainly, go ahead." "Regarding Zhang Cheng, you must be familiar with him. What is your view on Zhang Cheng?" Qian Qingming pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. "As for Zhang Cheng, my assessment is that he is a young talent. Yet, he is merely that, young and promising. Why? Initially, I was quite taken aback by Zhang Cheng's accomplishments in Jiangxing. To create a company with a valuation of several hundred billion at such a young age is indeed a source of pride for Jiangxing. However, Zhang Cheng remains rather youthful, often exhibiting a certain recklessness in his pursuits. My assessment of him is one of arrogance and audacity. Thus, he is as he is." Ha ha. Upon finishing his remarks, he cast a glance at his secretary beside him. Following Qian Qingming's gesture, Secretary Wu promptly stepped forward and addressed the gathered journalists, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have inquired about everything pertinent today. In half an hour, our esteemed Mr. Qian has another meeting to attend. Therefore, we shall conclude today's press conference here." With the secretary's words, Qian Qingming and his associates rose and departed, leaving behind a spacious conference room filled with reporters diligently taking notes. Chapter 60. The network shock. As evening descended, 2 hours had passed since the press conference held by Haitan Supermarket. In the meantime, the official account of the Jiangxing People's Daily released a message online, directly tagging Haitan Supermarket. Haitan Supermarket is expected to acquire New World Group within 3 working days. This post ignited a fervent uproar across the internet. Is this true? Haitan Supermarket intends to acquire New World Group? And just in recent days? Given that the Jiangxing People's Daily has come forward, it must be genuine. I have long found New World Group's arrogance intolerable. At last, someone has stepped up, and it is none other than Haitan Supermarket, which has recently engaged in a price war with them. Could this possibly be false? A deliberate smear against New World Group? Have you taken leave of your senses? Haven't you seen the news reports? How could it be false? With New World Group's blatant arrogance, do they really need others to tarnish their reputation? Alas, it seems New World Group is ultimately doomed. It is inescapable. Zhang Cheng, after all, is merely a single individual. How can he endure against such overwhelming capital? This marks Zhang Cheng's second downfall, does it not? The first was due to his Earth Group failing to go public, leading to its collapse under capital pressure. And what of this time? You are worrying needlessly. What does it matter how many times this is? The reality is that Zhang Cheng lacks the financial prowess of others, and in the fierce competition of capital, he simply cannot prevail. New World Group is truly at its end this time. Oh my, it is indeed true. Jiangxing Financial News has released a video confirming that Haitan Supermarket is genuinely pursuing the acquisition of New World Group. Meanwhile, at Jiangxing Financial Radio, Director Su Tiansen looked anxiously at the editor working before him, his tone urgent. "Editor Ma, how is it coming along? The People's Daily has already published their piece. If we do not release something soon, we will lose our chance. Hurry up. Director Su, it will be ready shortly. What are you dawdling for? Speed it up." 2 minutes later, Editor Ma wiped the sweat from his brow, excitement evident in his voice. "Done, done. We can publish now." The headline will read, "Haitan Supermarket intends to acquire New World Group for 28 billion. A professional team has already been dispatched to negotiate. Stay tuned to Jiangxing CCTV financial channel for the outcome." With this headline and the edited video released online, tagging Haitan Supermarket, a collective gasp echoed throughout Jiangxing as everyone stared at the screen, their eyes wide in disbelief. What? Is New World Group truly finished? Without any chance of revival? How could this happen? Did not New World Group acquire numerous companies, engage in land grabs, and purchase property? How could their market value be reduced to this? To my astonishment, I never anticipated that Haitan Supermarket would emerge as the commercial titan of Jiangxing, now poised to acquire the New World Group with its formidable capital. Look, behold, the elderly gentleman above is Lu Yuan, the president of the Hengtian Chamber of Commerce. It is rumored that the capital group backing him is the fearsome gas group. This time, Zhang Cheng is truly finished. The New World Group appears to be beyond salvation. Originally founded on acquisitions, it is now facing its own takeover. However, I remain unconvinced. Zhang Cheng, despite his youth, has often risen from adversity. There is still hope for him to lead the employees of the New World Group in a comeback. You are overthinking it. Have you considered the formidable opponents the New World faces this time? Haitian Supermarket and the terrifying Hengtian Chamber of Commerce. What hope remains? While we cannot deny Zhang Cheng's capabilities, given the current circumstances and environment surrounding the New World, there seems to be no glimmer of hope. The rumors abound, and Zhang Cheng's absence speaks volumes. This must certainly be true. Indeed, Zhang Cheng might have already fled the country or absconded with the funds. Alas, it seems the New World is doomed. In just a short while, the internet has been rife with speculation. Meanwhile, in the office of Haitian Supermarket's headquarters, when Qian Qingming glimpsed the media mentions following the comments online, he stood up gleefully, exclaiming to Lu Yuan, "Ha! Today's press conference was truly splendid. Did you see? When we mentioned the acquisition of the New World Group, we merely spoke in passing, yet everyone believes we are genuinely pursuing it. What a delightful sensation." Lu Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, stroking his goatee thoughtfully, and replied nonchalantly, "I too did not foresee this effect. However, you must not let your guard down. Since everyone assumes Haitian is poised to acquire the New World Group, you should prepare yourself. When the time comes, lead the charge." "What? Is the acquisition truly on the table?" Qian Qingming inquired, astonishment etched across his face. Lu Yuan shook his head. "No need for that. We merely require a final spark to ignite the situation. Let it unfold naturally." "Ha, I understand now." Qian Qingming gazed at him with newfound clarity. And soon the office resonated with their shared laughter. Later that night, in a residential complex, a white-collar worker, troubled by work-related concerns, lay in bed tossing and turning. Unable to sleep, seeking distraction, she pulled out her phone to browse videos, hoping to lull herself into slumber. At that moment, a post titled Haitian Supermarket of Jiangxing aims to acquire New World Group for 28 billion caught her eye. Driven by curiosity, she clicked on it. As she read through the details on her screen, she gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What is this? Haitian Supermarket intends to acquire New World Group?" The office worker gazed at the comments on her phone, which flowed like a long dragon. She read through each one, her eyes filled with disbelief. From her initial astonishment, she gradually descended into shock, ultimately succumbing to a sense of helplessness. An hour later, she had perused all the comments beneath the post. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes began to redden, and the unrelenting drizzle blurred her vision. She could not comprehend the reason for her tears. Perhaps it was the injustice she felt for that young man. Once the pride of Jiangcheng, he had always been the foremost figure, no matter the time. He had risen from humble beginnings to become the wealthiest man in Jiangxing. To many, he was an idol, the aspiration of countless young souls. An idol, a true idol. In this new world, no one dared to voice their thoughts. All that remained was an overwhelming sense of inequity. Chapter 61. Spontaneous Patronage in a Single Night. The news of Haitian Supermarket's acquisition of the New World Group spread throughout Jiangxing, becoming a topic of widespread discussion. Countless individuals found themselves awake through the night, consumed by concerns for the future of the New World Group, which appeared increasingly bleak. As the first rays of sunlight gracefully illuminated the horizon, citizens from various walks of life made their way to work and school, basking in the warm embrace of the sun. Yet, as they traversed their daily routes, many couldn't help but pause and gaze at the New World Shopping Center, their faces etched with a hint of melancholy. The news of the acquisition had permeated every corner of Jiangxing. No one was oblivious to it. Alas, the New World Group, once a beacon of excellence and a notable representative of the youth in Shillong Province, founded by a promising young man. As the citizens observed the desolate New World Shopping Center, their expressions reflected a complex array of emotions. Many pondered the stark possibility that Jiangxing might soon be devoid of the New World Group. On Chongqing Road, within the confines of the manager's office at the New World Shopping Center, Ma Xiao remained oblivious to the cigarette extinguishing between his fingers. He sat, transfixed by the plaque before him, his bloodshot eyes unwavering. Outstanding employee of Earth Group, Ma Xiao. As time flowed, A wave of nostalgia swept through his mind, evoking bittersweet memories. The youthful visage brimmed with determination. He was the pride of Earth Group, a figure revered in their hearts. Gradually, Ma Xiao pulled himself from his reverie. Gazing at the scenes unfolding outside, his voice tinged with bitterness. Is it true that our new world is faltering? After a sleepless night spent grappling with the disparaging remarks circulating online, he found himself devoid of rest. As a member of the New World Group, ever since he had followed Zhang Cheng from Earth Group, he could hardly reconcile the reality before him. Regardless of the challenges our enterprise faces, you must always believe in me. Zhang Cheng's words echoed in Ma Xiao's mind, transporting him back to the moment he first joined Earth Group. In an instant, the shadows that had clouded his expression dissipated, and he rose with renewed vigor. Indeed, as an employee of the New World Group, I must place my faith in President Zhang. I understand now. I see everything clearly. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Ma Xiao swiftly approached the washstand, tidying his appearance, removing the stubble from his face, and meticulously combing his hair. Regardless of the rumors circulating about the New World Group, he knew in his heart that the organization had not crumbled. Minutes later, as Ma Xiao exited the manager's office, he surveyed the empty shopping center, his brow furrowing slightly. With a self-deprecating smile, he mused, have all the employees left? It is no wonder, given the rumors swirling outside. Determined to revive the shopping center's fortunes, Ma Xiao retrieved a loudspeaker from the storage room, preparing to take matters into his own hands. He refused to stand idly by and watch the shopping center remain desolate. Taking a deep breath, he stepped outside, ready to draw customers back to the New World Shopping Center. However, when he witnessed the scene outside, he was momentarily frozen in place. Outside the door, over 20 supermarket employees clad in New World attire were enthusiastically shouting into megaphones. New World Shopping Center, reliable quality. A vast array of choices. It's perfectly fine if you don't buy anything. Come in and take a look. Indeed, it was perfectly fine. Just come in and take a glance. Wu Qiong observed the passers-by halting in their tracks, gazing up at the shopping center, and she hurriedly approached one of them, saying, Hey, sir, are you here to shop? Why not come and see what we have at our shopping center? You might find something you need. The passerby, upon seeing this, shook his head and continued towards the opposite heightened supermarket. All the employees present witnessed this moment, and a flicker of discouragement crossed their eyes. However, their expressions soon regained determination, and they called out to those nearby. Old gentleman, what are you looking to buy? Come take a look at our shopping center. Little girl, what do you wish to purchase? Let me take you to our shopping center to see if we have what you need. Auntie, what are you in search of? At that moment, Wu Qiong spotted Ma Xiao, who was standing dumbfounded at the entrance, and teasingly remarked, Manager Ma, why are you in a daze? Come join us in the shouting. Oh, all right, all right. After Wu Qiong spoke, she resumed her spirited shouting by the roadside, enduring the scorching sun, repeatedly proclaiming the same message, engaging in the same endeavor, all in hopes of aiding the New World Group through its hardships. Once, New World had filled them with pride, and now they could not let it down. They wished to convey to everyone that regardless of what outsiders said, they firmly believed in New World, in the entity that had guided them through numerous victories. The allure of the New World Group was immense, and so was the charm of Zhang Cheng. Even when others disparaged the New World Group, those who were part of it understood that the reality was quite different. It seemed as though there existed an unspoken understanding among them. Upon hearing the disparaging rumors, the employees of the New World Shopping Center did not retreat or falter. Instead, they became even more united and cohesive. There were a total of 42 New World Shopping Centers in Jiangxing, and each location engaged in the same activities, opening for business and collectively calling out in front of their doors to attract customers. Exhausted, they would return inside after their shifts, only to venture out again after meals, joyfully shouting under the blazing sun, even when their voices became hoarse. They persisted in their efforts. The actions of the New World Shopping Center employees surprised everyone. A group rumored to be acquired still displayed such unity, evoking envy among many passing entrepreneurs. With such dedicated employees, how could a business fail to thrive? A couple strolled along East Street, engaging in light-hearted conversation on various topics. When the handsome young man remarked, I can't believe it, really can't believe it. What can't you believe? Came the reply. That Zhang Cheng's New World is being acquired by Haydn Supermarket. Regrettably, yet another young generation's idol is destined to fall. Oh, indeed. Zhang Cheng remains my idol. Upon hearing his girlfriend speak of another as her idol, The boy felt no anger, merely responding with a calm, "Let us return home." After speaking, he instinctively reached for the girl's hand, only to be interrupted by her exclamation, "Darling, come here. Look this way." Following the direction of her voice, he blinked in surprise. There, in front of the New World Shopping Center, several employees stood under the sun, enthusiastically beckoning customers to come in and take a look. Without hesitation, the boy grasped his girlfriend's hand and entered the New World Shopping Center. "Sir, may I assist you in finding something?" "Yes, I am looking for some daily necessities." "Right this way, please." "Thank you." Chapter 62. The closed door in the office of the chairman at Rongqing Mall, a cascade of crimson fabric pooled around Lu Shu's ankles. She gazed at the screen, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, emanating a chill. In that moment, it seemed as though Lu Shu had transformed into an enigmatic figure, shrouded in mystery. A crisp knock echoed through the room. Lu Shu slowly returned to her senses. "Come in," she beckoned. The door to the chairman's office creaked open, and the well-dressed Xiao Wan entered. "Director Lu," Xiao Wan greeted, casting a glance at her. "What is the situation outside?" "Director Lu." Rumors are circulating throughout Zhang Cheng that the New World is on the verge of acquisition, and Mr. Zhang as soon as Xiao Wan mentioned Zhang Cheng. A flicker of anxiety crossed Lu Shu's face, prompting her to interrupt. "What about Zhang Cheng? What has happened to him?" "Mr. Zhang has taken no action regarding this matter." Seeing Xiao Wan shake her head, Lu Shu's heart sank, her complexion paling. Observing her distress, Xiao Wan sighed softly, offering reassurance. "Director Lu, do not be too disheartened. You know Mr. Zhang's character better than anyone. In times like these, you should place your trust in him, shouldn't you?" Lu Shu managed a bitter smile. "I understand him well. Yet now alas." After a brief moment, she rubbed her forehead and waved her hand dismissively at Xiao Wan. "All right, you may leave for now." "Understood." Director Lu. After Xiao Wan exited, she gently closed the door. Lu Shu peered through the glass at the towering buildings in the distance, murmuring to herself, "I must consider this. There must be a way. I will assist him. I cannot bear to witness the group he painstakingly built being taken from him. What to do? What to do? Money. Yes, I shall call home. I must help Zhang Cheng raise the funds. But will those old codgers be willing to assist me?" Lu Shu was acutely aware of the difficulty in dealing with her family, yet this seemed to be the only recourse available. Or now. She retrieved her phone from her bag, her gaze fixed on the number as she dialed without hesitation. Moments later, an excited voice greeted her on the other end. "Miss, you finally decided to call home." Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Shu hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Uncle Li, is my father busy at the moment?" The elder named Uncle Li paused before responding. "Miss, the master is currently engaged in a meeting. Do not worry, I will put you through to him. If he learns you have called, he will be overjoyed." "All right," Lu Shu affirmed, and she heard hurried footsteps on the other end. Master, the miss is on the line." "Humph, it's evident there is trouble afoot. She has been gone for years. Does she even remember she has a father?" In a conference hall of a grand building in the eastern province, the patriarch of the Lu clan, clad in a Zhongshan suit, uttered these words. Yet a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. As he received the phone from Mr. Li, he coolly inquired, "What is it? Speak." Upon hearing the icy tone on the other end, Lu Shu's gaze dimmed momentarily. Taking a deep breath, she expressed, "I require a sum of money, approximately 100 billion. Before she could finish her sentence, the voice on the line interrupted her. "What? 100 billion? After a brief pause, the voice continued, "Lu Shu, are you aware of the current situation of the gang? What do you need 100 billion for? Is it again for that man? I must inform you that this amount is out of the question. I have to be accountable for the brothers in the gang. This matter is non-negotiable." Cough, cough. "Sir, are you all right? It's not easy for the young lady to call you. Please calm down." Cough, cough. Hearing the series of coughs from the other end, Lu Shu felt a pang of distress in her heart. Words hovered on the tip of her tongue, yet she found herself unable to utter them. At that moment, a voice chimed in again. "Miss, you know how the master is. Please wait a moment. I will try to persuade him." "Thank you, Mr. Li." "No worries, miss. Let us end the conversation for now." The call was abruptly terminated with a beep, leaving Lu Shu seated on the sofa, her gaze lost in thought. As she stared at the distant New World Plaza, a heart-wrenching pain surged within her. How was she different from that young man? Lu Shu had left her family and ventured alone in Jiangcheng, where she met him and fell in love. He became her first man, and she now verily believed she could assist him in any predicament he faced. However, reality had plunged Lu Shu into despair. She murmured to herself, "Now, He must feel very lonely. Have I failed to support him? Will he blame me? As these thoughts consumed her, tears streamed down her face. Resembling a forsaken little girl curled up on the sofa, clutching her head and weeping aloud. Whoa, whoa. I want to help him too. Am I truly so useless? In the face of such circumstances, I am unable to aid him? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Haitian supermarket, several members of the Haitian Chamber of Commerce were present. Amidst the media's embellishments, the chairman of the Haitian Chamber wore an unusually pleasant expression. Conversely, Chen Qingming, seated across from him, began to feel a sense of unease creeping in, an indescribable sensation. At that moment, Mr. Qian, Secretary Wu entered timidly. According to our statistics, over the past 3 days, Haitian supermarket has incurred losses amounting to 1,520 million. A sharp intake of breath escaped Qian Qingming's lips, the joy on his face evaporating, as he urgently inquired, how much? 1,520 million. Ever since we implemented the 2-for-1 discount, everyone has flocked to our Haitian supermarket to shop. Even citizens from distant places have heard the news and made a special trip to Zhang Cheng, flocking to the Haitian supermarket to indulge in extravagant shopping. In just 3 days, the losses amounted to a staggering 1,520 million. Secretary Wu remarked, Mr. Qian, as of now, our cash flow at Haitian stands at 14 billion. All right, I understand. Chen Qingming silently seethed, casting a glance at the New World Group, a thought flickering in his mind. Could it be that the New World Group is playing me? The others present naturally noticed Chen Qingming's change in demeanor and laughed heartily, exclaiming, Old Qian, do not be afraid. We all comprehend the losses. Our immediate priority is to bring down the New World. Once we achieve that, these losses will be naturally compensated. To their surprise, the New World Shopping Center continued to maintain a 60% discount, attracting citizens to shop there. At that moment, Lu Ziyuan stood up and addressed the crowd. Allow me to make some arrangements. I know a few distributors who can temper their actions a bit. You all should reach out as well. Humph. As long as no one supplies Zhang Cheng, let's see how long he can hold out. Chapter 63. The counterattack begins. 2 days have swiftly passed, and the rumors surrounding the acquisition of the New World Group have proliferated. Numerous social media outlets have unearthed videos of Zhang Cheng's entrepreneurial beginnings, igniting a fervor across the internet. In the face of the colossal Haitian supermarket, few harbor any belief that Zhang Cheng could endure. Only endless sighs remain. Although the recent maneuvers of the New World have instilled trepidation in all, particularly the staggering sums of 100 billion for land acquisition, which have left even the most esteemed entrepreneurs of Jiang City astounded, Zhang Cheng has indeed transformed, emerging anew from the cocoon of adversity. However, the recent rumors and the reactions of the New World Group have once again shaken their confidence, leading many to believe that Zhang Cheng has encountered insurmountable misfortune, a calamity from which he cannot resurrect. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the New World Group possessed formidable strength in the past. Their investments in New World Base are beyond reproach. Currently, New World Media and New World Real Estate boast a combined market value of over 300 billion, subtly indicating signs of resurgence within a mere fortnight. Should the New World Group maintain a steady course, it could rival the former Earth Group in stature. Nevertheless, no one anticipated that Zhang Cheng's audacity and arrogance would lead him to confront an unyielding obstacle, resulting in a self-destructive outcome. There is no mockery directed at Zhang Cheng, nor is there any denial of his capabilities. It is merely that they remain oblivious to the momentous events unfolding at this very instant. They are still waiting, yearning for Haitian supermarket to initiate the acquisition of New World, pondering whether the New World Group can navigate this crisis and emerge unscathed. It must be said that their concerns may have been excessive. At the New World Hotel, Zhang Cheng donned a crisp suit, lifting his gaze to the mirror where a makeup artist tended to his hair, while simultaneously glancing at the imposing Haitian supermarket across the way. He spoke into his phone to Su Kaishan. Gather in the conference room in half an hour. Understood, Mr. Zhang. Placing the phone aside, a calm smile graced Zhang Cheng's face. Half an hour later, at Su Kaishan's behest, the spacious conference room was filled with over 200 senior employees of the New World, more than 100 of whom were high-ranking leaders of the New World Group, alongside over 40 store managers from their shopping centers. The significance of this meeting, arranged by Zhang Cheng, was not lost on the executives, who hastily abandoned their tasks to attend, as none dared to be absent from this pivotal gathering. In light of the precarious situation facing the New World Group, They understood the gravity of this meeting. No one dared to speculate recklessly, instead holding their breath in silent anticipation for Zhang Cheng's arrival. At last, after completing his preparations, Zhang Cheng descended calmly, making his way to the conference room. With a soft click, the door to the meeting room swung open. All present held their breath once more, gazing at the young man who entered, his countenance as serene as ever. Swish, 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 200 individuals rose simultaneously, bowing deeply in unison while exclaiming loudly, "President Zhang." "Greetings, President Zhang. President Zhang." Their voices reverberated throughout the entire office building, echoing within its walls. Zhang Cheng observed the more than 200 men and women clad in immaculate suits, employees of the New World Group, and smiled at the crowd. Su Kaishan hastily brought over a chair for Zhang Cheng, who took a seat and waved his hand. "Please, sit down. I have a few matters to discuss." As his unremarkable statement fell, no one dared to contradict him, and an unusual silence enveloped the conference room. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, the fatigue that had previously clouded everyone's faces dissipated. In that moment, it felt as though they had returned to the inception of the New World Group. Despite the recent rumors surrounding the organization, Zhang Cheng's demeanor remained composed and serene, undeterred by the turmoil. All eyes turned to him, and he gently lifted the corners of his mouth, saying, "Before addressing the matters at hand, let us first discuss the current state of the group." Zhang Cheng surveyed the assembly, then offered a faint smile. The term current state elicited a flicker of gloom in the eyes of the crowd. There was no one untouched by sorrow, no one unscathed by anger. In recent days, the New World Group had become a topic of widespread discussion in Zhang Cheng, with various rumors causing anxiety and exhaustion among the staff. Zhang Cheng noted the expressions of his senior colleagues without casting blame, simply smiling gently. "You are all the most loyal employees of New World. All that you have done has been commendable." His words stirred a tempest within the hearts of the listeners, leaving their faces marked by uncertainty. What did President Zhang mean? Did it seem as though he was ready to let go? Seated to the right, Su Kaishan's expression shifted dramatically as he cautiously inquired, President Zhang, we can endure." Instantly, voices began to rise in the conference room. Ma Hongbing felt a pang in his heart and quickly added, "President Zhang, regardless of external opinions, New World Group is our home. We can still persevere." "Indeed, President Zhang. The business at the shopping center may be struggling, but we are willing to forego our salaries. New World Group must not falter." The employees chimed in unison, striving to convey their sentiments. With such employees, how can the enterprise not thrive? Zhang Cheng marveled internally. He then laughed heartily, interrupting the chorus of voices. "I think you have misunderstood my intentions." Everyone froze in disbelief. Had they misinterpreted President Zhang's thoughts? After lighting a cigarette, Zhang Cheng gazed at the crowd with a confident smile, exhaling a smoke ring, and calmly declared, "It is time to strike back." As soon as the words left his lips, Su Kaishan suddenly leaped to his feet, his eyes gleaming with joy. "President, is that truly the case?" Simultaneously, all eyes turned to Zhang Cheng, their expressions bursting with exuberance. A counterattack? Could the New World Group truly retaliate? The moment had arrived. Silence enveloped the room. In the conference room, silence reigned supreme. All the senior executives of the New World stood upright, patiently awaiting Zhang Cheng's command. After a brief moment, Zhang Cheng extinguished his cigarette, rose from his chair, and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, it is time for the New World to cast its net." Cast the net. The announcement sent a chill through the spines of the executives, their pupils dilating in shock. Cast the net? Is everything merely a strategic game orchestrated by President Zhang? And now he intends to reel it in? Zhang Cheng cast a calm glance at them and slowly articulated, "Within 3 days, I shall ensure that the New World Group resonates throughout the entire Southwest province, with New World shopping centers established in all 12 cities of the region." In unison, the crowd exclaimed, "Yes, President Zhang." At that moment, over 200 individuals were engulfed in exhilaration, their spirits ignited with fervor. No one dared to question Zhang Cheng's words. The New World Group was poised for a grand resurgence. Chapter 64. Employee shopping. After a while, the conference room gradually fell into silence. Yet, the gaze of everyone upon Zhang Cheng remained anything but tranquil. In recent days, the rumors circulating about the New World had been relentless and disheartening. The oppressive atmosphere rendered them somewhat breathless. As the whispers multiplied, their inner cries for justice and rebuttals were gradually drowned out by an avalanche of gossip. However, their spirits remained unbroken, steadfastly believing in the truth and in the young man before them. With reddened eyes, they watched the figure of the boy in front of them fade into the distance. They had been waiting, anticipating Zhang Cheng's command, yearning for a single word. It was time to strike back. This seemingly unremarkable statement belied the depth of emotion it contained. In that moment, no one felt disheartened. Rather, they were infused with an inexhaustible drive, a motivation to move forward. At that moment, Ma Hongbing, seated to Zhang Cheng's left, erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Our new world is not as hopeless as the outside world claims. I've been waiting for this moment, Zhang Cheng. Please, tell us what to do. We've endured these rumors long enough. It's been quite suffocating. Upon hearing this, the room burst into laughter once more, a cathartic release of joy. Zhang Cheng's words stood firm like a banner, unyielding. The manager of Chongqing Road, Ma Xiao, chimed in. Indeed, Zhang Cheng, give the orders swiftly, regardless of what others think. We, the employees of the shopping center, have been holding back our frustrations for far too long. Those folks at Height Inn have been insufferably arrogant before us. Su Kaishan, wearing a cheerful smile, looked at Zhang Cheng with eager anticipation. Zhang Cheng, just say the word. If we are to acquire that company, I'll assemble the team and set off immediately. Each employee in the conference room was visibly excited, their faces glowing with enthusiasm as they gazed at Zhang Cheng. He did not dissuade them. Allowing them a brief respite from their tension was not unwarranted, for the rumors had indeed weighed heavily upon them for too long. After their exuberance subsided, all eyes turned expectantly towards Zhang Cheng, who wore a slight smile. Addressing the managers of the shopping center, he said calmly, "You are to instruct all employees to shop at Haydn Supermarket. Purchase as much as their warehouse holds. If funds run short, inform the group." With a knowing smile, Zhang Cheng added, "Haydn has been offering a mere 20% discount for so long. How much longer can they sustain such losses?" Ma Xiao nodded in agreement and inquired, "Should the employees change their attire?" Zhang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Go and shop openly. Haydn Supermarket is open, surely. They cannot deny others the right to shop." "Understood, Zhang Cheng." After this, the employees ceased raising that question. Zhang Cheng then directed Ma Hongbing, "Please connect with someone to construct a large warehouse. The items we purchase will be stored there for the upcoming new store opening." Ma Hongbing nodded in acknowledgement. Within half an hour, Zhang Cheng had assigned tasks to each individual, and they responded with high spirits, fervently assuring him of their commitment to fulfill their duties. At this moment, the vast conference room was left with only Su Kaishan, who scratched the back of his head in confusion. "Zhang, what about my task? What am I supposed to do?" Zhang Cheng tossed him a cigarette and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, your task is indeed forthcoming. The design blueprints from the base are nearly complete, so keep a close eye on that. In addition, reach out to several larger architectural firms across the nation to expedite the school construction project." Upon hearing about the base's affairs, Su Kaishan felt a surge of adrenaline, becoming invigorated. He had not anticipated that Zhang would entrust him with such an important responsibility and solemnly assured, "Zhang, I will surely accomplish the task." After Zhang outlined some detailed concerns, Su Kaishan departed. A few minutes later, Zhang Cheng glanced at several missed calls and text messages on his phone, rubbing his temples with a wry smile. Li Ming and Lu Shu had each sent him a message, alongside several from acquaintances. The content of the messages was identical. "Zhang Cheng, are you all right? I'm gathering funds for you. You must persevere. Zhang Cheng, I heard that Haydn Supermarket is planning to acquire New World. Don't rush. I'm brainstorming solutions for you." Zhang Cheng tucked his phone into his pocket, temporarily setting aside matters concerning women until they could be discussed in person later. He then sneered, "Haydn Supermarket and Hengtian Commerce. Are you prepared for what is coming?" Meanwhile, the managers of the 42 New World shopping centers in Jiangxing received calls with a singular directive: buy extravagantly. They were to openly shop at the Haydn Supermarket, now offering discounts of up to 80%. The employees of the shopping centers sensed something significant was afoot. Was the New World Group gearing up for a counterattack? However, upon seeing the confidence radiating from their manager returning from the headquarters meeting, they understood the situation clearly. New World had not perished. It was not as dire as they had imagined. In each shopping center, aside from a few individuals left to oversee the supermarket, the rest of the staff surged with enthusiasm toward the Haydn Supermarket, eager to indulge in shopping. At the Chongqing Road New World Shopping Center, after Ma Xiao relayed Zhang Cheng's original instructions to over 30 staff members, they responded eagerly and glanced at their uniforms, reluctantly preparing to take them off. Ma Xiao, bewildered, asked, "What are you doing? Hurry and go by." The employees paused momentarily before asking, "Are we not to disguise ourselves as customers?" Ma Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "Who said you need to masquerade as customers? Go in openly. Isn't high-end supermarket offering 80 off? Don't they want to lose money? What is wrong with us shopping at New World? Just go in openly." Upon hearing this, the employees' eyes lit up, their spirits igniting with fervor. Openly and without fear of being discovered. That is the essence of New World, the very spirit of the New World Group. A few minutes later, in the Chongqing Road branch of Haitan Supermarket, manager Li Changel leisurely set down his teacup, humming a tune with an expression of utter contentment. Since the New World has been retreating under the pressure of Haitian, the latter has become the subject of much admiration and reverence among the people. Although Li Changel is merely the manager of a branch, his status has naturally risen amidst these rumors, allowing him to enjoy a rather comfortable life. While Li Changel was lost in his aspirations for the future, his gaze inadvertently drifted outside the window, where he observed the employees of the New World hastening towards Haitian Supermarket with an unusual demeanor. A sudden jolt of unease surged within him, causing him to tumble off his chair, murmuring in bewilderment, "New World Shopping Center. What on earth is happening?" Chapter 65. Utilizing stock. Witnessing this scene, Li Changel's face inevitably displayed a hint of panic, and a thought emerged in his mind. Could this group of individuals be here to vandalize the store? However, upon a moment's reflection, he dismissed that fleeting notion. What level did Haitan hold now? The New World Group was merely struggling in its death throes. With this in mind, Li Changel's expression shifted to one of arrogance as he stepped out of his office to ascertain the situation with New World employees. Upon his emergence, Li Changel was taken aback by a spectacle that unfolded before him. Over 30 employees from New World entered Haitan Supermarket, not causing a stir, but rather cheerfully glancing around before grabbing shopping bags and loading them with items from the shelves. They proceeded to check out at discounted prices, departing with their acquisitions as if nothing had transpired. Just as Li Changel exhaled a sigh of relief, this group returned once more, repeating their previous actions, gathering items, settling their bills, and leaving. An hour passed, and as Li Changel observed this relentless cycle, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he could scarcely suppress his frustration. The repetition of this scenario brought him to the brink of tears. How long had it been? The supermarket's inventory had dwindled by nearly half, incurring losses exceeding 10 million. Stupefied, Li Changel stood there, watching the New World employees shop tirelessly, unable to utter a word. To speak would mean the complete ruin of Haitan Supermarket's reputation. As time wore on, it was not just the Haitan Supermarket on Chongqing Road that was bewildered. Every outlet across Jiangcheng had fallen into a state of confusion. Employees at Haitan stared in disbelief at the New World staff, who entered without a word, merrily hauling away goods, settling their accounts, and returning mere minutes later to repeat the shopping spree. The managers at Haitan could only grit their teeth in silence, swallowing their indignation. What astounded them even more was the sheer audacity displayed by New World employees at a 2,000 square meter Haitan Supermarket on Tianhan Avenue, where the staff were unabashedly shopping upstairs. Outside, 3 large trucks from New World stood conspicuously, as if determined to buy out Haitan Supermarket, leaving the supermarket's managers in a state of despair, their faces awash with sorrow. While the employees of New World reveled in their shopping spree, the staff at Haitan, from the store managers to the security guards, looked on with disdain, their minds racing with shock at the resilience of the New World Group. Wasn't it said they were on the brink of bankruptcy? Wasn't it claimed they would be acquired by Haitan Supermarket? How could they still afford to spend? Where was this money coming from? Did they not feel the pinch with such extravagant purchases? Throughout Jiangcheng, as citizens passed by Haitan Supermarket, they couldn't help but pause and observe, a chorus of murmurs rising around them. How shameless the New World Group was. Witnessing Haitan Supermarket's prices slashed to a mere 20%, they fervently stocked up. Did they truly believe they could impoverish Haitan Supermarket? Such delusions were laughable. I want to laugh, yet the humor evades me. Have you seen the Haitan Supermarket on Tianhan Avenue? The New World is clearly intent on acquiring the impoverished Haitian supermarket, and their strategy is nothing short of brilliant. However, it appears that New World is merely engaging in a desperate struggle for survival. Can the vast array of merchandise at Haitan Supermarket truly be purchased by the New World Group? It seems evident that New World has deliberately orchestrated a trap for Haitan Supermarket, which now finds itself at a significant disadvantage. What will their next move be? In no time, The New World Group has once again become the focal point of conversation among the citizens of Jiang City, sparking animated discussions. This scene is unfolding on East Street, on West Street, at East Suburb Square, and even beyond. The shopping frenzy ignited by the New World Group has left everyone in a state of bewilderment, including Haitan Supermarket, which has been opposing them. At this moment, within the headquarters of Haitan, in the chairman's office, Qian Qingming listens to Secretary Wu's report, his expression dark and foreboding. With a resounding crash, he angrily hurls a cup to the floor, his agitation palpable as he trembles with rage. Internally, he is seething. Zhang Cheng, you little rascal. I never anticipated this. How could you have set me up so cleverly, leaving Haitan Supermarket at a loss? You wish to buy? I shall see just how much you can purchase. Qian Qingming utters this through gritted teeth, nearly succumbing to the weight of despair upon hearing his secretary's news. In just an hour, Haitan Supermarket has already incurred losses amounting to 10 billion. All of this misfortune is a result of the New World Group's machinations. As time passes, the losses are likely to escalate even further. With over 30 chain stores, half of the stock has vanished, an outrageous situation. Several managers from branches in the southern suburbs have even called, pleading for restocking as they face imminent shortages. Rubbing his forehead, he finds himself at a loss, engulfed in confusion. At that moment, the secretary timidly opens the door and rushes in, visibly shaken. Chairman Qian. Observing Secretary Wu's demeanor, Qian Qingming senses an ominous foreboding. Speak. Chairman Qian, according to recent statistics, Haitan Supermarket has suffered an additional loss of 3 billion. Furthermore, Secretary Wu, glancing nervously at Qian Qingming's ashen face, hesitates to continue. What else? Qian Qingming bellows. Additionally, apart from the 3 stores in the southern suburb that are out of stock, the 2 supermarkets on East Street, the 3 on Jiangkai Road, and even the manager of the flagship store on Tian'an Avenue have called in, stating that their supplies will last no more than 3 hours. What? Even Tian'an Avenue? Qian Qingming rises abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stares at Secretary Wu. How can this be? The Haitan Supermarket on Tian'an Avenue is our flagship store, covering thousands of square meters. The value of the merchandise in that single location is estimated to exceed 50 billion, and it's nearly gone? Secretary Wu nods in terror. With a sharp intake of breath, Qian Qingming felt his mind explode with chaos. Zhang Cheng had maneuvered him into a corner, leaving him at the mercy of the Haitan Supermarket, where he could only endure the humiliation in silence. Secretary Wu interjected, President Qian, we cannot afford to sustain such losses at Haitan. Perhaps we should consider raising the prices. That way, New World will naturally cease their shopping. Before Wu could finish, Qian Qingming interrupted, No, we cannot raise the prices. If Haitan Supermarket truly increases their rates, we will have no room left to maneuver. He inquired, what is Haitan's current liquid capital? After a recent assessment, it stands at 2,380 million. The figure rendered Qian Qingming silent, as he pondered temporary solutions. The cigarettes on the table dwindled, filling the office with a haze of smoke. In that short span, his eyes became bloodshot. With a heavy sigh, Qian Qingming exhaled a cloud of frustration, his demeanor bordering on madness. A flash of resentment crossed his gaze. Zhang Cheng, you have gone too far, forcing my hand. You seem intent on a showdown between us and New World. Resolutely, he turned to Secretary Wu, saying, Now, immediately, ensure that the supermarket is fully stocked without delay. Mobilize our liquid capital, connect with suppliers. Haitan Supermarket's shelves must not be bare. I will devise a strategy for the remainder. Understood, President Qian. With that, the secretary departed. Qian Qingming's eyes narrowed at the New World shopping center across from him, resentment flickering anew, as he gradually sank into deep contemplation. Chapter 66. A mix of joy and sorrow in the entirety of Jiangxing. Wherever there was a Haitan Supermarket, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Employees of the New World Group demonstrated their strength and financial prowess to the people of Jiangxing, asserting that New World would not be acquired by Haitan Supermarket. No one had anticipated such a counterattack from New World in its dire straits. It was both abrupt and terrifying. Zhang Cheng had but one demand from all his employees, to buy profusely. Everything available at Haitan Supermarket was to be purchased and hoarded. He had full discretion over the goods acquired at a mere 20 of the original price. The employees of New World Shopping Center united in their efforts. Indifferent to the status of Haitan Supermarket, if the supermarket had goods, they would buy them, and if not, they would simply go elsewhere. Ultimately, It was Haidian supermarket that would bear the losses. With this mindset, after a day of intense shopping, New World caused a stock shortage in at least 20 Haidian supermarkets across Jiangxing. The managers of Haidian were left in silent despair. How could a supermarket operate with no inventory? Conversely, New World Shopping Center began to show signs of revitalization, a phenomenon that surprised its employees and deepened their admiration for Zhang Cheng. Meanwhile, as Xiao Wang finished work and passed by two supermarkets, he noticed the enticing 20 discount at Haidian. Seizing the opportunity, he thought it prudent to buy more supplies for future needs. Without a second thought, he stepped into Haidian supermarket, only to be struck motionless upon entry. Gasping, he exclaimed, "What? The shelves are empty." He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Good heavens, the shelves are truly devoid of stock? In the vast expanse of Haidian supermarket, there was not a single item to be found. His astonished exclamation drew the disapproving glances of several Haidian employees. Embarrassed, he chuckled nervously and scratched the back of his head. After thoroughly inspecting the store, he confirmed that every shelf was bare. Just as Xiao Wang was about to leave, he overheard a conversation among several security guards at the entrance, which piqued his interest. "Did you see the madness today? The folks from New World were relentless. I've never witnessed anything like it before." Over 50 people stormed into the supermarket, grabbing everything in sight, and they had someone specifically to handle the payments. They completely cleared us out. What? Such a thing exists? I thought New World was on the verge of bankruptcy. Their owner even mentioned an acquisition. Where could they possibly have obtained the funds to buy all this? Another guard chimed in. "I've heard it's not just us. The 3 stores on East Street and even the main store on Tianhan Avenue are likely out of stock now." Goodness, is New World out of their minds? What could they possibly want with so much inventory? Surely, they aren't attempting a vengeful act before their downfall. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wang was momentarily taken aback, his expression as though he had seen a specter. These goods were purchased by New World? Not just this one. Every Haitian supermarket is involved? Is New World not bankrupt or merely struggling for survival? A multitude of questions flooded Xiao Wang's mind, rendering his thoughts tangled. After a prolonged pause, he gazed at the citizens gradually streaming into the New World Shopping Center, hesitating for a few moments before he too ventured inside. The shopping frenzy at New World erupted like a nuclear explosion in the vast city of Jiangxing. Many citizens became aware of the situation at Haidian supermarkets. The shelves are empty? There are no products left to purchase? Initially astonished, the crowd soon realized that this was the handiwork of New World, leaving them in a state of shock. Various emotions began to proliferate within them. After much deliberation, they all turned towards the New World Shopping Center. Meanwhile, New World's prices remained consistently at a 40 discount. Although this rate could not compare to Haidian's 20, the latter had run out of stock. Naturally, many opted to shop at New World. However, this maneuver by New World sparked curiosity and speculation among many. On the Jiangxing forum, one user remarked, "I never expected this." Truly, while everyone was guessing whether New World would be acquired, they created such a significant stir. This is going to be interesting. With New World's tactics, Haidian supermarkets will surely not sit idly by. I can't quite grasp the situation. Whether Zhang Cheng is bankrupt or not is another matter. But why would he have his employees buy so many goods in one day? Is it truly just to seize a bargain? Haha, that seems implausible. I suspect Zhang Cheng has some major plans in store. I just can't fathom whether spending so much money is worth it merely for a price war. Perhaps he has found a gullible investor to secure such a substantial amount of funds. Alas, I wonder when these two will determine a victor. My cousin also runs a small supermarket in Jiangxing, and with this turmoil from both parties, it may not be long before she has to close her doors. There's no way around it. When two giants clash, numerous smaller enterprises will inevitably suffer. As the saying goes, when deities engage in battle, it is the mortals who bear the brunt of the consequences. The confrontation between New World Shopping Center and Haidian supermarkets reverberated throughout all retail sectors in Jiangxing, affecting them all. Numerous small supermarkets, convenience stores, and shops opted to close their doors, unlike Haidian, which could afford to endure the losses. At the Dairun Fa chain supermarket in Jiangxing, the manager peered out the window at the two rival supermarkets, a shadow of worry crossing his face as he muttered, "Why haven't you two settled this conflict yet? Dairun Fa can barely generate 10 yuan in daily sales. How am I supposed to report to headquarters?" It is indeed perplexing. Zhang Cheng, do you lack foresight? Haidian has been entrenched in Jiangxing for so many years, it is not so easily toppled. In the new world you inhabit, your arrogance is astonishing. The The manager of Century Lianhua Supermarket, having just ended a call with headquarters, felt an increasing weight of despair settle upon him. He muttered to himself, "What am I to do? Just yesterday, we boasted a revenue exceeding 3 million, yet today, we have scarcely earned 30. The manager from headquarters has made it clear, if no results are achieved within 3 days, my position will be terminated. After dedicating 5 years to ascend from a mere attendant to my current role, I refuse to yield to such fate. How much longer must we endure this conflict between Haitai Supermarket and New World?" Many admire Zhang Cheng for his youthful achievements. However, in my view, he is far too inexperienced to withstand flattery. This fledgling New World dares to challenge established supermarkets. What folly! Zhang Cheng, your approach is nothing short of self-destructive. Are you even aware of the countless retail businesses in Jiangcheng that are suffering because of your actions? Alas, what ignorance! Chapter 67. Contacting Suppliers. New World Group, Headquarters Building. Su Kaishan, holding the statistical data in his hands, reported to Zhang Cheng. "Mr. Zhang, as per your instructions, following the shopping spree at the mall, Haitian Supermarket now faces the imminent closure of 22 stores. The remaining 10 are currently being managed by employees who are shopping in an orderly manner. It is estimated that with a spending of 7 billion, the value has now surpassed 15 billion and may increase further." At this point, Su Kaishan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that such a simple shopping endeavor would yield such immense profits for New World Group. Even the price differential alone exceeded the initial investment. Gazing at Zhang Cheng, who was a decade younger than him, he felt a growing reverence. The young man before him was, indeed, a deity in the realm of New World. Zhang Cheng nodded. "Has the warehouse been prepared? We're currently attending to it. The workers are laboring diligently, and it should be ready by dawn," Su Kaishan replied before adding, "Mr. Zhang, there is more good news. Since our actions began, Haitian Supermarket has incurred significant losses, and the shopping centers of New World and Jiangcheng are showing subtle signs of recovery. Today alone, each store's revenue has exceeded 2 million. Zhang Cheng smiled knowingly. He was well aware of these developments. He had anticipated such outcomes from the outset when the network was being established, and he refrained from commenting further. Su Kaishan, observing Zhang Cheng's seemingly indifferent demeanor, felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that Mr. Zhang is dissatisfied with this figure? He then set this matter aside. He continued earnestly, "Mr. Zhang, several local enterprises in Jiangcheng have recently reached out, including major chain supermarkets like RT-Mart, China Resources Vanguard, and Century Lianhua, expressing a desire for us to conclude our conflict with Haitian Supermarket promptly." Zhang Cheng replied coolly, "New World Group aims to be the largest. We aspire for monopoly. You may inform them that in Jiangcheng, there can only be one retail entity, New World Group. They still have time to withdraw. Should they delay, the consequences will be beyond their control." Su Kaishan's eyes widened in astonishment, rendered speechless by Zhang Cheng's words. He did not doubt them, yet found them astonishing. The mere thought of such ambitions sent chills down his spine. He had previously believed Zhang Cheng's intentions were solely focused on targeting Haitian and the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. Now it became evident that he also sought to monopolize the retail industry in Jiangcheng. The prospect was exhilarating. If New World Group truly attained that level of dominance, it would be no exaggeration to say that Jiangcheng would be under its command. Though currently facing daily losses amounting to tens of millions or even over 100 million, the day would come when, having monopolized the retail sector, an unimaginable wealth would flow into Zhang Cheng's coffers. The concept of a new world is indeed present here. After the events of today, Qian Qingming found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning restlessly, observing the throngs of citizens flowing into the New World Shopping Center. Brilliantly illuminated across the way, his frustration boiled over. "You've been shopping at the New World all day. Why can't you just settle down? With the chaos you've stirred, over 20 of my supermarkets are on the brink of closure, and yet you show no signs of stopping?" In desperation, Qian Qingming reluctantly summoned numerous members of the Haitian Chamber of Commerce to collectively devise a strategy. The current situation was beyond the control of his Haitian supermarket alone. After a lengthy silence, Qian Qingming surveyed the solemn faces in the hall, his anxiety becoming palpable. With a downcast expression, he pleaded, "Everyone, with the New World's actions, my Haitian cannot endure much longer. What shall we do?" As he spoke, his gaze landed on Lu Yuan, grasping at him like a lifeline. He quickly added, "President, you must assist me. In this predicament, only your intervention can suffice." Lu Yuan shot him a glare, exasperated, and admonished Qian Qingming as a chairman. You must not be so reckless. Look at you. Are you afraid he will devour you? Embarrassed, Qian Qingming's face flushed, and he fell silent, standing to the side. Lu Ziyuan then redirected his attention to the assembly, stating calmly, "We, the Hentian Chamber of Commerce, cannot turn a blind eye to the plight of Haitian supermarket. Let us discuss how we can minimize the losses." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted, and a chairman seated in the corner chuckled awkwardly, suggesting, "President, perhaps we should employ our previous strategy and engage the media for further clarification. That scoundrel Zhang Cheng has no shame. Both parties have made their intentions for a price war clear. He, at the New World, has shamelessly purchased all of Haitian's goods, covertly plotting against us. If the media stirs the pot again, the fledgling reputation of the New World will surely vanish. He has invested heavily. It must be a desperate gamble." Before the conversation could continue, the disheartened Qian Qingming interjected, "President, my Haitian cannot withstand such turmoil. You are well aware of our situation. At this rate, forget about the New World being at its wit's end. My Haitian will collapse first." Acknowledging this, Lu Ziyuan nodded, fully aware of Haitian's financial constraints. He spoke gravely. "Let us not entertain foolish ideas. Li Hai, contact the major suppliers in Jiangxing and subtly mention this matter. They will understand. Once the New World Shopping Center runs out of stock, I wonder how audacious they can remain." "Understood, President," replied Li Hai, a middle-aged man, before bidding farewell to those around him and hastily departing. At this moment, Qian Qingming's complexion gradually regained some color. Lu Ziyuan leaned in close and whispered, "Xiao Qian, just hold on for another 2 days. The supermarkets without stock will have to close. Do not concern yourself with feelings of shame. Once we establish a solid connection with the suppliers in Jiangcheng, the New World will no longer be able to thrive, and gradually, the losses of Haidian will be recuperated. Everything will become quite troublesome thereafter." Qian Qingming watched as the crowd dispersed. Slowly, a sense of tranquility settled within him. However, the hatred in his eyes intensified, and he coldly echoed his earlier words, "Without stock, how can you continue to be so audacious?" Chapter 68, The Grand Shopping Spree. Half an hour later, Lu Ziyuan and Qian Qingming appeared in a private room of the Tianhai Tea House, where several prominent local suppliers from Jiangcheng had gathered. After a round of pleasantries, Qian Qingming swiftly addressed the matter at hand, stating, "Esteemed suppliers, our partnership with Haitian Supermarket has been long-standing. Now that the New World Group has emerged unexpectedly, we must unite to resist them. If the New World Group runs out of stock, their supermarkets will be rendered inoperative, and over time, they are destined for bankruptcy." A few minutes later, one supplier slowly rose, his face etched with worry, and said, "Mr. Qian, you and President Lu must hold firm. If the New World Group truly consolidates control over Jiangxing, we will face dire consequences. There will be no hope left for us. The goods we suppliers hold will rot in our hands, leading us to ruin." As soon as he finished speaking, another supplier chimed in, "Indeed, Mr. Qian, you must not take this matter lightly. As you know, we suppliers primarily provide for supermarkets. Should the New World Group avoid bankruptcy, offending them could lead to unimaginable repercussions. I have been supplying goods to your Haitian supermarket for over a decade, and I trust your words. This time, I will certainly stand with you against the New World Shopping Center. It is imperative that both Haitian Supermarket and the Haitian Chamber of Commerce exert their utmost effort. If the New World monopolizes the retail industry in Jiangxing and we offend them, collaboration will be out of the question. To whom will we sell our goods? Our entire livelihoods are tied to this merchandise, and we could lose everything." Qian Qingming surveyed the crowd, then laughed heartily. "Rest assured, this matter is trivial and requires no concern. Do you truly believe that the New World Group is a match for our Haitian supermarket? Once we succeed, you shall each receive no less than 300,000. Upon hearing this, the anxious expressions of the crowd gradually eased, their faces reflecting newfound relief. "That is reassuring. Ha ha. We trust what Mr. Qian has said. Indeed, a mere New World Group cannot stir significant waves in Jiangxing. Then I entrust you all with this task. Once the New World Group collapses, you will undoubtedly reap the rewards." Shortly thereafter, Qian Qingming and Lu Ziyuan departed from the Tianhai Tea House. As they sat in the back seat of the car, Qian Qingming reflected on the supplier's reactions, his mood buoyed. When the vehicle passed the New World Tower, a hint of amusement flickered across his face, and he scoffed, "Let Zhang Cheng truly feel the consequences of my strategic maneuver. Once the New World falls, Haitian supermarket will become the largest retailer in Jiangcheng. Zhang Cheng, you are still too inexperienced. Huh? To challenge me? I will ensure you suffer irreparable losses, leaving you unable to recover. With these thoughts, a sense of triumph gleamed in Qian Qingming's eyes, as if he had already achieved the monumental task of dismantling the New World Group. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering it, he heard a frantic voice. Mr. Qian, our Haitian supermarket is out of stock, completely depleted. Just moments ago, hundreds of citizens surged into our 30-plus stores, shopping frantically. Every last item in our warehouse has vanished. If this continues, Haitian supermarket will face bankruptcy. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Qian Qingming's face turned an ashen white, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead and dripping down. In an instant, his clothes were drenched with perspiration. How could this happen so swiftly? Stunned, Qian Qingming slumped back into his seat, murmuring, impossible. The cash flow of Haitian supermarket still has over $1 billion. How can it be gone now? Is the cash flow about to break? No, it cannot break. If it does, Haitian supermarket will be finished, and I will be finished too. In that moment, countless possibilities flooded his mind. Mr. Qian, what shall we do about the supermarket? The secretary's voice once again broke through the silence. What to do? What on earth can we do? Qian Qingming's brows knitted tightly as he racked his brain for solutions. The secretary on the other end fell silent, not daring to disturb him. After a brief pause, Qian Qingming took a deep breath. How much is left in the Haitian account? Mr. Qian, there is still 80 million. Hearing this figure, a look of despair washed over his eyes. From billions to just 80 million. At this rate, 80 million will last at most half a day. That damn New World Group. Qian Qingming pondered for a moment before speaking into the phone again. Secretary Wu, contact those suppliers immediately. Secure the goods first. We can discuss the finances later. Remember, New World must not learn of Haitian's current predicament. I will figure out the rest. But, without money, will the suppliers still provide us with goods? In response, Qian Qingming chuckled coldly. Do as I say, unless these suppliers wish to sever ties with us. Understood, Mr. Qian. After hanging up, Qian Qingming dialed a few more numbers before hastily making his way to the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. An hour later, many individuals from the Haitian Chamber of Commerce had gathered in the Haitian supermarket office. After listening to Qian Qingming's situation, Lu Yuan was the first to speak up. Old Qian, do not be afraid. I have contacted numerous individuals to help you raise funds for Haitian supermarket. Each of us will contribute a bit, lending you money to engage in a price war with New World Group. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he glanced around at everyone present, who all began to voice their support. Mr. Qian, I am willing to lend you 50 million. Boss Qian, here's 100 million for you to use. No rush on repayment. Brother Qian, do not fear New World Group. I'll lend Haitian supermarket 80 million. In less than an hour, Haitian supermarket remarkably secured a loan of 20 billion. At that moment, Qian Qingming's eyes glistened with excitement. He could hardly believe that these individuals were willing to lend him 20 billion for Haitian supermarket. Now, he has gone completely mad. Qian Qingming's gaze was fixed intently on the New World shopping center across from him, and he pondered bitterly. Zhang Cheng, you are forcing me to the edge of despair. 2 billion. I have borrowed 2 billion. All of this is your doing. Prepare for my revenge from Haitian supermarket, Zhang Cheng. Do you realize you are courting death? Then, Qian Qingming took out his phone and called the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, chuckling awkwardly. President Mao. I am currently facing a bit of trouble at Haitian supermarket. I've heard, President Mao replied with a chuckle, lifting a cup of tea to sip leisurely. A glimmer of amusement crossed his eyes. Finally, someone had come to borrow money. He was aware of the price war that had been ongoing and had been waiting for this moment. The outcome of who would win or lose did not concern him. After all, the bank would not suffer losses, and his own performance would improve. President Mao, we are old friends, so I'll be straightforward. I am currently in need of, Qian Qingming continued. A few minutes later, President Mao chuckled inwardly. Zhang Cheng, I actually have high hopes for you. But you, the rascal, have so much money and yet Haven Tea borrowed from me? If you don't borrow from me, where will the bank collect interest? Damn it. This time, I will lend money to your opponent. Let us see if you survive. With a cold laugh, President Mao said on the phone, Mr. Qian, based on our bank's industry valuation of Haitian supermarket, we can offer a loan of 30 billion at most. Upon hearing this, Qian Qingming was suddenly overjoyed. 30 billion? That is sufficient. Thank you, President Mao. Mr. Qian, This loan requires all shareholders of Heightened Supermarket to sign the agreement together. Do you foresee any issues? Qian Qingming smiled. No problem. However, what Qian Qingming did not realize was that the moment he began to borrow money, it marked the beginning of his demise. And President Mao was oblivious to the calamity that awaited him. In the New World Tower, within the Group S office, Su Kaishan stood before Zhang Cheng, reporting, Mr. Zhang, I have just received news that Heightened Supermarket has resumed operations at a 60 discount and has restocked. Zhang Cheng smiled faintly and remarked, a 60 discount? It seems Heightened Supermarket cannot hold on any longer. As he spoke, a cold smirk flickered in Zhang Cheng's eyes. The Bank of China has lent money to Heightened Supermarket? Yes, they have lent 30 billion. Zhang Cheng smiled once more. Good, they have indeed lent well. The Bank of China is quite affluent. Heightened Supermarket borrows at will, all amounting to 30 billion. Once Heightened Supermarket incurs losses exceeding 30 billion and turns into a liability, I will transfer all my deposits to the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Haha, you think that by borrowing from the Bank of China, I will allow you to survive? Not a chance. But for now, there is no rush. Heightened has not yet lost enough. Su Kaishan nodded and then exited the office. Meanwhile, 3 transport vehicles came to a halt in front of the Haitian supermarket on Tianhan Avenue. With a sharp sound, the doors of the trucks swung open, and over 200 individuals surged forth in a frenzy. Many passers-by, startled by the spectacle, shivered in fear, wondering if a brawl was about to ensue. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that each person was clutching a shopping bag, eagerly rushing into the supermarket. Buy vigorously. Don't snatch. This is the item I spotted first. This, they thought, was the essence of shopping, truly exhilarating. Witnessing this chaotic scene, the staff at Haitian Supermarket were left in bewilderment. What was happening? Suddenly, an influx of shoppers? Could it be that the price war between the 2 stores was finally reaching its conclusion? I told you not to compete with me for this. I had my eye on it first. Attendant, I will take everything from this row of shelves. Please assist me with packing. This and this. And all of these as well. I want them. Don't snatch, everyone. Attendant, hurry up and ring me up. Chapter 69. The net tightens. The Haitian Supermarket was in chaos. The store manager stood frozen, his eyes wide with terror as he watched the frenzy of shoppers, his legs trembling with fear. In less than 10 minutes, the goods just delivered from the warehouse had vanished once again. Meanwhile, across the entire Jiangxing area, every Haitian supermarket was witnessing the same scene. Within mere minutes, the shelves had been completely stripped bare. Mr. Qian, this is bad. This is terrible. Secretary Wu hurried into the office, panic etched across his face. Qian Qingming's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired in a grave tone, what has happened? The goods are gone. Everything on the shelves has disappeared. What? The newly stocked items have vanished again? Qian Qingming's eyelids fluttered in disbelief, exclaiming, what is going on? How can we be out of stock at such a critical moment? Recalling the scene, Secretary Wu felt a chill run down his spine. Mr. Qian, should we contact the suppliers to restock our Haitian supermarkets? Qian Qingming interjected sharply. How much have we lost thus far? 10 billion. Just today alone. We've lost 10 billion. Hearing this, Qian Qingming's heart sank, bleeding with the weight of the loss. 10 billion in a single day. Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing his pupils to constrict. This is dire. The New World Group has caught wind of our situation. They are hoarding goods, pushing us towards a dead end. The secretary was taken aback. Then, what should we do now? How much cash do we have left at Haitian? After several days of losses, we have less than 15 billion remaining. Qian Qingming replied somberly. Procure goods immediately. 10 billion. We need to restock 10 billion worth of merchandise right away. Understood, Mr. Qian. The secretary acknowledged before hastily exiting the conference room. On this very day, another 10 billion had slipped through their fingers. At that moment, Qian Qingming felt a surge of madness, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the New World Shopping Center across from him. The financial strain from the losses over the past few days was becoming unbearable. He had borrowed 50 billion in total. How much was left now? What a staggering thought. Traditionally, he had procured goods from suppliers without upfront payments. However, the situation had changed. Witnessing the conflict between the 2 companies, suppliers were retreating hastily, eager to distance themselves from the turmoil. They no longer honored previous agreements with Qian Qingming, each one prioritizing their own safety. With uncertainty looming over both parties, who would dare engage in a transaction without assurance? Glaring at the New World Shopping Center, a flicker of resentment crossed Qian Qingming's face. and a cunning smile curled his lips. Zhang Cheng, you are truly shameless. Unable to win in a price war, you resort to underhanded tactics? If you think this will topple Hai Tian, you are gravely mistaken. What Qian Qingming was unaware of was that within the New World Group's office, Su Kaishan and his associates had thoroughly grasped the predicament of Hai Tian supermarkets. Mr. Zhang, the Hai Tian supermarket is barely holding on. Indeed, Zhang Cheng responded with a faint acknowledgement, then rubbed his forehead and slowly opened his eyes. Gazing into the distance, he smiled and said, then, it is time to cast the net. Cast the net. It is time to gather our catch. At the headquarters of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, the manager's eyes glistened with excitement as he quickly dialed Han Yusin's number. Xiaohan, you must ensure that Mr. Zhang maintains a good relationship with us. What happened, manager? Han Yusin, in Jiangcheng, asked in surprise. Mr. Zhang's account has increased by another 200 billion. Han Yusin gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. How much money does he have? Another 200 billion in his account? What? Mr. Zhang's account has increased by another 200 billion? Han Yusin repeated the manager's words, astonished. Yes, there is indeed another 200 billion in his account, and I have confirmed that all of Mr. Zhang's income sources are legitimate, albeit inaccessible to us. Han Yusin took a deep breath, her expression shifting with disbelief. He is wealthier than I imagined. No wonder he is reluctant to meet me. You haven't met him yet? The manager inquired. Rest assured, I have scheduled several appointments with Mr. Zhang, and he has finally agreed. Before Han Yusin could finish her thought, a series of gasps erupted from the other end of the line. Oh my heavens, something terrible has happened. Manager, it's urgent, you must come quickly. It's dire. Truly dire. Upon hearing the alarm, Han Yusin felt a sudden chill in her heart, murmuring, what is happening? When the manager arrived at the computer, staring at the screen displaying a row of alarming red characters, he was stunned, frozen in place. Where's the money? Where's the money in Mr. Zhang's account? The more than 400 billion in Zhang Cheng's account had now vanished, the balance reduced to zero. The transfer record indicated that the funds had been moved to the agricultural bank. The manager's eyes widened in shock as he gasped sharply. In that moment, it felt as if the sky were collapsing. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like rain. A heavyweight client with thousands of billions in deposits had suddenly transferred funds to another bank. What had transpired to cause such a monumental loss for our bank? Staring blankly at the screen, the manager muttered, What? What has happened? What is going on? Moments later, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He shouted into the phone at Han Yusin. Han Yusin, you fool. What catastrophic mistake have you made? How have you offended Mr. Zhang? Why has he transferred his billions to the agricultural bank? Manager, the money has been transferred. At the windowsill of the Mayflower Hotel in Jiangcheng, dressed in casual attire, Han Yusin turned pale, cold sweat trickling down her back. Have I inadvertently invited calamity upon myself? A super client with deposits amounting to hundreds of billions transferred his assets merely because I made a few phone calls? I have done nothing. At that moment, a furious voice echoed from the other end of the line. Han Yusin, I don't care what means you employ. You must find Mr. Zhang immediately and strive for his forgiveness. You must alter his perception of ICBC, or you might as well pack your bags and leave. The call abruptly ended with a dial tone, leaving Han Yusin frozen by the window. What have I done? Am I to bear the blame simply because I am in Jiangcheng? Her eyelids fluttered with anxiety, due to her presence in Jiangcheng. A reprimand from her superior had obliterated her prospects and jeopardized her job. After a deep breath, she hastily donned her professional attire, quickly gathered her belongings, and sped off in her Porsche towards the New World building. Mr. Zhang, I must see Mr. Zhang. Please, can you allow me to enter? I wish to meet Mr. Zhang. Standing at the base of the New World building, Han Yusin paced anxiously, yet was halted by a security guard nearby. She was still in a daze, pondering what misstep she had made that would compel Mr. Zhang to transfer his account funds. Just then, the elevator doors opened, revealing a sultry woman adorned with the title of General Manager of Agricultural Bank's Southwest Province. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Yusin's complexion drained of color, her heart sinking. This is it. I am truly finished. Moments later, Su Kaishan emerged from the elevator. Casting a glance at Han Yusin and offering a faint smile, You're from ICBC, aren't you? At his words, Han Yusin nodded vigorously. Yes. I am Han Yusin from ICBC. Could you please inform Mr. Zhang that I wish to see him? Just as she began to speak, Su Kaishan interrupted. Our General Zhang is quite busy at the moment and cannot meet with you. By the way, I've heard that your bank has lent out a considerable sum lately. Han Yusin stood frozen, tears uncontrollably welling in her beautiful eyes as she watched Su Kaishan depart. Lending money? New World Group and Haitian Supermarket? In an instant. The reason dawned upon her. It was because ICBC had loaned money to Haitian Supermarket. She felt aggrieved. She wanted to cry. Having been in Zhang Cheng for so long, she had done nothing wrong. Why should she bear the consequences for the mistakes of others? This was unjust. Why must she play the scapegoat? After a brief moment, a glint of determination flashed in Han Yusin's eyes as she gritted her teeth and declared, "You useless lot. Why are you carelessly lending money? Why should I be wronged in this manner? Those of you involved in this matter shall not escape unscathed." With that, Han Yusin picked up her phone and dialed the office of the president of ICBC Jiangqing branch. "Hello, is this Manager Han? I am not sure. Did our bank lend money to Haidin Supermarket?" "Yes, indeed. We lent 30 billion to Haidin Supermarket. By the way, how did you know, Manager Han?" Moments later, President Mao of the Jiangqing Industrial and Commercial Bank suddenly gasped, his pupils constricting sharply as he slumped into his chair. Trembling, he placed the phone down. His voice barely a whisper. "Is this true? There is a person in Jiangcheng who possesses several hundred billion in deposits, and that person is Zhang Cheng. It's over. It's truly over. I am fully aware that New World Group and Haidin Supermarket are engaged in a price war. Yet I still chose to lend money to Haidin Supermarket. This time, it is genuinely disastrous." At this point, cold sweat trickled down President Mao's back. And as he gazed out the window at the distant, towering New World building, his eyes were filled with dread. Chapter 70. Relationships. Han Yusin stood hesitantly beneath the New World Group building for a considerable time, her gaze eventually filled with determination as she murmured to herself, "This predicament is indeed the fault of our industrial and commercial bank. Knowing full well that the two supermarkets are engaged in a price war. If I cannot reclaim Mr. Zhang, this key client, for the bank, my career will be in jeopardy." With that, Han Yusin entered her Porsche and dialed the president of the bank, making her way directly to Haidin Supermarket. Meanwhile, at the New World Group, Zhang Cheng glanced at the list presented by Su Kaishan, a smile unintentionally crossing his face. Every name on this list belonged to local merchants from Jiang City, all of whom had lent money to Haidin Supermarket and were members of the Hetian Chamber of Commerce. Fang Zhang, the largest glass supplier in Jiang City, had lent Haidin Supermarket 70 million. Indeed, he was affluent. Zhang Cheng picked up a red pen from the table and marked inks beside the name. Ho Jiang, chairman of the Xingyao wire channel in Jiang City, had lent Haidin Supermarket 80 million. Zhang Cheng chuckled, marking another's next to Ho Jiang's name. Within a few minutes, he had read through 6 names, marking inks beside each one. At that moment, he tossed the paper onto the table, prompting his secretary to hastily catch it with both hands. Bowing her head in silence, Zhang Cheng remarked coolly, "Proceed with your tasks." "Yes, Mr. Zhang." Simultaneously, in Jiang City, at the largest glass processing plant, Fang Zhang stood in his office, observing a steady stream of small transport vehicles entering the factory, only to depart again, delivering goods throughout the city. Each time he witnessed this, pride surged within him. His role as a glass supplier entirely depended on these connections. Essentially, the entire glass supply chain in Jiang City originated from him. Although his business lacked official operating permits, Fang Zhang had managed to sustain it through connections in Shilling City. Each day brought him staggering profits, establishing a monopoly in the glass market of Jiang City. While glass itself may not hold significant value, the volume ensured an incessant flow of wealth into his pockets. Haha, my daily profits nearly reached 200,000. In all of Jiang City, no, in all of Huaxia. Who can rival the speed at which money flows into my industry? Fang Zhang, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, reclined casually in his chair, boasting to his employees. It's not mere arrogance. This industry isn't one can easily enter. It's all about connections. He encouraged, work hard, and each of you will receive a 5,000 yuan bonus this month. Boss, you're truly remarkable. One employee exclaimed. Mr. Fang, are you not the richest man in Jiang City? Fang Zhang laughed heartily. The richest man in Jiang City? It won't be long before I claim that title. Once New World collapses, that day will surely come. Fang Zhang, with his eyes closed, was relishing the flattery of his employees. Meanwhile, in Shilling City, within the largest glass processing factory in the southwest province, a Volkswagen Phaeton sped through the premises, raising clouds of dust alongside several Audi A8s. With a screech, the vehicles came to a gradual halt, and the doors swung open. A row of men clad in deep blue suits emerged, marching in perfect formation towards the chairman's office of the factory. A crisp series of knocks echoed as the factory owner, Fong, a formidable figure in the glass industry of Southwest Province, opened the door to find the leading man adorned with a badge from the New World Group. His eyelids twitched in unease. "What brings you here?" he stammered. The man at the forefront smiled lightly, assuring, "You needn't be anxious, Mr. Fong. We are from the New World Group. Please, let us come in and discuss." As he spoke, he gestured for two other middle-aged men to join him inside the office. Upon seeing them, a sense of foreboding gripped Fong's heart. An involuntary smile crept onto his face as he greeted, "Director Ma, President Han, what brings you here?" Director Ma of the Quality Supervision Bureau chuckled softly, "Mr. Fong, nothing to worry about. I'm merely here to check if your glass processing factory is meeting quality standards." At these words, Fong felt a chill run down his spine, nearly collapsing under the weight of his fear. He forced a smile, stammering, "And no, that's not the case." As he spoke, his gaze flickered to the individuals beside Director Ma, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. It dawned on him that he had entangled himself with the wrong people. And now, someone was here to settle the score. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he trembled as he addressed the leading man, esteemed members of the New World Group. "I am at your service. Please, tell me how I can assist you." "Do not be alarmed, Mr. Fong. I have heard that Fong Zhang, a glass supplier in Zhang Cheng, is your cousin, correct?" Fong's eyelids fluttered, and with resolve, he responded, "I understand." Meanwhile, as Fong Zhang was boasting with his employees, his phone rang. "Hello, cousin. How?" Before he could finish, his face drained of color, and a tremor coursed through him. He exclaimed, "Cousin, I am currently out of funds. All the operational capital of my factory has been lent to Heightened Supermarket. Could you possibly grant me an extension?" A cold voice on the other end replied, "You owe the main factory a total of 78 million. This amount must be settled within 3 hours, with no room for negotiation. Should you fail to repay within this time, the main factory will terminate all collaborations with you, and I will take legal action to seize your enterprises as repayment." Hearing this, Fong Zhang was drenched in cold sweat, his teeth chattering as he pleaded, "Cousin, you cannot be so heartless." After a brief silence, the voice responded hoarsely, "Cousin, you are in deep trouble. Do you realize that? The New World Group, a presence so formidable that even I dare not offend it. And yet you have the audacity to lend money to its adversary. You must be seeking your own demise. If you fail to repay the debt, thereby jeopardizing the development of the New World Group, I too shall face ruin. You foolish imbecile. Your actions have incited inspections from both the Quality Supervision Bureau and the Industry and Commerce Bureau upon my processing plant. The New World Group. Is that a force you can provoke?" "Hiss." Fong Zhang inhaled sharply, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. His hair stood on end. In a dazed whisper, he uttered, "The New World Group. It is indeed the New World Group." Suddenly, Fong Zhang leaped from his chair, bellowing at the workers outside. "Quick! All of you come with me to Heightened Supermarket. Bring me 200 people. I am going to collect the debt now." Chapter 71. Visitors from all sides in the office of the Starshine Electric Company. Chairman Ho Jiang sat in his chair, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the two individuals seated opposite him. Even his hand, which held a cup of tea, trembled slightly. Each of the men across from him bore the emblem of the New World Group prominently on their chests. The mere mention of the New World Group sent a chill down Ho Jiang's spine, and he stammered, I wonder what brings you here." The leading man offered a faint smile. "Greetings, Chairman Ho. I represent the New World Group, and I am here for a simple request." Ho Jiang swallowed hard. "Please. Go on. Recently, you have lent a considerable sum to the Heightened Supermarket, have you not? Isn't it time to collect?" As Ho Jiang struggled to respond, the office door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. This man also displayed an emblem on his chest, that of the Agricultural Bank. Seeing him, Ho Jiang quickly rose to greet him, forcing a smile. "Director Jean, please, take a seat." Director Jean glanced at the representatives from the New World Group before retrieving cigarettes from his pocket, distributing them to each person present. He then turned his cold gaze back to Ho Jiang. "Chairman Ho, last year you borrowed a total of 89 million from our bank. It is now time to repay both the principal and interest. Should you fail to do so, according to our agreement, your Starshine Electric Company will be mortgaged to us." At these words, Ho Jiang felt as if his head would explode. He took a deep breath, looking at the New World Group representatives, fear etched in his eyes. How could the New World Group possess such formidable power? Why was even the agricultural bank coming to collect debts? As he pondered this, the two men from the New World Group exchanged knowing smiles and rose to depart. Trembling uncontrollably, Ho Jiang realized, I understand what I must do. This day would prove to be anything but tranquil. Throughout Jiang City, the 6 companies that had lent money to Heightened Supermarket were visited by representatives of the New World Group. All were gripped by fear, trembling in their boots. Just a day prior, they had regarded the New World Group as a fledgling company, unstable in Jiang City, a mere flash in the pan. They believed that with the backing of Heightened Supermarket and the Hetian Commerce Association, they could easily crush the New World Group and reap substantial rewards. Yet, they were mistaken. From the very beginning, they had miscalculated. They could not fathom the immense strength of the New World Group. The likes of Heightened Supermarket and the Hetian Commerce Association were but fragile clay before the might of the New World Group. As dread filled their hearts, their fear of the New World Group only intensified. Meanwhile, the representatives from the New World Group began to grasp the true meaning of Chairman Zhang's words regarding the net being cast and how it was to be drawn in. It is merely a simple task to transfer deposits from the industrial and commercial bank to the agricultural bank. Subsequently, all other matters shall be handled by others. At the Heightened Supermarket, Qian Qingming gazed through the window at the desolate New World shopping center across the street. A triumphant glint in his eyes, and he could not help but burst into laughter. Secretary Wu, you see, I told you, as long as the supply is consistent, everything at Heightened Supermarket will gradually improve. Although our prices currently match those of the New World Shopping Center, remaining at 40 of the original, the citizens still habitually choose to shop at our supermarket. Beside him, Secretary Wu nodded, her face etched with concern. But, Mr. Qian, we are still incurring losses. Qian Qingming waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. Let us endure these losses for now. Haitan can still hold its ground. Have you not noticed the lack of business at the New World? Ha ha ha. Once the New World Group collapses, we at Haitan will ascend to become the market leader. There is no rush. Our competition lies in patience. Understand? Just as Qian Qingming was speaking with his secretary, a harsh screeching sound pierced the air outside. Peering down from the window, he observed a dozen vans parked at the entrance, followed by nearly 200 burly men pouring out of the vehicles, heading straight for Heightened Supermarket. Qian Qingming furrowed his brow, murmuring, what is happening here? Suddenly, with a loud bang, the office door was kicked open. Fang Zhang, wielding a metal rod, furiously pointed it at Qian Qingming, shouting, repay me. You better give me my money. At this sight, Qian Qingming's pupils dilated. You dare to demand payment from me at this moment? Are you intentionally toying with me? Taking a deep breath, he slowly replied, Mr. Fang, what do you mean by this? Meaning, it means you need to repay me now, quickly. I lent you money to help Heightened Supermarket through a crisis. And now I need it back. I want to see the money immediately. Qian Qingming swallowed hard, raising his hands. But, Mr. Fang, all the funds are tied up in the supermarket. I cannot withdraw any cash at this moment. Stop with the nonsense. I want my money. You better repay me. Fang Zhang, upon hearing Qian Qingming's words, became frantic. Without funds, he would be finished, utterly ruined, losing everything. He swung the metal rod, smashing it onto the computer on the desk. With a loud thud, Qian Qingming trembled, nearly losing his balance. Fang Zhang spat on the floor, furiously pointing at Qian Qingming's nose. Whatever you say today is irrelevant. I do not care. I want my money. You better sell everything you own to repay me. Mr. Fang, Qian Qingming began, but was interrupted by another screeching sound at the door, as dozens of individuals armed with metal pipes entered. Hurry up, repay me. Do not waste my time with your excuses. I want my money now. Mr. Qian, please expedite your actions. When you face difficulties at Heightened Supermarket, I lent you 50 million. It is imperative that you repay me promptly, and we shall consider the matter resolved. If you fail to settle this debt, I assure you, I will not let you escape unscathed. I will even disturb your ancestral grave to retrieve my dues. Return the money without delay. Qian Qingming, spare me your chatter. You have 10 minutes. If you do not repay me, I will end your life and then turn myself in. Enough of your nonsense. Hurry and return the money. Qian Qingming was utterly bewildered. He stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. At that very moment, a group of over 10 individuals occupied the office, while thousands more congregated in the corridor. Each person brandished weapons, pressing him for repayment. Chapter 72, The Bank's Priority in the Office. Qian Qingming was utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. He hastily retrieved his phone and called Lu Ziyuan, exclaiming, "President Lu, I need help urgently. Please come at once." "What is the matter?" Lu Ziyuan inquired. "So many people are pressuring me for money." Qian Qingming stammered into the phone, "President, it's not the bank. It's everyone from the Hetian Chamber of Commerce. They are all in the Haoyan supermarket office, demanding money from me." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyuan slammed his palm on the desk, his voice brimming with fury. "How dare they? What is the meaning of this? Do they not regard me at all? Where are you? I will come immediately." After hanging up, Lu Ziyuan donned his coat and stormed out to his car, fury igniting within him. Having served as the president of the Hetian Chamber of Commerce for a considerable time, he was accustomed to commanding the members. Now, the audacity of these members to disregard him incensed him beyond measure. Meanwhile, the tension in the office escalated as the crowd grew more irate. "Qian Qingming, you better return my money at once," one voice roared. "It doesn't matter who you call. You must repay me now." Another echoed. "Don't think that just because you've called the president or even the mayor of Zhang Cheng, it will change anything. Repaying debts is a fundamental obligation, and we have every right to demand it." "Qian Qingming, what do you mean by this? When Haoyan supermarket was in trouble, we lent you money without even asking for interest. And now, when it's time for you to repay, you hesitate? Just say it plainly. Will you repay or not? You scoundrel, let us stop wasting our breath on him." "Qian Qingming, you think you can run your supermarket business while ignoring your debts? I swear, I'll smash your supermarket to pieces if you don't comply. If you wish for us to suffer, you will not find peace either." Listening to these accusations, cold sweat trickled down Qian Qingming's back, his expression clouded with distress. He knew he could not repay them now. Doing so would lead to the collapse of the supermarket, and with it, his life's work would be in ruin. As the heated exchanges continued, Lu Ziyuan had arrived. Entering the office with a stern demeanor, he scanned the room, his eyes landing on the individuals surrounding Qian Qingming. "Silence," he commanded. "What do you all intend to do? Was it not agreed that once the New World Group collapsed, the debts would be settled? Why are you confronting General Manager Qian at such a critical time for Haoyan supermarket?" His words only intensified the ire of those present. Fang Zhang, unable to contain his outrage, struck Lu Ziyuan across the face, shouting, "Who do you think you are? Do you really think of yourself as a leader? You old fool. If it weren't for your insistence on me lending money to Haitian supermarket, I would never have done so. You old rascal, if I don't get my money back today, you might as well prepare for your own misfortune." Lu Ziyuan was left disoriented by Fang Zhang's slap, feeling a sharp sting on his cheek, which ignited his anger. He glared at Fang Zhang. "How dare you strike me? I am the president of the Hetian Chamber of Commerce. Do you understand? Offending me is tantamount to offending all the members of the chamber, so think carefully." Fang Zhang burst into laughter. "President? You think I care about your so-called presidency? The Hetian Chamber of Commerce? What a joke. Had it not been for your meddling, I would have never joined such a ridiculous organization. Because of you, I now find myself in dire straits. I see no good in either of you. I hereby withdraw from the Hetian Chamber of Commerce, and I declare that I am no longer a part of it." Lu Ziyuan, everyone has merely been humoring you. Do you truly believe you hold any significance? Repay me, and do so quickly. Indeed, enough of this nonsense. Return our money at once. Cornered, Lu Ziyuan and Qian Qingming exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth was happening? What had caused this sudden shift in the crowd? Hadn't they all agreed to stand together with Haitian Supermarket and the Hetian Chamber of Commerce? Weren't they supposed to unite against the New World Group? Where were those promises now? Why were they directing their animosity toward us? Had we not been allies? Lu Ziyuan and Qian Qingming crouched in the corner, paralyzed with fear. They both realized that repaying the money was utterly impossible. If they attempted to do so, it would spell their doom, a chilling fate that seeped through to their very bones. Furthermore, given that Haitian supermarket was in such dire financial straits, where would they find the funds? 20 billion. Even selling them both would not suffice to cover that debt. At that moment, a screeching sound of abrupt braking pierced the air. The jarring noise silenced the room, and many present turned to see vehicles lining the street, their expressions shifting to alarm. Bank vehicles, police cars, and court cars had all arrived at the headquarters of Haitian supermarket. As bank and court officials entered the office, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. The president of the Jiangxing Industrial and Commercial Bank approached Qian Qingming with a cold demeanor and stated, "Qian Qingming, some time ago you borrowed 30 billion from our bank. We have serious concerns regarding Haitian supermarket's financial stability, as it appears you are facing bankruptcy. We demand immediate repayment." According to the contract, failure to do so will result in all your assets and properties being seized as collateral for the loan. With that, a heavy thud sounded as Qian Qingming, who had only just managed to stand, crumpled back to the ground. Meanwhile, a palpable tension enveloped the room as cold sweat streamed down the foreheads of all present. Beside them, Fang Zhang, his eyes brimming with tears, pleaded with a quavering voice. "We arrived first. Qian Qingming owes us money as well. Your bank cannot act in this manner. We must be compensated first." Before Fang Zhang could finish his sentence, the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank coolly interjected, "The bank takes precedence." At that moment, a collective shockwave rippled through the room, leaving everyone stunned. What? The bank takes precedence? The anxiety was palpable, and many felt as though they might succumb to despair. Qian Qingming was already indebted to the bank for a staggering 3 billion. What about our funds? Does he truly owe us money as well? Fang Zhang, with reddened eyes, confronted the bank officials. On what grounds do you prioritize the bank? Are we not human? Qian Qingming owes us too. Why should the bank be afforded such privilege? Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. The business owners could no longer maintain their composure. Exactly. Why should the bank dictate terms? I refuse to accept this. I shall take legal action against you. The money owed to the bank is valid, but does that render our claims insignificant? I care not for your bank's policies. We were here first. Qian Qingming must repay me before anyone else, or I shall unleash my fury. In that critical moment, the bank's president Mao surveyed the crowd before calmly stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, your connection with the bank." His words trailed off, leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. A heavy gloom descended upon all, the reality sinking in. It was truly over. Huajiang, feeling utterly bewildered, realized that Qian Qingming was still deep in debt to the bank. Now, representatives from the agricultural bank were demanding payment from him. "What am I to do if you have no money to give me?" In a fit of rage, Huajiang charged towards Qian Qingming, seizing him by the throat, shouting, "Qian Qingming, repay me. I will not rest until I have my due. You have utterly ruined me." In his frenzy, Huajiang suddenly lost his breath and collapsed, unconscious. The other business owners sank to the ground, horrified, as bank personnel began sealing the gates of Heightened Supermarket, locking all stores. Panic ensued. In a dim corner, Qian Qingming and Lu Yuan watched the unfolding chaos, their hearts sinking. Witnessing the predatory glares of the owners, they huddled together, trembling. It was over. Heightened Supermarket was finished. Even the Hitian Chamber of Commerce was doomed. All present were doomed. Chapter 73. The downfall of all parties. No one anticipated such a conclusion. They were utterly defeated. On that day, a decree from the Zhang Cheng court arrived, freezing all operational funds of Haitian Supermarket, rendering the entire establishment as collateral for the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Qian Qingming and Lu Yuan had been completely vanquished. Now, with over 1 billion in debts weighing heavily upon them, they could scarcely breathe, and even the chance of escape eluded them. With their downfall, they had lost all opportunity for redemption. The collapse of Lu Yuan and Qian Qingming signified the ruination of half of Jiangqing's commercial sphere. Meanwhile, at the glass processing plant, Fang Zhang, in a state of terror, gazed at the throngs of debt collectors before him. His complexion drained of color. He trembled uncontrollably as he implored the leader of the group, "Brother, please, help me out just this once. As a fellow cousin, grant me a few more days, just a few days, and I assure you I will repay the money. Alas, resign yourself to fate. If I assist you, who shall assist me?" Fang, the owner, sighed helplessly, his thoughts drifting to the New World Group, which filled him with dread. What kind of conglomerate was that? How terrifying was its power? With but a fleeting notion, countless individuals would rush to execute its bidding. Who could dare provoke such an intimidating entity? Subsequently, Fang shook his head, turned, and departed in his vehicle, leaving the processing plant behind. As he exited, a subpoena from the court arrived. Fang Zhang was summoned to court. With debts totaling 78 million and lacking the capacity to repay, the court seized all properties under his name. Slumped amidst the rubble, he muttered, "It's all gone. Everything is lost. I, once worth over 100 million, have been reduced to nothing due to a single misstep that incurred the wrath of the New World Group. I truly have nothing left. I regret it deeply. I truly regret it. Qian Qingming, you are the architect of my downfall. I shall not let you escape unscathed." On this day, countless enterprises in Jiangqing collapsed. The entire city was engulfed in shock. People watched in disbelief as the bank sealed the doors of dozens of Haitian supermarket branches. My heavens, Haitian supermarket has actually gone under. How can this be? An established enterprise, standing strong in Zhang Cheng for over a decade, is now closing its doors? Is Zhang Cheng facing a second upheaval? Not only this establishment, but also the Haitian supermarket on Chongqing Road had shuttered. The decline of societal values was palpable. Venerable enterprises crumbled overnight, as if trapped in a dream. In an instant, various corners of Jiangcheng erupted in commotion. Haitian supermarket was truly defunct. The collapse was beyond comprehension for all. In a single night, a colossal titan of industry had fallen. While many were taken aback, more were filled with curiosity, fervently seeking answers as to why Haitian supermarket had failed. With a cacophony of speculative discourse swirling through the air of Jiangqing. What? The downfall of Haitian supermarket is attributed to the New World? Has New World driven Haiti supermarket to collapse through a price war? A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Are you joking? What is New World's current situation? They can barely sustain themselves. To claim that Haiti supermarket was brought down by New World is utterly ridiculous. I suspect that significant external capital has entered Jiangqing. Otherwise, how could Haiti supermarket possibly close? It has stood for over a decade. Those who speak of New World seem to lack common sense. The demise of Haiti supermarket has nothing to do with New World. If it indeed were New World's doing, they would surely clarify the matter, rather than hiding like a turtle within their company. I truly cannot fathom the audacity of those claiming that New World Group has toppled Haiti supermarket. What a delusion. Clearly, these individuals are affiliated with New World, deliberately stirring the pot to enhance their reputation. Indeed, the two companies have been engaged in a price war for quite some time and have undoubtedly offended many. Now that Haiti supermarket has ceased operations, New World stands alone as the initiator. Just wait and see. The days ahead for New World Group will not be easy, and they will likely follow in the footsteps of Haiti supermarket. Meanwhile, Han Yusin arrived at the base of the New World Tower. Hello, I am Han Yusin from Industrial and Commercial Bank. May I go up to speak with Mr. Zhang? After speaking to the security guard, she anxiously paced in front of the entrance. The actions of New World Group today had left her utterly astonished. She never anticipated that New World possessed such terrifying power. A mere few words from Mr. Zhang compelled everyone to work for him. Such influence is truly formidable. A few minutes later, Han Yusin sat nervously on the sofa, gazing at the young man before her. It was her first time meeting Zhang Cheng, and he appeared remarkably youthful. Yet beneath his profound gaze lay an unimaginable strength that sent shivers down her spine. Zhang Cheng was not surprised by the arrival of the bank representatives. He took a sip of tea and asked, "What brings you here?" "Oh, it's nothing. May I boldly inquire whether you would be interested in acquiring Haiti supermarket from the bank?" Zhang Cheng set down his cup, casually asking, "What is the starting bid?" 3.5 billion. Zhang Cheng smiled at Han Yusin, responding, "Not interested." Upon hearing this, Han Yusin's expression froze, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. What should she do? Although all the stores of Haiti supermarket in Jiangcheng are now under the bank's control, aside from a few billion in revenue from the supermarkets, they hold no substantial value for the bank. In the past, the bank would have been unconcerned. If they auctioned off the stores and shops held by Haiti supermarket, they could have earned a considerable sum. However, that is not the case now. In all of Jiangcheng, aside from the citizens, who among the business people and officials does not know how Haiti supermarket met its demise? In the current circumstances, who would dare to take on the burden of a failing enterprise like Haiti supermarket? Taking over Haiti supermarket signifies a challenge against the New World Group in Jiangcheng. Who would be bold enough to do that? Although Haiti supermarket now belongs to ICBC, it holds no value for them, merely a liability. Those numerous stores languish under the ownership of the bank. An invitation was extended to the business community to participate in an auction, yet not a single individual dared to attend. The fear of New World, having firmly established itself as the sovereign power of Jiangcheng, looms large. This territory was conquered by New World, and at the time of reaping its rewards, who among the long-lived would risk their fortunes to seize opportunities? What can she possibly do? Chapter 74. The Tide in Jiang City. All merchants dared not approach the threshold of the New World. Understanding this predicament, Han Yusin resolved to find the New World Group at the earliest opportunity, preparing to sell Haoyan supermarket in hopes of redeeming herself at the bank. With gritted teeth and a heart racing with trepidation, she cautiously inquired, "Mr. Zhang, what price are you willing to offer?" Zhang Cheng smiled lightly, raising 2 fingers and casually stating, 2 billion. Upon hearing his words, Han Yusin sprang from the sofa, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "What? 2 billion?" A tempest of emotions surged within her. Zhang Cheng observed her reaction with amusement. Isn't the current turnover of Haoyan supermarkets still 10 billion? Han Yusin was taken aback yet again, pondering how he knew such details. However, recalling that he had deposited the funds in the agricultural bank, she realized he would certainly be aware of it. Yes, she nodded. I heard your loan limit for Haoyan supermarket is 30 billion? Indeed, he confirmed. Then, considering the principal and interest, Haoyan supermarket owes your bank 31 billion, correct? Correct, he replied, and she nodded once more. At this moment, Zhang Cheng smiled again. By this calculation, Haoyan supermarket is worth at most 21 billion. What gives you the audacity to claim 35 billion? Do you think New World is a fool with an abundance of cash? As he concluded his statement, Han Yusin was left speechless. With a trembling voice, she responded, General Zhang, the figure I mentioned, 35 billion, was derived from our bank's assessment based on Haoyan supermarket's market value and current market conditions, analyzed by our expert team. The present value of Haoyan supermarket is indeed 35 billion. Zhang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. My apologies, but if you believe Haoyan supermarket is worth 35 billion, then you should auction it in Jiang City and see if anyone is willing to pay that amount for these stores. Besides, New World Shopping Center currently has no shortage of stores. Han Yusin felt perspiration forming in her palms. This was her first encounter with the young man before her, and she was struck by his unexpected shrewdness. Beneath his seemingly youthful exterior lay an incomprehensible depth of capability. The more she engaged with him, the more elusive he became. Before her stood a young man who appeared to be merely in his 20s, yet he possessed a wisdom that belied his age, a veritable prodigy whose prowess was unfathomable. Everyone was deceived by his youthful visage. Now, Han Yusin felt tears welling up. She felt aggrieved. Was the allure of the city diminished? Had the scenery lost its charm? Why had she come to Jiang City at all? For the first time, an unprecedented realization dawned upon her. This experience had entirely upended her previous notions. The wealth of the New World Group was staggering, beyond the realm of imagination. Faced with such a conglomerate, what recourse remained? 2 billion. The industrial and commercial bank acquiesced. Ultimately, all the stores of Haoyan supermarket were sold for the price of 2 billion. On this day, the city of Jiangcheng was abuzz with excitement. All eyes were fixed on the venerable Haitian supermarket, a stalwart of over a decade, as in a single night. Every sign across its stores was replaced with the bold letters New World. At that moment, the collective astonishment was palpable. Could it truly be the New World? I am not mistaken. Zhang Cheng's New World Group has indeed toppled Haitian supermarket. The once reigning titan has returned, triumphing over Haitian and the formidable Haitian Business Association that supported it. Look around. Everywhere one turns, the name New World Group is now prevalent. Local entrepreneur Zhang Cheng has risen once more. Ha ha, I always knew that New World would create miracles. Goodness, how much wealth does New World possess? Not only has it vanquished Haitian supermarket, but it has also acquired dozens of its stores overnight. The financial might of New World is truly astounding. What is so remarkable about New World Group? It merely defeated a local enterprise. Let it compete with those national chain supermarkets. Indeed, even if New World unifies all of Jiangcheng, in the end, it might merely be sewing garments for others. Yes, by engaging in a price war with Haitian, New World has inevitably offended numerous large chain supermarkets. With Haitian now out of business, New World's financial resources must be dwindling. Should several chain supermarkets collaborate, the more New World expands, the greater the advantages these supermarkets will reap. Meanwhile, in the office of the manager of a RT-Mart branch in Jiangcheng, he gazed out the window in disbelief as he witnessed the instantaneous transformation of Haitian supermarket's sign to New World. His heart raced with astonishment. How is this possible? The fledgling New World has actually acquired Haitian supermarket? Haitian has dozens of branches in Jiangcheng. Is New World's financial chain truly that robust? Aside from our few chain supermarkets, the entire Jiangcheng seems to belong to New World now. Despite his shock, the RT-Mart manager remained somewhat indifferent towards New World Group. After all, he had the backing of RT-Mart, a large national chain supermarket. Soon after, he smirked disdainfully, though New World's sudden move has surprised me. It is still far from being a concern for RT-Mart. While voicing these thoughts, he quickly retrieved his phone to report the situation to headquarters, patiently awaiting a response. In the office of Century Lianhua, The manager had just finished reporting the day's store conditions to headquarters when he hung up the phone. As he raised his head, his eyes widened in disbelief. The Haitian supermarket, a fixture for over a decade, had vanished before him. The sign had changed, New World Shopping Center. Has Haitian supermarket truly been acquired by New World? The manager of Century Lianhua stared out the window, momentarily lost in thought, muttering, "Is this really an acquisition?" Apart from a few chain supermarkets, the entirety of Zhang Cheng has fallen under the dominion of the New World Group. What shall be their next move? As the manager contemplated this, a jolt of fear coursed through him, causing him to tense up suddenly. In a flurry of urgency, he seized the telephone beside him and promptly reported the current situation in Jiangcheng to headquarters. Meanwhile, the 6 major chain supermarkets in Jiangcheng witnessed this scene, and a sense of trepidation began to take root within them. In the span of a single night, the long-standing Haitian supermarket, which had stood firm in Jiangcheng for over a decade, changed hands. And the new proprietor is none other than the New World Group. Chapter 75. Are you not afraid of overindulging? On this day, the inhabitants of Jiangcheng were left in sheer astonishment. The acquisition of Haitai Supermarket by New World was an unexpected turn of events that took everyone by surprise. Indeed, many had little faith in the New World Group. Everything seemed so abrupt, so bewilderingly powerful. To the collective perception, New World was merely a fleeting presence, destined to vanish from sight before long. Yet, in the current landscape of Jiangcheng, New World Group held the reins of power. At that moment, the general managers of 6 prominent chain supermarkets, including the general managers of Derun Fa, Sugua, Huarun Wanjia, Century Lianhua, Haoigo, and Carrefour, had gathered outside the New World Group building. With a stern expression, the general manager of Sugua declared, "Today, New World Group must provide us with an explanation. Their actions are utterly excessive. I have faced countless reprimands from headquarters because of this incident." The other supermarket managers echoed his sentiments, asserting that New World Group was being excessively arrogant and disrespectful. During this price war with Haitai Supermarket, we have suffered significant losses, and now they have acquired all the stores of Haitai Supermarket. How are we to survive? Indeed, I refuse to let this slide any longer. This time, we shall unite against New World Group and use our collective strength to crush them. We have endured enough humiliation. I will not suffer in vain. Correct. Although they currently dominate the market, they forget that this is merely a small Jiangcheng. How can they compare to our 6 national chain supermarkets? If we stand together, even if New World Group is a dragon, they shall crawl before us. If they are a tiger, they will lie down at our feet. You speak the truth. New World Group has committed a grave error by encroaching upon the bottom line of Derun Fa Group. If they do not heed our demands, they shall not blame us for the consequences. Laughter erupted among the group as they stood beneath the New World Tower. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of New World, Su Kaishan gently pushed the door open and hurried over to Zhang Cheng, whispering, "President Zhang, the supermarket alliance is downstairs. Should we meet with them?" Zhang Cheng replied nonchalantly, "The supermarket alliance, you say?" Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Su Kaishan began to elaborate, "President Zhang, the supermarkets in this alliance are not comparable to Haitai Supermarket. Haitai is merely a local medium-sized enterprise, but these supermarkets are substantial, nationwide chains. Our New World Group aims to expand beyond Jiangcheng and compete on a national scale. If we offend these supermarkets now, our future endeavors will encounter significant obstacles." Zhang Cheng chuckled, "And what if we offend them?" Su Kaishan glanced at Zhang Cheng, who sat relaxed in his chair, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Yet, reassured by Zhang Cheng's formidable capabilities, Su Kaishan steadied himself. As 2 individuals were engaged in conversation, the managers from 6 chain supermarkets entered the office. Upon stepping inside, they were momentarily taken aback by the youthful visage of the individual seated behind the desk. Rumors had circulated that the head of New World Group was a mere boy. And now, witnessing the reality, they were astonished. Was this indeed Zhang Cheng, the proprietor of New World Group, who had recently left the entire Jiangcheng in shock? How could he be so young? After a brief moment of astonishment, the group regained their composure. They cast a dismissive glance at Zhang Cheng before each finding a vacant seat, wearing smiles that belied their true sentiments. "Zhang, my dear brother, I didn't expect you to look even younger in person than what the rumors suggested," one exclaimed, laughter punctuating the air. "Indeed, we have aged in comparison," another added. "Zhang, meeting you in person is far more impactful than mere hearsay," they echoed in unison, extending greetings to Zhang Cheng. Throughout this exchange, Zhang Cheng remained indifferent, not sparing them a glance as he lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a sip. Su Kaishan, please continue, he instructed, his tone commanding. At that moment, the smiles on the faces of those present froze, slowly morphing into expressions of indignation. They regarded Zhang Cheng with a flicker of anger in their eyes. What was the meaning of this? Prior to their arrival, they had envisioned countless scenarios for this meeting, yet none had prepared them for such an affront. It was infuriating. What kind of attitude was Zhang Cheng displaying before them? Was this how one engages in conversation? It felt like a blatant disregard for their presence, an overt disdain. Who were they? They represented 6 large chain supermarkets with capital resources that could rival the world's top 100 enterprises. Upon witnessing their arrival, Zhang Cheng should have appeared anxious, his expression one of trepidation. They had anticipated that he would rise to greet them and act with utmost caution, allowing them to assert their dominance and, in turn, compel Zhang Cheng to concede some points, thus resolving the matter amicably. However, Zhang Cheng remained impervious to their expectations, continuing to sip his tea as if dismissing them entirely. The manager from Yuan Fa, witnessing Zhang Cheng's demeanor, felt his anger simmering, rising with each passing moment. After a deep breath, he addressed Zhang Cheng with a grave tone. Zhang, is it not somewhat inappropriate for New World to conduct itself in this manner? Zhang Cheng glanced at him, then replied coolly, and you are? I am Qi Chunjun, the general manager of Yuan Fa in the Jiangxing region. Zhang Cheng smiled slightly and countered, then please, Mr. Qi, enlighten me on what New World has done wrong. With a derisive snort, Qi Chunjun retorted, Zhang, you engaged in a price war with Haitai Supermarket for over half a month. Have you considered the impact on supermarkets like ours? Do you have any idea how much Yuan Fa has lost due to your price skirmish? Shouldn't you be responsible for these losses? Zhang Cheng raised his teacup and took a sip. What do you expect me to do about it? Qi Chunjuan's face radiated arrogance at this response. He then glanced at the other supermarket managers and scoffed. Your New World has expanded quite significantly, and the share of the pie is substantial. Perhaps it is time for you to relinquish a portion? If not, I fear you, Mr. Zhang, might find yourself quite overwhelmed. Following his words, Qi Chunjun cast a dismissive look at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng remained silent, while Su Kaishan, his expression icy, interjected, Mr. Qi, I apologize. But our New World group has always been in the business of acquiring others. We are not accustomed to being acquired. Furthermore, the assets of New World Group are not within your financial reach. As Su Kaishan's statement settled in, the people in the conference room exchanged glances, a hint of derision flickering across their faces. Do we supermarkets lack strength? Are we incapable of purchasing your stores? At that moment, the general manager of Sugwa Supermarket rose from his seat, casting a bemused glance at Zhang Cheng. Huh, what are you, a mere child? It's one thing for a master to be oblivious to their own limitations, but even a subordinate dog exudes such arrogance? Has your New World been rendered foolish by our presence? The Sugwa manager smirked disdainfully, then noticed the glances of the managers around him. With a scornful expression, he addressed Zhang Cheng. Mr. Zhang, I believe you may have misunderstood our intentions. We do not wish to squander our resources purchasing your stores. We merely request a portion to compensate for our recent losses. As his words lingered in the air, the crowd regarded the Sugwa manager with satisfaction, smiles adorning their faces. The Sugwa manager leisurely settled back into his chair, exuding an air of strategic foresight, as though he was already aware of the impending outcome. He glanced at Zhang Cheng, revealing no signs of urgency. Meanwhile, Qi Chunjun, seated beside him, assumed that Zhang Cheng would not dare to oppose them. He openly regarded Zhang Cheng, his expression dripping with mockery, as if to convey, Kid, I hold your New World Group in contempt. What can you do about it? It would be wise to concede some stores to us. Otherwise, we 6. At that moment, everyone observed a subtle smile curving at the corners of Zhang Cheng's lips. He smiled. Chapter 76. Flourishing everywhere, Qi Chunjun gazed at Zhang Cheng, his smile gradually solidifying into a stiff mask. At this juncture, he still dares to smile? In front of so many of us, he actually has the audacity to laugh? Is he unaware of the forces backing us? Even in the face of disaster, he still dares to show mirth? With a sudden thud, Qi Chunjun slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet and pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Cheng, his voice brimming with fury. Zhang Cheng, what do you mean by this? At the same moment, the managers from the 6 supermarkets stood in unison, their faces darkening with displeasure as they regarded Zhang Cheng with scornful sneers. The general manager of Huaran glared at Zhang Cheng, his eyes ablaze with indignation. What is there to smile about? The recent actions of your New World Group surely warrant compensation to us, do they not? Is your New World Group so arrogant as to disregard us entirely? Zhang Cheng, we came here with the intention of discussing matters amicably. However, should you persist in this obstinacy, your New World Group will soon face retribution from the 6 national chain supermarkets. Think carefully. The manager of Sugwa stores snorted derisively and joined in the laughter. What do you think you are? Your New World Group may reign supreme in Jiangqing. But do you not realize that there are greater forces beyond your comprehension? What significance does your dominance in a mere small city hold? As I recall, you, Zhang Cheng, have been vanquished by external capital forces before. You should understand the might of capital. If you continue down this path, we would not hesitate to remind you of what capital power truly means. For you are, indeed, exceedingly weak. Zhang Cheng remained seated, observing the raucous laughter of the crowd with an unwavering calmness in his gaze. He chose silence, waiting for their tirade to conclude, for the office to gradually return to tranquility. At this moment, click, Su Kaishan lit a cigarette for Zhang Cheng, who took a deep drag. The smoke billowed from his lips as he surveyed them with a serene composure, then spoke with measured detachment. You have 30 seconds to vanish from my sight. The crowd was taken aback, disbelief filling their eyes. What? He wants us to disappear? Did I hear that correctly? He is giving us 30 seconds to leave? Qi Chuanjuan's eyes flared with a fiery rage, his face twisted in a sneer. Zhang Cheng, you want us to leave? Are you truly not jesting? Do you really intend to oppose us? Oppose? Zhang Cheng rose from his chair, countering with a question. He extinguished his cigarette, cast a glance at the crowd, and chuckled softly. Oppose? Do you truly consider yourselves worthy adversaries? Do you think you are fit to be my enemies? As his words hung in the air, Qi Chuanjuan's expression shifted dramatically, his fury threatening to erupt. His finger trembled as he pointed at Zhang Cheng, grinding his teeth. Zhang Cheng, your arrogance will exact a heavy toll. Indeed, addressing you as Mr. Zhang is merely a gesture of respect, since you have chosen not to respond. Then you shall await your fate. Zhang Cheng chuckled lightly. The cost? The cost is that you lot will be expelled from Jiangqing, and I shall ensure you are driven out of the southwest province as well. If you do not seek me out, I was just preparing to track you down. Who has given you the audacity to approach me with such negotiations? Qi Chunjun retorted with a cold laugh. Young man, are you not afraid that the wind will cause your tongue to slip? Before he could finish, Zhang Cheng interjected nonchalantly. Su Kaishan, withdraw 500 billion from the group account. Within 3 days, I demand the New World Shopping Center to be established throughout the Southwest Province. Wherever their 6 supermarkets are located, a New World Shopping Center must be directly across from them. Withdraw 500 billion? Compete against our supermarket alliance? You must be delusional. Do you truly believe New World can amass such a sum? Qi Chunjun regarded Zhang Cheng with a glint of mockery in his eyes. 500 billion? Blooming everywhere? You clearly have no grasp of what money signifies. How could such a worthless entity have reached such heights? Qi Chunjun perceived Zhang Cheng as boasting, believing that this young man was overly impulsive. Jealousy brewed within him. The more reckless one is, the quicker they fall. If he were to collapse, he could certainly seize his enterprise and propel it further. No one knew how adept Qi Chunjun was at concocting fantasies. Within moments, he had convinced himself that New World was already his, and he began plotting its future development. Su Kaishan, overhearing Zhang Cheng's words, felt a flicker of unease. However, with so many others present, he suppressed his curiosity and nodded in agreement. Zhang Cheng surveyed the crowd once more and stated, since you refuse to acknowledge the New World Group, the New World Shopping Center shall expand into the Southwest Province. As long as you supermarkets remain, my prices shall not rise. Afterward, Zhang Cheng glanced at the still-stunned assembly, checked his watch, and smiled at them. You have 15 seconds left. By the way, relay to your chairman that I had no intention of provoking you. However, you have come to me, and thus I must respond. You have gone too far, Zhang Cheng. Qi Chuanjuan's words trailed off as he was startled by a rumbling sound echoing from the corridor. What is that noise? At that moment, everyone in the room turned towards the entrance, their expressions filled with confusion. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and 20 men clad in security uniforms, emblazoned with the words New World across their chests, surged in, standing in formation at the doorway, their faces alert as they regarded the group. They then bowed deeply to Zhang Cheng, exclaiming, Mr. Zhang. Their voices resonated like thunder. Chi Chunjun and the others exchanged wary glances at the sight. These individuals clearly resembled the type of bodyguards who would act without hesitation, at a mere command from Zhang Cheng. They could very well find themselves meeting a dire fate right there. Chi Chunjun took a deep breath, preparing to step forward, only to find the security guard at the entrance staring at him with a serious expression. Startled, he instinctively shrank back, striving to calm himself. Chi Chunjun feigned composure and remarked, "Humph, Zhang Cheng, let us wait and see. We shall see whether your new world collapses first or we do." The others shook their sleeves, casting fearful glances at the bodyguard before following Chi Chunjun out of the office. At that moment, Su Kaishan looked at Zhang Cheng with concern and tentatively inquired, General Zhang, what you just said was true." Zhang Cheng nodded affirmatively. "You must act swiftly. Remember to be quick." After saying this, he gazed out at the distant horizon and murmured to himself, "Within 3 days, I shall ensure that the New World Shopping Center flourishes in 5 cities and 80 counties across the Southwest." Su Kaishan, who was about to turn and leave, stumbled upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, nearly falling to the ground. In his heart, he thought, "General Zhang, this is simply terrifying." Meanwhile, downstairs at the New World building, the 6 members of the Supermarket Alliance, after leaving Zhang Cheng's office, engaged in casual conversation. The manager of RT Mart wore a grim expression, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. "This kid is far too arrogant. How long can he continue to boast?" At that moment, the manager of Sugwa chuckled dismissively. "Ha! This is utterly hilarious. Don't take it too seriously, just treat it as a joke." Upon hearing Sugwa's words, the expressions of the others gradually softened. Chi Chunjun spat on the ground in disdain, then turned to look at the New World building. He is insufferably arrogant, believing that after defeating Haidai Supermarket, he is invincible. How dare he challenge the 6 of us national chain supermarkets? He is courting disaster. It's laughable that he thinks he can extract 500 billion from his account. Does he genuinely believe New World is worth that much? Just because he claims he can withdraw 500 billion means nothing. Is it not merely 500 yuan? He is still too young and utterly unaware of the realities of the world. I shall report today's events to the headquarters as soon as I return, so they can have a good laugh. A mere chain shopping center in Jiangxing dares to dream of driving us, the national chain supermarkets, out of the Southwest? Surely, he must be dreaming. Regarding Zhang Cheng's assertions, the 6 individuals downstairs did not take them too seriously. In their view, the prospect of mobilizing 500 billion was an arduous task for the capital forces behind them. It was not as simple as merely claiming the amount. How could New World possibly manage such a feat? Given the numerous endeavors the New World Group had recently undertaken, acquisitions, price wars, and the opening of dozens of stores, it was quite possible that New World was merely a fade, strong on the outside but weak within. Thus, they believed that Zhang Cheng would not be able to produce such an immense sum. Chapter 77, Dynamics and Stasis at the headquarters of the RT Mart Group. Within the conference room, the long table was filled with shareholders, all of whom gazed intently at the middle-aged man seated at the head. This man was none other than the current chairman of RT Mart Group, Hua Yufei. At that moment, a secretary clad in professional attire handed a phone to Hua Yufei. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, a hearty laugh escaped Hua Yufei's lips as he murmured, "How amusing. There are still those who wish to expel RT Mart from the Southwest province? How intriguing." After speaking, he took a sip from the teacup on the table. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the shareholders' faces, Hua Yufei set down his cup and gestured to the secretary. "Please enlighten them about the situation in the Southwest province." "Yes, Chairman Hua." The secretary nodded in acknowledgement. A moment later, the middle-aged man seated to Hua Yufei's right chuckled. "What? Such a ludicrous notion? A little-known company dares to dream of ousting RT Mart from the Southwest province? Did this person forget to bring their brain when they left the house?" After speaking, a hint of disdain flickered in the man's gaze. He dismissed the rumor as nothing more than a joke. Aware of the myriad strategies RT Mart had employed to reach its current standing, could a mere local company truly believe it could dislodge RT Mart from the Southwest? Wasn't that rather naive? The sentiment at the conference table resonated among the other shareholders. Many of them found the situation equally amusing. A shareholder seated beside Hua Yufei offered a wry smile, remarking, "Ah, the youth of today, so fiery in spirit. They'll come to their senses soon enough. Today's young people are utterly unreliable, speaking without a thought. Can such individuals truly foster a company's growth? Are they all just a bunch of fools?" This sentiment prompted a ripple of laughter among the shareholders. Hua Yufei, hearing their jovial banter, could not suppress his own mirth. his eyes drifting off into the distance, reflecting a trace of disdain. Internally, he scoffed, then said with a smirk, "I am quite curious to see how he intends to expel me from the Southwest." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Century Lianhua, in the chairman's office, the chairman sat comfortably in his chair, engrossed in a magazine. At that moment, a secretary leaned in and whispered a few words. The chairman set down the magazine, a glimmer of amusement crossing his eyes as he murmured, "Is this a joke? This must be a joke. Huh, expelling us from the Southwest province?" He then retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke. A playful smile adorned his face as he thought to himself, "A new world, is it? If you remain inactive, Century Lianhua will take action." After a considerable amount of time, chairpersons from 6 major national chain supermarkets across the country received the news, and they all chuckled in unison, dismissing Zhang Cheng's words as mere jest, soon casting it aside. The threat posed by the New World Group was of little concern to them. In Shilin City, at the RT-Mart supermarket on Chang'an Street, the store manager lounged comfortably in his chair, gazing through the office glass at the bustling shoppers selecting their desired goods from the shelves. A sense of pride swelled within him, recalling recent rumors. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he shared the matter with an employee, bursting into laughter. "I heard there's some so-called world group emerging in Zhang Cheng, foolishly thinking it can compete with our nationwide chain, RT-Mart? They even plan to establish a shopping center across from us. What a joke. Is that truly possible?" Before he could finish his sentence, a scream from an employee pierced the air. "Ah, what? What happened?" The manager turned his head, peering out the window towards the street. There, across from RT-Mart, a small mall had suddenly halted several construction vehicles, and a multitude of workers poured out, swiftly unloading a massive sign from the trucks. In unison, they replaced the mall's old sign with the new one, revealing an emblem that illuminated the sight of all onlookers, a radiant nebula. New World Group, New World Shopping Center. The RT-Mart manager watched in disbelief as the smile faded from his face, replaced by incredulity. Is this New World? He was about to rise from his chair, but he froze, utterly bewildered. Memories of earlier rumors flooded his mind. The New World Shopping Center was set to proliferate throughout the Southwest province. Instantly, cold sweat began to bead on his back. New World Shopping Center. He gazed at the newly unveiled sign on the street, his eyes filled with terror. An ominous premonition surged within him, leaving him at a loss. Stammering in his office, the manager murmured, New World. The New World Group has begun. This is all real." On Chang'an Street, Xiaoli was waiting at the traffic light when a cacophony of sounds reached his ears. He lifted his head to locate the source of the noise. The scene before him caused his eyes to widen in shock. The sign for the New World Shopping Center emerged in his line of sight. The former fruit market had vanished, transformed into New World. This is the New World Group, the New World Shopping Center. It's here, it has truly arrived. Xiaoli stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he recalled the recent rumors. New World was set to flourish throughout the Southwest province, aiming to oust the supermarket alliance. Previously, he found it somewhat amusing after hearing about it. How could such a thing be possible? How could the New World possess such strength? However, now he beheld the luminous sign ahead, emblazoned with 5 bold characters, New World Group. Xiaoli suddenly raised his hand, pointing at the sign with an expression of exhilaration. Shouting amidst the crowd, "New World! It is the New World Group." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire street erupted in commotion. "Look over there. The New World Shopping Center has opened." The prowess of the New World Group was astonishing. He had only just heard rumors, yet here it was, truly inaugurated. Moreover, the speed of it all was exhilarating. None of it was mere hearsay, it was all veritable. Could it be that the New World Group was indeed so affluent? To open so suddenly? My goodness, it was almost unfathomable. The New World Group had genuinely taken on the 6 supermarket alliances, embarking upon a competition. Countless individuals on the street, upon hearing the news, hastily set aside their tasks and rushed towards the New World Shopping Center. In that instant, the entirety of Chang'an Street was engulfed in astonishment, all eyes transfixed upon the New World sign, lost in bewilderment. Chapter 78, 185 Fireworks blooming on Chang'an Street. The patrons of the Dairun FA supermarket stood in stunned silence. As the New World Shopping Center across the street opened its doors, many shoppers, who had been browsing the aisles, abruptly abandoned their carts and rushed to the newly inaugurated venue. The allure of New World's affordability and discounts was undeniable. Inside the Run FA, an elderly lady, clutching a pack of toilet paper, froze in her tracks upon noticing the grand opening of the New World Shopping Center. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and excitement surged across her face, the wrinkles on her forehead rippling like waves. Could it be? New World had truly arrived. And at a staggering 40 off. "Hey, ma'am, do you still want that?" the cashier called out, pulling the lady from her reverie. She hastily shook her head, relinquishing the tissue pack and spinning on her heels to dash towards the New World, fearful of missing out on the treasures it held. "It's here. It's really here. 40% off. I must shop at New World," she exclaimed breathlessly. The sight of the elderly woman's fervent departure left the other customers in awe. The cashier, observing the throngs of people flocking to the opposite side, felt a surge of panic wash over him. After a moment, he muttered, "New World has truly opened." The rumors of its expansion across the entire Southwest region were not mere tales. The manager of the Run FA paced anxiously within the store, his face etched with worry as he witnessed the bustling business of New World. A sense of urgency flickered in his eyes. "What am I to do? In a mere moment, our clientele has been snatched away. How will I report this to headquarters?" In less than 20 minutes, the once bustling De Run FA, a vast supermarket spanning over 2,000 square meters, had become desolate. Only the staff and the manager remained, standing in bewildered silence amidst the empty aisles. Across the street, at the New World Shopping Center, the general manager surveyed the scene with a disdainful glance at the now quiet De Run FA. Brandishing a loudspeaker, he proclaimed, "All items at New World are 40 off. As long as other supermarkets in the Southwest remain operational, our prices will not increase. Join us for the grand opening extravaganza. Spend over 100 yuan and receive a lottery ticket at the entrance. First prize, a Mercedes-Benz. Second prize, a Great Wall car. Third prize, a Wuling Hongguang." This promotion will continue as long as the other supermarkets stand. After delivering his message, the manager gazed upon the throngs of eager shoppers before him, pride swelling in his chest. All of this was made possible by that young man. Once, there were youths who guided them step by step to the present, from Zhang Cheng to the current southwestern province. Meanwhile, the manager stood at the entrance, repeatedly shouting through a loudspeaker, his voice gradually resonating. With a sudden buzz, the crowd erupted into frenzy. Then, everyone on Chang'an Street succumbed to madness. Passers-by halted in their tracks, quickly realizing the situation, seizing their shopping bags and rushing towards the New World Shopping Center. The throng of pedestrians began to shout excitedly, "Hurry, hurry, grab it all. Everything is 40 off." Astonishingly, the grand prize was a Mercedes-Benz, a car worth hundreds of thousands. Don't push. Who knows when those supermarkets might crumble under New World as pressure and prices will never drop again. Such a rare opportunity. New World had finally arrived in Chang'an. A delightful prospect indeed. Not only were there discounts, but shopping was also unrestricted, pure bliss. At that moment, no one was devoid of excitement, and no one lacked happiness. Simultaneously, Xiao Lu drove his boss's BMW along Chang'an Street, observing the numerous vehicles that rendered the road impassable. He couldn't help but mutter, "What kind of people are these? Lacking any civility?" As he pressed the horn incessantly, impatience flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Lu noticed something ahead, and his eyes widened in surprise. He exclaimed, "Where is the fruit market? Where has it gone? Is this the New World Shopping Center?" Gazing at the grand sign, his body tensed with anticipation. It had truly arrived. At that moment, a stout man passing by seemed to recognize Xiao Lu and called out, "Xiao Lu, why are you dawdling in the car? Hurry and shop. New World is open. Everything is 40 off." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu's expression shifted dramatically, murmuring, "40 off? The entire store?" Shock filled his eyes. He quickly parked the car, grabbed his wallet from the passenger seat, and sprinted towards the New World Shopping Center. The entire populace on Chang'an Street rushed madly towards it. A sharp sound pierced the air, followed by the resounding bang 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 of fireworks lighting up the sky over Xiling City. Bursting forth in splendid display, on a street adjacent to Chang'an, across from Sugwa Supermarket, another New World Shopping Center had opened. The staff, including the manager at Sugwa, stood frozen in disbelief. The manager staring blankly at the newly inaugurated New World Shopping Center, a glimmer of incredulity in his eyes. He had claimed he would open New World across the entire southwestern province, and he had truly done so. But what about the 6 supermarkets? As this thought crossed the Sugwa manager's mind, his calves trembled uncontrollably, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. Once more, fireworks exploded in the sky above Xiling City. Subsequently, the openings of New World shopping centers continued unabated. Without exception, The 6 supermarkets within the Supermarket Alliance faced the relentless emergence of the New World shopping centers. In the span of half a day, 185 New World shopping centers unveiled their doors across Shilin City. The sky was adorned with the ascent of 185 fireworks, bursting forth in resplendent colors. On this day, the entirety of Shilin City, comprising all major supermarkets, smaller shops, convenience stores, shopping malls, and chain establishments, was utterly and irrevocably diminished. Apart from the New World, the remaining retail landscape lay desolate, echoing with the absence of patrons. For the New World had arrived. Throughout the day, across the Southwest province, New World shopping centers continued to open in various cities and counties, propelled by Zhang Cheng's resolute declaration, "I shall drive everyone out of the Southwest province. I shall ensure that New World shopping centers flourish throughout the land." Chapter 79. Acquisition of New World Group in Jiangcheng, on Chongqing Road. A low hum reverberated through the street as 30 black sedans escorted a singular red Hongqi L5, gradually coming to a halt before the New World shopping center, formerly dominated by the Hetian Club and the Earth Group. With a rustle, all car doors swung open. Over 50 staff members clad in black suits disembarked, positioning themselves alongside the luxurious vehicle. Once, the Hetian Club had boasted more than 100 personnel, all proudly adorned with the emblem of the New World Group. A line of over 100 individuals formed, holding their breath, their gazes filled with reverence directed towards the red Hongqi L5. With a decisive motion, the car door opened. A foot emerged from within, revealing the youthful visage of a boy. He smoothed the edges of his light blue suit, a gentle breeze stirring the bangs on his forehead. Zhang Cheng lifted his gaze to behold the sign of the New World Shopping Center, the former Earth Group. What was once lost has now been reclaimed. The New World will make its presence known to all, Zhang Cheng murmured to himself, stepping forward. Hundreds bowed in unison, respectfully exclaiming, "President Zhang." The familiar surroundings. The echoes of the past enveloped him. Standing in the office, he surveyed the unchanged environment, reminiscent of the Earth as he once knew it. The Earth he had misplaced was now restored to him. Though the Earth may have vanished, the New World has emerged anew. Zhang Cheng, now a man transformed from the boy he was 3 years prior, no longer bore the naivety of his youth. The New World would embody the audacity of the Earth, proclaiming that the Earth is synonymous with the New World, and vice versa. Silently affirming this, he turned to depart, unwilling to linger. For more pressing matters awaited him, the pivotal moment of the New World Group's confrontation with 6 major conglomerates. In the span of a single day, the New World Shopping Center had spread across the entirety of the Southwest province. The New World Group had transcended its local fame in Jiangcheng, gaining recognition throughout the province. News outlets reported, and discussions flourished online. From this modest Jiangcheng, a corporate entity had risen abruptly, making the New World Group the hottest topic in the Southwest province. Speculation abounded regarding why the New World dared to oppose 6 national supermarket chains and the extent of its financial resources. Meanwhile, in the metropolis of Modu, at the headquarters of the RT Mart Group, a conference room was occupied by 6 middle-aged men, all dressed in formal attire, their expressions grave. Each of these individuals held a significant position within the retail industry of China, being the chief executive officers and executive chairman of 6 major national supermarket chains. They had convened due to the ramifications brought forth by the New World Group. As the host, Hua Yufei was the first to speak. Smiling at the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a while." The attendees responded with polite smiles. Hua Yufei grasped the documents in his hand and continued, "You are all directors of the Yifan Group, so I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries and speak candidly." He tossed the documents onto the table, declaring, "The actions of New World have crossed the boundaries of my Dairon FA. It is time for me to take action. What about the rest of you? Will you join in, or?" Before he could finish, Han Yang, the chairman of Sugua, interrupted, "Brother Hua, New World is such a substantial pie. Sugua certainly deserves a slice." A flicker of disdain crossed Han Yang's eyes at the mention of New World. He was already surprised that New World managed to undermine the Hetian Chamber of Commerce, and he had not paid much attention to them. However, New World had indeed encroached upon Sugua's limits, and he was more than willing to partake in the spoils. The New World Group was truly not worthy of Han Yang's concern, yet their recent actions left him with no choice but to respond. The executives of the remaining groups were also simmering with frustration over New World's antics, and upon hearing this, they readily consented. Su Mingwei, the chairman of Huayuan Wanjia, set down his teacup and remarked nonchalantly, "The cake has grown so large, It is time to carve out a portion. Su Minghui, being older than the others present, bore the marks of time on his weathered face, yet his sharp eyes betrayed a spirit that remained youthful. New World has indeed surprised me, he chuckled. Perhaps this is for the best. It allows Century Lianhua to cease its losses. Though he spoke with a smile, the fury in his eyes was unmistakable. After several days, the revenue from over 100 stores in the Southwest province had barely reached 5% of their usual earnings. So he was certainly in favor of such a course of action. Hua Yufei's lips curled into a sly smile. Let us divide it, with a share from New World. We can recover our losses. Han Yang glanced at the documents on the table and sneered. In my day of business, did he ever stand a chance? Just a self-important little trinket. He.s. aiming at the likes of us, the early birds. If New World were merely opposing one or two of them, the rest would not meddle. At this stage, their businesses were operating profitably even without effort. However, New World had grown too bold. Or perhaps Zhang Cheng did not regard them with any seriousness, offending all 6 groups in one fell swoop and causing significant losses. Thus, they found themselves gathered together, amicably discussing how to deal with New World, focusing on the distribution of the spoils. Had New World not encroached upon their limits, they would not have deemed it necessary to unite against him, for that would only invite ridicule. Half an hour later, everyone settled down. From this moment forth, the Supermarket Alliance was officially established. 6 nationally recognized supermarket chains, formidable forces capable of shaking the retail industry, have united for a common purpose, to seize a share of the New World. Ultimately, the Supermarket Alliance decided that their first course of action would be to acquire the New World Group. On the same day, the RT-Mart Group, Sutsu Group, China Resources Vanguard Group, Century Lianhua Group, Heiga Group, and Carrefour Group simultaneously issued statements. These 6 conglomerates shared a singular objective: to inform everyone that, due to the New World, they had formed the Supermarket Alliance. Concurrently, the Supermarket Alliance released another announcement that sent shockwaves across the internet. Were they truly planning to acquire the New World? A post suddenly emerged on Weibo, stating that the 6 groups had come together to form a supermarket alliance with intentions to acquire the New World. This revelation sparked widespread speculation among Weibo users regarding the true identity of the New World Group. What could possibly compel these 6 entities to unite, risking their reputations? The prospect of the Supermarket Alliance acquiring the New World left everyone on Weibo in a state of astonishment. Chapter 80. The shocking announcement to Zhang Cheng. The Supermarket Alliance has officially released a statement via Weibo. Currently, our Supermarket Alliance has dispatched a professional team to Jiangxing to negotiate with the New World Group. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the New World Group is poised to be acquired by the Supermarket Alliance, which will take over all New World shopping centers in the Southwest province. Should the New World Group decline, the Supermarket Alliance will employ its capital to fundamentally suppress New World in the Southwest, as the latter has significantly disrupted the order of the retail market. We shall render New World incapable of advancing. As the news from the Supermarket Alliance spread, bewilderment erupted across the internet, plunging everyone into an uproar. What is this situation? Are they truly going to acquire the New World Group? How audacious of the Supermarket Alliance to make such a claim. It is utterly shameless. As someone pointed out, the New World Group is merely a small company. Do you really need to band together to confront it? How utterly disgraceful. Our Jiangxing has finally produced a private entrepreneur. Why treat him this way? Just because your groups are larger and more numerous, does that grant you the license to act with impunity? It is infuriating. This is clearly a threat to New World. If they do not acquiesce, a price war will ensue. How can New World possibly compete against your 6 conglomerates? The situation is dire. New World is already operating at a 60 discount in the Southwest, and the Supermarket Alliance will certainly go even lower, 50, 40. This time, the New World Group is truly finished. While discussions raged across the internet, reporters had already gathered outside the headquarters of the New World Group. Within minutes, journalists from Jiangxing Finance, local news outlets, and numerous onlookers had congregated at the building's entrance, the crowd swelling by the moment. Each reporter from the various companies stood below, their faces alight with excitement, occasionally glancing into the distance for any sign of vehicles from the Supermarket Alliance. An experienced finance journalist, Gui Yongfei, paced restlessly, his eyes betraying his thrill as he murmured, "This is a commercial battle, a clash between conglomerates, 7 groups embroiled in rivalry." Such a spectacle of corporate warfare is a rare occurrence, a once-in-a-century event. As the journalists awaited developments, casual conversations ensued. And in turn glanced at her watch and turned to a familiar reporter, Why haven't they arrived yet? When will the acquisition team from the Supermarket Alliance show up? They should be here shortly. Do you think the New World Group will concede? Will they be absorbed by the Supermarket Alliance? If I were the chairman of New World, I would opt to sell rather than offend anyone in the Supermarket Alliance. Selling would allow both parties to walk away content, with a tidy sum in hand. If they refuse to sell, then hope is truly lost. No matter how affluent New World's owner may be, can he rival the wealth of these conglomerates? These conglomerates have developed over the course of more than a decade. Do you have any idea of the combined market value of the groups behind the Supermarket Alliance? And what is the market value of the New World Group? As a group of reporters conversed, a convoy from another province appeared in their line of sight. They have arrived. The members of the Supermarket Alliance are here. Indeed, the rumors were true. They have come in person. It seems the Supermarket Alliance is resolutely determined to acquire the New World. A row of black Mercedes-Benz vehicles slowly approached and came to a halt beneath the New World building. As the doors opened, the head of negotiations from the Supermarket Alliance stepped out, followed by the negotiation team and legal advisors. Mr. Ding, may I boldly inquire your thoughts on the Supermarket Alliance's acquisition? If New World refuses the acquisition, will the Supermarket Alliance resort to a price war to undermine them? Could you share how much funding the Supermarket Alliance has allocated for the acquisition of New World? What is your confidence level regarding the acquisition of the New World Group? Mr. Ding, the head of the Supermarket Alliance, fastened the buttons on his suit, a flicker of pride gleaming in his eyes. He smiled at the reporters and stated, "As for the Supermarket Alliance's acquisition of the New World Group, I have no comment. However, it is essential for everyone to understand that in the face of absolute power, any resistance is futile. Should there be individuals who believe otherwise, they are, without a doubt, akin to a moth flying into the flame, utterly misjudging their own capabilities." Upon hearing this, the reporters were left in astonishment. They had not even met, yet the confrontation had begun. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of the New World Group's office, Zhang Cheng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the proud Mr. Ding greeting the reporters below. A faint smile graced Zhang Cheng's lips as he remarked softly, "Su Kaishan, please ask the representatives of the Supermarket Alliance to come up. I have matters to discuss with him." "Certainly, Mr. Zhang." With that, Su Kaishan exited the office. A few minutes later, Mr. Ding entered Zhang Cheng's office. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed the young man at the window smiling at him. The youth's smile was not merely polite, it carried an air of disdain. A flicker of confusion crossed Ding Jian's eyes as he scrutinized the young man before him. Indeed, he was quite young. It was impressive that a young individual could develop a company to such heights. One could not help but acknowledge the youth's capabilities. A young entrepreneur like this was a first for him. However, such details had become inconsequential. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Ding Jian handed his briefcase to an aide and stood in the office, looking down at Zhang Cheng with an air of superiority. Zhang Cheng smiled, gesturing to an empty seat beside him with polite invitation. "Please, take a seat." Ding Jian glanced at Zhang Cheng, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he chuckled lightly. "There is no need to sit. Mr. Zhang should be well aware of my intentions for this visit." "Yes? Speak." Ding Jian remarked casually, "I can understand some of the recent actions taken by Mr. Zhang. After all, I too have traversed the path of youth. It is quite admirable that Mr. Zhang, at such a young age, has managed to elevate his enterprise to its current stature. However, one must recognize that there are moments when humility is essential. One cannot afford to be overly arrogant. The achievements of the groups behind me have not been attained without diligence." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Cheng interjected, "Just get to the point." Ding Jian chuckled, assuming a tone of seasoned wisdom, and addressed Zhang Cheng, "Young man, one must not approach matters with such impulsiveness. Doing so will undoubtedly offend many, and your accomplishments may stagnate." At this, Zhang Cheng could not help but smile faintly, and replied coolly, "Listen carefully, my impatience is of no concern to you. Simply state your intentions. I have no time for idle chatter, understand?" He lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip before adding, "You have 1 minute. After that, you may leave." Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Ding Jian's eyes as he coldly laughed. "Oh, Mr. Zhang, are you growing impatient so soon? I share all this for your benefit, lest I reveal shocking news that a young person like you may find difficult to bear." He chuckled, "Shocking news." Chapter 81. A minute. You may depart. Zhang Cheng sat in his chair, casting a glance at Ding Jian, who appeared somewhat amusing to him. A shocking revelation? What constitutes such a revelation? A faint smile played upon Zhang Cheng's lips as he set down his teacup, inviting. Then, Please enlighten me with this astonishing news." Upon hearing this, Ding Jian chuckled, his gaze fixed on Zhang Cheng, pride flickering in his eyes. "Outsiders hailed your new world as formidable, yet from my perspective, it appears rather unremarkable. Hearing my assertion, you seem compelled to inquire further." It must be said, Ding Jian's thoughts were somewhat inflated. Zhang Cheng's simple response led him to mistakenly believe that Zhang Cheng was intimidated, faltering in his resolve. Puffing out his chest, Ding Jian proclaimed with arrogance, "Zhang Cheng, considering the challenges you've faced in your endeavors, our supermarket alliance has decided to extend a helping hand. We are willing to make an exception and acquire your New World Group and its subsidiary, New World Shopping Center, for a sum of 2 billion. At this juncture, noticing Zhang Cheng's lack of reaction, a glimmer of surprise crossed Ding Jian's eyes. He then took the contract presented by the legal team and placed it before Zhang Cheng, adding, "Mr. Zhang, 2 billion is no small fortune. To be frank, your New World Group has its fair share of embellishments, which I shall refrain from discussing. Ultimately, you stand to gain from this deal, as 2 billion could suffice for a lifetime. Frankly speaking, your descendants could benefit from it too, a lifetime of luxury and prosperity. A fortune that others can only envy." A sudden burst of laughter escaped Su Kaishan, who stood beside Zhang Cheng, unable to contain himself at Ding Jian's incessant bluster. Were it not for the need to maintain the image of New World, he would have approached Ding Jian to ask, "My friend, what emboldens you to propose an acquisition before Mr. Zhang? Is it the backing of your supermarket alliance? Or do you presume that Mr. Zhang is in dire financial straits? Or perhaps you believe Mr. Zhang's youth renders him vulnerable? Since when has the New World Group been on the receiving end of acquisitions? Moreover, 2 billion? Does the New World Group truly lack such resources?" At that moment, Ding Jian cast a fierce glare at the still laughing Su Kaishan, as if to say, "A servant should know his place. This is a conversation between me and your master." Observing Zhang Cheng's unwavering composure, even as he did not cast a glance at the contract laid before him, Ding Jian felt a surge of anger, tinged with mockery. "Ha, still too young," he scoffed. "Do you think I'm letting you play the part? You feigned depth before me. Soon, you shall find yourself weeping." Ding Jian's heart smirked coldly as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Mr. Zhang, if you decline, are you aware of the consequences that may follow?" Zhang Cheng met his gaze with calm indifference, replying serenely, "I am not aware. You must think carefully. By doing so, you have irreparably offended the supermarket alliance. You will face the formidable pressure of 6 major national supermarket chains, wielding vast capital to utterly annihilate your New World Group. By that time, there will be no opportunity for regret." After speaking, Ding Jian stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing proudly out the window. He was certain that Zhang Cheng would soon appear before him, ready to concede and apologize, allowing him to chastise him before proceeding to acquire the New World Group. Thus, his mission would be accomplished. Just as Ding Jian was lost in fantasies of what would unfold, an impatient voice interrupted his reverie. "If that is all, you may leave now," Zhang Cheng said without even glancing at him, his tone dripping with impatience. Ding Jian was taken aback. "I have already stated that I am the representative sent by the Supermarket Alliance to negotiate with you. Is this how you speak to me? Have you become foolish with fear or simply arrogant? Are you dismissing me so soon?" Moments later, Ding Jian narrowed his eyes at Zhang Cheng, his voice laced with a hint of menace. "Are you certain? Are you truly willing to turn down an invitation for civility in favor of punishment?" Zhang Cheng replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for such grandiloquence. In a month, I will drive all of you out of Southwest Province." Ding Jian burst into laughter. "A month? What a joke. Indeed, young people are masters of boasting. Even now, you dare to make such claims. Huh, you believe that your New World can expel the Supermarket Alliance in a mere month?" Ding Jian continued to laugh, clearly disregarding Zhang Cheng's words. Zhang Cheng rose from his chair, his gaze sharp as he addressed him. "I believe you may be mistaken. I never jest with those who are not my friends. Do you think you are one of my friends? You shall soon see whether I am joking." After saying this, Zhang Cheng turned to Su Kaishan beside him and waved his hand. "Su Kaishan, please escort our guest out." Ding Jian, momentarily stunned by Zhang Cheng's words, found himself dazed as he reached the door. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at Zhang Cheng, realization dawning within him. "Zhang Cheng, are you truly determined to oppose the Supermarket Alliance? Do you not understand the magnitude of our financial power? The extent of our influence? Are you aware of the capabilities of the Supermarket Alliance? We can sever your New World Shopping Center's supply chain at any moment. No supplier in Southwest Province will continue to provide you with goods. Although you have stockpiled a considerable amount, how long do you believe New World can endure? No one will persist in a losing venture, and you will be no exception. Young man, you will never comprehend what true strength and real capital pressure entail. As Ding Jian spoke, his figure gradually receded into the distance. As he descended the stairs, he could not help but calm his agitated spirit. He had never anticipated that such a small entity as New World would genuinely stand unafraid against the supermarket alliance, which comprised 6 publicly listed conglomerates. All atop the hierarchy in Huaxia, he straightened his somewhat disheveled suit, preparing to face the reporters awaiting him downstairs. However, as he descended, he found himself waiting in vain, as no journalists appeared. A flicker of confusion crossed Ding Jian's eyes, prompting him to stride out of the lobby. Upon reaching the base of the building and gazing at the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before him, a procession of several luxury vehicles came to a gradual halt, each emblazoned with the insignia of Waha Group. A throng of individuals surged forward, their faces alight with excitement. What was happening today? Another major corporation had arrived. Just 2 minutes later, yet another convoy of business vehicles arrived, each window adorned with the logo of Li Bai Group. Ding Jian gasped in astonishment. What on earth was transpiring? Chapter 82. A convergence of corporations in quick succession, another convoy came to a halt. Each vehicle adorned with the same emblem, Mastercon Group. The journalists gathered below were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless as they watched the individuals disembark from the vehicles. Brushing past them, each person donned a uniform, with a badge emblazoned with the Mastercon Group insignia prominently displayed on their chests. It was only after several groups vanished from sight, making their way into the grand hall of the New World Group, that reality began to sink in. What is happening? My goodness, even a giant enterprise like Mastercon has arrived. Moments later, yet another convoy arrived at the building's entrance, leaving the reporters in awe, jaws agape. Good heavens! Is that the Seven Wolves Group? Unbelievable! Even the illustrious Matai Group is here. What on earth is going on? This is astonishing. Why are so many prominent companies gathering at the New World Group? The journalists on site erupted into frenzied exclamations. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for them. Today had brought forth an extraordinary spectacle. They exchanged whispers, speculating fervently. My goodness, what could this mean? What capabilities does New World possess that could attract such a plethora of major corporations? I find it perplexing. How could this nascent entity, New World, possibly be connected to these established giants? I struggle to comprehend it. Truly, I am baffled. New World Group lacks the business portfolio that would justify collaboration with such illustrious firms. Everyone present turned their gaze toward the slowly arriving conglomerates, a flicker of confusion evident in their eyes. No one could fathom the reason behind this gathering of enterprises at New World, nor their underlying motives. Ding Jian stood rooted for a considerable time, gradually regaining his composure, before a sardonic smile crept across his face. Heh, the arrival of these companies is inconsequential. Having offended my supermarket alliance, I wonder how long they can sustain themselves? In the realm of business, secrets are but an illusion. Before Ding Jian and his team could return to the bustling metropolis, news had already permeated the entirety of the internet. The supermarket alliance's attempt to acquire New World Group had ultimately failed. Following this, New World Group would be subjected to a barrage of capital assaults from all factions of the supermarket alliance. As rumors spread, the entire network erupted, with widespread concern mounting for New World Group. It was dire. This time, New World Group was truly in jeopardy. Alas, having rejected the acquisition by the supermarket alliance, what course of action would New World undertake next? They were not merely contending with a minor player like Haitian Supermarket, but rather 6 formidable conglomerates. What could the chairman of New World Group be thinking? Why did he refuse to sell? If it were me, I would have certainly sold to the supermarket alliance, as it would at least prevent enmity with such a multitude of corporations. I cannot fathom the logic behind it. How could a local brand group dare to confront these seasoned enterprises with decades of experience? I find myself inexplicably pained for the New World Group. An inspiring narrative of a grassroots company rising against the odds, now besieged by the pressures of formidable conglomerates. The entrepreneurial journey, as it turns out, is far from the simplistic ideal we often envision. Regardless of others' opinions, I wholeheartedly support Mr. Zhang. He is a source of pride for our Zhang Cheng, a commendable figure indeed. Life is a quest for dignity. How can one ascertain their capabilities without endeavoring to try? As noted above, young entrepreneurs like Mr. Zhang are worthy of our emulation. Even in the event of failure, he remains a symbol of pride for Zhang Cheng. However, while Mr. Zhang's courage is commendable, has he contemplated the repercussions of his current actions? Is it feasible for the supermarket alliance to allow him to navigate this turbulence unscathed? At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a particular post surfaced quietly on Weibo's trending list. Many bewildered netizens, idly scrolling through their feeds, instinctively glanced at the trending topics and were met with the conspicuous mention of the New World Group. Curiosity piqued. They clicked on the link, only to be met with a cascade of emotions, falling into a contemplative silence. A supermarket alliance composed of 6 major conglomerates is a formidable force, yet New World has dared to reject it? What lies ahead for the New World Group? Chen Fan, a sophomore student, having just finished a game, habitually took out his phone to scroll through Weibo, a daily ritual. His gaze fell upon the trending topics, and he was startled to see New World Group highlighted in red. He murmured to himself, New World Group. Suddenly, a youthful visage emerged in his mind, a boy he had encountered 2 years prior at the entrance of Phylong University, clad in casual attire, with bangs cascading over his forehead. The boy had confidently extended his hand, introducing himself. Hello, I am Zhang Cheng. We shall be classmates henceforth. The boy wore a self-assured smile, his profound gaze setting him apart from his peers. As Chen Fan finished reading the post on Weibo, a shadow of sorrow crossed his features, enveloping him in silence. Once, this boy had been an idol to all the students. No, he still is an idol to many. Lost in thought, Zhang Haiyang, a sophomore, felt his eyes slowly welling up. He could not fathom the reason for his tears. Perhaps it was simply the realization of the struggles the boy had faced to reach this point, and the injustice of the hostility directed towards him. What wrong had the boy committed? Chen Fan wiped away a tear and then clicked to comment beneath the Weibo post. Earth. The new world of today has encountered innumerable challenges on its journey thus far, with countless detractors along the way. Yet, it has repeatedly persevered, surprising everyone. Regardless of others' opinions, I steadfastly believe that this time, the new world shall not falter, and it will continue its journey, reaching even greater heights. New World, you must press on. After Chen Fan clicked send, he closed his phone and gazed out the window toward the direction of the new world, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, at the luxurious Thompson Riviera, Li Ming's father sat in the living room sipping tea. A subtle calm radiated from his demeanor, yet his gaze seemed more intricate than usual, the faint wrinkles on his forehead betraying his age. Setting down his teacup, he picked up a document to examine. 22. He silently drew a breath, a flicker of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Despite being the head of a clan, he was profoundly shaken. At merely 22, after enduring bankruptcy, he had founded the New World Group, earning the respect of major corporations across the nation. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. However, one is still too young. How can ambition alone achieve greatness? Surrounded by 6 supermarket chains, his foundation remains precarious, and his financial resources are limited. Should the supermarket alliance sever his supply channels, he would find it nearly impossible to recover. What a pity! He had initially believed in Li Ming's vision. Yet now it seemed merely that. The man shook his head, his expression unruffled, as if in his heart, this was a matter of little significance. Ordinary people remain blissfully unaware that the name Zhang Cheng has already resonated through the upper echelons of society in China. Everyone knows that in a river city of the southwest province, an extraordinary young talent has emerged. Chapter 83. Acting in silence following the dissemination of posts on Weibo. The entire southwestern province, and indeed all of China, came to learn of an astonishing event. In the lesser-known city of Jiangcheng within the southwestern province, a formidable figure emerged, a new entity known as the New World Group. This group boldly declared war on the supermarket industry, challenging 6 major national conglomerates. Such a sensational occurrence was indeed remarkable, yet it transpired with undeniable authenticity. Within mere hours, the news had spread widely, becoming common knowledge. No one was unaware of the New World Group or its enigmatic figure, Mr. Zhang. Curiosity abounded regarding the identity of this Mr. Zhang. Who was he? And from whence did he hail? Rumors regarding Zhang Cheng and the New World Group circulated throughout the southwestern province. Amidst the myriad speculations, the truth remained elusive. Yet, as a result of these developments, many inexplicably found themselves drawn to the New World Group. They admired its rise from humble beginnings to a renowned conglomerate throughout the southwestern province, appreciated its unconventional approach to business, and respected its steadfast adherence to a unique ethos. Consequently, when the Ruifing Group, one of the 6 supermarkets in the alliance, made an official statement on Weibo, the online community erupted in outrage, with many expressing their discontent. The Ruifing Group proclaimed, "The New World Group has rejected the acquisition proposal from the Supermarket Alliance. We announced that effective immediately, all Ruifing supermarkets in the southwestern province will offer a 60% discount, welcoming both new and returning customers." Upon this announcement, internet users rallied to support the New World Group. Goodness, Ruifing Group, do you not possess any sense of shame? This is utterly excessive, they exclaimed. Is it merely because you are a large corporation that you resort to such tactics? This is blatant suppression of newcomers, and it tarnishes the industry's reputation. How can the Supermarket Alliance behave in such a manner, fully aware that the New World Group cannot compete? You are clearly exploiting your advantage. Such shamelessness is truly contemptible. 6 supermarket chains conspiring against the New World Group is a disgraceful act that you present as noble. How embarrassing for the retail industry. If you truly have the means, why not engage in a price war with the New World Group alone? Just because you are numerous does not warrant your arrogance. The outcry across the internet did not concern the members of the Supermarket Alliance. Victory was their only objective, regardless of the means. After all, the marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Following Ruifing's announcement, the Sugwa Group also took to Weibo. The New World Group has severely impacted market development. Effective immediately, all Sugwa stores and supermarkets in the southwestern province will offer a 60% discount, welcoming both new and returning customers. The Century Lianhua Group declared, starting today, all stores and supermarkets in the southwestern province will offer a 60% discount. And finally, the Huaran Wanjia Group proclaimed, in the southwestern province, all stores and supermarkets will offer a 60% discount. As long as the New World Shopping Center remains operational, Huaran Wanjia will maintain its prices. In a matter of minutes, all 6 groups within the Supermarket Alliance officially announced a staggering 40% discount. This time, no concessions were made for the market in the southwest region. As the Supermarket Alliance launched a full-scale counteroffensive, the news left everyone in the southwest province in a state of bewilderment. The announcement of a 40% discount was nothing short of shocking. For many shopping enthusiasts, this clash between the 2 factions signaled the onset of a new shopping frenzy. This time, the Supermarket Alliance was not jesting, they were utterly serious. A 40% discount across the entire southwest province? They intended to leverage their absolute capital advantage to utterly obliterate the New World Group in that region. Each supermarket offered the same enticing price, leading one to ponder whether the New World Group could withstand such a blow. No one knew for certain. Even those citizens who still had faith in the New World Group began to experience a flicker of doubt. This was not merely a single supermarket, it was 6. If one supermarket incurred a loss of 5 million a day, would the New World Group be able to endure a loss of 30 million daily? All eyes turned to the official Weibo account of the New World Group, eager to discern their stance. Yet, they were met with silence. The New World Group exhibited no reaction. Meanwhile, across the approximately 500 New World shopping centers in the southwest, supermarket managers received a message. Prices were silently adjusted to a remarkable 35% discount. The New World shopping centers, still at that 35% discount, a price that had once decimated Haitian supermarket, remained unchanged. Simultaneously, in the headquarters of the Dairun FA in the bustling metropolis, Hua Yufei leaned back in his chair, quietly smoking a cigarette. A flicker of surprise crossed his brow as he recalled the report from his secretary. His expression darkened. His teeth clenched in frustration as he muttered, 35% discount. Zhang Cheng, who instilled such audacity in you to dare undercut the prices of our Supermarket Alliance? Are you truly prepared to contend with us to the bitter end? Do you not know your limitations? With just a spit from each of us in the Alliance, we could drown you. How a derisive smile curled at the corners of Hua Yufei's lips as he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed the Sugwa Group. Hello, Chairman Han, he greeted. Hua Leoj, came the voice from the other end. Hua Yufei continued, today, the New World has slashed their prices again, down to 35%. In the office of the chairman of Sugwa Group, Han Yang felt no surprise upon hearing this news. Just 2 minutes earlier, he had already been informed of the development. When he learned that New World had dropped their prices to 35%, a glimmer of unexpected intrigue flickered in his eyes. A price reduction? Who granted the New World such audacity to challenge our 6 groups? Han Yang ignited a cigarette. Drawing in a deep breath and exhaling a dense cloud of smoke, his gaze fixed upon the New World shopping center across the street. A flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. After a brief pause, he turned around, holding up the phone, and remarked, "Since the youth are impractical and wish to incur losses, let them suffer the consequences. Indeed, I share your sentiments." "What do they say?" Han Yang casually inquired while lifting the teacup from the table. Hua Yufei, well aware that Han Yang was referring to the other conglomerates, chuckled softly. "With the new world in such a state, do they have the luxury to ponder?" Haha, quite right. If we are to proceed, let us do so on a grander scale. Reach out to suppliers in the southwest. Upon hearing laughter from the other end of the line, Han Yang joined in, showing no dissent to Hua Yufei's words. After concluding the call, Han Yang shook his head, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the New World Shopping Center, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, silently vowing, "Soon, everything will come to fruition." The next day, the RT Mart Group announced a 30% discount across the board. Following suit, the other 5 conglomerates also offered the same discount. The chairman of RT Mart stood by the window of his office, confidence shimmering in his distant gaze as he calmly proclaimed, "This time, you shall have no opportunities left." Chapter 84. Selection of suppliers in the Southwest Province. The Supermarket Alliance has once again unified its front. In the entire Southwest Province, with the exception of the New World Shopping Center, all supermarkets and stores are offering a discount of 30%. This time, no one ridiculed the Supermarket Alliance for their 30% discount. Instead, they were left in a state of shock, astonished by the financial backing of the conglomerate behind the alliance. While citizens had previously experienced prices even lower than 30%, such as the 10% discount at Haitai Supermarket, this seemed insignificant compared to the 30% offered by the Supermarket Alliance. Despite the prowess of Haitai Supermarket, it was merely a local entity in Zhang Cheng, whereas the Supermarket Alliance represents a nationwide chain of 6 renowned brands. The news sent shockwaves throughout the Southwest. The chairpersons of the 6 groups within the Supermarket Alliance convened in a meeting room. Alongside the top 5 suppliers in the Southwest Province, Meng Wenbin, the head of the Shanghai Group, one of the top 3 suppliers, wore a troubled expression as he observed the camaraderie among the directors of the Supermarket Alliance, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Within the meeting room, Meng recognized several familiar suppliers, and their exchanged glances revealed a shared concern. At that moment, Hua Yufei and others concluded their discussions, turned their attention to the suppliers who had nearly settled in, and greeted them with smiles. Then, with a tone of authority, he addressed the gathered suppliers. "Esteemed suppliers, our supermarkets within the alliance have maintained a long-standing partnership with you. We now have but one request. In light of the prevailing circumstances, we hope you will cease supplying the New World Group." Upon finishing his statement, Hua Yu took a sip from his teacup. Silence enveloped the room. The suppliers exchanged glances, each remaining mute. Hua Yu, observing their expressions, chuckled inwardly, choosing not to speak further. In the current scenario between the Supermarket Alliance and the New World Group, no one would be foolish enough to oppose them. At this juncture, a middle-aged supplier hesitated momentarily, gazing at the composed Hua Yufei with a worried expression. "Mr. Hua," he began, "you are aware that we, as suppliers, primarily provide goods to supermarkets and stores, earning only modest profits. If we refuse to supply New World now, and they subsequently dominate the Southwest Province, we suppliers may face dire consequences." Although the supplier exhibited a degree of trepidation towards the power of the Supermarket Alliance, the issue of personal interest compelled him to voice his concerns. In response, Hua Yufei erupted into laughter. "Huh, you believe the New World Group will dominate the Southwest Province? Do you think we, the supermarkets, are mere decorations?" The supplier, noticing a subtle shift in Hua Yu's demeanor, quickly forced a sheepish smile. "Mr. Hua, no, that was not my intention. You understand, we suppliers rely on providing goods to supermarkets. If, in due course, no group procures from us, it would be tantamount to our ruin." Before I could finish my statement, Hua Yufei interjected with a dismissive wave. "Huh, do you truly believe that New World could be a rival to our Supermarket Alliance? What a joke." At that moment, Han Yang, the chairman of Sugua, rose from his seat, his eyes betraying a flicker of impatience as he spoke coolly. "Everyone is aware of our capabilities. One simple directive: cease all supplies to New World Shopping Center, 1 million per entity." As his words resonated, the expressions of the suppliers in attendance shifted dramatically, their gazes reflecting contemplation. 1 million? To withhold supplies from New World Group and receive 1 million? Such a straightforward proposition, yet it promised such a bounty? Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, the attendees could no longer maintain their composure. A supplier with slicked back hair turned to the executives of the Supermarket Alliance. Grinning broadly, Ha ha, ha. Esteemed executives, there seems to be a misunderstanding regarding what our chairman just mentioned. Rest assured, my company, Blue Sky, will undoubtedly stand alongside the Supermarket Alliance. From this moment onward, we shall cease all supplies to New World Group. Honorable chairpersons, I assure you that Huangguan Company will immediately halt all cooperation with New World Group. I too stand with the Supermarket Alliance. In the Southwest Province, over 10 suppliers publicly declared their stance. Merchants are always driven by self-interest, and they were no exception. Weighing the pros and cons, they opted to side with the Supermarket Alliance, vowing to engage in a relentless struggle against New World Group from this point forward. As the price war intensified, an even more disheartening announcement emerged. In the Southwest Province, Shanghai Group convened a press conference where the chairman declared, Shanghai Group will henceforth cease all cooperation with New World Group and will no longer supply any food or beverages to New World Shopping Center. We also urge our peers to halt supplies to New World Group. Upon this announcement, the entire Southwest Province was left in shock. It was a cataclysmic revelation. Shanghai Group ranks among the top 5 suppliers in the region, and such a declaration was unprecedented. Until now, Shanghai Group had maintained regular business dealings with New World Group, supplying the New World Shopping Center in Shilling City. Now, they were withdrawing. In the office of Shanghai Group, the chairman extinguished his cigarette and sighed. Zhang, I sincerely apologize. I do not wish to terminate our dealings with New World Group or withhold supplies from New World Shopping Center. However, I find myself with no alternatives. You are pitted against 6 members of the Supermarket Alliance. The odds are simply insurmountable. I too have a family to support. After a moment of reflection, he continued, You currently possess no chance of victory. Since your rise, you have made no allies in the business realm. Alas, what a pity. If I do not cease supplying the New World Group at this moment, the 6 members of the Supermarket Alliance will terminate all cooperation with my Shanghai. Following the press conference held by the chairman of Shanghai Group, all top 10 suppliers in the Southwest Province have reacted. From now on, my Hansa Company will halt all supplies to the New World Group. Due to the New World Group's deliberate disruption of the market, my Lanmao Company will cease all business dealings with them. Ultimately, the New World Group is merely a single enterprise, regardless of the circumstances. It cannot compete with the Supermarket Alliance. It would be prudent to sever ties with them now, as it may create opportunities for future growth. Throughout this journey, the New World Group has fought alone, devoid of any allies. Henceforth, I shall not engage in any collaboration with the New World. In an instant, numerous suppliers from the Southwest Province voiced their opinions, collectively discontinuing their partnerships with the New World. This sparked a tremendous upheaval online. So many suppliers have ceased supplying the New World Shopping Center? Unbelievable. The members of the Supermarket Alliance are utterly shameless, now reaching out to Southwest suppliers to collectively undermine the New World. Such behavior is reprehensible. Even if there are supply shortages, I will still shop at the New World. I have always believed that large enterprises are ethical, yet they all seem to exhibit the same disgraceful conduct. This is dire. What will happen to the New World now? Left isolated and friendless, continuing this price war will surely lead to defeat. Not necessarily. New World, you must persevere. Alas, we have finally nurtured a private enterprise in the Southwest Province, only to be targeted by large national conglomerates. It is simply outrageous. Why does no one wish to befriend the New World? As a local of Zhang Cheng, my heart aches. How much longer can the New World endure? Yet unbeknownst to them, the New World no longer relies on suppliers. Chapter 85. Friends. No one becomes a friend in the New World, for the New World requires no friends. Upon entering the Grand Hall of the New World Group, Gao Zhan, chairman of the Matai Distillery Group, was greeted by an inspiring inscription upon the pristine walls. I am inherently benevolent, yet I slay the masses. I am foolishly devoted, yet I lure countless beauties. I am foolish, yet I manipulate the world. I am humble, yet I reign supreme. Gao Zhan inhaled deeply, repeatedly reciting the words on the wall. Is this the reason you, the New World Group, have no friends to this day? It appears that you simply do not require them. Initially, Gao Zhan was reluctant to engage in discussions of collaboration with the New World Group, yet he found himself drawn there, despite his dissatisfaction. However, upon observing the immaculate walls inscribed with the spirit of the New World Group, he felt a jolt of inspiration, puffed out his chest, and strode towards Zhang Cheng's office. What a sovereign presence! What a masterful grasp of the world! A flicker of emotion passed through Gao Zhan's eyes as he murmured, From this moment forth, I wish to befriend the New World group for eternity. Upon entering the office, Gao Zhen beheld Zhang Cheng reclining in his chair behind the desk. He approached with a smile and remarked, "Mr. Zhang, you are indeed as youthful as the rumors suggest." "Greetings, Mr. Gao," Zhang Cheng replied. The two shook hands and exchanged smiles. Despite their significant age difference, they conversed as if they were longtime confidants seated on the sofa, substituting tea for wine, gazing into the distant horizon while engaging in animated discussion. Half an hour later, Gao Zhen set down his teacup and exclaimed jubilantly, "Ha! Heroes have always emerged in youth." Zhang Cheng smiled faintly and replied, "You are not lacking, Mr. Gao." The two continued their conversation until Gao Zhen glanced at his watch. Rising from the sofa, he addressed Zhang Cheng. "Mr. Zhang, it's getting late. I shall take my leave now. I look forward to our next collaboration." Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement. They shared a mutual handshake, and Gao Zhen, guided by his secretary, gradually departed from the office. With a flick, Zhang Cheng ignited a cigarette and took a deep drag. As the smoke exhaled from his lips, a subtle smile graced the corners of his mouth. No one knew the source of his mirth, nor could they discern his thoughts. Regardless of the challenges that arose, he remained perpetually composed, often adorned with a gentle smile. At that moment, Zhang Cheng's phone rang, pulling him back from his reverie. Before he could utter a word, a soft voice resonated on the line. "Would you accompany my sister for a shopping trip?" It was Lu Shu. Zhang Cheng rubbed his nose, recalling the awkwardness of their last encounter. In the midst of his contemplation, he heard Lu Shu's slightly dejected voice. "Are you busy?" "That's all right. It's no trouble. Where are you?" "I can come pick you up now." Zhang Cheng gradually regained his composure and spoke into the phone. "I'll be downstairs shortly, so get ready." Upon hearing the voice on the other end, a smile crept onto his face. All right. He did not decline Lu Shu's invitation. After tidying himself up, he exited the office. Just as he stepped out of the building, a Volkswagen CC suddenly came to a halt before him. "Get in." The window rolled down slowly. A gentle breeze tousled Lu Shu's hair, causing her silky locks to sway gracefully, accentuating her maturity. Zhang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, opening the door to be greeted by an alluring fragrance. Lu Shu was clad in a pink and white t-shirt, fitted jeans, and white sneakers. She remained as enchanting as ever. As the vehicle began to move, Lu Shu softly inquired, "Where to? How about we grab a bite first?" Lu Shu nodded, and the Volkswagen CC sped down the street, kicking up a cloud of dust. The pair arrived at an upscale, less frequented Western restaurant. After alighting from the car, Zhang Cheng gazed up at the restaurant sign, and his thoughts drifted back to 3 years prior, the very place where he first met Lu Shu. At that time, he had just traversed into this new world, engulfed in confusion and helplessness. It was then that he met her, Lu Shu. Once Lu Shu parked the car, she noticed Zhang Cheng momentarily lost in thought, and a hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. Who would have imagined that 3 years ago, an ordinary youth, through sheer determination and resilience, would arrive at such heights? A position of competing on a national scale? Yet, here stood the young man who had accomplished just that. Soon, Zhang Cheng's gaze settled once more, and a sense of tranquility enveloped him. At that moment, Lu Shu approached him, linking her arm with his, embodying the demeanor of a devoted partner. They entered the restaurant, where a nearby server promptly greeted them. "Welcome. Thank you, both of you." Zhang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. "This way, please." Guided by the server, they found a table by the window. Lu Shu seemed to understand Zhang Cheng's aversion to ordering, as she took the menu from the server and began to select their dishes. After handing the menu back to the server, Zhang Cheng surveyed the restaurant's decor, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Nothing had changed. It remained just as it had been. While awaiting their meal, Zhang Cheng remarked with a smile, "It still feels the same. I just wonder if the flavors have altered." Lu Shu playfully tousled his unruly bangs and shot him a teasing glance. "You think everyone is like you, always busy?" Hearing Lu Shu's playful banter, Zhang Cheng chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to respond. Lu Shu raised her glass and took a delicate sip, leaving 2 crimson lipstick marks on the glass. Then, she continued to speak to herself. "Who do you think is as busy as you are all day? A few days ago, I dined at this restaurant, savoring the same flavors and the expertise of the same chef. You must try it shortly." As Zhang Cheng observed Lu Shu's increasingly exaggerated expressions, he couldn't help but smirk, as if they had been transported back to a time when they relished their meals, basking in the bliss of a carefree life together. "I must give it a try then," he remarked. Just then, the waiter approached with a delectable array of dishes, introducing them with a flourish. Enjoy your meal, he said before departing. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, seemingly with an endless array of topics to discuss. Lu Shu appeared to have not experienced such joy in a long while. Her desires were simple: sharing a meal with the man she adored, strolling through the streets, and watching a film together was more than sufficient. As she watched Zhang Cheng serve her food, a wave of contentment washed over her. How wonderful it would be if time could freeze at this very moment. Chapter 86. Accompany me for a leisurely drive. It seems that all women possess a peculiar fondness for shopping. No matter how they purchase, fatigue never seems to deter them. Lu Shu is no exception. Zhang Cheng trails behind her, burdened with a multitude of shopping bags. Passers-by in the mall glance at the scene, and the male onlookers cast sympathetic glances at Zhang Cheng. Despite Lu Shu's fervent shopping spree, Zhang Cheng does not intervene, but quietly follows her lead. If the employees of the New World Group were to witness Zhang Cheng in this state, they would undoubtedly be astonished. The illustrious chairman of the New World Group is now. As the two emerged from the shopping center, twilight began to descend. Lu Shu looked at Zhang Cheng before letting out a sigh, sensing that he would soon depart. With a hint of reluctance in her voice, she proposed, "Zhang Cheng, how about we take a drive?" "Sure," he nodded in agreement. They made their way to the garage, tossing the shopping bags into the trunk. As Zhang Cheng contemplated the Volkswagen CC before him, Lu Shu had already settled into the passenger seat. With a definitive thud, the car door closed, leaving the two of them, a solitary man and woman, in the confined space of the Volkswagen CC. They could even detect the scents emanating from one another. In this atmosphere, Lu Shu couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, her cheeks slightly flushed. To alleviate the awkwardness, she initiated a conversation. "By the way, Zhang Cheng, how is New World faring these days?" Casting a worried glance at Zhang Cheng, Lu Shu was well aware of the tumult surrounding New World. She had heard of the coalition of several major groups uniting against it, the suppliers withholding their goods. These troubling facts weighed heavily on her mind. Although she refrained from discussing it during meals, it did not imply that she was unconcerned. Now that they were in a calmer setting, her worries resurfaced. While outsiders may not understand Zhang Cheng, Lu Shu knew him well. At merely 22 years of age, he had painstakingly built New World to its current stature. Only to face opposition from so many conglomerates, he must be feeling the strain. Observing Lu Shu's anxious expression, Zhang Cheng understood her concerns and smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. You need not worry. This situation will resolve itself shortly." Upon hearing his words, Lu Shu assumed he was merely trying to comfort her. Yet her brows furrowed deeper with concern. "Zhang Cheng, don't hide the truth from me. I have gathered over 80 million. I can give it to you when we return. If it's insufficient, I'll find another way." Zhang Cheng felt a warm surge of emotion upon hearing her words. Touched by her sincerity, faced with Lu Shu's earnest expression, he found himself at a loss for how to refuse her offer. Though he had over 300 billion in his account, he could not disclose to her that he had unexpectedly inherited his father's wealth, with a stepmother managing it, providing him with allowances that started in the billions. "I have recently contacted several suppliers from Nanxing for you," he added. "Moreover, I have also made contact with someone in Haiqing." Whenever the topic of Zhang Cheng arises, Lu Shu seems to possess an inexhaustible wealth of words, chattering incessantly. Zhang Cheng understands that Lu Shu means well, so he patiently listens, allowing her to express herself fully. After a few minutes, Lu Shu, satisfied with her monologue, turns to Zhang Cheng and asks, "What do you think?" Zhang Cheng chuckles softly, responding with a question that diverts the topic. "Where shall we go now?" Upon seeing the faint smile on Zhang Cheng's face, Lu Shu rolls her eyes, thinking to herself, "Have I spoken so much for nothing?" Pouting slightly, she gazes at Zhang Cheng in silence. The once commanding Lu Shu now appears almost like a cute little girl, inciting a chuckle from Zhang Cheng. Looking at the delicate beauty before him, Zhang Cheng scratches the back of his head and says with a dry laugh, "I assure you, I can handle this matter. Those groups do not intimidate me in the slightest. I have stated that I can drive them out of the Southwest province, and I will certainly do so. Furthermore, I appreciate your concern for me, but I am financially secure. I possess considerable wealth." After saying this, Zhang Cheng observes Lu Shu's stunned expression and adds, "Now, you should feel reassured." Lu Shu's brows quiver slightly. She knows Zhang Cheng's character well and understands that he would not jest in her presence. So, when he speaks of expelling those groups from the Southwest province, could it be true? Does he truly possess vast amounts of money? Lu Shu's eyes flicker with uncertainty, not out of disbelief in Zhang Cheng, but rather because his assertions leave her momentarily speechless. Suddenly, A bold thought crosses her mind. If he is already so exceptional at such a young age, what will he become in the future? Will I still be able to remain by his side? Lost in her thoughts, the vehicle slowly glides into Lu Shu's residence, arriving at the underground parking garage. As she gazes at Zhang Cheng's handsome visage, her admiration only deepens. In an unexpected surge of courage, she turns to him and declares, "Zhang Cheng, kiss me. Do it now." "What?" Zhang Cheng, believing he misheard, stares at Lu Shu's breathtaking face, which is tinged with a delicate blush. Lu Shu nods slowly, closing her eyes gently, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, revealing her own inner turmoil. It must be said that Zhang Cheng is rather naive regarding matters of the heart. After all, it is quite audacious for a woman to propose such a thing. Even the boldest of women would feel a hint of shyness in such situations. How much more so for Lu Shu, who, despite her seemingly glamorous position as a female CO, is experiencing this for the first time. For Lu Shu to utter such words requires tremendous courage. Her eyelashes quiver as she discreetly raises her head, stealing glances at Zhang Cheng, who is smiling at her. In that moment, Lu Shu's face flushes like a ripe apple, reaching the peak of temptation. "You silly man," she thinks. "Why are you smiling? I have put myself out there. Shouldn't you reciprocate? I've already made such a bold statement. Are you really going to make me wait for you to kiss me?" "Huh. Well." Zhang Cheng offered an awkward smile, then composed himself and wrapped his arm around Lu Shu's slender waist. Upon contact, Zhang Cheng was greeted by a sensation that was both smooth and soft, causing his thoughts to wander. Lu Shu immediately trembled slightly, feeling the warmth and strength of Zhang Cheng's arm, which enveloped her in a sense of security. With her beautiful eyes closed, she awaited the unfolding moment. After a prolonged pause, their lips parted. Lu Shu held Zhang Cheng tightly, burying her small head in his embrace. Within Zhang Cheng's arms, a hint of delight flickered across Lu Shu's charming face. Chapter 87. Due to a county town as the top 10 suppliers in the southwestern province ceased their shipments to the New World. Local suppliers in several county towns were taken aback by the news and responded accordingly. In Mianli County, at the New World Shopping Center, the manager urged, "Hurry. Quickly go to the warehouse and move the goods. The supermarket cannot run out of stock today. We must not disappoint the New World Group." Observing the rapidly depleting shelves, the manager shouted incessantly at the staff. Seeing the overwhelmed employees, he rolled up his sleeves and decided to join in the effort himself. Moments later, a staff member hurried to the manager and whispered in his ear, "What? They have bribed the suppliers and are no longer supplying the New World Shopping Center? Fine. I understand. From today onward, they need not bother supplying us." The manager waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. The New World Shopping Center in Mianli County found itself in a predicament. Since its opening, the center had enjoyed tremendous business due to frequent discounts and promotional activities. Consequently, local supermarkets faced dire consequences. Their revenues plummeted, and many employees left to work at the New World Shopping Center. After a few days, some supermarkets could no longer sustain their operations. In a collective effort, several supermarkets conspired to bribe all suppliers in Mianli County, refusing to supply the New World Shopping Center. They believed that with no goods, the New World's thriving business would inevitably falter. However, these supermarkets failed to realize that under absolute capital, their actions were futile and laughable. After pondering for a moment, the general manager of the local New World Shopping Center remarked, "If they won't supply us here, we shall source from outside and airlift the goods." "What? Airlift the goods?" The manager of the Mianli branch was taken aback, his heart racing. Airlifting goods? What a loss that would entail. With the store already operating at a discount of 30 to 40, they were losing at least 1 million daily, and now they were considering airlifting? Surely I misheard. We at New World Group. The general manager, noticing the bewildered expression on the Mianli manager's face, chuckled softly, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. "This is New World. This is our style." He gazed into the distance, a cold smile playing on his lips. Indeed, New World Group is not short of funds. We will procure goods from elsewhere and airlift them back. Huh. These small suppliers dare to target New World Group for a meager profit? When I completely monopolize the entire southwestern province, they will regret their decisions. Make a note of all these suppliers. Once this matter is resolved, sever all ties with them. Even if they come crawling back to New World in the future, they shall not have the chance to collaborate with us. If they do not value the opportunity, there is no need for further discourse. The manager of Mianli County nodded and promptly returned to initiate a new round of arrangements. With the orders placed, the funds would soon be secured. The unimaginable unfolded completely. On that day, at Suzhou Airport, several large transport aircraft were stationed, ready for departure. At the headquarters of Master Kong Group, the sound of a low hum echoed as 20 trucks emblazoned with the Master Kong logo surged forth from the factory, kicking up a cloud of dust. Minutes later, they entered the airport expressway, racing toward the airport. Upon arrival, a dozen large trucks from Master Kong Group approached, and in an instant, hundreds of workers flooded the airport, beginning the task of unloading and loading goods. Half an hour later, with a piercing roar, a large transport aircraft ascended into the sky, heading towards the southwestern province. The representative of Master Kong Group gazed at the aircraft disappearing into the horizon, his expression momentarily lost in thought, murmuring to himself, "What a grand undertaking. The New World Group truly is remarkable." It was indeed a sight to behold. A supermarket ran out of stock, and instead of sourcing from local suppliers, they directly ordered from my Master Kong factory. I have lived for so many years, yet this is the first time I have witnessed such a thing. The New World Group is extraordinarily audacious. Meanwhile, at Hangzhou Airport, 3 large transport aircraft had begun their engines and opened their cargo doors, while over 200 workers stood by in anticipation. Moments later, the buzzing sound of 10 large trucks entered the airport, each adorned with the neat insignia of Waha Group. Various goods, including retail items and beverages, were unloaded by the workers and meticulously arranged for transport onto the aircraft. At that moment, a similar buzzing filled the air as over 10 large trucks bearing the logo of the Uni-President Group approached. The regional manager of Uni-President glanced at the Waha convoy, a hint of confusion crossing his features as he inquired of Waha's representative, "What is this? Are you also loading cargo?" The Waha representative nodded, offering a cigarette with a serious tone. "Yes, this is our first time receiving such a substantial order. It's absurd. Instead of procuring from local suppliers, they placed an order directly with us. This New World Group in Zhang Cheng is terrifying. The cost of this back and forth alone exceeds the value of the goods." "What? You two are with the New World Group? The one in Zhang Cheng?" The Uni-President representative exclaimed in astonishment. The Waha representative, momentarily taken aback, pointed at the goods before them. "You are as well? Has the New World Group placed an order with your factory too?" They exchanged a glance, both drawing in a sharp breath, a chill running down their spines. Just how much wealth does the New World Group possess? Not only has Waha received orders, but Uni-President has too? What about Master Kong? What about Weilong? The thought of the New World Group instilled an involuntary sense of fear within them, a feeling that was both inexplicable and profound. As I pondered, several transport aircraft emitted a piercing drone before gradually ascending into the sky. I watched as they slowly faded into the horizon. The person in charge of the Waha district murmured, "Indeed, wealth brings a certain audacity." The representative from Tony nodded in agreement, stating, "This is the essence of affluence. It appears that money truly allows one to act with impunity." Meanwhile, at Xiaoqing Airport, Haiqing Airport, and Zhanqing Airport, the same scene unfolded. As trucks from various manufacturers arrived, workers commenced loading the aircraft. The transport planes sealed their doors and swiftly set their course towards the southwestern province. All of this transpired merely because a New World shopping center in a county within the southwestern province had run out of stock. Chapter 88. The surprise in the willow forest in the county of Mianli. Several supermarket owners gathered in the hall, alongside local suppliers. Han Lin, the proprietor of Lanyang Supermarket, rose from his chair and gazed out the window at the New World shopping center across the street, observing a marked decline in foot traffic. A glint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes as he scoffed internally. "Humph, regardless of how formidable the New World Group may be, if they dare to encroach upon my business in Mianli County, they shall find themselves at odds with me. Were it not for my cunning strategy that effectively undermined their supply chain, my Lanyang Supermarket would be facing ruin by now." As Han Lin surveyed the scene before him, he could not help but nod in acknowledgement of his own cleverness. It appeared that everything was unfolding favorably, aligning with his aspirations. The foot traffic at New World had diminished significantly, and he anticipated that in just 2 or 3 days, the establishment would inevitably succumb to closure. He would then gradually recover from the losses his small supermarket had incurred. Having come to this realization, he turned to his fellow colleagues and suppliers present, offering a smile. "Haha, have you all noticed? The foot traffic at New World Shopping Center has dwindled considerably. Suppliers, mark my words, within 3 days, the New World Shopping Center in Mianli County is bound to close its doors, and the benefits shall undoubtedly accrue to you." As his words settled in, several attendees swiftly rose from their seats, drawn to the window. Laughter erupted among them, even easing the concerns of some suppliers who had previously harbored doubts, as they joined in the merriment. At that moment, a stocky supplier squinted and addressed Han Lin. "Mr. Han, I have no doubt about the strength of your businesses in Mianli County, but when can I expect the 300,000 you promised?" A glimmer of greed flickered in his gaze. Han Lin, still chuckling, felt a peculiar shift in the atmosphere upon hearing the supplier's inquiry. He quickly burst into hearty laughter. "Rest assured, regardless of what transpires with New World in 3 days, the promised 300,000 will be deposited into your accounts without a single cent missing." Observing the wavering suppliers, Han Lin knew he had to make a decisive move by providing them with a clear timeline. Otherwise, the mere mention of the New World Group would stifle their resolve, leaving no room for the prospect of supply shortages or the closure of the New World Shopping Center in Mianli. Having navigated the intricacies of business for many years, Han Lin was acutely aware of the supplier's underlying motivations. Indeed, upon his declaration, a spark ignited in their eyes, particularly at the mention of the 300,000, revealing their avarice once more. A wrinkled supplier chuckled and handed Han Lin a cigarette, saying, "Mr. Han, your words seem to lack sincerity. After all, we have maintained a good relationship." Such remarks feel rather distant. As the conversation continued, one individual suddenly paused, murmuring, "What is that sound? Goodness! What an overwhelming buzzing noise! Oh my, so many airplanes! 1, 2, 3, countless aircraft." Upon hearing this exclamation, everyone rushed to the window to gaze outside, an involuntary shiver running down their spines. The sky was filled with large transport planes soaring past them, heading towards an undisclosed location. Suddenly, a supplier pointed in the direction of the aircraft and exclaimed, "They've landed. The planes have landed at Lulan Airport, right next to Mianli County." At this revelation, the brows of all present furrowed in confusion. What could this mean? Why were so many transport planes landing at the nearby Lulan Airport? What was their purpose? A military exercise, perhaps? Meanwhile, at Lulan Airport, over 20 transport planes were landing in succession. The air was filled with the deafening hum of engines reverberating throughout the airport. More than 100 large trucks, adorned with the logos of various manufacturers such as Unity, Kongshifu, Waha, and Weidong, were orderly making their way into Lulan Airport, ready to unload and load cargo. One truck would depart, only to be immediately replaced by another. This repetitive scene unfolded with precision, as the trucks, emblazoned with the insignias of their respective companies, formed a lengthy queue and exited the airport in an orderly fashion. The astonishing sight left everyone in a state of disbelief. Airport staff stood in stunned silence. Passengers awaiting their flights were equally bewildered, and even the security personnel outside were rendered speechless. What was happening? This was utterly surreal. So many major manufacturers converging at Lulan Airport? Unity, Kongshifu, Waha, Wangwang. The numbers were staggering. In all my years, I had never witnessed such a congregation of companies. It was simply unbelievable. Where were they headed? Who were they supplying? The New World Group, someone in the crowd remarked, igniting a wave of excitement. Indeed, it was the New World Group they were destined to supply. As this notion spread, the crowd erupted in fervor, especially in this quaint locale of Lulan, where the New World Group was held in high esteem. Could it be true? They were undoubtedly supplying the New World Group. I had heard that suppliers in the Southwest province had ceased their deliveries to the New World Group, resulting in shortages across many cities and counties. This time, it was assuredly the New World Group receiving supplies. At the same moment, Wang Jia, having just disembarked from her flight at Lulan Airport, pushed her luggage through the security passage. Suddenly, a piercing buzzing sound filled her ears. Following the source of the noise, she beheld large transport planes descending one after another onto the runway. As hundreds of workers appeared on the tarmac, they swiftly opened the cargo holds. Seemingly operating with clear roles, some moved the goods, while others directed traffic, with yet more counting the quantities on the sidelines. The expressions on each of their faces vividly reflected the hustle and bustle of their surroundings. Soon, one after another, large trucks emblazoned with the manufacturer's logos sped past her, kicking up clouds of dust. Her pupils dilated in astonishment, a sharp gasp escaping her lips. Wang Jia, filled with disbelief, stood frozen in place, murmuring to herself, What is going on? Master Kong, Uni President, Waha, are they supplying goods to some supermarket? Moments later, dozens of trucks bearing the names Uni President, Master Kong, and Waha came to a halt, subsequently loading a myriad of goods before forming a long convoy that emerged from the airport. It appeared that each vehicle had a distinct role. The procession then made its way onto the expressway of the southwestern province, heading towards various counties in Lulin City. This day, Lulin was astounded. Mianli County was astonished. Chapter 89. Airdrop in Mianli County. In Wangwan Street, Han Yang from Lanyang Supermarket was in a meeting with local suppliers. Haha, I just sent someone a check, and by the afternoon, there won't be any goods left at New World. Soon, we will emerge victorious. As Han Yang raised his glass, a deafening buzzing sound filled the street. All the suppliers in Mianli County, along with Han Yang, rushed to the window to gaze outside. One after another, large trucks rolled down the street, entering the New World Shopping Center on various avenues. The logos emblazoned on each truck struck them like a dagger to the heart. Uni-President Group, Mastercon Group, Waha Group, a plethora of conglomerates. What is going on? The crowd, poised to celebrate, stood frozen with their glasses in hand. Staring at the glaring sign, they were left in a daze. What is happening? Han Yang was also bewildered, involuntarily gasping in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. He stood there, watching a truck bearing the Uni-President logo drive into the New World Shopping Center across the street, guided by employees as it entered the supplier entrance. His eyes flickered with anxiety. With a sudden thud, Han Yang's glass slipped from his hand, shattering on the ground, the red wine splattering all over him, yet he remained oblivious. As more trucks appeared on the street, he shook his head frantically. In that moment, Han Yang's defenses crumbled entirely. He stumbled, nearly losing his footing. A wave of sheer terror surged within him at the thought of New World Group. It was too terrifying. How much could this possibly cost? My goodness, they are bypassing us suppliers and airdropping goods? Oh my, New World is actually sourcing from outside. The owners of several suppliers were left dumbfounded, their gazes blank as they stared at the New World, which was gradually swelling with customers. Why is this happening? Why are renowned manufacturers like Uni-President, Waha, and Master Kong supplying the New World Shopping Center? They had believed that their strategy to undermine the competition was flawless, convinced that shutting down a small county's New World Shopping Center would pose no challenge. Yet, they were gravely mistaken. Not only is it a new world in a county, even if it were merely a convenience store, if there were no goods available, Zhang Cheng would opt for an airdrop. There is no need for excessive explanation. This is simply the nature of New World, the essence of New World Group. If they intend to collaborate with New World, they should do so earnestly, without harboring ulterior motives, for the consequences are beyond their imagination. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard as the largest supplier in Mianli County, Boss Yen, rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, fainting from rage. Boss Yen, what is wrong with you? Old Yen, wake up quickly. Stop shaking him and call for an ambulance. Moments later, the elderly man, referred to as General Yen, slowly opened his eyes and was assisted to a chair by the crowd. Yen Hai regained his senses, his body trembling with rage. Even a few sparse white hairs atop his head quivered in response to his fury. Gazing at the onlookers, his voice choked with emotion, he lamented, "It's over. Utterly over. I had arranged to meet with the new district manager of New World for a meal to discuss future collaborations, and now it's all gone. What am I to do now? What will become of my family?" As Yen Hai spoke, a profound sense of regret enveloped him, a genuine, overwhelming remorse. Yet, opportunities are fleeting. He pondered, what good is regret? Suddenly, he charged towards Han Yang, seizing his collar and shouting, "You beast, it's all your fault. If I hadn't heeded your advice, would this have happened? You scoundrel, compensate me for my losses." Han Yang, witnessing Yen Hai's descent into madness, pointed a finger at him and retorted angrily, "What does it have to do with me? It was a mutual agreement from the start. So why should I bear any responsibility? Is your family's loss the only significant one? What about the losses my Blue Yang supermarket has incurred?" At this juncture, Han Yang's eyes turned a vivid crimson as he tore off his tie and bellowed at all the suppliers in the hall, "Don't look at me like that. Did I owe you anything from the 30,000 we agreed upon? Am I suffering less than you?" The previously irate suppliers began to calm as they absorbed Han Yang's words. They exchanged glances, realizing he was correct. Throughout their lives, merchants pursue their own interests, choosing to align with Blue Yang supermarket solely to reap greater rewards. There were no excuses. It was a transaction based on mutual consent. The scene at the New World Shopping Center loomed over them like a sword, leaving them paralyzed. Despair flickered in Yen Hai's eyes. He could only blame himself for his downfall, for his own insatiable greed. The hall fell silent. No one spoke or responded. They stared blankly at the New World Shopping Center, their expressions revealing deep regret. They had forsaken the substantial opportunities presented by the New World Group, opting instead for trivial short-term gains. This predicament was of their own making. On this day in Luolan City, located in the southwestern province, every county mirrored this sentiment. As suppliers and supermarket owners commenced their celebration, they witnessed the formidable nature of New World. The company did not rely on grandiloquent rhetoric to convey its strength. Rather, it demonstrated its superiority through tangible actions, proving to be even more formidable than they had ever imagined. In the realm of capital, all superficial displays were rendered futile. Consequently, every supplier, large or small, in Luolan City was left in a state of despair. From the very moment they opted to collaborate with others, it signified a forfeiture of their opportunity to partner with the New World Group. Numerous suppliers, astute throughout their lives, found themselves at a loss due to this singular, seemingly trivial choice. This misstep has led many of them to toil in vain for a lifetime, exerting effort without reward. Meanwhile, the entire online community is rife with speculation regarding how many more days the New World Group can endure in its battle with the Supermarket Alliance. A post from an unfamiliar user on Weibo has once again sent the internet into an uproar. Has New World begun to airlift its goods? Chapter 90. It is about to begin. A sudden voice emerged on Weibo. The New World Shopping Center, deprived of suppliers, had the New World Group employing an aerial drop strategy, delivering goods directly to the New World Shopping Center in Southwest Province. This announcement materialized seemingly out of thin air on Weibo, causing an uproar among netizens who had been speculating about the New World Group. How absurd! Is there really someone who would share such news? Regardless of its strength, the New World Group is merely a local brand. How could it possibly execute an aerial drop of goods? This is nothing short of nonsense. An aerial drop of goods. How much could the New World Group possibly afford? How could the person who spread this news even utter such words? The New World Group could not possibly engage in such extravagant expenditures. Currently, they are embroiled in a fierce price war with supermarket alliances, suffering losses in the billions, even tens of billions, within a single day. How could they possibly allocate such a vast amount of money? Alas, the New World Group is bound to face difficulties. It seems the suppliers in Southwest Province have truly cut off their supply. This is simply hilarious. The notion of the New World conducting an aerial drop of goods. Does the blogger have any sense? To post something so ridiculous is clearly an invitation for criticism. As this post circulated on Weibo, the number of clicks surged dramatically, yet the authenticity of the aerial drop was met with skepticism. In the current predicament, few were willing to envision that the New World still possessed resources to engage in such ludicrous actions. Meanwhile, in a milk tea shop situated in a prime location in Luolan City, Wang Jia, having completed her tasks, hurriedly found an empty seat and wiped the perspiration from her forehead, reflecting on the breathtaking scene she witnessed at the airport half an hour earlier. Her heart still raced with exhilaration. However, upon returning to the milk tea shop, she did not remain idle. She meticulously documented her experiences at the airport and shared them on Weibo. It was only now that she found a moment to relax, quickly retrieving her phone and accessing the Weibo app. As she gazed at the thousands of comments beneath her post, Wang Jia's expression shifted continuously. In the past, she would have been overjoyed to receive such a flood of comments on her Weibo. Yet now, faced with the multitude of remarks, she felt no joy at all. She could not comprehend why so many were pessimistic about the New World. What had it done wrong? Rising from humble beginnings to prominence is such an inspiring tale. Why do they not believe in the New World? Frustrated, Wang Jia tossed her phone aside and lifted her gaze to the New World Shopping Center across from her. Her eyes filled with a flicker of uncertainty. She murmured to herself, "When no one believes in you, you always manage to surprise us. New World, will you?" Magic City, Tang Cheni Pin. Lu Qiangdong reclined on the sofa, setting down his teacup as he perused posts and comments on Weibo with his phone in hand. A flicker of anger crossed his gaze as he pondered. Why must everyone bully him? He is merely a 22-year-old youth. As he spoke, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of the scorn and ridicule he faced when he first embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, the oppression from peers, and the relentless targeting he endured. On what grounds do you treat me this way? Why not allow newcomers to emerge? This was the sentiment that resided within Lu Qiangdong at that time. Nevertheless, even when met with skepticism from all quarters, he persevered, overcoming every obstacle in his path. Ultimately, he triumphed. Reality dealt a harsh blow to all the doubters. Now, the challenges faced by the youth echoed his own experiences so vividly. Anger aside, as Lu Qiangdong regained his composure, a sigh escaped his lips. The achievements he now enjoyed were hard-won. There were countless moments when he contemplated surrender, yet he resolutely pressed on. This realization deepened Lu Qiangdong's understanding of the arduous journey the young man had traversed. "I hope you can endure," he mused. The current situation was undeniably a contest of financial might. Whoever possessed the greater resources would emerge victorious. Yet, under the weight of 6 conglomerates, one could only last a week at best. At that moment, his secretary handed him a cigarette, whispering softly, "Mr. Liu, I sense that New World Group can last no more than 5 days. A 35% discount for an entire province, and facing the combined might of 6 major groups. While all suppliers have ceased to support them. 5 days, I believe, at most 5 days." With a soft click, the secretary lit Lu Qiangdong's cigarette. He took a deep drag, exhaling a plume of smoke as he gazed into the distant sky, lost in thought for a moment. Then, with a heavy heart, he sighed. Alas, such a youth may never be seen again. In Suzhou, an elder perused the documents in his hands, unable to suppress a sigh. At most, 3 more days. The New World Group is on the brink of collapse. As the elder's words fell, the room fell silent, everyone holding their breath, too intimidated to utter a word in dissent. Moments later, a man resembling a steward approached the elder, gently assisting him out of the hall. After a long while, the remaining attendees exhaled deeply. The pressure they felt in the elder's presence was overwhelming. Simultaneously, the online community erupted in fervor, with many speculating how much longer the New World Group could withstand the pressure from the supermarket alliance. 3 days. By the 5th day, the New World Group will cease to exist, they lamented. Oh, how unfortunate that the Southwest Province has finally birthed a New World Group, only to face such a fate. Dust returns to dust, fog returns to fog, all would be lost. So much helplessness, yet it remained unexpressed. The New World Group, struggling against the weight of 6 conglomerates, found it increasingly difficult to endure. If granted an additional 3 years, the New World Group is destined to rise. It is not that people lack faith in New World. Rather, the current state of the New World Group is so feeble that it breeds doubt. Online observers, as well as the populace of the entire Southwest Province, believe that New World Group will endure for merely 3 days before collapsing. The group is not entirely in the red. Collectively, its shopping centers incur losses exceeding 1 billion daily. In the vast expanse of China, which enterprise can sustain such deficits? Yet, as skepticism surrounds the New World Group and the supermarket alliance assumes victory, the employees within the New World Group find their spirits ignited. Senior executives such as Su Kaishan, Ma Haobing, and Hu Wenchuan hold their breath behind Zhang Cheng, awaiting his command. This operation marks the moment when the New World Group asserts its dominance in the Southwest. With a click, the lighter sparks to life, igniting the cigarette held between Zhang Cheng's fingers. He inhales deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke. His gaze remains unwaveringly calm, as if nothing occurring outside could escape his grasp. He flicks the ash from the tip of the cigarette, a slight smile gracing his lips, a smile that eludes ordinary understanding. He then speaks softly, "Let us begin." This simple utterance from Zhang Cheng resonates as an exhilarating message to Su Kaishan and all senior executives of the New World Group. In unison, they respond with fervor, "Yes." Understood, General Zhang. Indeed, General Zhang. Chapter 91. A maximum of 3 days, let the journey commence. The employees of the New World Group across the entire Southwest Province are well aware of the impending commencement. A surge of fervor ignites within their hearts. Over the past 2 days, witnessing the myriad of rumors and disparaging remarks directed at New World has left them feeling quite disheartened and constrained. They yearn to express that. In truth, the New World Group is not lacking. It is indeed formidable. Yet, no one seems inclined to believe them. Since their words fall on deaf ears, they resolve to allow reality to confront those who mock the New World Group. At the New World Shopping Center on Chang'an Street, Manager Ma stands at the entrance, observing the throngs of people flowing into the bustling shopping center, while across the street, the equally busy RT Mart draws his attention. A fleeting glance exchanged with an employee from RT Mart reveals a glint of derision in their eyes, prompting a faint smile from him. Taking a deep breath, Manager Ma remains composed, gradually turning back toward the New World Shopping Center, choosing not to engage in contention or rivalry. If people believe they have already triumphed, then let them cling to that illusion. The rise of the New World Group begins now. Manager Ma murmurs to himself, his gaze tranquil and devoid of turbulence as he surveys the scene. It is unclear when precisely this affection for the New World Group blossomed within him, but he has come to relish the present work environment and the nearly invincible organization it represents. Meanwhile, within the RT Mart, the employees observe Manager Ma entering with a defeated demeanor, a flicker of disdain crossing their faces. Upon returning to the store, one employee, with a smirk, exclaims to their companions, "Ha! What of the bustling New World shopping center? Their shelves are barren. The strength of our supermarket alliance prevails." Just a simple statement reveals that suppliers throughout the Southwest province, indeed across the entirety of China, have ceased to supply the New World Group. I wonder how long they can endure. Upon hearing this, several idle employees at our T-Mart gather, regarding the New World with the same scorn one might reserve for a heap of ruins, carelessly remarking, engaging in a price war? To challenge our supermarket alliance of 6 groups is to dig one's own grave. Now that suppliers have halted their deliveries, the New World Group is utterly depleted. Their shopping center is devoid of merchandise. How can they operate? They chuckle derisively. The New World shopping center will last at most 5 days. No, at most 3 days. The employees of our T-Mart, watching the steadily diminishing foot traffic at the New World shopping center, cannot help but break into laughter. As this price war unfolds, a silent battle rages on. The Southwest Financial News is inundated with unfavorable reports regarding the New World Group, alongside a flurry of comments and opinions from netizens. Following an investigative report by our journalists visiting both supermarkets in the Southwest province, it has become evident that the New World Group now teeters on the brink of collapse. Its resources all but exhausted. All suppliers across the province have ceased their deliveries to New World Group. Amidst the ongoing price war with the 6 alliances of supermarket conglomerates, New World Group is incurring daily losses that soar to an astonishing 15 billion. With the absence of suppliers, they are left with no choice but to airlift supplies from manufacturers scattered throughout the nation, leading to a staggering increase in their costs. According to estimations from our expert analysts, New World Group's daily losses have now escalated to 25 billion. As financial news spreads, citizens, merchants, and netizens across the entire Southwest province have only now come to realize the intensity of the commercial battle between New World Group and the Supermarket Alliance. A battle that carries a harrowing price. The entire Southwest province has become a battlefield for these two factions, a conflict shrouded in silence yet fraught with tension. Indeed, the marketplace resembles a battlefield. At this moment, discussions abound on the streets, in schools, and in offices. My goodness, New World Group is losing over 25 billion a day? Do they even have any funds left? Losing 25 billion in a single day, even the wealthiest in Huaxia could not withstand such a loss. At this rate, 25 billion is merely a day's loss. How many days can New World Group endure? 5 days, I wager just 5 days. Huh, are you joking? 25 billion a day. In 5 days? I believe 3 days at most. New World Group will undoubtedly face bankruptcy. Simultaneously, a headline on Weibo emerged, gripping the attention of the entire nation with a title that sent waves of anxiety throughout Huaxia. As this post surged to the top of trending topics, all who glimpsed it became embroiled in fervent discussions. In this ruthless price war, how long can the beleaguered New World Group withstand the formidable alliance of the 6 supermarket giants? This is a war without gunpowder. Can New World Group once again defy the odds and create a commercial miracle? The commentary sparked a frenzy among netizens throughout Huaxia. In an upscale community in the bustling metropolis, a young man chuckled at the Weibo discussions displayed on his phone, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. How is it possible? How can New World Group endure? This is no joke. Losing 25 billion a day compared to the Supermarket Alliance's maximum loss of 4 billion is a staggering 6-fold difference. No one can withstand such an onslaught. And New World Group is no exception. As he continued to peruse the discussions on Weibo, laughter escaped him once more. New World Group can last at most 5 days. 5 days. New World has already reached its limits. Yet, a lingering intuition whispered to him that perhaps New World Group might persevere. Is the person above deluded? 25 billion in losses a day, and they can hold on? The New World Group has demonstrated remarkable resilience, even if ultimately vanquished by the Supermarket Alliance. Its endurance amidst the collaboration of numerous conglomerates has become a poignant tale worth sharing. In this contest, the last one standing shall emerge victorious, epitomizing the adage of survival of the fittest. Regardless of the eventual outcome, the retail landscape in China is poised for profound transformation. New World, you must persevere. As the young observer glanced at the comments on Weibo, a flicker of emotion danced in their eyes, followed by a subtle smile as they murmured, New World Group. Isolated and friendless, what do you possess to contend against the Supermarket Alliance? Chapter 92. No Friends. New World Group, devoid of allies? Is it truly isolated and abandoned? The chairman of Waha Group, seated at its Huaxia headquarters, gazed at the posts proliferating on Weibo, alongside the myriad comments detrimental to New World Group. A faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his eyes briefly reflecting a glimmer of mockery. New World Group has no friends? They are on the verge of collapse? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he raised an eyebrow. He could not help but recall a recent encounter at New World Group, where a young man engaged him in light-hearted banter. He seemed far beyond his mere 20-something years. Their conversation had lingered, and by the end, he found himself feeling an inexplicable sense of submission towards the youth. The sensations washing over him were ineffable. Subsequently, the chairman of Waha flicked ash from his cigarette, sparks flying. Suddenly, he sprang from his chair, his profound gaze fixed on a distant direction outside the window. Murmuring to himself, New World has no friends? No, New World Group possesses friends. I am one of them. Having clarified his thoughts, the chairman slowly returned to his seat and opened his computer. With a gentle touch, he struck the enter key. Minutes later, Weibo erupted anew. Waha Group officially announced on Weibo, Waha Group has resolved to become a strategic partner with New World Group starting today. From this day forth, Waha Group will comprehensively supply New World Group nationwide, ranging from beverages to food, with direct supplies from manufacturers across the country. Furthermore, all shipping costs incurred by New World Group will be borne entirely by Waha Group. What had once been a cacophony of discontent on Weibo fell eerily silent following Waha Group's proclamation. Gasp! Every netizen, merchant, and citizen who encountered this news inhaled sharply, their expressions a blend of disbelief and astonishment. What was happening? Waha Group was willing to emerge at this juncture, to stand as a friend to New World Group, to become its strategic partner. Moreover, all Waha manufacturers nationwide would supply New World Group. What could possibly be the chairman's rationale for shouldering all shipping costs himself, relieving New World Group of any burden? What an immense sum this must entail. Did New World Group truly possess such magnetic allure? Had they lost their wits, or were they simply mad? The chairman of Waha Group remained reticent. Ever since that fateful meeting, when he encountered the rumored youth, he had come to recognize him. That day, he witnessed the young man's ambitious spirit and was captivated by his grand vision. At that meeting, he was not alone. Many familiar faces were present, and without exception, everyone had come to a renewed understanding of the youth. In the realm of commerce, there are no absolute friends. However, they were all willing to befriend the New World Group, eager to ally themselves with the youth. They had witnessed the strength of the New World Group, recognizing a power that others had overlooked. Following the official statement from Waha Group, social media erupted in a frenzy. No one anticipated that Waha Group would take such a stance. Initially, there was little attention on their official account, yet in the wake of this announcement, their followers surged by millions. What on earth is happening? Waha Group has actually allied with New World Group? Has the situation taken a turn? Was it not said that New World Group had no allies and was fighting alone? How much longer can New World Group endure? They are distributing goods comprehensively, and even the shipping costs are covered by New World Group? What a grand gesture. Simply remarkable. Meanwhile, in the Supermarket Alliance, the CEOs of 6 groups convened, their expressions tinged with unease. The atmosphere in the conference room became awkward. After a moment, Huayu Fei finished reading the intelligence report and slammed it onto the table with a burst of anger flashing in his eyes. What is going on here? Spending such exorbitant costs to win over so many suppliers, having finally cut off New World Group supplies, how could they possibly connect with the Waha manufacturer? Damn it. The usually composed Huayu Fei could not help but curse upon seeing this news. Gradually, he fell silent, his mind racing with calculations. The other CEOs, upon hearing his outburst, were increasingly grim expressions. Han Yang, the chairman of Su Gua, silently smoked a cigarette before extinguishing it forcefully, squinting thoughtfully. After a moment, he voiced the question that plagued him. Why would Waha Group engage in such a partnership with New World Group? What was so commendable about New World Group? Were they willing to offend the Supermarket Alliance to assist them? Had they lost their senses? They even covered the shipping costs for New World Group? Han Yang furrowed his brow, genuinely perplexed. He could not fathom why a group on the brink of bankruptcy would receive assistance from such a significant entity as Waha. Did they truly believe New World Group would prevail? This thought suddenly surged in his mind, startling him. How could he entertain such an idea? Quickly, Han Yang dismissed the notion, convinced that Sugwa Group was vastly superior to New World Group. A smirk crept onto his lips as he considered his own company's prowess. He still harbored a measure of pride. So, why would Waha Group support New World Group? Was it merely a ploy for publicity? This was the only explanation he could entertain. He was well aware of New World Group's precarious situation. They were besieged on all sides. Unless Waha Group was utterly blind, they would not choose to collaborate with New World Group. It seemed more plausible that New World Group had paid Waha Group for promotional assistance, aligning with the current reality. Han Yang pondered these thoughts, a faint smile gracing his lips. He turned to regard the president of the remaining group. At that moment, the chairman of Century Lianhua, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, stood up and vehemently pointed at the intelligence report before him, exclaiming, "How could you betray us at such a critical juncture? I have consistently sourced from Waha Group, but from this day forward, I shall no longer collaborate with you. You have failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. How absurd it is that you would forsake our entire forest for a mere sapling from New World Group." As the chairman of Century Lianhua concluded his remarks, a tumultuous array of emotions flickered across his face. Upon reflecting on his own words, he quickly recognized the underlying issue. Though he appeared to possess a fiery temperament, he was, in truth, quite astute. After all, how else could Century Lianhua have achieved its current stature? Observing the silence among the other executives in the hall, his expression grew increasingly solemn, transforming his once furious gaze into one of contemplation. Could it be that New World Group would truly persist in this course of action? Chapter 93. Madness. Pure madness. Following the official statement from the Waha Group on Weibo, the online community erupted into discussion. Soon after, the Unified Group made its own declaration on the platform. Effective immediately, the Unified Group has entered into a strategic alliance agreement with the New World Group, becoming partners. From this moment forward, Unified Group will supply New World Group comprehensively across the nation, covering beverages, retail, and various goods, with products delivered directly from manufacturers. All associated transportation costs will be borne entirely by the Unified Group. This is madness, sheer madness. Waha Group has lost its senses. And now even Unified Group has succumbed. Unified has commenced comprehensive supply for New World Group, absorbing all shipping expenses. The online populace was left in awe, completely stunned by the unfolding events. What on earth is happening? In the next moment, within the headquarters office of the Mastercon Group, the chairman observed the Weibo posts and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, silently conceding, "In that case, let us hasten the pace. I, too, am a friend of the New World Group." Minutes later, the Mastercon Group officially announced on Weibo, "From this moment forth, the Mastercon Group has signed a strategic alliance agreement with the New World Group, becoming partners. Henceforth, Mastercon Group will supply the New World Group comprehensively. From beverages and food to various goods, directly from Mastercon manufacturers across the nation. All transportation costs incurred will be solely the responsibility of the Mastercon Group." Following suit, the Hongbang Group also made its voice heard on Weibo. Starting now, Hongbang Group has entered into an alliance agreement with the New World Group, becoming partners. From this point forward, all household products, bedding, and high-end clothing under Hongbang Group will be supplied comprehensively to the New World Group, with all associated costs fully absorbed by Hongbang Group. Meanwhile, at the RT-Mart supermarket on Chang'an Street in Shilling City, employee Feng Ping led a customer in selecting desired items. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he pulled out his phone to browse Weibo. "Oh my goodness!" Feng Ping exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he read the news on Weibo. After carefully perusing the statements, he was so astonished that he jumped up in shock. What on earth is going on? What has the New World Group done to receive such overwhelming support from so many corporations? Turning slowly, he glanced at the shelves stocked with Master Kong instant noodles and the banners outside the supermarket displaying products from the Hongbang Group. A sudden realization struck him. What is happening? They have benefits that even our RT-Mart does not offer. The New World Group has secured privileges that elude us. They have gone completely mad. Feng Ping's eyes bulged in astonishment, rendering him speechless for a long moment. Then, he continued to scroll down on Weibo, where yet another group's announcement awaited him. The Wangwang Group has officially announced, starting today, the Wangwang Group has signed a cooperation agreement with the New World Group, establishing a partnership. The various products under the Wang Group will supply the New World Group, which has been declared Wang Group's largest client and a permanent partner, entitled to all preferential policies. With a resounding bang, the news exploded on Weibo. Netizens were inundated with a barrage of comments, each more astonishing than the last, leaving them bewildered and speechless. Across the platform, Weibo was flooded with posts as numerous prestigious conglomerates from Huaxiao rallied in support of the New World Group. What could the New World Group have accomplished to garner such unanimous backing from so many renowned enterprises at this critical juncture? The Lucian Group announced, from today forward, the Lucian Group has entered into an alliance agreement with the New World Group, becoming partners. Manufacturers across the country will supply the New World Group through various channels, enjoying all preferential policies. The Libai Group declared, starting today, the Libai Group will be a permanent partner of the New World Group, providing limited supplies and covering all shipping costs. The Fuana Group stated, from today, the Fuana Group will establish a strong friendship with the New World Group, ensuring that all bedding, daily necessities, and textiles will be of the highest quality, starting with the New World Group. Everyone was left dumbfounded. The entire Weibo community was at a loss for words. The consumer goods industry erupted with excitement as over 20 consumer goods conglomerates in Huaxia simultaneously voiced their support, proclaiming their friendship with the New World Group. They pledged unconditional priority in supplying the New World Group and taking on all shipping expenses. Following closely, the food industry was set ablaze. More than 10 food industry groups expressed their solidarity on Weibo, publicly declaring their friendship with the New World Group and signing strategic cooperation agreements. Subsequently, the textile industry also joined the fray, with 32 textile groups entering into cooperation agreements with the New World Group, marking them as friends. On this day, the city of Jianshan was astonished. The southwest provinces were shocked, and indeed, all of Huaxia was in disbelief. What had transpired? How could so many groups forge alliances with the New World Group in such a short span of time? Just moments ago, they were ridiculing the New World Group for lacking friends, and now, over 100 allies had emerged. The Supermarket Alliance, comprising 6 groups, had claimed that the New World Group had lost its suppliers. Yet now, more than 100 groups had stepped in as suppliers, even alleviating the burden of shipping costs from the New World Group. What exactly had the New World Group achieved? Within half a day, the reputation of the New World Group resonated through the ears of all. They were utterly bewildered. The 6 executives of the Supermarket Alliance stared at the Weibo post in sheer astonishment. Hua Yufei seemed overwhelmed by the recent rumors surrounding the New World Group, to the extent that he found it hard to believe. As a distinguished executive, he was momentarily taken aback. His hair was in disarray as he leaned back in his chair, smoking one cigarette after another, his brow furrowed with anxiety, revealing his utter lack of composure. Even his secretary stood nearby, trembling with trepidation, hardly daring to disturb him. At that moment, Hua Yufei was deep in contemplation, meticulously reflecting on the events of the past few days, his expression shifting continually. Upon seeing the discussions on Weibo, he was genuinely astonished. While he could accept 1 or 2 groups acting in such a manner, the fact that nearly all retail manufacturers in China had expressed their stance in less than half a day was simply outrageous and terrifying. The Dazhong Group had reached its current scale with collaborations from only 5 or 6 manufacturers, and it was inconceivable to procure goods directly from the manufacturers. In fact, even the shipping costs were covered by the manufacturers. Initially, he had thought that the New World Group was merely investing in advertising. The notion that nearly 100 manufacturers would promote the New World Group was an impossibility, something that could not come to fruition. What benefits had the New World Group promised these manufacturers? What ideology had they instilled? Gradually, Hua Yufei lifted his gaze to his secretary and inquired coolly, "What is the response from the other groups? What could the other groups possibly respond with?" The chairman of Sugua, Han Yang, stared at the content on Weibo, his hands trembling involuntarily as he held his phone. Despite a lifetime of navigating significant events, he felt a shiver run through him. Han Yang scrolled down continuously on Weibo, but with each downward swipe, his astonishment grew, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions that could not mask the panic within. Chapter 94. The following day, who can enlighten me on what has transpired? What exactly has the New World Group done? Why are so many corporations unconditionally supplying goods to them, enjoying all manner of preferential policies? Why do I suddenly harbor a foreboding sense that my Sugua Group is doomed? Am I justified in targeting the New World Group? At this moment, Han Yang repeatedly questioned himself. What had once appeared to be a secure situation now seemed opaque to him. The developments of recent days had exceeded his expectations. The investment of manpower and financial resources by Suquist supermarket in the southwest province was substantial, yet thus far, apart from external rumors, he had witnessed nothing concrete. Now, as the chairman of a prominent group, he found himself beset by uncertainty. Yet, this uncertainty was but a fleeting moment. Taking a deep breath, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he internally scoffed. Ha! In the entirety of Huaxia, my Sugu fears no one in terms of financial prowess. This charade is merely a display of bravado, a desperate plea for reassurance. After a brief moment of hesitation, Han Yang discerned the underlying truth. Under the pressure exerted by the 6 rival groups, the New World Group had reached a point of arduous endurance. They lacked the time to establish connections with major manufacturers nationwide. Initially, he had presumed that the New World Group was backed by formidable financial forces, which explained their cautious approach. However, after conducting extensive inquiries, he discovered that Zhang Cheng was essentially fighting a solitary battle, devoid of any substantial capital support. The notion that manufacturers across the country had formed strategic partnerships with the New World Group was laughable. How could that possibly be true? It was all merely a fade, a display of prestige. Could a nascent group, barely a month old, truly possess the credentials to engage with the titans of industry? Was that even conceivable? Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis of Modu, at the Tangchini Pin, Lu Qiangdong had also received the news. Observing the various opinions expressed on Weibo with a look of astonishment on his face. How has the New World Group accomplished this? It seems utterly implausible. With so many enterprises in Huaxia, nearly 100 groups and corporations have signed cooperation agreements with the New World Group. How did they manage this? What exactly did they do to these enterprises? What allure does the New World Group possess that compels these corporations to act in such a manner? At this moment, Lu Qiangdong furrowed his brow, repeatedly placing the documents on his desk only to pick them up again, perusing them over and over in search of answers. Growing weary, he rubbed the corners of his eyes and closed them for a brief respite. Upon reflection, he deduced a theory. Could it be that the New World Group is indeed on the brink of collapse, resorting to purchasing the support of so many groups to bolster their image? Could this be a last-ditch effort before their inevitable downfall? Lu Qiangdong pondered. Indeed. This perspective offers some clarity. Over 100 enterprises simultaneously promoted the New World Group, creating an undeniably grand spectacle. Ultimately, even if the New World Group were to collapse, it would leave behind a commendable reputation, with the blame falling solely on the more than 100 companies for their lack of integrity in abandoning the agreement with the New World Group. It is not surprising that Lu Qiangdong harbors such thoughts. After all, the two operate in disparate industries, one in retail, the other in logistics, rendering many secrets of the industry unknown to him, which is understandable. Lu's perspective is primarily influenced by the fact that Zhang Cheng of the New World Group is quite young, and the group has emerged too swiftly, resting on a fragile foundation. The strength exhibited by the New World Group is most accurately reflected in the myriad proclamations from various manufacturers on Weibo, which amount to little more than a grandiose fade. The New World Group is essentially engaging in a self-financed promotional endeavor, a mere collaboration in advertising. Is it truly just a gimmick? Is advertising so simplistic? At that very moment, the main thoroughfares of the entire southwest province were congested with large trucks from various major groups. A convoy of trucks emblazoned with the Unified Group insignia sped off the expressway in southwest province, racing in all directions. Moments later, another fleet of trucks bearing the Kong Shifu Group emblem passed by, heading toward the various cities of southwest province. On the expressways of southwest province, a seemingly endless line of large trucks formed a serpent-like procession, making their way to hundreds of New World shopping centers. The citizens of Xiling City watched in astonishment. My goodness, this is real. They are indeed supplying the New World Group. No, this is not advertising. Let me reiterate, this is not a mere advertisement. Kong Shifu Group has arrived. Look quickly. The Unified Group's trucks are also here. This is utterly terrifying. The New World Group has genuinely collaborated with these manufacturers. This is splendid. The supermarket alliance is doomed. What nonsensical chatter. Isn't it true that the New World Group now possesses goods? What is the fuss about? The foot traffic at the supermarkets within the alliance is not significantly lesser than that at the New World shopping centers. The outcome remains uncertain. At this moment, a passerby, observing the continuous flow of group trucks commencing supply to the New World, couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Do not be deceived by the New World Group's expansive outreach. It is merely self-deception. with losses of 25 billion a day. From which manufacturers will they procure goods? These all amount to money. Despite the flattering rhetoric from these manufacturers, what cooperation can exist if no money is exchanged? On Chang'an Street, many passers-by nodded in agreement upon hearing the remarks. Meanwhile, Weibo was engulfed in fervent discussions. Who could have imagined that the New World Group has endured for 2 days? Indeed, what the New World Group is undertaking is nothing more than a desperate struggle before its demise. One must concede that the ability of the New World Group to amass such funds is a testament to its strength. It is now the 2nd day. May the New World endure. How much longer can it persist? Everyone is engaged in discussions and speculations. How many days can the New World Group endure? Especially with the alliance of 6 supermarket conglomerates? Today marks the 2nd day. The members of the Supermarket Alliance initially anticipated that the New World Group would last no more than 3 days, and now only 1 day remains. As time ticks away, the executives of the 6 supermarket chains are gripped by an overwhelming anxiety, each moment feeling like an eternity. Han Yang, the chairman of the Sugwa Group, clutches the report of losses in his trembling hands. A flicker of madness crossing his eyes as he speaks with urgency. Today is already the 2nd day. New World, how are you still holding on? Why have you yet to declare bankruptcy? Why are your stores still open? How can you continue to sustain these losses? We are all suffering together. How much capital do you possess? As Han Yang gazes out the window at the New World shopping center across the street, his eyes begin to redden with distress. Observing the continued decline of his group's finances, his heart races with panic. Over the course of this week, Sugwa Group has incurred a staggering loss of 3 billion in the southwestern province alone. 3 billion. An entire 3 billion lost without any return. The sheer weight of this loss is becoming unbearable for Han Yang. This substantial sum has vanished without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, leaving not a ripple behind. It is crucial to note that the Sugwa Group operates extensively throughout China, with stores in numerous cities. Yet, here they are, suffering such significant losses solely in the southwestern region. How can he possibly bear this? After a moment of reflection, Han Yang shakes his head, striving to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he addresses the New World Shopping Center outside with a quavering voice. Our expert team at Sugwa Group has predicted that you can endure no more than 3 days. Today is the 2nd day. You must collapse. Otherwise, Sugwa Supermarket in the southwestern province is doomed. Chapter 95, the 3rd day at the headquarters of China Resources Vanguard. The chairman of China Resources Vanguard, with trembling hands, clutched the financial reports. His eyes suffused with a crimson hue. The circumstances of recent days had pushed him to the brink of insanity. Over this period, China Resources had incurred losses amounting to 18 billion. At that moment, a secretary, clad in professional attire, approached the chairman with a palpable tension in her voice. Chairman, according to the latest statistics, we currently have 20 billion in available funds. The entire China Resources Vanguard has been dragged into the mire of the Southwest Province by the New World Shopping Center. What should we do now? After delivering her message, the secretary silently stepped aside, refraining from further comment. Upon hearing her words, the chairman's eyelids twitched, and he abruptly lifted his gaze to her, exclaiming, "What? We still have 20 billion in cash flow?" The secretary nodded, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Indeed, Chairman. If this trend of losses continues, we may have to resort to borrowing." "No." The chairman's heart sank, and he vigorously waved his hand, declaring, "No, we cannot borrow. Even if it means selling our stores, we must avoid borrowing." He could never forget the events of the previous days, how the Haitian supermarket in Zhang had met its demise, suffocated by debt. A once thriving supermarket brought to its knees by loans. The chairman remained silent for a long while, then raised his bloodshot eyes towards the direction of the New World Group. A flicker of struggle crossing his expression as he clenched his fist. Drawing a deep breath, he muttered to himself, "New World, 3 days is your limit. Today marks the 2nd day." With that, a glint of madness flashed in the chairman's eyes. "On the 3rd day, you shall perish." Simultaneously, the leaders of the 6 supermarket alliances were well aware of the veracity of this situation. Across the nation, suppliers to the New World Group acknowledged the reality of its operations. Yet, everyone understood a crucial truth. Given New World Group's extravagant expenditures, how many more days could its financial resources sustain it? 3 days. This was the consensus regarding the New World Group's endurance. As the sun of the 3rd day gradually crested the horizon, casting a pale glow across the skies of Huaxia, everyone paused their activities, swiftly checking for updates on their phones. Throughout the southwest province, indeed across all of Huaxia, a collective stir ensued. Even before dawn fully broke, every city and county in the southwest was teeming with citizens gathered outside each new world shopping center. A sea of people filled the streets, as reporters from major financial news outlets and business forums in the region clamored to cover the unfolding events. For today was the third day. At precisely 7 o'clock in the morning, there remained but 1 hour until the New World Group's grand opening. The fate of the New World Group hangs in the balance. A post on Weibo has surged to the top of the trending list, marked conspicuously with a red line. On the third day, will the New World Group be able to persist? The hearts of netizens across Weibo are collectively held in suspense as they await the final outcome. Alas, if my intuition serves me right, after today, the New World Shopping Center in the Southwest Province may never open its doors again, given the formidable competition it faces. It is a pity that I have yet to catch a glimpse of the chairman of the New World Group. I have heard from the news that he is merely in his 20s, a youthful prodigy. Although the New World Group may have faltered, it remains a commendable endeavor. This company, having risen from humble beginnings to create numerous commercial legends, has stood valiantly against 6 conglomerates of the supermarket alliance, even in defeat. This remarkable tale shall be recounted throughout our Southwest province. The heavens do not seem to favor the young entrepreneur. Even fate appears envious of his intellect. Yet, he has still succumbed. Do you think the New World Shopping Center will ever open? Simultaneously, a prominent live streaming room has been launched on a certain fish platform. Titled On the Third Day, Will the New World Group Still Open? As soon as the title was released, the viewership skyrocketed, surpassing 5 million in a mere moment, and continues to ascend. The host, a well-known figure in the realm of streaming, is none other than the popular streamer, Stepmom, affectionately dubbed the Gold Medal Instructor. Meanwhile, at the New World Shopping Center on Chang'an Street in Shilin City, the doors remain shut. The 2 New World shopping centers on the street are surrounded by a throng of onlookers, including employees from nearby stores like Run Fa and Sugua, who have paused their work to observe the unfolding events. With a screech of tires, several business vehicles come to a halt on Chang'an Street. As the doors swing open, reporters from various local channels in Shilin City swiftly disembark, seemingly having coordinated their roles prior to arrival. Female reporters uniformly clutch microphones, while many others hold notebooks, poised to document the impending spectacle. Camera operators adjust their equipment, readying for the shoot. Among the female reporters, excitement glimmers in their eyes as they gaze upon the closed doors of the New World Shopping Center. This is an unprecedented major news event, and if captured well, it could secure their careers for life. However, the expressions of many reporters reflect anticipation as they watch the unyielding entrance of the shopping center, hoping that the New World Group, which has triumphantly risen from obscurity to prominence, might once again navigate through adversity and emerge victorious. Before the New World Shopping Center, the esteemed Dashima faced the camera with an unprecedented gravity etched upon his countenance. In his distinctive voice, he greeted his audience. Good morning, dear friends. Today, I shall not be streaming League of Legends. Instead, I have arrived at a remarkable location, the New World Shopping Center. Upon concluding his statement, he directed the camera of his phone toward the entrance of the New World Shopping Center along Chang'an Street. He paused for several moments in silence before addressing the millions of viewers in the live stream. As I pivot the camera, I trust that all those who appreciate me, those who harbor disdain, and even those who hurl insults, are aware of the New World Shopping Center and the New World Group. It is a company that has risen from humble beginnings, a private enterprise from the southwestern province. Though rumors circulate that the chairman of New World Group is a youth in his 20s, the fact remains that this young individual has, through sheer determination, propelled the New World Group to its current stature. His capabilities are indeed formidable. During my streams, I have been deeply moved by the developments surrounding the New World Group. From a single city, it now stands against the formidable supermarket alliance comprising 6 major corporations. Frankly, I, Dashima, hold him in sincere admiration and reverence. In recent days, whispers have circulated, suggesting that under the pressure from the supermarket alliance, the New World Group would only endure for 3 days before collapsing. Yet, I, Dashima, refuse to accept this notion, nor do my loyal supporters behind me. Today marks the 3rd day. As he spoke, Dashima removed his glasses. His demeanor ignited with fervor as he pointed towards the firmly closed doors of the New World Shopping Center. His voice brimming with excitement. In the spirit of the New World Group, I proclaim, I was once benevolent, yet I slay the masses. I was once infatuated, yet I attract countless beauties. I was once foolish, yet I navigate the world with ease. I was once humble, yet I reign supreme. Dashima. A gold medal lecturer, stand here, awaiting the miraculous reemergence. Awaiting the New World Group, still operational on the third day. Chapter 96, a gathering at the door traditionally. During his live broadcasts, Dasima's chat room is abuzz with lively banter, an endless stream of humorous quips and playful jests. However, today, the atmosphere in Dasima's streaming room diverged from the expected, lacking the usual witty repartee and amusing anecdotes. Fans from across the nation expressed their sentiments, resonating with a shared sense of anticipation. Soon, the screen was inundated with messages from fans. Recently, I had heard about the New World Group, and I was surprised to learn that Dasima has developed an affinity for this group, admiring its independent and avant-garde spirit. The New World Group indeed commands respect, bravely challenging 6 prominent conglomerates within the supermarket alliance, each of which is stronger than itself. Yet, the New World Group has managed to endure. Following the onset of a price war, when suppliers in the Southwest ceased their deliveries, it has remarkably persisted for 3 days. I am drawn to the New World, a company that has risen from humble beginnings to achieve remarkable success. Who would dare claim it is incapable? It is not that the New World Group is weak. Rather, the supermarket alliance is formidable and unscrupulous. One cannot help but admire the spirit embodied by the New World Group. Willing to incur losses exceeding billions daily rather than yield or cower before authority, this is the ethos we ought to emulate. Perhaps only someone like Mr. Zhang could cultivate such a company and foster this unique corporate culture. It was now 7:20. Would they still open their doors? Likely not. Dasima glanced at the barrage of comments on the screen and then at his watch. Taking a deep breath, he looked up at the firmly shut doors of the New World Shopping Center, his eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation. Clenching his fists, he silently urged, "New World. It is now 7:22. You must open." Meanwhile, in an upscale neighborhood far away in Han City, the young professional Xia Ying watched Dasima's live stream, her beautiful eyes flickering with emotion as her long eyelashes trembled gently. After listening to Dasima's words, a sense of disorientation washed over her. Thoughts drifting to the recently sensationalized New World Group and its shopping center, filling her heart with a wave of melancholy. This feeling was inexplicable. She could not fathom why she felt this way about an unfamiliar entity like the New World Group. Perhaps it was a sense of empathy. A few minutes later, as Xia Ying watched the screen flicker, the image of the closed New World Shopping Center appeared before her, the area crowded with people, their excited voices resonating through the stream. Gazing at the glaring sign, New World Shopping Center, she found herself inexplicably resonating with its essence. From its grassroots beginnings to its courageous rise against authority, its distinctive character, this is the New World Group. Xia Ying could not help but glance at the clock on the wall, murmuring softly, "New World, it's currently 7:26. You must open your doors." Meanwhile, in Shilin City, journalist Dang Yu stood outside a New World Shopping Center on Chang'an Street, his expression animated as he pointed towards the establishment. Continuously glancing back at the camera, he proclaimed, "Good morning to all our viewers. I am now standing before a New World Shopping Center on Chang'an Street." Indeed, you heard correctly, this is the much-discussed New World Shopping Center. Today marks the third day of their confrontation with a coalition of 6 national supermarket chains. Experts have suggested that New World Group can only withstand this pressure for 3 days. Will they open today? Can they endure this third day? Dang Yu took a deep breath before addressing the camera again. If New World Group manages to persevere, it will herald a significant transformation in the retail industry of Huaxia. Conversely, if they falter, they will still leave with dignity. The journey of New World Group is etched in the hearts of everyone in our southwestern province. Their spirit teaches us to forge our own paths and persist, regardless of what others may say. At this juncture, Dang Yu turned to point at the firmly shut doors of the New World Shopping Center, his tone elevated. Will they open? On this third day, will they commence operations? At his cue, the cameraman swiftly shifted the lens to capture the closed entrance, where, through the glass, the interior was visible, yet devoid of any staff, as it was not yet time for employees to arrive. Presently, no one knows if they will open for business. Not only on Chang'an Street in Shilin City, but at every New World Shopping Center across the southwestern province, crowds of onlookers have gathered. They are not here to shop, but to witness whether this story group can commence operations under the bright sun on the third day. In the neighboring city of Hanqing, the New World Shopping Center on Yuan Street was similarly surrounded by people, office workers, small business owners, and street vendors paused in their tracks, gazing up at the closed doors, occasionally checking their phones for the time, their anticipation tinged with a hint of anxiety. Xiaoyang halted his electric bike, standing beneath a tree, smoking a cigarette while quietly discussing with passersby. It's already 7:40. New World probably 1T open. A nearby pedestrian accepted the offered cigarette, nodding in agreement. That seems likely. It's already this late, and they usually start at 8. If they were to open, the staff would likely be arriving by now. Not leaving it so silent. As the conversation progressed, more passersby joined in the discussion. Indeed, not a single employee from the New World Group has been spotted. It seems the doors will remain closed. Alas, it appears they will not open after all. What a pity it is that such a company emerged in the southwest province only to falter so swiftly. You ought to consider this. Although the New World Group excels in various aspects, their arrogance and hubris have led them to offend the prominent supermarket alliance of 6 chain stores. How can they possibly compete with such formidable entities? Despite this reality, I find myself unwilling to accept it. Truly, I am filled with a sense of injustice. After so many years, the rise of such a group in the southwest province was no small feat, and to see it collapse so quickly is deeply disheartening. I am indeed reluctant to come to terms with it. Chapter 97. Could it truly be this way? At the entrance of the New World Shopping Center, amidst passers-by and numerous reporters from major television stations, there existed a distinct group of individuals, representatives from 6 prominent conglomerates. These representatives stood anxiously within the crowd, their gazes fixed on the tightly sealed doors of the shopping center, frequently checking their watches. On the roadside of Chang'an Avenue, within a Land Rover, a middle-aged man exhibited an unmistakable sense of urgency. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he repeatedly glanced at his watch, then lifted his gaze to the closed doors of the New World Shopping Center, internally chanting, "Soon, soon, it's almost 8 o'clock. The doors must not open. They absolutely must not open." Today marked the 3rd day, the limit for the New World Group. If they persisted any longer, China Resources' vanguard would falter. A flicker of anxiety crossed the man's eyes. He was the chairman of China Resources' vanguard. Having traveled from the bustling metropolis, he yearned to learn the outcome as swiftly as possible, whether the New World Group would face bankruptcy on this 3rd day. After reviewing the financial statements, his unease intensified. China Resources' vanguard had lingered too long in the southwestern province. Within just a week, losses had approached 20 billion, and the group's financial reserves were dangerously depleted. If further losses ensued, the entire national funding chain of China Resources' vanguard would collapse, a scenario he dared not contemplate. Muttering to himself, "It's 7:40. It's almost 8 o'clock. The doors must not open. They absolutely cannot open." Simultaneously, amidst the crowd, the chairman of the RT Mart Group remained fixated on the locked doors of the New World Shopping Center. In front of the New World Shopping Center on Forward Road in Lulan City, the vice president of Century Lianhua maintained a complex gaze. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the New World Shopping Center in Blue City, the chairman of Haegu sat in a Mercedes-Benz, chain-smoking as he anxiously awaited developments. Moreover, executives from various local supermarkets and conglomerates personally gathered at the entrances of all New World shopping centers in the southwestern province, nervously observing the tightly shut doors. They scrutinized, gazed, and anticipated whether the New World Shopping Center would indeed open its doors. The 3rd day was a crucial juncture, calculated by all, marking the limit for the New World Group's endurance, as well as that of all others involved. Over the past week, the supermarket alliance had suffered grievous losses, far exceeding their forecasts and budgets. Concurrently, all suppliers and companies within the food industry in the southwestern province stood vigil at the doors of each New World Shopping Center, their eyes unyieldingly fixed on the question, would the New World Shopping Center open for business on this 3rd day? A cigarette extinguished, then another was lit, one after another. The inner turmoil, that restless anxiety, is manifested in the incessantly falling ash. The largest supplier in the southwest province lights another cigarette, taking a deep drag as he gazes at the tightly shut doors of the New World Shopping Center. His bloodshot eyes, filled with desperation, croak out, "It cannot open. It absolutely must not open. If you truly commence operations, none of us will be able to endure. Alas, how foolish I am. Why did I become ensnared in this commercial tempest? I always believed that your New World Group was merely a jester among the 6 supermarkets, destined to collapse swiftly. Yet, unexpectedly, you have persevered until now. New World Group, you are truly a scourge. Why do you not falter? If you persist, we are all doomed, and I shall also meet my end." At this moment, no one comprehends his distress, nor do they fathom his genuine thoughts. He is filled with regret. The once inconsequential jester has, against all expectations, endured to the 3rd day. The largest supplier in the southwest province is now on the verge of tears as time drags on painfully. each second stretching into eternity. He watches the hands of his watch spin ceaselessly, his eyes brimming with anxiety and agitation, muttering to himself, "It is already 7:50. The doors cannot open, they absolutely must not open." Meanwhile, it is now 7:52, and the New World Group remains silent. Yet, no one departs. No one walks away. They all wait, anticipating the arrival of 8 o'clock. Until that final moment, no one is willing to leave. Nor do they wish to miss this epic scene that promises to alter the landscape of retail in China. Simultaneously, in the magical city of Shanghai, at Thompson Riviera, Lu Qiangdong observes a live stream featuring a certain influencer from a popular platform. He sets down his briefcase and instructs his secretary, "Have the driver wait. We will head to the company later." The secretary, taken aback, stares wide-eyed, disbelief etched across her face. What is happening? Chairman Lu has never been at the company past 8. Is he truly making an exception for New World? The secretary nods, falling silent. At this moment, Lu Qiangdong gazes through the live stream at the firmly shut doors of the New World shopping center. Feeling a twinge of anxiety himself, the New World Group's ability to endure this long has taken me by surprise. When you claimed you could last 2 days, you perfectly slapped my face the next day. Yet, it matters not. Today is the 3rd day. Will you manage to hold on? As he contemplates this, Lu glances at his Jade watch and remarks, "There are still 20 minutes left. Can you truly commence operations? If you manage to persevere today, you will have successfully outlasted everyone, creating a myth in the business realm, a genuine legend, extinguishing all 6 groups in one fell swoop. This would transcend mere miracles. It would belong to the realm of myth. The warfare among businesses is exceedingly ruthless, far more brutal than one might envision, and presently, every conglomerate surpasses your New World Group in strength. Even more harrowing is the fact that all competitors have united against you. Facing such a multitude of corporations alone is indeed daunting. If you truly manage to endure, I hold profound admiration for your tenacity." Lu Qiangdong spoke quite extensively today. The secretary, standing by, appeared utterly bewildered, gazing at Chairman Lu with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He genuinely did not anticipate such high regard from Lu Qiangdong for the New World Group. Since his employment, he had consistently accompanied Lu Qiangdong in various matters, witnessing numerous scenarios, yet this was the first occasion he had observed Lu Qiangdong express such extensive commentary about a single enterprise. In such dire circumstances, does Chairman Lu still harbor hope for the New World Group? Does he believe it can persevere and outlast all others? Could it truly unfold in that manner? Chapter 98. It can begin in Sioux City, within the tranquil confines of an ancient residence. The sane elderly gentleman was assisted to a chair by a man resembling a butler, surrounded by numerous friends from various collaborations. The elder greeted the assembly and turned his gaze to the live broadcast of the financial news from Shilin City. Throughout the reporter's discourse, his eyes remained devoid of any discernible emotion. At this juncture, one among the gathering could no longer contain himself. "Old Sue, do you think they will endure today?" The elder cast a glance at him, then shook his head lightly, replying, uncertain. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "If they truly manage to persevere, then the New World Group will undoubtedly be formidable." Upon hearing this, those nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed, the New World Group is rather enigmatic. I specifically dispatched someone to investigate. The group has only been established for just over 20 days. And what is more alarming is the lack of access to their financial flows. Who would have thought that such a humble locale could conceal a dragon? A nascent group, only recently emerged, dares to challenge those venerable enterprises. There must be something substantial behind it. In terms of strength, the New World Group is not significantly inferior. Rather, it is their youth that is a disadvantage. I have heard that their chairman is still a mere youth. Given a few more years, he may surpass his current capabilities by a wide margin. In response, old Sue nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, an elder clad in a Zhang suit smiled, a flicker of sharpness briefly crossing his features, rendering his smile somewhat unnatural. He addressed old Sue. "Shall we invite the chairman of the New World Group to meet after this matter concludes?" Old Sue fell silent upon hearing this. He did not dispute the youth's capabilities, yet he felt they were somewhat lacking in strength. The prowess exhibited by the New World Group still seemed insufficient to him. Subsequently, he shook his head. "Let us wait." The others nodded in agreement, their gazes returning to the television. It was 7:55. The New World shopping center in the entire southwest province remained silent, its doors firmly shut. Outside, the crowd waiting anxiously began to stir. The chairman of the 6 major groups within the supermarket alliance glanced at their watches, a sense of relief washing over them, their previously taut expressions gradually easing. The chairman of the Sugwa group allowed a smile to grace his lips, chuckling softly. In the end, we have triumphed. The chairman of the Darun FA group sighed in relief, accepting the breakfast offered by his secretary, taking a hearty bite. And laughing heartily, it is already 7:55, and not a single employee has arrived. You are ultimately finished. At that moment, the chairman of the Darun FA group felt completely at ease, his eyes glinting with disdain as he regarded the tightly shut doors of the New World Shopping Center. At the entrance of the New World Shopping Center in Lulan City, the chairman of the China Resources Group, seated in a Mercedes-Benz, rolled down the window and discarded a spent cigarette, but, inhaling deeply the crisp morning air, a sigh of relief escaped him. Haha, once again, we have triumphed. Let us prepare to head to the office. It is already 8 o'clock, and not a single entry-level employee is in sight. The outcome is settled. And he has lost utterly. In a certain county, the chairman of the Century Jiuhua Group cast a glance at the firmly shut doors of the New World Shopping Center, then glanced at his casino watch. Murmuring softly, a discreet exit may be your best conclusion. As everyone exhaled with relief, believing the situation was resolved in the New World Tower. The headquarters of the group, Zhang Cheng, clad in a neatly tailored navy suit, stood in his office before dozens of senior executives from the New World Group. A spark of confidence illuminating his gaze. It can begin. Then, the corners of Zhang Cheng's mouth curled into a composed smile. Checking his watch, he remarked lightly, from this moment on, the fate of Southwest Province is sealed. Our ambition at New World Group is to transcend the Southwest. We shall not only dominate this region but also extend our reach to the entire globe. Henceforth, we aim to conquer the world. As his words resonated, everyone surrounding Zhang Cheng inhaled deeply, their eyes resolutely fixed on the young leader. They all unconditionally believed in him. This youth would lead them in the enterprise to monopolize entire streets, establishing the New World Group across Jiangcheng, now flourishing throughout the province. They would stand united against 6 major conglomerates nationwide. From today onwards, the New World Group shall soar higher and venture farther. From this day forth, the name New World will etch itself profoundly in the hearts of the people of Southwest Province, forever commemorating the glorious era of the New World Group. In the future, the name New World will echo throughout the entirety of Huaxia, with New World shopping centers blossoming everywhere, ensuring that all are aware of the New World that has emerged from Jiangcheng, a conglomerate founded by a young visionary. With a firm thud, Zhang Cheng placed his teacup down. His deep-set eyes gazing into the distance, his expression as serene as ever, he spoke softly. Su Kaishan. Dressed in a neat suit, Su Kaishan stepped forward from the ranks. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Cheng gently stated, Shilling City, let us commence. Yes, Chairman. Ma Haobing, the group manager, suddenly stepped forward. In Lulan City, we can begin. Yes. Hu Wenxuan, the deputy general manager, called out loudly. In Hanqing, make the contact. Yes. Feng Mei, the administrative supervisor, approached Zhang Cheng. In Yuqing, let us open for business now. Yes. Meanwhile, in front of the New World Shopping Center on Chang'an Street, discontent began to brew among the waiting crowd. Let us disperse. It's time to go to work. The New World Group is finished. Sighing, one remarked. It's already 7:56, and there is still no sign from the New World Group. I have just watched numerous live broadcasts on the news. And the New World shopping centers across various locations in the Southwest Province remain utterly silent. Ultimately, it seems they are destined for closure. The supermarket alliance is overwhelmingly powerful, to an extent that is hard to fathom. Indeed, no matter how formidable the New World Group may appear, it is merely a facade inflated by others. In the face of the supermarket alliance, it simply pales in comparison. Manipulating the world, in the end, one becomes a pawn in another's game. No matter how brilliant the nebulae, they seem insignificant against the vastness of the universe. In the bustling metropolis at Tangchen Yiping, Lu Qiangdong gazed at the images in the live broadcast, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes as he sighed bitterly. Dust returns to dust, mist returns to mist. Yet ultimately, suddenly, Lu Qiangdong drew in a sharp breath, his gaze fixated on the screen. This. Chapter 99, buzzing in Shilling City, on Chang'an Street. The esteemed general stood before the New World Shopping Center. He glanced at the time, a shadow of gravity crossing his face. Looking into the camera, he spoke bitterly to the fans in the live stream. Everyone, it seems that today's broadcast may soon reach its conclusion. The New World Group, which I hold in such high regard, the New World Group that I have steadfastly supported, may. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze reluctantly to the New World Shopping Center, gradually falling into silence. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a commotion. He jolted upright, inhaling sharply. Oh my heavens! He exclaimed. Ha ha ha, the new world has risen. Ha 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 ha. The persistent buzzing of engines echoed from the far end of Chang'an Street. Drawing nearer. At the corner of the street, a large delivery truck appeared in the crowd's view, gradually coming into focus. In that moment, in front of the New World Shopping Center, all passers-by fell silent, their eyes wide in astonishment as the truck loomed before them. The truck bore a clear insignia, Master Kong Group. Once again, the buzzing sound filled the air, followed by a procession of large delivery trucks that filled the street. Ultimately, a dozen trucks emblazoned with the name Master Kong arrived at the supply entrance of the New World Shopping Center, driving straight inside. Meanwhile, at the New World Shopping Center in the Skyscraper Plaza, the deafening buzz of engines heralded the arrival of one delivery truck after another, each proceeding directly into the supply entrance. The crowd gathered at the entrance fell into a hushed silence. The engine's hum resumed, announcing the arrival of a large delivery truck marked with the insignia of the Unified Group, followed closely by another truck bearing the Libby Group emblem, which sped into the supply entrance. Yet another large delivery truck, this one displaying the Waha Group logo, followed suit. The spectators at Skyscraper Plaza gasped in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chang'an Street was abuzz with activity. A Pampin Group truck entered the New World supply entrance, immediately followed by a truck from the Chishi Group. Then came a delivery vehicle from the Mutai Group, and soon after, trucks from the Southwest Provincial Tobacco Bureau, Wuliangye Group, and Dalian Group all lined up in an orderly fashion, proceeding into the supply entrance of the New World Shopping Center. Following this, an uncountable number of delivery trucks raced toward the New World Shopping Center, stirring up clouds of dust along the road. With a guttural sound, everyone involuntarily rolled their throats, swallowing hard, rendered utterly speechless. Meanwhile, inside a Range Rover on Chang'an Street, the chairman of Sugur Group sat in stunned silence, allowing the cigarette between his fingers to burn away without a care. He was transfixed, watching as one after another dozens of cargo trucks from various manufacturers arrived in a matter of minutes, all heading towards the supply entrance of the New World Shopping Center. It marked the arrival of large cargo trucks from manufacturers across the nation, all converging here. He sat there, eyes glazed, staring vacantly ahead. What? The chairman of Sugur Group struggled to articulate his thoughts, but words eluded him. The cigarette slowly burned down to the filter, the crimson ember still glowing. Silence enveloped the vehicle. An eerie stillness pervaded the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. An expanse of tranquility stretched out before him. After a moment, the cigarette finally extinguished, the red flame licking at his fingertips, continuing to smolder. Suddenly, the chairman of Sugur Group let out a piercing cry. Ah, it hurts. With the searing pain in his fingers reaching his heart, he abruptly came to his senses. A resonating buzz echoed. It was as if his cry triggered a chain reaction. The entire street erupted, the crowd on Chang'an Street ignited with fervor. It exploded. It boiled over. Well, it's here. Ha ha ha. It has arrived. My goodness. It's here. He's here. This is insane. It really has come. I knew he would hold on. Ha ha. At this moment, any words are futile. New World Group is phenomenal. Mr. Zhang is extraordinary. He persevered. He truly endured. I knew. Our New World Group in the Southwest is not weak, not feeble at all. He is the pride of our province. Overcoming the supermarket alliance, withstanding the onslaught of capital. We won. We truly won. I did not misjudge. This is real. These trucks are real. They have come to supply New World Group. Meanwhile, at the airport in Jiacheng, hundreds of large cargo trucks emerged. The supply trucks from Shanhao family sped past. Following closely were the supply vehicles from Datong Chong Group. Then, the trucks from Weilong Group closely trailed behind, surging into the urban area of Jiacheng. The entire city resonated with the sound of engines, transforming into a hub for manufacturer cargo trucks, countless vehicles pouring out from the airport and the expressway, racing onwards. On every street in Jiangcheng, innumerable citizens gazed in awe, their eyes wide as the cargo trucks whizzed past, heading to the supply entrance of the New World Shopping Center. Major manufacturers and prominent brands from across the nation dazzled the onlookers, leaving them spellbound. The citizens of Jiangcheng gazed upon this unprecedented spectacle, their hearts surging with emotion at the breathtaking scene unfolding before them. Mr. Zhang, he has truly triumphed. How ludicrous it is that a consortium of supermarkets, comprised of mere trivialities, would dare to challenge the New World Group. I must apologize for my previous remarks. The New World Group is the pride of our Jiangcheng, and Mr. Zhang stands as a paragon for the people of our city. I have come to realize that from this moment onward, I am profoundly enamored with the New World Group, entirely captivated by its essence. Once again, it has persevered. Once again, it has endured. At this moment, The entire populace of Jiacheng is enraptured by the distinctive ethos of the New World Group. In this instant, they have fallen deeply in love with the New World Group, embracing it wholeheartedly. Chapter 100. Exit. A multitude erupted in applause. Countless souls were stirred. Many were brought to tears. The citizens of Jiacheng engaged in fervent discussions across various locales, gathering in clusters to converse about the meteoric rise of the New World Group. The resounding sound of applause echoed through the crowd, followed by wave upon wave of enthusiastic clapping that reverberated endlessly. The people of Jiacheng felt immense pride and joy for the New World Group, celebrating its ascendance in their city. On this day, the citizens wholeheartedly embraced the New World Group and the young prodigy behind it, a mere 22 years of age. At the entrances of every New World shopping center, passers-by, internet celebrities, reporters from various city stations, and members of the Supermarket Alliance were captivated in this moment of astonishment. A myth had been born anew. A counterattack from the brink had commenced. They admired his remarkable resurgence, his calm demeanor, and his unwavering poise in the face of adversity. He had succeeded, indeed. He had triumphed. The New World Group emerged victorious, and he had genuinely won. This remarkable turnaround from despair was a historical feat. He had outclassed 6 rival supermarket conglomerates. An exhilarating achievement. He accomplished the seemingly impossible, standing firm against 6 major groups, not only surviving but launching a perfect counteroffensive. This battle was executed with unparalleled finesse. At that moment, the clock in the center of the skyscraper plaza ticked steadily to the apex. 8 o'clock sharp. As the chimes resonated throughout the plaza, a collective shiver ran through the crowd, prompting them to lift their gazes in unison. At that very instant, across the entire Southwest province, over 200 New World shopping centers swung open their doors simultaneously, without a moment's pause. The sound of rolling shutters filled the air as the entrance gates of all 200-plus New World shopping centers were lifted. Fireworks erupted in a dazzling display above every New World shopping center, lighting up the night sky. Employees clad in New World attire emerged in orderly formation, ready to welcome customers into the shopping haven. The New World shopping centers commenced regular operations. The presence of employees did not signify the collapse of the New World Group. Rather, they had remained inside, tirelessly waiting without rest or respite. They awaited this pivotal moment to assure everyone that the New World Group would not falter, that it would never cease to thrive. They aimed to convey that the New World Group would continue to soar to greater heights. Simultaneously, managers from every supermarket stepped to the front, brandishing loudspeakers, their voices brimming with excitement as they declared, from this moment forth, everything in the New World shopping center is at a staggering 30% off. The manager's proclamation reverberated through the crowd. A resounding cheer erupted among those gathered, igniting a fervor amongst the citizens of Southwest Province. The audience watching the live broadcast erupted with excitement. Citizens glued to their television sets, tuned into local news, were equally exhilarated. A staggering 30% discount, a new policy from the New World Group, applied to all its branches in the Southwest Province. Even at this very moment, netizens online and citizens outside were gradually realizing the significance of the situation. Why were supply trucks continuously entering the delivery entrance of the New World Shopping Center? Why was there such an abundance of goods early in the morning? With the announcement of the 30% discount, today marked a shopping extravaganza for everyone, a veritable ocean of consumerism across the Southwest Province. They neither fought nor scrambled, nor did they seek explanations. Just as everyone presumed the New World Group was on the brink of collapse, they demonstrated through resolute action that the New World Group had risen, had triumphed. In that instant, outside every New World shopping center in the Southwest Province, all citizens were aflame with excitement, rushing frantically into the shopping hub. Within the more than 200 stores, the atmosphere surged with vitality, a continuous tide of shoppers pouring into the New World shopping center. The shopping frenzy in the Southwest Province commenced at this very moment. From this point onward, no one dared to question the strength of the New World Group, nor the capabilities of the young entrepreneurs behind it. The chairman of the RT-Mart Group, witnessing this scene, was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair, his eyes betraying a deep unwillingness as he muttered, "Is it over? Just like that?" Meanwhile, the chairman of the China Resources Vanguard stood at the entrance of the New World, unable to finish his half-eaten breakfast, incredulously gazing at the throngs of people overflowing into the shopping center across from him, murmuring, "How could this be? How did it come to this? Was-T had said that it would fold within 3 days? Everyone claimed you would be finished by the 3rd day, yet here you are, still standing?" The chairman of the Suwa Group sat in his Range Rover, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes as confusion enveloped his mind. Why is this happening? Was-T had said that we would outlast the New World? It's over, utterly finished, Sugwa is on the verge of being outlasted. The chairman of the Century Lianhua Group stood dazed, staring at the scene in front of the New World Shopping Center, rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, he rubbed his forehead, fatigue etched in the corners of his eyes, and sighed helplessly, instructing his secretary, alas, inform the higher-ups that we, Century Lianhua, shall withdraw from the Southwest Province. Though I hesitate to admit it, in comparison to the New World Group, I simply cannot endure any longer. Meanwhile, a Mercedes-Benz glided past the New World Shopping Center, heading directly to the airport, leaving the Southwest Province behind. The chairman of the Haga Group stepped out of his car and, at the moment of boarding the aircraft, could not help but glance back into the distance. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing his gaze, he waved his hand towards his secretary, saying, "We can no longer endure. Hagu must withdraw from the entire Southwest market. We have already suffered losses exceeding 20 billion. If this continues, it will spell the demise of Hagu Group." After uttering these words, the chairman boarded the plane. As he sat inside, memories of the once conquered Southwest flooded his mind, and a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes. One day, Hagu Group shall return. Meanwhile, the faces of suppliers across the Southwest Province turned ashen. The counterattack by New World Group had shattered them, their defeat overwhelming. The president of Shanghai Group slumped by the roadside, despairingly watching the advancing New World, cursing inwardly, "Incompetent fools, a bunch of useless entities." Claiming to be a national chain group, utterly pathetic. The supermarket alliance formed by 6 groups is nothing but a farce. It has brought me to ruin. At that moment, the chairman of Hansa Group, the 4th-ranked supplier in the Southwest, stared blankly at New World across from him, murmuring, "It's over. The so-called supermarket alliance is utterly worthless. There is nothing left, nothing at all." On that day, the suppliers throughout the Southwest Province, along with the local supermarkets, were left desolate. On that day, New World Group firmly established its dominance in the Southwest.